Chapter 1. Selfless devotion has been fed to the dogs. Xingxue, what you have lost is merely your abilities. But Mian has lost her face. You have robbed Mian of 20 years of her life, and you won't even let her have a single source core. You are utterly selfish. I have no cousin like you. Xingxue pointed an accusing finger at Xingxue's nose and unleashed a torrent of abuse. Xingxue rolled her eyes in a rather polite manner, then nodded vigorously. I think you are absolutely right. She truly is quite shameless. Oh dear. Xingxue's voice took on a falsetto, twisting and turning. Still, I do not have a cousin like you. She spat vehemently. I do not have a foolish cousin like you. What do you think you are? With a cold gaze, Xingxue assessed Xingxue, who was nearly seething with rage. At 11 years old, when the older students troubled her, Xingxue was only a year her senior, and at that time, he was not even as tall as she was. He charged in to fight, only to end up with a bruised face and a broken arm. She felt a pang of sympathy, but Xingxue, with his lips split and bruised, smiled. You are my cousin if I don't protect you. Who will? When I grow up, no one will dare bully you. The innocent face of his youth and the disdainful expression of the tall young man before her merged into one. At that time, she could never have imagined that the cheerful boy who vowed to protect her for life could become so unrecognizable. Xingxue declared, You Xingxue, what right do you have to compete with Mian? Don't forget your identity. 23 years ago, 2 infant girls were accidentally switched, with Yu Xingxue, an orphan, raised as the heiress of the Yu family until the year before the apocalypse struck. Yu Xingxue had never resented Yu Mian's existence. In fact, she actively helped her integrate into the Yu family. The facts have proven her wrong. Cousin, even if a Xue has lost her abilities, she is still a girl. How can you speak to her like this? Yu Mian's slender figure and doe-like eyes blinked innocently, charming and endearing. Yu Xingxue narrowed her eyes slightly. Yu Mian's truly wielded her words like a blade, striking without leaving a mark. She naturally aligned Xingxue with herself, while simultaneously reminding Yu Xingxue of the painful truth that her abilities were gone. Xingxue sighed in exasperation. Mian, she is trying to take your things. Why are you still speaking on her behalf? Alas, you're just too kind. Yu Mian's widened her eyes in surprise, glancing at the silent Yu Xuanan. Big brother, you must have put in considerable effort to obtain this source core, right? As the eldest brother of the Yu family, Yu Xuanan was always composed, and upon seeing her eyes filled with concern, he revealed a gentle smile. Yes, it took 2 months of searching to finally acquire it, but unfortunately, there is only one. Yu Mian's gaze flickered, then get it to my sister. Though a healing source core may not necessarily restore a damaged ability core, what if it does? Yu Xingxue had no time to engage in verbal sparring with Yu Mian's. Her eyes were fixed intently on the healing source core. Big brother, I need it. Yu Xuanan was taken aback. It seemed that Yu Xingxue had not asked him for anything in a long time. He remembered how Yu Xingxue was once so attached to him, and when losing her baby teeth, their mother only allowed her 1 piece of candy a day. To get a second, Yu Xingxue would gaze at him with her bright, yearning eyes filled with longing. Whenever she looked at him with those eyes, he would soften. Yu Xuanan instinctively reached to hand the source core to Yu Xingxue. Then here you go. Yu Mian's expression tightened, a flicker of resentment crossing her features. Xingxue suddenly interjected. I disagree. Why should it be given to her? He pointed to the side of Yu Mian's face, where a half-finger-length, bluish scar marred her skin near her ear. This zombie scratch cannot be completely healed, even by a healer. Only a healing source core can fully restore it. Don't forget, Mian was injured because of Yu Xingxue. Yu Xingxue felt a surge of irony at his words. A month ago, zombies had attacked the safe zone once more, and Yu Mian, as an ordinary person, neglected her logistics duties to rush to the front lines, even charging out of the protective circle to save a critically injured man. In front of everyone, Yu Xingxue had no choice but to step up. That was a 60-year zombie. Anyone would tremble at the sight. Yet Yu Mian clung to the dead man, insisting he could be saved, but Yu Xingxue was certain that the man was beyond help. In a moment of crisis, Yu Xingxue yanked Yu Mian away from the corpse, yet Yu Mian resisted. She was just a moment too slow. The high-tier zombie shattered Yu Xingxue's ability core. When she regained consciousness, she found herself transformed from a high-tier ability user into a frail, incapacitated individual, bearing the blame of abandoning her companions and secretly harming Yu Yumians. The scratch on Yu Yumian's face was clearly a result of her attempt to save that dead man, yet became evidence of Yu Xingxue's supposed betrayal. It was said that if the healer had not arrived in time to administer the serum, Yu Yumians would have died from the virus. Yu Xingxue became a sinner for trying to save someone, yet she had no means to defend herself. When she awakened, everything had already been decided. Even the Yu family did not believe her, let alone outsiders. Xingxue exclaimed, "It serves her right for having her ability core shattered." In an instant, Yu Xingxue felt as if she were encased in winter's ice, and a cold laugh escaped her lips. Yu Xuanan looked at Yu Xingxue, who displayed no guilt or remorse, and felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. He made a decision. This time, it will go to Mian. A shui. Consider it a punishment for you. As long as you can reflect on your actions, I will find another source core for you to restore your abilities. Yu Xingxue replied coolly, "No need." Yu Xuanan frowned. Yu Yumians softly interjected, "Big brother, you need not worry about me. I have grown accustomed to hardship throughout my life. A mere scar is nothing." Xingxue and Yu Xuanan exchanged glances, both filled with concern and guilt. Yu Yumians feigned innocence. "People outside say that with my sister's contributions, she could easily take our father's position. If it weren't for my sister, we wouldn't have our current good fortune. We should be thanking her instead. Let the source core be given to my sister." Yu Xingxue felt a sinking sensation in her heart upon hearing this. This troublemaker. The reason our Yu family can enjoy our current life is due to our own efforts. It is not the merit of any one individual. A cold, harsh voice came from the doorway. Some people merely flaunt their abilities, as if their tails could reach the sky. Initially, Yu Xingxue had insisted that Yu Sheng merge their Yu family's base with the official establishment of the safe zone, which consequently allowed Yu Sheng to occupy a high position within the safe zone and be allocated a small villa. However, at first, Yu Sheng had firmly disagreed, not believing in Yu Xingxue's decisions. After a heated argument, he reluctantly agreed. As it turned out, Yu Xingxue's decision was indeed the right one. It also proved that Yu Sheng was wrong. With his arrogant and egotistical nature, along with his chauvinism, he could not bear such a conclusion. Under Yu Yumian's instigation, Yu Sheng's resentment toward Yu Xingxue deepened. Yu Sheng asked, "What are you arguing about?" Xingxue quickly recounted the situation. Yu Sheng turned to Yu Xuanan, saying, "Such a precious item should naturally be given to your biological sister, lest someone truly heal her and then harm your sister. Those who are not family will ultimately not be of one mind." Yu Xingxue's gaze swept over Yu Sheng's slender, not overly broad shoulders. In her childhood, she had sat there, both of them laughing joyfully in the garden, and she could almost still smell the fragrance of the flowers. Finally, Yu Xingxue looked at her silent mother, Shun Qian, who used to tell her bedtime stories every night, braid her hair beautifully, and adorn it with a little flower. But now, she had not uttered a single word in her defense. "So it turns out we are not family." Yu Xingxue's eyes became like a sharpened sword, directly pointing at Yu Sheng. "When the apocalypse broke out, I protected you all the way. Without me, you would not have made it out of the Yu family estate. Even the establishment of the Yu family base was largely due to my efforts." Yu Xingxue scoffed lightly. "Now that we are stable, you dare tell me we are not family? That can only mean my years of selfless devotion have been fed to the dogs." Anger flickered across Yu Sheng's face. "Who taught you to speak like that? You are becoming increasingly unrefined. Just because you envy and harm Yin, I should punish you severely. Without the Yu family, you would not even be able to stand here and argue with me. Ungrateful wretch. Even if I were to let you die, you would still have to obey." Yu Xingxue's shallow bitterness was swiftly smoothed over by Yu Sheng's furious reprimand and the disdain of several others. In her past life, as a lone mercenary traversing through the hail of bullets, she had never known family. After being killed due to a failed mission and suddenly arriving in this time-space as an infant, she gained 5 doting brothers and loving parents, as if it were a dream. It filled the void of her longing for family. Yu Xingxue slowly said, "I have repaid the Yu family's nurturing kindness, and from now on, we are the same surname but different families." Yu Xuanan looked astonished. "A shui, what do you mean? Are you saying you want to sever ties with us?" Yu Xingxue replied, "Yes." Yu Xuanan felt a sudden, indescribable sadness in his heart. Yu Sheng, in a fit of rage, laughed mockingly. Good, good, good. Let her go. A thing that cannot be raised. As Wu Yushua shifted her gaze, she remarked, Sister, please refrain from provoking father's ire. Even if you intend to leave, you cannot simply depart without gathering your belongings first. Wu Sheng, retorted, What belongings? Everything in this household is under my dominion. She has severed ties with us. Every thread and needle in this house has no connection to her. Are you not planning to leave? Then hurry and go. Our Wu family cannot afford to sustain your lofty presence. Wu Yushue could hardly suppress her laughter in disbelief. Even at this juncture, Wu Yushue was still intent on sowing discord. The entire family was being manipulated like puppets, truly foolish. She had not intended to take anything, as her possessions were scant. Yet, they had driven her to this point. If she did not take action, it would be a disservice to her own dignity. Wu Yushue declared, If I cannot take anything, may I at least use the restroom? The others were momentarily taken aback. Before they could react, Wu Yushue made her way to the public restroom on the first floor. Shen Shi, relishing the spectacle, exclaimed, They'll keep an eye on her. Everything in our home belongs to my uncle. We cannot allow this ungrateful wretch to take anything. Wu Yushue could not let such a performance slip by interjecting, Cousin, do not be too excessive. She followed Shen Shi closely. Upon witnessing Wu Yushue enter the restroom with apparent compliance, Shen Shi remarked, She must be attempting to stall. Such a clumsy ruse cannot deceive my keen perception. Just wait until she emerges seeking mercy. You will see how I humiliate her. She actually dares to compete with you for belongings. Wu Yushue offered half-hearted reassurances, her gaze ablaze, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. As Wu Yushue shut the door, a sinister smile crept across her face. Just wait and see. Once her consciousness entered the space, she intended to find a suitable tool, only to discover that items previously non-existent had materialized within. With a mere thought, a massive beast fang, the length of a palm and as thick as a wrist, appeared in Wu Yuxu's hand. Wu Yuxu's expression was one of sheer astonishment. What on earth? This is not mine. Yet, she found the fang surprisingly easy to wield. Outside the door, Shen Shi continued to urge her, and Wu Yushue momentarily set aside her curiosity regarding the origin of the item. Gazing at the fang in her hand, she declared, Then you shall be my weapon. Chapter 2. As long as I'm enjoying myself. Wu Yushue, what are you doing in there? Shen Shi inquired, hearing a cacophony of sounds from the restroom. He raised his hand to knock, but the door swung open. Shen Shi found himself face to face with Wu Yuxu's dark, penetrating gaze. Wu Yushue swiftly closed the door behind her. Is it your upbringing to knock on the door when a lady is using the restroom? Shen Shi rubbed his nose, aware that he was in the wrong. Wu Yushue now felt invigorated and was eager to escape the scene of her antics, responding with indifference. Wu Xuanan opened his mouth, but was too late to voice his thoughts as Wu Yuxu's figure vanished. It felt as if a piece of him had abruptly gone missing. Big brother, Wu Yushue concealed her excitement, linking her arm with his. Do not be disheartened, I will always be by your side. Wu Xuanan affectionately patted her head. Shen Qi nodded in agreement. Wu Sheng asked, Xiao Qi, did she truly just go to the restroom? Wu Sheng sensed something amiss. At that moment, a loud crash reverberated. Everyone jumped in alarm. Soon, an indescribably foul odor permeated the entire villa, akin to a biological weapon, rendering them breathless. Shen Qi exclaimed, What is that horrid stench? Wu Yushue struggled to contain herself, ultimately succumbing to dry heaves beside her. Shortly thereafter, a gurgling sound echoed. Wu Sheng's face turned ashen as he dashed into the restroom, only to lose his footing and step into a strange yellow puddle. Wu Sheng trembled, emitting a scream akin to a startled groundhog. Wu Xuanan, having witnessed Wu Sheng's misstep, managed to avoid a similar fate, though his expression paled. The restroom had transformed into a veritable waterfall, with the toilet spewing forth its contents like a fountain. The spectacle was so grand that even Wu Xuanan was momentarily struck dumb. Who has ever witnessed such a scene before? Ugh, this is revenge. Wu Xuanan watched as the head of the household, Wu Sheng, appeared on the verge of fainting from the stench, while their mother, she had already collapsed onto the sofa. As for the younger siblings, they were of no help whatsoever. Now, The only one capable of handling this situation was him. Wu Xuanan wished he could faint as well, his hand pressed to his forehead in anguish. What on earth is happening? Wu Yuxue had sprinted 300 to 400 meters before finally slowing down, and as she caught her breath, she burst into laughter. Let this be a lesson to those who dare speak so carelessly. Delightful. The world seemed to brighten. Just the thought of the surprise she had left for the Wu family filled Wu Yuxue with a primal joy reminiscent of a gorilla pounding its chest. In her past life, before being taken by the organization for training, she had roamed the streets, doing whatever it took to survive. Many street urchins bullied her for her youth, but she was not one to be easily victimized. She feigned submission while striking back with ferocity. She would steal clothes while others bathed, toss firecrackers into restrooms, and take advantage of sleeping individuals, executing her schemes flawlessly 3 times a night. Soon, she became the leader among the street children, which is why the organization took notice of her. Though her previous life was fraught with hardship, she never truly suffered. In this life, she arrived at the Wu household, becoming a wealthy second generation, enjoying a life of comfort, and now, as the apocalypse approached, she awakened her abilities, emerging as a respected force. Previously, due to the Wu family's upbringing, she had to suppress her impulses to kick a few worthless individuals, resorting only to rolling her eyes. This had stifled her spirit over the years. Delightful. Although she currently lacked powers and could not confront them openly, she could resort to cunning tactics. As long as she enjoyed herself, that was enough. Having reveled enough, Wu Yuxue began to ponder practical matters. First and foremost, a pressing issue arose. Where would she spend the night? The safety zone explicitly mandated that all individuals return to their residences at night, forbidding any lingering outside, with severe penalties for violators. This meant Wu Yuxue had to find a place to stay before nightfall. She retrieved her pass card, which displayed a balance of 52 union coins. That would only suffice to purchase 2 palm-sized shrill potato cakes and a 500-milliliter bottle of purified water. Without food or drink, she could only afford a single night's accommodation in a communal space for 30 people. Men and women alike would be crammed into a narrow room reeking of sweat and feet. Moreover, the survivors there banded together, making it impossible for someone in Wu Yuxue's current state to avoid being bullied. Simultaneously, a second daunting issue emerged. Wu Yuxue's consciousness entered the space. Where did these items come from? The spatial ring was a stroke of luck, rare but not unique, yet for the sake of safety, she had hidden it within her flesh. Even the Wu family was unaware. Initially, it contained only a few articles of clothing and half a bottle of water, pitifully meager. The only valuable item was a special anti-inflammatory medication she had secretly saved after sustaining a serious injury. But now, it was filled with a mishmash of items. The oversized beast Fong she had used to destroy the toilet, along with a couple of palm-sized stone slabs, inscribed with symbols resembling some ancient script. There was a palpable sense of historical significance. Aside from these, there was a large clump of black and white fur. Wu Yuxue tucked it away in a concealed corner and extracted the fur from the space. Its texture was soft and delightful to the touch. Unable to resist, Wu Yuxue rubbed it between her fingers. She instinctively thought that with the cold weather approaching, this would surely keep her warm if placed in her clothing. Though it was a bit scant, suddenly, her thoughts shifted and she became cautious. Such a wondrous item as a spatial ring could only be possessed by one user. Since acquiring it, she had never revealed it to anyone, yet now, it contained extraneous items. Where did they come from? Whose were they? Who had entered her space? Could they potentially harm her through the spatial ring? With the additional items, Wu Yuxue was unable to deduce the identity of the intruder. Yet, just observing these items felt peculiar and wrong. Who would collect ancient artifacts during an apocalypse? And the beast's Fong? A Fong the size of a palm must belong to a creature at least 4 meters tall, Wu Yuxue speculated. At that moment, a fruit with alternating shades of red and green suddenly appeared in the space. Wu Yuxue blinked, realizing that someone was indeed sharing her space. Upon retrieving the fruit, a look of delight crossed Wu Yuxue's face. Does it contain energy? Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she instinctively tightened her grip. This was an extraordinary fruit of an alien plant. Though Wu Yuxue's ability core had shattered, she remained an ability user at her core, still capable of sensing energy fluctuations in the aftermath of the apocalypse. The rules of the world have irrevocably transformed. Zombies roam the land, and extraordinary beings have emerged, with even flora and fauna possessing the potential for mutation. Some of these extraordinary beings are referred to as beast tamers, for they have the ability to command mutated animals. The evolutionary paths of these anomalous plants are remarkably diverse. Within their safe zone, there exists a mutated tomato. When the tomato ripens and falls, it transforms into a fireball. As long as the flame is not extinguished by human intervention, it will burn eternally. Consequently, a specialized assessment center has been established within the safe zone. These mutated flora and fauna hold the promise of monetary gain. Meanwhile, on the other end of the spatial ring, in a valley clearing, members of the Xingxue tribe, clad in animal skins and adorned with long black and white tails, are engaged in a solemn prayer ceremony. Men, women, and children alike kneel reverently upon the ground, their lips whispering incantations. Yet one figure stands apart. Heatsong, the chieftain of the Xingxue tribe, towers above on a raised platform, his robust physique resembling a majestic mountain, exuding an imposing presence. Adorned with intricate accessories made from beast fangs, he too possesses a long tail, silver-streaked with black. However, on his muscular abdomen, 3 deep wounds, visible to the bone, continue to ooze blood, enveloping him in a faint smell of iron. Upon closer inspection, one might notice the pallor of his lips, a sign of his grievous injuries. Yet this sense of fragility is overshadowed by an aura of raw, untamed ferocity, making it difficult for one to notice at first glance. Heatsong does not join his kin in their prayers. He harbors no faith in deities. If a god truly existed, how could they bear witness to the plight of his tribe? Thus, his mind wanders. Heatsong realizes that the fruit he had previously discarded into the spatial ring has vanished. Moreover, some items he had placed within are flickering in and out of existence. They vanish for a moment, only to reappear again. Heatsong's long tail curls in a questioning arc. Who? Chapter 3. What is this person saying? Wu Xingxue was taken aback. Questioning who was speaking, was it the other individual sharing her space? But what was this person saying? In her previous life as a mercenary, Wu Xingxue had encountered people from many nations and had heard numerous obscure languages. Yet, she had never come across this one that possessed a peculiar rhythm. The only certainty was that the speaker was a man, and he was not within her safe zone. Her knowledge. There were 3 safe zones established. The first, second, and third. She resided in the second safe zone, which was located inland, where there were hardly 2 foreigners to be found, let alone someone from a lesser-known country. The identity of the individual was becoming increasingly enigmatic. Wu Xingxue clutched the fruit in her palm, hesitating for a few moments. Regardless of the origin of this fruit, it needed to be dealt with to resolve her immediate predicament. She resolved to sell the fruit for money. Otherwise, in her current state, seeking lodging in a communal dormitory would be tantamount to courting death. With dusk approaching, she could no longer afford to delay. As autumn had set in, Wu Xingxue exchanged her summer short-sleeved shirt for a few sheets of homeware paper and a pencil from a half-grown child. She doodled on the paper, wrapping her only valuable anti-inflammatory medicine within, folding it into a paper crane, and placing it into her space. Consider this a trade, Wu Xingxue murmured. Given the language barrier, she preferred not to waste her breath. Drawing and guessing would be the most convenient means of communication. Silently, she prayed that her kindergarten-level drawings would be comprehensible to the other party. Without sparing a glance at his reaction, Wu Xingxue began to jog. If she delayed any longer, the identification hall would soon close. The prayer ritual concluded rapidly, and Heatsong remained oblivious to the abnormality within the ring of the world. Tribe leader Mu glanced at Heatsong's wound. His expression a mix of disapproval and concern. The elders of the E tribe have advised you against participating in the prayer ritual in your condition, especially since you do not believe in the divine. With such injuries, even with daily use of secret medicine and without proper care, you could lose your life. Why do you disregard the elders' counsel? The elders of the E tribe were the most esteemed herbalists of the Xingxue tribe. Mu had grown up alongside Heatsong, their bond remarkably close. Heatsong regarded Mu's nagging with patience, assuring him, "Do not fret. I want he perish just yet." Mu's long tail flicked with agitation. Not dead yet. If it weren't for the secret medicine, you would have already succumbed that day. It's all the fault of the flying wolves and the red foxes. Their treachery in launching a surprise attack is despicable. Should I find the opportunity, I shall surely flay them alive. We orcs have always upheld honor. To think they resorted to such underhanded tactics to annihilate our Xingxue tribe is utterly disgraceful. Though conflicts were common among the various orc tribes, they all revered face-to-face confrontations as the true measure of strength and dignity. It had been years since they had witnessed such treacherous ambushes. Had it not been for the elder chief's demise, they would not have reached such dire straits. Mu's expression shifted as he glanced at Xingxue with growing concern. Xingxue lowered his gaze. His tail, now thicker and more vibrant in hue, flicking in agitation. The elder chief was Xingxue's father, and a month prior, they had prepared for the impending cold season, leading to a series of skirmishes for water and food resources. Most of the youthful warriors had followed the elder chief, leaving Xingxue, as the next tribal leader, to remain behind. In previous years, the Xingxue tribe had sustained minimal losses, but this time, calamity struck. The tribe was severely diminished. With mostly juvenile and elderly beasts remaining, and only a handful of young warriors, the tribe members could hardly afford to mourn, for soon after, the Flying Wolves and Red Fox tribes had unexpectedly allied to launch a nighttime attack. Xingxue sustained severe injuries while defending his kin. The Xingxue tribe occupied the prime territory, coveted by neighboring tribes for years, and they now stood vigil outside, waiting for the opportunity to strike. Their only apprehension lay with Xingxue, the most valiant warrior of this generation. In their eyes, should the injured Xingxue perish, it would be their moment to attack. Externally, Xingxue appeared to have only 3 wounds on his abdomen. Yet these were deep enough to have injured his internal organs. Internally, he suffered various fractures, rendering his condition dire. Even with the tribe's secret medicine, neglecting proper care could lead to fatality. Furthermore, the surrounding tribes would not grant him ample time for recovery. Feeling the throbbing pain within, Xingxue maintained a composed demeanor, analyzing the situation. They could wait no more than 3 days. Everyone had witnessed the severity of his injuries. Without the secret medicine to sustain him, he would only last 3 days. 3 days? Our stock of healing medicine is insufficient. That duration will hardly suffice for the warriors to recuperate. And you, Chief. Mu's tail whipped through the air with a whoosh. The Flying Wolves had long coveted their young. Should their kin fall into their hands, they would undoubtedly suffer unspeakable indignities. Xingxue's expression remained calm, his voice steady and authoritative. Relay the message. 3 days from now. It will be the Xingxue tribe's moment of reckoning. Everyone must be prepared. I will lead our kin to face the enemy. Mu, select a few clever young tribe members and some juveniles to prepare for what lies ahead. 3 days hence, we shall fight to ensure their escape. The Xingxue tribe shall meet its end on the battlefield, not through disgrace. Mu's eyes sparkled with determination. Indeed, to sit idly and await our doom. To listen to the wails of our kin is not the way of the Xingxue tribe. This unwavering loyalty to Xingxue stemmed from the fact that, regardless of the predicament, this young chief possessed a remarkable ability to inspire hope. Xingxue raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing his lips. Let the tribe members eat well. Do not let the other beast tribes benefit from our provisions. As Xingxue departed, a faint aura of despair enveloped Xingxue. He retrieved the paper crane from the ring of the world, his expression filled with curiosity. What is this? Upon squeezing it, he felt something inside, that he was unfamiliar with paper, but recognized its fragility. Carefully, he unfolded it to reveal a small white, flat object. As he examined the drawing on the paper, he discerned it depicted a juvenile. Xingxue quickly confirmed that it reflected his artistic skills from the age of 10. He understood the other party's intention. The anomaly within his ring of the world was caused by a juvenile whose connection to him was inexplicable and who had exchanged the fruit he had discarded for this white object. Just then, someone outside the cave softly spoke. Chief, the elder of the E tribe, entered the cave, his age evident in his diminished control, revealing more beastly traits. His withered silver hair was crowned with a pair of mottled pointed ears, and his age-spotted face was adorned with a few strands of silvery hair, his long tail, dull in sheen, swaying anxiously. Upon seeing Xingxue's pallor, He furrowed his brow. Chief, you have a fever. Titsong's shoulder-length hair was neatly braided into several small plaits. Framing his resolute face, which now bore a hint of a flush, Titsong dismissed his physical ailment with indifference, merely stating, "It's just a fever." The elder of the E tribe raised his silver eyebrows in disapproval. Just a fever. He glanced at Titsong's grotesque abdominal wounds. By nightfall, your fever will escalate further. Your injuries are already severe enough to be life-threatening. If you do not reduce your fever promptly, you may not survive 3 days. Titsong licked his dry lips. The secret medicine is ineffective? We shall see how you fare tonight. It's all the fault of those shameless beasts. If they weren't guarding outside, I could have fetched you some fever-reducing herbs. Alas, after the elder departed, Titsong was left alone. He shook his head, the fever leaving him feeling somewhat dazed. He needed to do something to distract himself. He could not afford to succumb to high fever. His kin depended on him. Titsong once again produced the creased paper and the small wooden stick he had overlooked earlier. A mere glance revealed its purpose. He began to draw on the paper, pondering why the juvenile remained silent, yet finding solace in engaging in a little game with the juvenile during this dull yet pressing moment. Thus, he sketched an image and inquired, "What is this flat object?" On the other side, Xingxue had already arrived at the identification hall. "I would like to make an identification. Chapter 4, wishing you success in defeating Xingxue. If at Iasin, T. Miss Wu." A bespectacled woman behind the counter spoke in a mocking tone, scrutinizing her with malicious intent. "Hurry up with the identification. I'm pressed for time." The woman momentarily faltered. Caught off guard, Wu Xingxue frowned. "Are you capable of doing it? If not, I'll find someone else." The bespectacled woman's face turned a ghastly shade of red and white. Another staff member stepped in, smiling warmly with dimples. "I'm Changlan, a staff member here. Please hand me the item you wish to identify." Wu Xingxue handed the fruit to Changlan. The latter operated a machine before her, which was quite simple, essentially a half-height machine capable of detecting the properties of items through energy fluctuations. Once the fruit was placed inside, the machine emitted a clicking sound. 3 seconds later, a mechanical voice announced, "Unknown plant fruit, possessing restorative properties. Degree of restoration unknown." The onlookers fell silent in an instant. The 2 staff members widened their eyes in disbelief. IT can directly affect a person? In this era of resource scarcity, medical supplies are in high demand, and the few capable healers are akin to precious gems. When injuries are grave, even the wealthiest individuals may find it impossible to hire a healer. 1 Can only imagine the immense value of this so-called fruit that promises rapid restoration. "I offer 500 United coins. It's mine. You dare to speak? I'll raise it to 700. As an explorer, I have a greater need." Wu Xingxue cast a glance at a few greedy souls mingling in the crowd. The thought of her shattered ability core crossed her mind. Restoration effect? She wondered if it could mend her ability core. She raised her hand, popped the fruit into her mouth, and bit down with a crunch. "Don't eat it," a voice cried out from the crowd, hoarse from shouting. The testing hall fell silent, everyone dumbfounded, eyes fixated on Wu Xingxue, cheeks bulging as she chewed. The Wu Xingxue crushed the seed and swallowed it whole, then calmly turned and left, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. The few restless individuals watched her retreating figure with reluctance, but did not pursue. The fruit could indeed be consumed directly. It was a rarity in the safe zone. "Who knows if she has more? I want to taste it." 2.1 person pondered aloud. Someone exclaimed in wonder, confusion etched on their face. "She isn't even injured. Iasin, she eating for nothing? Who says she is uninjured? Have you forgotten? Her ability core is indeed shattered." "Oh, I see." Someone suddenly realized she aims to restore her ability core. The bespectacled staff member scoffed, a deep resentment flickering in his eyes. Such a worthless fruit, and she thinks it can restore her ability core? Even if it could, she doesn't deserve it. "Hey, Luo Jing, don't be so harsh. She is from the Wu family. She might genuinely have a way." Someone teased. Luo Jing huffed, an inscrutable hatred glinting in her eyes, as if something unsaid lingered beneath her words. After exiting the testing hall, Wu Xingxue breathed a sigh of relief. Without her abilities, even thieves dared to set their sights on her. Alas, ironically, she truly feared this. How could she not, when her body was so weak that even a few steps left her gasping for breath. If a transaction occurred on the spot, she would be robbed upon leaving. If not, someone would snatch the fruit. In either case, she would be at a disadvantage, so she might as well consume it herself. Not to mention, the fruit was indeed useful. After consuming it, a wave of warmth surged through her, and the lifeless ability core seemed to awaken with vitality in that moment. However, its effects were not markedly significant. One fruit alone may not yield much, but what if she accumulated more? Could she potentially restore her ability core with these fruits? Wu Xingxue felt a flicker of anticipation arise within her. Simultaneously, her curiosity about another individual in the vicinity deepened. She wished to know where the other had acquired such fruit. Wait! A shout came from behind. Wu Xingxue turned to see a burly man with a shaved head, towering like a bear. It was Mengwei, also a captain of an exploration team. Just like Xingxue, the most interesting part was that these two were usually at odds, always clashing whenever they met. Xingxue often cursed him behind his back, wishing he could defeat Mengwei in his dreams. One could say it was an obsession. Wu Xingxue. Captain Meng, is there something you need? Mengwei, with his large fan-like hand rubbing his bald head, looked at the thin and pale Wu Xingxue and instinctively softened his tone. Little miss, I just wanted to ask if you happen to have that fruit from earlier. He quickly added, if you do, I'm sure you'd want to give it to Xingxue. Your cousin Xingxue, I just meant to say. Mengwei's face flushed red as he struggled to articulate. Wu Xingxue replied calmly, I've already left the Wu family. I have no relations with anyone from the Wu family, including Xingxue. Mengwei opened his mouth but refrained from asking further. However, his demeanor relaxed considerably. That Xingxue is no good. Do you still have any fruit left? Sell it to me. I'll pay a high price, Wu Xingxue regrettably replied. I'm sorry, Captain Meng, but I acquired that fruit by chance, and it's already gone. After a fleeting moment of disappointment, Mengwei returned to normal. Hey, just call me Mengo. Everyone does. Once you know me, we're friends. If you happen to find more of those good things, I hope you'll come to me. Our team is located at 231 in Zone 4. He thumped his chest. I, Mengwei, am trustworthy. You can ask around. I am definitely not the kind to cheat you. Mengwei exuded a sense of generosity and sincerity. Wu Xingxue nodded readily. Sure, if I find more, I'll come to you first. She paused to ask, aren't you afraid I'll swindle you? Mengwei took a moment to comprehend that Wu Xingxue was referring to her tarnished reputation, but he grinned. Hey, I've never seen it myself, so how could I make baseless claims? Wu Xingxue blinked. Look at that, such a decent fellow. No wonder Xingxue, that wretched scoundrel, can't compete with him. I wish you success in defeating that scoundrel Xingxue soon. Wu Xingxue patted Mengwei's sturdy arm. Offering her heartfelt wishes, Mengwei watched her slender figure depart, chuckling. No wonder she was once a Tier 5 powerhouse. Her words are so pleasant. Wu Xingxue wandered around, hoping to find a place to stay for the night. Upon reaching the central area, she overheard a voice. You bunch of worthless bastards who've never birthed a son, get the hell away from me. The voice belonged to an elderly woman. Somewhat familiar. This area had once been a small commercial street, but the shops had closed down and turned into housing, now fully occupied. Not far away, a crowd had gathered, drawn by something unknown, and the curses were emanating from there. Wu Xingxue contemplated for a moment and stepped over. Hey, you old hag. Even if you're halfway in the grave, what use is it to occupy this house? Let me tell you, this is the apocalypse. The old customs of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young no longer apply. You have 2 hours to vacate, or else. 3 young men wearing yellow armbands from the management department appeared to be enforcing housing arrangements. The elderly woman, brandishing a cane and with silver hair flowing, spat vehemently. Nonsense. Don't think I'm senile. The rental period for this house hasn't expired. Your dead husband and son have long since used up their rent. This property now belongs to the safe zone. Get lost. The elderly woman stood her ground. Humph. Don't think I don't know. You're only trying to evict me because you've taken bribes. You re-embezzling. The men were furious, raising their fists in anger, but suddenly, someone seized one of them. Hey, who the hell are you? Let go. The man's arm was twisted behind his back, forcing him to kneel. The elderly woman exclaimed in surprise. Little Xue. Wu Xingxue. with a cold expression, pushed forward, sending the man sprawling to the ground. She clasped her hands behind her back, trembling slightly, after filtering out the various insults in the elderly woman's words. Wu Xingxue grasped the situation. She coldly regarded the three administrators. Grandma Qin's rental doesn't expire for another week. On what grounds do you come to reclaim the house now? This two-story building originally belonged to Grandma Qin, but according to new regulations, all properties within the safe zone, regardless of ownership before the apocalypse, now belong collectively to the safe zone. Want to live here? Then you must rent it with united coins, just like before the apocalypse. Grandma Qin's late husband and son had exchanged their remaining funds for the right to reside in this house, with a week still left on their lease. However, the administrators were attempting to reclaim the house prematurely, which was unjustifiable, and they intended to use violence. The three administrators' faces darkened. They had assumed that an elderly woman wouldn't dare to resist against three grown men. They hadn't anticipated encountering such a fierce old lady, and now they found themselves entangled in this troublesome affair. The onlookers murmured, questioning whether they had indeed taken a bribe, just as the elderly woman had claimed. Wu Xingxue, you're causing trouble again. A cold, impatient male voice emerged from the crowd. Wu Xingxue's eyes narrowed in annoyance. It was Wu Jiyun, the second son of the Wu family, her former second brother. A low-grade tyrant. Chapter 5. Don't let his illness infect you. It's the second son of the Wu family. The Wu family certainly has good genes. Everyone is strikingly handsome. Wu Xingxue felt like a mere mouse droppings among them. Wu Zhihui wouldn't possibly intervene on her behalf. Would he? The Wu family had also been unfortunate. After so many years, they had raised a dog, only to end up with such a venomous viper. Wu navigated through the crowd, clad in a deep gray uniform that perfectly accentuated his broad shoulders and narrow waist. His features were chiseled, with deep-set eyes and tightly pressed lips, exuding an air of cold authority. As the commander of the safe zone, his rank was significant. With just a word, he could easily handle the little administrators. The three administrators broke into a cold sweat on this autumn day, their lips trembling as they struggled to speak. Commander Wu glanced at the three men's armbands, then at Grandma Qin, who was shielded behind Wu Xingxue, her expression guarded as she stared at him. He believed he understood the situation. There are often scoundrels who, having spent their bribes, refuse to leave. The administrators are specifically tasked with dealing with such individuals. Don't make me repeat myself. The three administrators looked up in shock. Realizing that the rumors were true, the Wu family members did not regard Wu Xingxue, this impostor, favorably. Even her own brother wouldn't stand up for her. The man whose arm had been twisted behind his back rolled his eyes and said, Commander, you must help us out. Look at my arm. She did this to me. He groaned, clearly in pain. Wu Jing's expression darkened ominously. In the midst of a flurry of emotions, Wu Xingxue clenched her fists tightly. Gazing at the striking visage of her counterpart, a series of memories flashing before her eyes. Second brother, although it was you who struck first, I did indeed retaliate and engage in a brawl. Why do you not chastise me? Moreover, second brother, I trust that you would never abuse your authority. So even if you were the initiator, it matters not. You shall always believe in me, Ashue. I will forever stand by your side. Wu Xingxue pressed her lips together, pondering that forever also has an expiration date. You expect me to apologize without understanding the full context. Is this the quality expected of a commander? Wu Jiyun's lips curled into a mocking smile. When have you ever been innocent? At that moment, Wu Xingxue's fists relaxed as a similar sarcastic smile adorned her face. The two exchanged glances, a palpable tension brewing between them. Wu Jiyun, the most handsome among the Wu brothers, had always maintained a stern demeanor since childhood. Wu Xingxue relished in teasing him, and each time, he would eventually succumb, smiling with a hint of helplessness. Little did she know that this solemn second brother, who reserved his smiles solely for her, would one day regard her with such disdainful derision. Wu Xingxue refused to acknowledge her fault. An unnameable anger surged within Wu Jiyun, his voice dropping an octave, exuding an oppressive aura. Our Wu family never engages in bullying. Father would never permit you to tarnish our family name. Wu Jiyun had left early, unaware of Wu Xingxue's severed ties with the Wu family due to the lack of communication. Wu Xingxue let out a chuckle. If Wu Jiyun were to learn of the misdeeds of their third brother, he would surely retract his words. Yet, only she was privy to the truth of Wu Ling's actions within the family. With a solemn expression, Wu Xingxue declared, "I have left the Wu family. I am no longer one of you. Please treat me with respect in the future, or do not blame me for my rudeness." Wu Jiyun was momentarily taken aback by the frostiness in her gaze. Wu Xingxue, "What nonsense are you spouting? Are you threatening me?" She scoffed. "Have you stuffed your ears with cotton? You can't hear clearly at such close proximity?" "I will not repeat myself." The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Could it be that Wu Xingxue was truly severing her ties with the Wu family? How audacious for an adopted daughter to speak so boldly to Commander Wu. Wu Jiyun's eyes twitched in anger. How dare she address him in such a manner? Enraged, he unsheathed the whip from his waist. "Wu Xingxue, will you apologize or not?" Wu Xingxue, now amused, took 2 steps back before suddenly charging forward. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed someone even swifter, a projectile hurtling towards them. Granny Qin, with her slender legs firmly planted, swung her cane, striking Wu Jiyun on the head with a resounding crack. The sound echoed like a bell tolling. The crowd gasped in disbelief. In the next moment, Wu Xingxue arrived. Colliding forcefully with Wu Jiyun's chest, he staggered back, losing his whip, barely managing to regain his balance. The crowd murmured in shock. Wu Jiyun, trembling, pointed a shaky finger at Wu Xingxue and Granny Qin. You both." Granny Qin erupted in anger. "What do you mean by you? I see you looking all prim and proper, yet unable to distinguish right from wrong. Little Xue is still your sister, and you dare to scold her? I spit on you. With such a despicable character, you dare call yourself her brother? Little Xue should cut ties with scum like you, lest she be tainted by your foulness." Wu Xingxue felt a surge of emotion, tears brimming in her eyes. Granny Qin, how well you speak. She was truly a person who understood gratitude, in stark contrast to the Wu family, who were nothing but ungrateful wretches. A month prior, during the battle where her ability core shattered, she had saved Granny Qin's son before attempting to rescue Wu Yumian. Regrettably, Granny Qin's son perished during an exploration mission, and her husband had passed away 6 months prior, leaving her alone. The onlookers had witnessed Wu Jiyun being double-teamed, and his fury was palpable. "You dare to openly assault a commander? I will have you sent to the inspection department." The inspection department held authority akin to a pre-apocalypse administrative office and police station, overseeing all matters. Fighting within the safety zone was strictly forbidden, and violators faced severe punishment. Granny Qin was unperturbed. "Then I shall report you for slander. My lease still has a week remaining. Yet they've accepted bribes to evict me early and resorted to violence." Little Xue was merely lending a helping hand. Wu Jiyun was momentarily taken aback, but upon observing the guilty expressions of the 3 administrators, he realized Granny Qin spoke the truth, that he had not anticipated that Wu Xingxue was indeed innocent. The murmurs of the crowd felt like daggers in his back. Wu Xingxue relished in the changes in his expression, a sense of triumph swelling within her. Wu Jiyun was the epitome of pride, living for his reputation. To humiliate him publicly was akin to stripping him of his dignity. Gritting his teeth, Wu Jiyun glared at the 3 administrators who had misled him, then turned to Wu Xingxue. "How many times have you harmed Yumian? You act recklessly and then blame others for misunderstanding you. Do not think that I will forgive you simply because you performed a good deed outside." Wu Xingxue rolled her eyes. "What madness is this, Wu Jiyun? If you have nothing better to do, then leave." Wu Jiyun's pupils constricted. "What did you say?" "I said leave. Do you understand? Stop making a fool of yourself." Wu Jiyun's face contorted in rage. "Who taught you to speak to your elder brother like this? What about your upbringing as a member of the Wu family?" Wu Xingxue brushed off the dust from her sleeves. Her eyes filled with derision. "But this is all you taught me. Dear second brother." Wu Jiyun's pupils flickered. That was during the Wu family's banquet when Wu Xingxue had doused Wu Yumian in wine, ruining the dress she had anticipated for a month. A unique piece crafted by a designer. Wu Jiyun had demanded an apology from Wu Xingxue publicly. She had merely arched an eyebrow, smirking, and tossed a drink at Wu Yumian again, stating, "See, this is what I meant to do." Time had dulled Wu Jiyun's memory of Wu Xingxue's expression, but he distinctly recalled her solitary departure, holding her head high as she walked away, her silhouette both proud and defiant. Chapter 6. No better solution that occasion was indeed a public humiliation for Yummian. It could not possibly be claimed that Yummian had ruined her own gown. Wu Xingxue found no desire to argue. For it was futile. She had indeed tried to defend herself. But every time she spoke, the Wu family acted as if bewitched, failing to believe her. Initially, her older brother and mother would speak on her behalf. But eventually, they only scolded her to apologize to Wu Yummian. Wu Xingxue was aware of Wu Yumian's underhanded schemes, but she had no time to engage with her at home. She was occupied with various competitions and training. Sometimes away for over a month. In contrast, Wu Yummian spent far more time with the family. But Wu Xingxue could not afford to sacrifice her dreams and aspirations merely to contend for their affection. Thus, to avoid further unnecessary conflict, Wu Xingxue retaliated on the spot, which only solidified the family's belief that she was the one bullying Wu Yummian. Claiming indifference would be a lie. Her heart was made of flesh. In her previous life, she had been devoid of emotions, consumed by her mission, but the years spent with the Wu family had rekindled her understanding of familial warmth, allowing her to feel once more. Yet, it was they who had carved out her heart. Now, it was her decision to excise the rotting flesh. She never denied her feelings for the Wu family, but those sentiments had withered away amidst their repeated coldness and reprimands. Over the past 3 years of the apocalypse, Wu Xingxue had given far more than what the Wu family had ever provided. Now, it was the Wu family who owed her, and she would never forget the grudge against Wu Yummian for her treachery and for causing her ability core to shatter. Raising her voice, Wu Xingxue reiterated, "I shall say this once more. I have long repaid my debt of gratitude for being raised. From this moment on, I, Wu Xingxue, have no ties to the Wu family." She raised an eyebrow. "You should be satisfied now, Commander Wu, so you needn't worry about me causing trouble under the Wu name and tarnishing your family's reputation." Wu Jiyun's body stiffened. In truth, that was not his intention. But he replied, "Do as you wish." Casting a sidelong glance at the 3 administrators who had embarrassed him, Wu Jin ordered, "You need not return tomorrow." The administrators fell to their knees, pleading for mercy. But Wu Jiyun, with a cold expression, did not even glance their way as he turned to leave, the crowd parting to let him pass. Young girls whispered excitedly, "So handsome. He is just like a real-life domineering CO." Wu Xingxue smirked. If only they knew that the domineering Wu Jiyun had a clock in daily to earn a meager salary and relied on her to subsidize his lavish lifestyle. Their illusions would shatter. Was she truly severing ties with the Wu family? Her heart raced, conveying a subtle unease. Did he think to intimidate her? As the crowd dispersed, Granny Qin, learning of Wu Xingxue's estrangement from the Wu family, inquired with concern about her living situation and how she was faring. Wu Xingxue felt warmth envelop her, akin to a crackling fire. The family she had once cherished, who had wished for her disappearance upon her departure, were now fearful she might take even the slightest advantage of their name. Yet here was Granny Qin, who, despite her own losses, treated her with utmost care. Perhaps it is simply the nature of the Wu family, and it is only now that she has come to realize it. Granny Qin is aware that Wu Xingxue has yet to find a place to stay, glancing at the darkening sky. She raises her cane with vigor and declares, "You shall stay with me, and I will not charge you a penny. However, this house is only available for a week, so do not turn your nose up at it. I will find a way to extend the lease as soon as possible." Granny Qin's eyes are filled with gratitude for her benefactor and a protective affection for the younger generation. Wu Xingxue shakes her head gently, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, Granny Qin, but you know I have offended quite a few people in the past. If someone were to cause trouble, it might implicate you. Who dares to come and scold me?" Granny Qin retorts, hands on her hips, exuding an energy that rivals Wu Xingxue's. "All right then, as long as you do not mind, settling comfortably that we are now like family. After all, at least we can keep each other company." Ultimately, Wu Xingxue cannot bring herself to refuse Granny Qin's kindness, but a part of her is also concerned that if the old lady gets too excited, that cane might come crashing down on her head. She had heard the sound when it struck Wu Jiyun, and it had hurt quite a bit. She is assigned to the room of Granny Qin's son. That night, Wu Xingxue politely declines the thin blanket offered by the old lady, accepting only the jacket left behind by her son. Yet, she still finds herself shivering and unable to sleep. All she has in her space are summer clothes, which do little to keep out the cold that seeps into her bones. Suddenly, she recalls the black and white fur she has stored away. IT should provide warmth when nestled between her clothing upon entering her space. Wu Xingxue discovers a piece of paper lying there. She retrieves it and, under the moonlight, examines its contents. The artistry of the other party surpasses her own, and she quickly comprehends the message. They are inquiring about the nature of the medicine. Wu Xingxue facepalms. In her haste earlier that afternoon, she had forgotten to mention that it was an anti-inflammatory. She finds herself sketching and scribbling once more, her mind racing. After searching her thoughts for some time, she recalls the promotional material for the auction held a couple of days prior. The highlight of this auction was a peculiar plant that mimicked the form of a parrot capable of speech and song. What piqued Wu Xingxue's interest was the claim that this extraordinary plant possessed translation abilities. Whether this is true or not remains uncertain, but even if it were, she could not afford it. Wu Xingxue sprawls out on the wooden bed, feeling defeated. The grand finale of an auction typically starts at 50,000. She is only 52. A wicked thought crosses her mind. Why not wait and seize it instead? Just as this notion flits through her mind, she begins to scold herself. Her resolve strengthens, though a twinge of regret lingers that I am a law-abiding citizen. Get a grip, she sighs. Indeed, the paths to wealth are all written in the rules. Meanwhile, Hitsong has also taken note of the process that resumed after the paper disappeared. He examines the content on the page, his golden, beastly eyes glimmering in the reflection of the flames on the wall. A remedy for fever? How fortuitous, as it perfectly aligns with my current symptoms. Hitsong hurriedly summons Elder E. Take a look at this. Is it medicine? He presents the small white tablet to Elder E, who inspects it cautiously, the minuscule piece hardly visible in his palm. This is unrecognizable that I do not detect any herbal scent. Elder Yi's brow furrows in suspicion. Where did this come from? It hardly resembles any medicine I've seen. Such a minuscule amount, what could it possibly cure? Fever, Hitsong replies. Elder Yi's beard bristles in indignation. Impossible, absolutely impossible. In nearly a century of my life, I've never encountered such a thing. You can't possibly have been deceived by some vile beast. His body is growing increasingly warm, and he fears he might not survive until 3 days later. Hitsong inquires, let us not concern ourselves with the treatment just yet. Can you determine if it is poisonous? Elder E, seeing that Hitsong is resolute, reluctantly scrapes a bit of powder from the tablet, sniffing it before placing a small amount on his tongue. After a moment, he furrows his brow and says, as far as I can tell, it appears non-toxic, but I cannot guarantee its safety. This medicine does not resemble what we, the beastmen, produce. Suddenly, Elder E narrows his eyes. Chief, you do not intend to consume this, do you? Hitsong raises an eyebrow, his demeanor growing more erratic with an air of desperation. Elder, what you carry on your person is the future of our entire Qiong tiger tribe. We cannot afford to take risks. Just then, Elder Yi's vision blurs, and the tablet vanishes, leaving Hitsong seemingly swallowing something. Chief, how could you? Elder Yi feels a mix of regret and anger, only to see Hitsong's nonchalant smile fade away. With no better options available, he reasons that if it proves useful, he might regain some strength in 3 days. Even if it does not help, he has little to lose. After all, his time is limited. Elder E lets out a heavy sigh, his eyes filled with sorrow. Let us see if this peculiar medicine is of any use. As he walks away, he turns his back and adds, I do not expect it to reduce your fever. All I hope is that you suffer no other ailments from it. Hitsong's decision to consume the tablet was not impulsive. The young beast in the ring possesses a kind heart. He could have simply taken the fruit, yet he chose to exchange it for the medicine. Moreover, it is merely a young beast. Why go through such trouble to harm him? Hitsong chuckles softly. When the paper reappears from the space, Wu Xingxue is shivering. Chapter 7. She actually dares to stay out all night. That IT is freezing. Preoccupied with thoughts of the mysterious person's restorative fruit, she currently possesses nothing else to offer in exchange. Thus, she cannot afford to disturb those fluffy furs. She hopes to establish a friendly foundation for communication with the other party and strives to reach an agreement. She truly requires the restorative fruit. The drawings imply that the other party consumed the special medicine. Wu Xingxue frowns. If one assumes he understands that the medicine is anti-inflammatory and fever-reducing, it indicates that he is injured. This is not good news. At the same time, Wu Xingxue finds it strange that is he truly willing to take a chance on medicine from a stranger? Unable to think of a solution, she decides not to dwell on it. Whether he consumes it or not is unimportant. The crucial matter is that he does not die. Otherwise, her chances of obtaining the restorative fruit will vanish. Growing anxious, Wu Xingxue flips over the paper and finds the last blank space. Sketching a few fruit designs, she originally intended to express that she could exchange other resources for the restorative fruit, but her drawing skills are limited, so she abandons that idea. She simply hopes the other party understand her intentions immediately. A young beast that enjoys fruit is likely of the herbivorous variety. Heatsong and his Xiong tiger tribe prefer meat. Fruits merely serve as a means to supplement hydration. Occasionally, when prey is scarce, they will resort to them to stave off hunger. Recalling the fruit he had casually tossed in earlier, it seems the young beast rather enjoyed it. Unfortunately, he no longer possesses such fruits. He wonders if this one will be to the young beast's liking. Without hesitation, Heatsong places 4 fruit-shaped droplets from the stone platform into his space. These ordinary little fruits are abundant on the mountain, were it not for his current inability to venture out and gather more. He could easily fill the young beast's arms with them. Heatsong furrows his brow, pressing his forehead as a weight settles heavily upon him, as if a 1,000-pound stone rests atop his head. 2 curved horns uncontrollably pierce through his scalp, and his form rapidly expands as a fine layer of fur envelopes him, quickly lengthening and thickening into patches of pure white hair, interspersed with irregularly shaped strands of dark fur. His jaws jut forward, forming a broad and powerful maw, sharp fangs erupting from his gums. In the blink of an eye, a massive Xiong tiger beast, over 5 meters long, curls up and falls into a deep slumber. Heatsong feels as if he has entered a dream, his body ignited by fire, only to plunge into icy spring waters. The gentle streams wash over him, and in this comfort he slips into an even deeper sleep. Wu Xingxue gazes at the 4 teardrop-shaped fruits, rendered speechless. They are fruits, yet not the one she desires. Acknowledging that she is in a position of seeking help, she feels she has no right to be choosy. Logically, she should offer something in return, but the most valuable medicine she possessed has already been given away. Wu Xingxue sighs at her own poverty, realizing that she cannot even afford to offer a token of appreciation. Reciprocity is the foundation for lasting relationships. For the sake of future prospects, Wu Xingxue believes she must resolve her financial troubles swiftly. She retrieves the teardrop-shaped fruits, golden in hue and resembling small pears. Remarkably, they possess energy. Wu Xingxue's eyes sparkle with intrigue. This situation is becoming increasingly bizarre. What is the true identity of this individual? He is so generous, yet remains unaware of who she is, handing over energy fruits without hesitation. Is he simply naive and wealthy, or does he harbor ulterior motives? Afterward, the space falls silent, the other party seemingly devoid of any further requests for exchange items. Wu Xingxue, with her scanned information, is unable to make an informed judgment. She slaps her thigh in exasperation. Oh, hell with it. I am so impoverished. What is there to agonize over? Tomorrow, she will seek an appraisal. If these fruits possess restorative properties that could aid in repairing her ability core, she would be able to offer whatever he desires. In the past, Wu Xingxue, as a high-level ability user, held a status that even Wu Jiyun, the pretender, could not match. Alas, it is unfortunate that it has all been squandered on those worthless men. Wu Xingxue spits in disdain and collapses into slumber. Meanwhile, the Wu family villa is ablaze with lights that in the safety zone. Very few can afford electricity. In the living room, 3 individuals sit on the sofa. Their faces pale. The air is thick with a foul odor that has rendered their noses numb. Though Shun Qian is over 40, she appears to be in her 30s at most. It is evident that she has never endured any hardships. She gently shook her head, her demeanor exuding elegance. Shun Qian, feeling a sense of comfort, affectionately patted her head. Wu Yamayan remarked, "Sister must have been provoked during the day, which is why she broke the toilet." It certainly was not intentional. Did Wu Shuiying not hear that she had severed ties? It was late at night, disrupting her beauty's sleep, and yet she had to remain here today as soon as he entered. He instinctively took several steps back, covering his nose, his face a mask of terror. What on earth have you all been doing at home? Why does it smell so foul? Xingxue pulled Wu Jian inside, who was on the verge of suffocation. Xingxue exclaimed, "Isn't it all because of Wu Shuiying?" She argued with her uncle this afternoon, and after a few harsh words from him, she declared she would cut ties. When she left, she pretended to go to the restroom and ended up breaking the toilet. You should have seen it. Those images flashed in Xingxue's mind, and he began to retch again. He hadn't finished his sentence when Wu Jian, having filled in the blanks, felt her throat churn twice, but ultimately managed to suppress it. Then, her expression drastically altered. Where on earth did she go to the restroom? Xingxue paused, realizing that Wu Jian's room was on the first floor, directly across from the restroom. Upon seeing his expression, Wu Jian dashed back to her room like the wind. She let out a scream reminiscent of a prairie dog. Just like Wu Shang's earlier that day. Xingxue felt an intense headache coming on. Forget it, everyone should just go to bed early that I'll check on your second brother. He has a cleanliness obsession and must have been deeply affected. Once Xingxue left, Xingxue complained, "I think Uncle was rather lenient today. Not only did he leave our entire family engulfed in the stench, but he also dares to stay out all night. Does she expect us to go searching for her?" Wu Yimayan recalled Wu Shuiying's state during the day and felt a certain unease. However, it was clear that the other members of the Wu family were oblivious to the situation. Wu Yimayan softly said, "Surely not. Sister cannot be so thoughtless, can she?" Xingxue replied, "How could she not be? When it comes to causing trouble, who in our family can rival her?" Xingxue was adamant, his eyes sparkling with determination. "Let us turn off the lights and catch her in the act when she sneaks in at midnight," Wu Yimayan retorted. "What does that have to do with me? Her beauty sleep." However, she couldn't refuse, as Xingxue was currently her financial benefactor. Unlike that foolish Wu Shuiying who selflessly dedicated herself to the Wu family, Wu Yimayan had her own interests at heart. In the darkness, she did not bother to conceal the scheming glimmer in her eyes, her voice as soft as flowing water. "Cousin, would you accompany me to tomorrow's auction? Who else will pay if you don't?" Xingxue, completely unsuspecting, replied, "Of course, your birthday is also approaching, so no need to worry about wasting money. Whatever you fancy, I will buy for you." Wu Yimayan exclaimed, That is not what I meant. I just feel that there will be too many people at the auction. And I'm a bit frightened." "Cousin, you are so kind to me." The more she said this, the more Xingxue felt she was both sensible and considerate. "Fear not. With me by your side, no one will dare to bully you. I am your cousin. If I do not treat you well, who will?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Xingxue felt a wave of deja vu. Hadn't he said something similar before? Wu Yimayan interrupted his thoughts. "Cousin, you are the best, but you must listen to me. When we go, you mustn't spend any money, okay? I have my own funds," Xingxue nonchalantly agreed. Wu Yimayan smiled, confident that this gullible fool would undoubtedly part with his money. With someone else footing the bill, she decided she must acquire the show-stopping item at the auction, a talking and singing exotic parrot. According to the promotional material, this creature even had a translation feature. Although it might be somewhat trivial, it held significant collectible value, and she adored it. As the sun rose, Xingxue and Wu Yimayan exchanged weary glances, both sporting dark circles under their eyes. "That I won't let this go with her." Chapter 8. A clash of enemies. Miss Wu. Wu Shuiying greeted Chenglan, who was behind the counter, with a smile. She had arrived early at the appraisal center, eager to discover the effects of the 4 fruits. Chenglan replied, "Are you here for appraisal today as well?" Luo Jing, having finished attending to another customer, turned to see Wu Shuiying and rolled her eyes at Chenglan. "Chenglan, you ought to be more discerning. Not everyone should be welcomed." Wu Shuiying glanced at Luo Jing and handed over a droplet-shaped fruit, saying, "Test this one." Chenglan took it and turned to apologize. "Miss Wu, please wait a moment. The machine is undergoing brief maintenance. It will be ready in a few minutes." Luo Jing crossed her arms and scoffed. "What luck to stumble upon a fruit with special effects. And now you think all fruits are exotic plants." The appraisal center occasionally issued special tasks, and some individuals would test intriguing exotic flora and fauna for sale on the spot. So the lobby was rather crowded. Upon hearing Luo Jing's remarks, and looking more closely, the crowd recognized Wu Shuiying. She had tested a fruit with restorative properties the previous day, only to consume it on the spot. By the way, Luo Jing, didn't you say yesterday that the fruit she brought was worthless? How does it feel to be slapped in the face today? Luo Jing and Cheng Lan were regular staff members at the appraisal center, so frequent visitors recognized them. Luo Jing's lips twitched as she shot a glare at the instigator. She hadn't forgotten. Snatching the fruit from Cheng Lan's hand, she declared, "Isn't this just a pear? What's so remarkable about it?" Cheng Lan's face turned pale. Be careful not to damage it. What's there to fear? It's just a worthless pear. With our salaries, can't we afford one? Luo Jing cast a sidelong glance at Wu Shuiying. Cheng Lan, take my advice. Some people aren't worth your effort to curry favor with. You still don't know? This disgrace from the Wu family was kicked out just yesterday. Now she's nothing but a stray dog. There are plenty of people like you who bring useless trinkets for testing. Hoping to strike it rich? Dream on. Good fortune won't fall upon someone who betrays their comrades and harms the Wu family's heiress. Wu Shuiying, observing the intense hatred radiating from Luo Jing, suddenly asked, "Do you know Wu Yimayan? That's related to that dead person. What is your relation to him?" "Family. Lover." Luo Jing gritted her teeth. "The person you abandoned was my brother." Wu Shuiying narrowed her eyes that a month ago, on the front lines, Wu Yimayan, who had clung to her for dear life, turned out to be Luo Jing's brother. Cheng Lan was taken aback, having worked with Luo Jing for so long. She was unaware of this detail. And oh wonder Luo Jing was so hostile toward Wu Shuiying. It truly was a case of enemies meeting with heightened animosity. Wu Shuiying had indeed committed a grave sin. It was rumored that when Luo Jing's brother was rescued by the Wu family's heiress, he was still alive. If Wu Shuiying hadn't panicked and abandoned him, the heiress could have saved him. The Wu family members were generally good people. The true heiress was a kind girl, but Wu Shuiying was simply heartless. How could she sleep soundly at night, unafraid that Luo Jing's brother would seek revenge? What a joke! She dares to brazenly abandon her comrades. Who knows what other heinous act she has committed in the past? In my opinion, she should kneel and apologize to Luo Jing right now. The murmurs of the crowd reached Luo Jing's ears. Wu Shuiying, I demand that you kneel and apologize to my brother. Furthermore, you must compensate our family with 10,000 united coins every month. 10,000? That's quite a sum. Shouldn't Luo Jing just quit her job and let Wu Shuiying support the entire family? But wait, Wu Shuiying has been expelled from the Wu family. How is she supposed to come up with 10,000 each month? To everyone's surprise, Wu Shuiying suddenly laughed. Luo Jing felt an inexplicable sense of humiliation. What are you laughing at? What face do you have to laugh? Wu Shuiying replied, You have the audacity to speak? You demand 10,000 as if you could fly to the heavens yourself? If you're out of your mind, go get help. Now hand over my fruit for Cheng Lan to test. Wu Shuiying noticed that the machine had stopped running, indicating it was likely operational again. Luo Jing, stung by the insult, clenched the fruit tightly, raising it high. Unless you kneel and beg me, I will crush it. The fruit was small, and a healthy adult woman like Luo Jing could easily crush it with all her strength. The crowd gathered around, eagerly awaiting Wu Shuiying's embarrassment. Suddenly, Wu Shuiying made her move. Bang! Not even Luo Jing or those nearby could catch her action. She had already grabbed Luo Jing's head and forcefully pressed it on the counter. Wow, she is so fierce. Weren't we told she was a useless person now? How can a useless person move so quickly? She showed no signs of hesitation. Wu Shuiying lowered her gaze. Had it been before her injury, with all her strength, Luo Jing's brains would have splattered everywhere by now. Let me go. It hurts, Wu Shuiying. Are you insane? Are you trying to kill someone in public? Luo Jing's face was being squashed against the counter, contorting in pain. Wu Shuiying swiftly snatched the fruit from her hand. Releasing her grasp, Luo Jing stumbled backward, her face swollen and red, tears brimming in her eyes. Wu Shuiying suddenly proposed, Dare to gamble with me. If this fruit has special effects, you must give me one of your arms. If it does not, I will agree to pay you 10,000 each month. Luo Jing was taken aback by this challenge. The crowd cheered, Agree to it. You're not going to back down. You just said this was an ordinary pear. 10,000. How much is your monthly salary? Luo Jing's features twisted as a buzzing filled her ears. Her face felt hot and painful from the impact. Isn't she merely a useless individual cast out by the Wu family? Even if she were to lose, would Wu Xingxue dare to break her hand without the Wu family's protection? I bet you. Oh my. The crowd gasped, and a fervent atmosphere suddenly enveloped the hall. Life after the apocalypse has been exceedingly dull. Naturally, they wouldn't miss a chance for excitement. Someone urged Chung Lan, hurry and conduct the test. All eyes were riveted on the machine, while Wu Xingxue remained composed. Click, the machine whirred to life. Luo Jing gulped nervously, feeling inexplicably uneasy. Why was Wu Xingxue so calm? Could be she already knew the fruit held special effects. No, that's impossible. If Wu Xingxue were aware, why would she bother to test it? Surely, she was feigning it. With a monthly wager of 10,000 United coins, Luo Jing felt a surge of fervor within her. Test complete. Luo Jing's heart raced to her throat, her eyes reflecting the thrill of a gambler. 10,000 United coins. What a windfall. Unknown plant fruit, possessing beautifying properties, can achieve a fair complexion. Boom. The entire hall erupted that it truly had special effects. I want it. Sell it to me. Give it to me. 2 years post-apocalypse, the safe zones are stable, and the wealthy are far more numerous than one might think. They are no longer satisfied with mere sustenance. They now pursue entertainment, luxuries such as clothing, jewelry, gaming consoles, and DVDs, all fetching handsome prices. There are plenty who are eager to buy. Most individuals in the appraisal hall are middlemen, purchasing here only to resell at a significant profit. Not far from the appraisal center, a group of 6 happened to pass by. Cousin, thank you for the birthday gift you sent me. I absolutely adore it. Though it was rather expensive, Wu Yamayan gently stroked a palm-sized, entirely green parrot perched on her left shoulder, her expression a mix of joy and heartache. Upon closer inspection, one would realize this parrot was crafted from slender green vines. A peculiar plant. It merely took on the form of a parrot. Shun Qi, who had initially felt a twinge of sympathy, had spent a considerable portion of his savings to acquire this exotic plant. Yet, hearing Wu Yamayan's words, that sympathy evaporated. He raised his brow, brimming with pride. My cousin deserves nothing but the best. What is a mere exotic plant? I will buy you even the most expensive. Among the remaining 5 team members, the shorter Wang Liang chimed in. Yamayan, you're so fortunate to have a cousin like our captain. This talking and singing exotic plant is the priciest at the auction. If I had a brother like the captain, I would wake up laughing from my dreams. Shun Qi, basking in the flattery, glanced at Wu Yamayan's adoring gaze, wishing he could pluck the moon from the sky. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the appraisal center. What treasure has emerged from the appraisal center? It's so lively, Wang Liang remarked. Shun Qi, brimming with vanity, declared, let us go see. If there really is something good, I'll add another gift for Yamayan's birthday. Wu Yamayan shyly smiled. Thank you, cousin. Chapter 9. Even your own sister finds you embarrassing. Luo Jing's fingers trembled uncontrollably. I lost. What was the wager again? A tingling sensation coursed through her arms. Wu Xingxue, once a high-level ability user, could dispatch zombies as effortlessly as slicing vegetables. She would certainly not hesitate to sever an arm. Weakness? Absolutely impossible. What should I do? Wu Xingxue took a keen interest in the fear evident on her opponent's face. Claims of seeking justice for her brother were nothing but nonsense. Upon awakening from her stupor, she had learned that the Wu family had unilaterally compensated Luo Jing's family a substantial sum of United coins. Wu Xingxue had been entirely blameless. With the Wu family compensating, no one would believe her explanations about the deceased. Had Wu Xingxue not abandoned her comrades, would the Wu family have paid? Foolish indeed, to her knowledge. After receiving the money, Luo Jing's family promptly forgot the incident, happily moving into a grand new home. Now, Luo Jing emerged to extort her for 10,000 United coins a month, believing that without the Wu family's powerful backing, Wu Xingxue had become a mere shell of her former self, ripe for manipulation. If Wu Xingxue felt any guilt, coupled with the spectators' encouragement, she would eventually have no choice but to succumb, becoming a lifelong slave to Luo Jing's family. How naive. Did they truly think Wu Xingxue was so easily manipulated? Wu Xingxue's gaze lingered on Luo Jing's arms. It's time for you to fulfill the wager. One arm. Shall I assist you? Or will you do it yourself? Wu Xingxue's gentle and measured tone struck Luo Jing's ears like the chilling wail of a vengeful spirit. Please spare me. I'll apologize. Is that not enough? It's all my fault. I shouldn't have threatened you with my brother. Tears streamed down Luo Jing's face, her cheeks swollen, pleading desperately. Compared to the calm Wu Xingxue, she appeared more like a victim. Some spectators displayed sympathy. Luo Jing has a point. Their family has already lost one young laborer and her brother. If she were to lose an arm as well, how would they survive? Others nodded in agreement. Wu Xingxue smiled sweetly. Oh, since you are so compassionate, why not take her place? The appraisal hall fell silent, save for the sound of breathing. The crowd had come merely to spectate, to play the role of the Good Samaritan. But when the flames of conflict licked at their own feet, it became a different matter altogether. Wu Xingxue surveyed the room, the curve of her eyes radiating coldness. Or perhaps someone wishes to be a hero and offer me 10,000 United coins a month, and I shall let her go. The crowd fell silent, momentarily forgetting that Luo Jing had been the first to demand the United coins, leading to the wager 0.1 arm in exchange for 10,000 United coins monthly. If Luo Jing had won, she would have profited handsomely. However, she was the one who had lost. The first to plead for mercy turned awkwardly, retreating, fearing they would be thrust forward to take Luo Jing's place. Luo Jing panicked. Having pleaded so earnestly, Wu Xingxue showed no signs of mercy or remorse. Realizing no one dared to assist her, Luo Jing decided to abandon all hope, exclaiming, "It's just a fruit with beautifying effects. How special can that be? The wager is invalid. You must have known the fruit's effects all along and deliberately set me up." At the entrance, Xingxue had only vaguely heard about the beautifying effects. Just perfect for Yamayan, who identified the fruit with beautifying properties. I, Xingxue, want it. Xingxue strode into the hall with confidence, followed by his 5 teammates and Wu Yamayan. However, his grand declaration met with utter silence. Xingxue halted, feeling embarrassed that it was only then he noticed the strange atmosphere in the hall. Sister Aishue, Wu Yamayan gasped softly. Xingxue too caught sight of Wu Xingxue standing at the center. Instantly furrowing his brow, Wu Xingxue had always been headstrong. He had seldom seen her yield. The thought of her begging for mercy, coming to him with a plea, sent a thrill through Xingxue. Moreover, recalling the unpleasant odor wafting from home only fueled his irritation. Such a trivial matter. Had it not been for his uncle reprimanding her, would she truly be causing such a ruckus? What a disgrace. Wu Xingxue, where were you last night? Xingxue could not publicly disclose the embarrassing situation at home, so he merely lamented, "Do you have any idea how your aunt stayed up all night waiting for you? Have you no conscience?" Wu Xingxue felt a flicker of emotion. Her adoptive mother, Shun Qian, had always been gentle, extending sympathy even to the suffering of strangers. That she had spent a sleepless night was likely just her habit regarding her adopted daughter. Wu Xingxue had learned long ago not to read too much into the actions of her family. Shun Qian had not offered her a gentle, comforting smile in quite some time, observing the dark circles under Shun Qi's eyes. She quipped, "Yet you two didn't sleep at all last night." She laughed mischievously. "Oh, were you suffocated?" "Shut up," Shun Qi retorted. "I simply couldn't sleep." Wu Xingxue feigned indifference. Yes, you were merely waiting to see me make a fool of myself. I suppose you were utterly disappointed when I didn't show up?" Shun Qi's eye twitched. His secret was exposed before everyone. Shun Qi glared fiercely at Wu Xingxue, wishing he could obliterate her. He was a grown man, yet she had publicly humiliated him. Had it been Yamayan, she would never have done such a thing. She lacked even a fraction of Yamayan's grace and sensibility. No wonder she was so disliked. Shun Qi blurted out, "Who knows which man you were fooling around with? How shameless." Wu Xingxue nearly laughed in anger. Xingxue had always been thoughtless. Had she not frequently corrected him since childhood? With his brute strength, simple mind, and sharp tongue, he would have likely met a tragic end long ago. "Xingxue, you have a piece of lettuce stuck in your teeth." Wu Xingxue covered her mouth. Her eyes filled with disgust. "Ugh, that is so gross." Xingxue instantly covered his mouth, realizing 2 seconds later, Wu Xingxue, you're talking nonsense. I haven't eaten any vegetables today. Ha! How did I never notice that Captain Shun isn't very bright? You seem rather dull-witted. Shun Shi glared fiercely at the surrounding crowd, but everyone was in a chaotic uproar. Unable to discern who had spoken, Wu Yimayan silently criticized Shun Shi for being foolish. Feeling embarrassed by his behavior, and involuntarily shifted a step away. Look, even your own sister finds you embarrassing, wishing to distance herself from you. Xingxue relished the moment. Wu Yimayan's expression stiffened, and turning her head, she caught a glimpse of Shun Chi's somewhat resentful gaze. Wu Yimayan. Chapter 10. Her eyes sparkled with green light. Cousin. It's just that Aishue misunderstood. How could Yimayan ever find her cousin distasteful? Wu Yumi's gaze was sincere, her tone tinged with grievance. Sister always misunderstands me. Cousin, do you not believe me either? Xingxue promptly reassured her. Of course I believe you. He turned his fierce gaze upon Wu Xingxue. You shall not meddle in my relationship with Mian. You remain incorrigible. Wu Xingxue fell silent. She felt certain that one day, this foolish Xingxue would be sold out by Wu Yumi, only to count the money for her. Wu Yumi was no innocent. Contemplating this, Wu Xingxue suddenly realized that the Wu family shared a certain sense of sympathy with her. Ultimately, the true beneficiary was always Wu Yumi. Wu Xingxue's eyes darkened. She had never thought it would be so easy to sow discord between them. All she wanted was to vent her frustration. Why should only the Wu family be allowed to vex her? So you were out all night recently, cavorting with someone in the first safe zone, right? Congratulations, you've got yourself a wealthy girlfriend. The gazes of the onlookers toward Shun Chi shifted dramatically. Upon closer inspection, with broad shoulders and long legs, muscular arms, and a rebellious face, he indeed fit the mold of the trendy little wolf dog before the apocalypse. Wealthy women would surely be enamored. Xingxue's face flushed with anger. What nonsense are you spouting? I was out all night because I was on a mission. I never agreed to anything with that wealthy woman. And you a girl. What are you even thinking? Wu Xingxue scoffed. So you're being out all night is serious because it's for a mission, but I am shameless? Wu Xingxue realized that she had previously viewed Xingxue through the lens of her family's perspective. Now, seeing him from the outside, he was indeed quite insufferable. Xingxue was momentarily taken aback. Wu Xingxue seemed to have a point. How could he have thought otherwise? Wu Yumi noticed Xingxue's dazed expression and felt a pang of concern. She reached out to grasp his arm, her voice sweet yet soft. Xingxue, don't pay her any mind. She deserves it. It's her fault. Look at her. She simply cannot comprehend your goodwill. She is utterly heartless. Wu Xingxue observed Xingxue being led in circles by Wu Yumi, her expression icy. This fool was becoming a complete puppet. He lacked any independent thought. Even pigs in a pen were wiser. Wu Xingxue disregarded the siblings' apparent affection and turned her attention to Luo Jing and "Oh, need to remove your arm from me. I have no place to put it anyway. Just give me a discount. If you won't take action, then I shall assist you." Wu Yumi blinked. Sister, while I don't know how this staff member offended you, isn't it too much to discount her arm? We cannot resort to private punishment in the safe zone. How will others perceive our Wu family if you act like this? Besides, I believe everyone here cannot bear to witness it. Wu Yumi felt a swell of triumph. Another opportunity to shape her image presented itself. Wu Xingxue, you are destined to be my stepping stone. After waiting a few moments, the voices she expected to echo her sentiments did not arise, and she looked around in confusion, discovering everyone was either looking at the sky or the ground, utterly avoiding her gaze. This was unexpected. The pitying expression on her face froze like a mask as she met Wu Xingxue's mocking gaze, a surge of anger swelling within her. How dare Wu Xingxue regard her with such disdain? She was merely a worthless being beneath her heel. Suddenly, Luo Jing dashed out from behind the counter, lunging at Wu Yumi like a whirlwind, nearly knocking her over. Miss Wu, please save me. Wu Xingxue is going to destroy our entire family. The person you saved back then was my brother. Wu Xingxue has already abandoned him, and now she wants my arm. My elderly parents are still at home, and my brother is gone. If she harms me too, how will my parents survive? Wu Yumi felt a vain throb at her temple, her abdomen and chest aching from the impact, yet she resisted the urge to throw her off. "Oh, it was your brother." Wu Yumi expressed guilt. "I'm so sorry. If I had just insisted a little longer, I could have saved him. I apologize on behalf of my sister." Wu Xingxue frowned. "What give you the right to apologize for me?" Wu Xingxue refrained from further argument. The matter had been settled after she awoke from her coma. Her guilt had been assigned by the Wu family, and any defense she made appeared as nothing more than the antics of clowned outsiders. Seeking to clear her name was futile, yet Wu Xingxue would never allow herself to bear this unjust stigma for a lifetime. Xingxue interjected, "Wu Xingxue, Mian is doing this for your own good. If you won't appreciate it, then why must you lash out at her?" Wu Xingxue coolly replied to Xingxue, "Fool." Xingxue was left momentarily stunned that Wu Xingxue had never insulted him before. She must have lost her mind. Wu Yumi concealed her delight, reveling in the misfortune of others. Well said. It is precisely Wu Xingxue's coarse demeanor and malicious intent that accentuate my virtue. Insult her. The more, the better. Wu Yumi half embraced Luo Jing, who accidentally bumped into the peculiar parrot perched on her shoulder. "It's going to fall. Don't touch me." The parrot, entwined in vines, suddenly spoke. Luo Jing jumped back in shock. The crowd was drawn to the talking parrot. "When Miss Wu entered earlier, I noticed that it was an anomalous plant. People here often interact with mutated flora and fauna. Their discerning eyes could tell. This animal-shaped, anomalous plant could speak without any offensive capabilities. How rare. I remember now. Wasn't it the grand finale of the auction advertisement a few days ago? Someone reminded the others, and they recalled. Yes, a non-aggressive, anomalous plant that can speak and sing in the form of a parrot. Could be kept as a pet, and it's said to even have translation capabilities. What use is a translation function in this apocalypse? Who needs to translate anything? Are you still studying foreign languages?" Wu Xingxue's eyes brightened. The treasure she had been yearning for last night had just appeared before her. Truly, as Grandma Qin said, the Wu family was cursed. Otherwise, why would every encounter outside the Wu family bring her good fortune? Wu Yumi smiled, reveling in the envious murmurs surrounding her. Suddenly, she locked eyes with a pair of striking, contrasting black and white ones. Those eyes seemed to glimmer with a green light. Wu Yumi was left utterly perplexed by Wu Xingxue. Chapter 11. The Art of Feigning Innocence. Wu Xingxue suddenly raised her voice. "Luo Jing, do you think that with Wu Yumi protecting you, you can escape unscathed? Wu Yumi, mind your own business. Hand over the person now." Luo Jing silently cursed Wu Xingxue for being a rabid dog. Over a mere bet, she clung to it like a lifeline. Wu Yumi felt exhilarated. Yes, the more outrageous and malicious Wu Xingxue was, the better. "Sister, you are utterly excessive today. You have already caused Luo Jing's brother's death, and now you wish to harm her as well." Wu Yumi's expression turned grave. The onlookers gazed in astonishment at the contrasting personalities of the two sisters. Miss Wu truly embodied the virtues of the Wu family. A genuinely good person. No wonder the Wu family did not favor Wu Xingxue. An aggressive young girl was hardly endearing, while Wu Yumi was delightful. Miss Wu is truly kind-hearted. I heard that Wu Xingxue often bullied her at home, which is why she was driven out. It seems to hold true. Luo Jing seemed to have grasped a lifeline, clinging to Wu Yumi without letting go. "Miss Wu, please save me." Wu Yumi regarded the unyielding Wu Xingxue, feeling pleased, yet her face bore the expression of someone who is disappointed in their sibling. With a sigh, she asked, "Sister, what will it take for you to let Luo Jing go? Her family has suffered enough at your hands. Can't you spare her?" Though Xingxue was generally uninterested in meddling, he could not simply stand by while Wu Yumi intervened. "Wu Xingxue, enough is enough. You are becoming increasingly petty, lacking any measure of grace as a member of the Wu family." Wu Xingxue remained unfazed, her gaze fixed upon Wu Yumi's face, radiant with the glow of a white lotus. "If you wish for me to spare her, I can. Indeed." Xingxue felt a glimmer of hope, thinking Wu Xingxue might finally relent, only to hear her murmur, "Earlier, Luo Jing wagered with me that if I lost, I would pay her 10,000 united coins each month, but if she lost, she would give me an arm. Since you all wish to protect her arm, then bring me the money to exchange it." Following her terms, 10,000 united coins a month. "I don't ask for much, just a year's worth, 1,200,000. Pay me now, and I will let her go." Shunqi and Wu Yumi's expressions stiffened. 10,000 a month. Why don't you go rob a bank? Luo Jing bowed her head in guilt, not daring to speak. She regretted not asking for less. Wu Xingxue leaned casually against the counter, casting a lazy glance at Luo Jing. Indeed, why don't you go rob a bank? Xingxue stared at Luo Jing in shock. A thought emerging. This greedy creature deserved to lose an arm. Wu Yumi had never anticipated that Luo Jing would be so audacious as to ask for such a sum. Wu Xingxue twisted her stiff neck. Oh dear, Miss Wu, weren't you just saying you wanted to save her? I've already loosened my stance. Are you no longer going to help? She yawned and straightened up. If you're not going to help, then get lost and stop pretending. Luo Jing instantly clung tighter to Wu Yumi. Miss Wu, you can't abandon me. Wu Yumi felt as though her temples might burst. Today, she had to ensure everyone saw Wu Xingxue's true colors. First, Wu Yumi comforted Luo Jing, then turned to Wu Xingxue with a pleading expression. Sister, could you be a little more lenient? Do you think this is a marketplace where you can haggle over prices? As the snow fell, Wu Xingxue gazed upon the peculiar plant upon your shoulder with disdain, remarking, that exotic plant must have cost quite a fortune, hasn't it? If one possesses the means to purchase such frivolous items, then surely they lack the funds to assist those in need. I perceive that your supposed kindness is nothing more than a flustered tone. Wu Yume interjected, This is a birthday gift from my cousin. It was not purchased by me. Ah, so you still have wealth at your disposal. In that case, do part with some. Wu Xingxue retorted, leaving Wu Yume momentarily speechless. Since leaving home, Wu Xingxue had become increasingly unpredictable. Xingxue could no longer contain his frustration, questioning, Wu Xingxue, why do you incessantly speak of money? Do you assume that the resources and contributions accrued during your time as a high-level ability user have been squandered away? How did the Wu family raise such a spendthrift like you, who has seemingly learned to exploit situations for personal gain? Xingxue's words rang true. Wu Xingxue had indeed once been affluent. As a high-level ability user, she could earn substantial sums from even the simplest of tasks. Yet, upon her departure from the Wu family, she found herself with a mere 52 united coins. She had indulged. It was true, but all of it had been spent within her family. Wu Xingxue considered herself the epitome of a devoted daughter and sister, having given everything to her family, only to find that no one cherished her sacrifices. With a large family, the Wu clan would directly pay a month's worth of supplies to the resource department, which would then deliver provisions weekly. Initially, it was Wu Xuanan, her eldest brother, who handled procurement. But due to his busy schedule, he left the task to Wu Xingxue after placing the order. In the first month, she dutifully submitted Wu Xuanan's order, only to be met with complaints from her family. The ingredients they typically consumed were all imported via air freight, resulting in high standards for their meals. However, in the current climate, vegetables and rice were cultivated within safe zones, requiring significant human and material resources, making them exceedingly costly. The single wilted cucumber could command a price of 100 united coins. The average person subsisted on potato cakes, while only families like the Wus, who held positions of power, could afford fresh produce and meat. That Wu Xuanan's procurement order had already reached the limits of what the family could bear, yet it failed to satisfy their picky appetites. Consequently, Wu Xingxue dug into her own savings, contributing 90% of her meager funds each month to ensure the delivery of the finest ingredients at that time. Wu Xingxue's reasoning was simple. They were family, and with so much money at her disposal, she saw no reason to be overly frugal when dining at home. However, after becoming incapacitated and unable to take on tasks, her income ceased. More than a month passed, yet not a single family member inquired about her financial situation or her means of survival. As the month drew to a close, Wu Xingxue realized it was nearly time to register for supplies again. The Wu family had once been wealthy and influential, but now they could only claim the latter. Each member was required to work to maintain a semblance of dignity, reducing the once mighty heirs to mere shadows of their former selves. There was no denying that Wu Xingxue had been the primary earner in the family. Without her unreciprocated contributions, she was eager to see how her family would fare without her generosity. With a scoff, Wu Xingxue remarked, "In the end, aren't you simply unable to provide? What a waste of time." She taunted those around her, You all speak of Wu's eldest lady as kind-hearted, yet it is all for show that Wu Yumei felt the weight of the crowd as judgment upon her, akin to being roasted over a fire. Luo Jing gazed at her with pleading eyes, her grip tightening that Wu Yumei understood then. If she did not rescue Luo Jing today, her carefully crafted persona of gentleness and kindness would crumble. Wu Xingxue would surely spread tales of her failure. She had no intention of following in Wu Xingxue's footsteps. Sister, this exotic plant was purchased by my cousin in an auction for 90,000 united coins. I'll exchange it with you. Wu Yumei bit her lip, her heart bleeding. This was her newly acquired treasure. She often frequented auctions, having squandered her funds until she was left with just over 10,000 united coins, still a considerable sum for an ordinary family. Yet, Wu Xingxue demanded 12,000. Offering 1,000 would surely be met with refusal. Thus, the most valuable item she could offer was this exotic plant. Frustrated, she vowed to make Wu Xingxue pay her back in full one day. Wu Xingxue pondered 90,000? Indeed, that is beyond my means. The allure of obtaining something for nothing was intoxicating. In Chapter 12, The Benevolent Savior, the true embodiment of compassion, Wu Yumei never anticipated that she would one day find herself pleading with Wu Xingxue to part with something. She regretted her decision to save Luo Jing, but once she had broached the subject, she had to see it through to the end. Otherwise, she would be labeled a hypocrite. Wu Xingxue was forcing her to make a significant sacrifice. Suddenly, a thought struck Wu Yumei. Could Wu Xingxue be doing this deliberately? Shen Qi intervened. Yumei, that is a gift I bestowed upon you. How could you give it to her? The fleeting moment of inspiration vanished from Wu Yumei's mind. She smiled at Shen Qi with a bittersweet expression. Cousin, I already feel immense guilt for not saving Luo Jing's brother. If I fail to rescue Luo Jing now, I will never find peace. Rest assured, I shall work hard to repay you in the future. Today, I only wish to save Luo Jing. Yumei, that is not what I meant. Shen Qi could not let Wu Yumei repay him. His heart softened, leaving only resentment toward Wu Xingxue. What I gave you is yours to do with as you please, as long as it brings you joy. He cast a pointed look at Wu Xingxue, asserting, you are doing a good deed, far better than some who take advantage of others' misfortunes. That Wu Xingxue feigned ignorance, clicking her tongue. Luo Jing quickly implored, just accept it. Consider it an act of kindness. Will you? Wu Xingxue hesitated before reluctantly agreeing. Very well. Let me know that I am performing a good deed. Hand it over. Luo Jing's eyes sparkled with joy as she snatched the exotic parrot from Wu Yumei's hands and thrust it into Wu Xingxue's grasp. Fearing that Wu Xingxue might change her mind, she hurriedly added, you already have the item. You cannot demand my arm as well. We are even. Wu Xingxue toyed with the exotic parrot, amused by its soft, pleading chirps. How delightful! Luo Jing, you are quite fortunate. Had it not been for Wu Yumei, your arm would have been lost. That Wu Yumei instinctively frowned. When did Wu Xingxue become so charming, even speaking on her behalf? Had the sun risen in the west? Or was she plotting something? Before Wu Yumei could unravel the enigma, Shen Qi chimed in. Indeed. Finally, your words ring true. That my cousin is the most kind-hearted and pure individual I have ever encountered. Wu Xingxue nodded earnestly, her expression sincere. I have witnessed Wu Yumei's kindness firsthand. It is evident to all. How many people would risk their own safety for a stranger, willing to part with 90,000 united coins to save someone else's arm? She could only be described as a moral paragon, a living bodhisattva dedicated to alleviating suffering. The crowd nodded in agreement, showering her with praise. Yet, Wu Yumei felt no joy. Rather, anxiety began to churn within her. She hastily waved her hands. I am not as wonderful as my sister claims. No, you are. Wu Xingxue's gaze was unwavering, leaving Wu Yumei momentarily stunned. She had never received such affirmation, especially from Wu Xingxue. The feeling was disconcerting, and Wu Yumei grew increasingly uneasy. Wu Xingxue passionately declared, an act of selflessness such as Wu Yumei's deserves our applause. With Wu Xingxue leading the ovation, the crowd joined in, their cheers echoing around them. Shen Qi and his 5 teammates enthusiastically clapped along. That Wu Yumei felt as though she had been pierced through. What had come over Wu Xingxue? She finally grasped Wu Xingxue's intentions. She aimed to elevate herself while simultaneously orchestrating Wu Yumei's downfall. How cunning! Wu Yumei's explanations fell on deaf ears. As Shun Shi continued to praise her, "Yumei, your goodness has finally been recognized. Wu Xingxue had finally done something commendable. Curse you!" Wu Yumei's mind roared. She was being set up for disaster. Wu Xingxue clapped enthusiastically, her palms flushed, eyes gleaming with delight. What a thrill it was to stand on the moral high ground. No wonder Wu Yumei had employed this tactic time and again. It was exhilarating, far more satisfying than battling zombies. Wu Xingxue smiled brightly, locking eyes with Wu Yumei amidst the crowd's chaos. For the first time, Wu Yumei's mask slipped, her features contorting in frustration. "Wu Yumei, do you not find this predicament uncomfortable? It is time for you to experience it. Wait for it. The real spectacle is yet to come." Wu Xingxue's eyes narrowed, concealing her glee and anticipation. Today, the tale of Wu Yumian, who expended a staggering 90,000 in resources solely for the sake of a stranger's arm, will undoubtedly resonate far and wide. It is essential to recognize that, aside from select few in the upper echelons of society, the majority within the safe zone are impoverished souls, perpetually troubled by their quest for sustenance. Their sufferings could be recounted for days on end without respite. With such a living embodiment of benevolence before you, who would not wish to seize the opportunity? After all, what if one could extract a sum of 1 or 2,000 from this saintly figure? Once Wu Yumian managed to pacify the agitated crowd, the specter of Wu Xingxue had vanished entirely. Even Shun Shi, despite his usual dullness, sensed the negative emotions emanating from Wu Yumian, although he could not comprehend why she seemed discontented despite her good deeds. He nonetheless remarked, "Mian, if the gift is lost, so be it. Your cousin shall present you with another." He boisterously inquired, "Who among you discovered the beauty-enhancing effects earlier?" It was indeed Wu Xingxue. "Are you not aware that she is not part of your family? Did she not inform you? Just yesterday, she identified a fruit with restorative properties and consumed it on the spot, claiming she might regain her abilities at any moment." Shun Shi was astonished. Was it hers? Why did she not think of her family first? He turned to Wu Yumian and said matter-of-factly, "No worries, Mian, I shall procure it from her. What belongs to the Wu family is yours by extension. As your elder brother, it is my duty to present you with gifts at that moment." Wu Yumian pondered whether Wu Xingxue could genuinely restore her abilities. Having slipped out of the appraisal hall, Wu Xingxue headed straight to the supply center. There, she intended to trade the newly discovered beauty-enhancing exotic fruit, which promised to whiten the skin. Chapter 13. Wu Xingxue. The harbinger of misfortune. The safe zone is divided into 3 districts: upper, middle, and lower, each equipped with a supply center akin to a pre-apocalyptic mega-supermarket, where one can find a plethora of goods for daily living. As soon as she finished speaking, the middle-aged man opposite her, his eyes lighting up, exclaimed, "We are old acquaintances. I trust you, so I shall spare myself the trouble of inquiring at the appraisal center." This man, Lu Cheng, was responsible for procurement, and Wu Xingxue had previously frequented this place monthly for supplies. Given her forthright nature and status as an ability user, she had developed a good rapport with several staff members. Lu Cheng estimated the price. "For these 4 fruits, I shall offer you 1250 union coins." He added, "Do not find it insufficient. While these are indeed rare, you are aware that the supply center is within the safe zone, which limits our pricing." Wu Xingxue nodded, fully understanding that if she were to sell a single fruit at the appraisal hall, it would fetch between 800 to 1,000 union coins, and the auction price would be even higher. However, the current circumstances did not permit such actions. Wu Xingxue felt isolated and vulnerable. Everyone knew that without her abilities, she was merely a soft target. If she were to sell on the spot, carrying over 4,000 union coins, there would undoubtedly be those willing to take the risk of being apprehended by the inspection department for a chance to seize her modest fortune. Especially with Shun Shi and Wu Yumian observing, Meng Wei might have offered a solution, but as an explorer, he had no use for beauty-enhancing fruit, nor did he engage in the business of reselling supplies. If Wu Xingxue approached him, he might be kind-hearted enough to accept out of sympathy, but that was not her intention. Wu Xingxue cherished the goodwill of those around her and did not wish to squander it. Ultimately, she decided it was more prudent to head directly to the supply center. Although the prices were low, it offered safety and convenience. Exchanging her fruits for supplies posed little risk, as no one would be foolish enough to attempt to rob her for goods worth merely 1,000 Union coins. Especially when carrying them would be cumbersome without an identification card for easy disposal. Wu Xingxue decisively exchanged her fruits for supplies, but as she was about to leave, Lu Cheng suddenly remarked, "Since you are here, why not settle your family supply bill for next month?" Wu Xingxue paused, smiling, and replied, "The Wu family's meal expenses should be borne by them." Meanwhile, in the appraisal hall, Wu Yumian and Xingxue, along with their group, fled down 3 streets, panting as they sought refuge in an alley. Were these people truly so desperate for money? Xingxue appeared disheveled and quite distressed that it was all too strange. After Wu Xingxue had departed, he had intended to chase after her to discuss the beauty fruit, but the moment he moved, he was intercepted. Out of nowhere, 2 ragged brothers knelt before him, weeping uncontrollably. After recounting their tragic tales, they prostrated themselves at his feet, pleading for the living bodhisattva to save their lives. Xingxue was about to give them a piece of his mind when Wu Yumian intervened. He watched helplessly as Wu Yumian smiled and handed them 200 Union coins. "Mian, you should not be giving them money," Xingxue exclaimed. "Those 2 are clearly frauds. They even dared to complain about the amount." He was incensed. Behind him, 5 teammates who had suffered unjustly harbored resentful glances towards Wu Yumian. To them, she was kind-hearted, but excessively so, bordering on foolishness. In the chill of autumn, beads of sweat trickled down Wu Yumian's face as her long hair became a tangled mess. Noting her cousin and teammates' discontent, she felt a pang of distress. She was well aware those individuals were deceitful, yet she had to feign ignorance. With everyone pressing her, refusing to give would only invite accusations of hypocrisy. If she did not help them, all her efforts would amount to nothing. Exhausted, she rationalized her 200 Union coin expenditure as a means to avert disaster. Little did she anticipate that this act would open the floodgates. Soon, even those dressed neatly began to swarm her, lamenting their hardships and desperate circumstances. They had fought tooth and nail to escape the crowd that Wu Yumian, in her heart, longed to retaliate against Wu Xingxue, whom she blamed for her misfortune. Noticing Wu Yumian's low spirits, Xingxue assumed he had spoken too harshly and quickly reassured her, "I did not mean to blame you. I merely find those people outrageous. I believe they will come to their senses by tomorrow." Could it truly be that simple? Wu Yumian felt a sense of unease creeping in. Yet, this was not the time for such thoughts. She forced a sweet smile and softly said, "Thank you, cousin. I am fine." Then she turned to her 5 teammates. "Shall I treat you all to a meal? I heard there are fresh bok choy dishes at Pingyang restaurant today." Seeing the frowns on their faces dissipate, Wu Yumian felt a sense of relief. However, as she considered the prices at Pingyang restaurant, her heart ached anew. Having lost the 90,000 Union coins worth of exotic plant parrots, and now needing to spend at least 1,000 to treat these individuals, she lamented her misfortune. What a stroke of bad luck to have Wu Xingxue be the source of her woes. As Wu Xingxue closed the door, she overheard this remark. The 2-story building belonging to Grandma Qin was originally a small supermarket. The ground floor was spacious but unsuitable for living, once filled with shelves, now lying empty. The living quarters were on the 2nd floor, and Grandma Qin's voice resonated down from above. Wu Xingxue ascended the stairs with her belongings and noticed 2 clean paper bags resting on the old wooden table in the small hall. The bags contained potato cakes, accompanied by a bottle of pure, clear water from the safe zone. Devoid of any advertising labels, Wu Xingxue bit her lip, gripping the cold, hard potato cake in her hand, which felt scalding, as if she were holding a piece of burning coal. The potato cakes, also sourced from the safe zone, were small and difficult to eat, often leaving one with a scratchy throat. However, they contained exotic plant extracts that could somewhat enhance satiety. Given the scarcity of supplies, ordinary people managed with only 2 meals a day, with a single potato cake sufficing for each meal. Even if they felt unsatisfied, they dared not indulge, as long as they did not starve. Grandma Qin probably wished to spare Wu Xingxue any embarrassment, for she did not even come out, but simply informed her that she had saved some food, even keeping 2 extra in case Wu Xingxue was still hungry. The old lady, living alone at her age, could hardly find work, and her savings were likely dwindling, yet she still wanted to show kindness to Wu Xingxue, the young woman who had saved her son. Whether out of pity or gratitude, her goodwill was genuine and weighty. In stark contrast, Xingxue, who had grown up alongside Wu Yumian, had not even bothered to ask where she was living or what she was eating. Only hurling insults. Wu Xingxue lowered her eyes, her long lashes casting shadows over the swirling thoughts in her mind. After a few seconds, she took a large bite of the potato cake and called out, "Grandma Qin, come quickly. Look at what I brought you." Wu Xingxue had always been clear about her grievances and kindness. For every ounce of kindness shown to her, she would return tenfold. The Wu family may have lacked compassion, but that did not mean Wu Xingxue would close herself off from the world, harboring resentment towards everyone. That would be unworthy. There were still so many beautiful things in this world waiting for her. As she watched the elderly lady approach with a cane, Wu Xingxue felt that perhaps she should have a serious discussion with the mysterious figure regarding substantial trade opportunities. Grandma Qin's little building was quite nice, and it would be a shame not to continue operating a shop there. Chapter 14. Tribe, Chieftain. Wu Xingxue rummaged through her large bag, exclaiming, "These supplements are for you, Grandma Qin, and this thick cotton quilt is also yours." Grandma Qin, overwhelmed by the generous offering of the quilt, immediately sensed its quality. Gazing at the supplements on the table, she grew anxious. "That quilt is perfectly fine. I'm not cold at all. Besides, I can manage with potato cakes. There's no need for this. You keep it for yourself. What good is it for an old lady like me to have supplements? The number of individuals who can afford fruits and vegetables is dwindling," prompting the safe zone to develop this supplement. Although it only provides a portion of the necessary nutrients, its price is not negligible. A small can retails for 300 United coins and lasts merely half a month. Nonetheless, it is a more cost-effective option than purchasing groceries, making it the choice of the majority. However, it is evident that the financially strained Elder Qin would be reluctant to make such a purchase. Wu Xingxue recalled the chill that had seeped through her sleeve when the elderly lady had grasped her arm yesterday, along with the tremor she had attempted to conceal. Her gaze dimmed slightly. The nighttime temperature was about to plummet below 10 degrees. How could it not be cold? Wu Xingxue directly poured a supplement pill into her hand, taking advantage of the fact that Elder Qin was unable to free her hands from the blanket. She promptly placed it in the elder's mouth. "Just chew and swallow. Look, you've already consumed it. Once opened, they don't accept returns, so you might as well eat it comfortably." Elder Qin had never encountered someone as assertive as her, and now found herself at a loss, unable to either swallow or spit out the supplement. Eventually, she chewed and swallowed it, her instinct to scold held back by her reluctance, leaving her to gaze at Wu Xingxue with a hint of resentment. Wu Xingxue smiled at the somewhat aggrieved elderly lady. "If you continue to refuse, I'll feel embarrassed to stay." "Surely, you don't wish to drive me away?" Elder Qin retorted. "Nonsense," observing Wu Xingxue's pale, slightly emaciated face adorned with a cheerful smile. She fell silent, refraining from mentioning money any further. Her eyes began to redden upon witnessing Wu Xingxue heartily consume 2 potato cakes. The wrinkles at the corners of her eyes seemed to carry a tinge of joy. Since the passing of her spouse and son, the home had grown eerily quiet, filling her with trepidation. Elder Qin understood that Wu Xingxue wished to be kind to her, but she had already left the Wu household and was devoid of her abilities. Unable to suppress her concerns, she purchased these items. But did this mean the child had any money left? "Elder, this strange medicine truly works. The high fever has subsided." Elder E inquired excitedly. "Where did you procure this medicine?" "Elder, is there any possibility of obtaining more? If each injured clan member could receive even a single dose, perhaps they could all return to the battlefield the day after tomorrow." Heat Song, noticing Elder Yi's eager gaze, and even Mu beside him, swallowed his words and turned around. "I'll give it a try." Since sustaining grave injuries, Heat Song had scarcely left his cave, and the exact origin of the medicine was not something he wished to investigate. As long as it could help the clan endure this crisis, the individual who provided it would be a benefactor to the Xingxue tribe. They could even worship them like a deity. Heat Song, he did not expect to deceive Elder E. Elder E was the oldest elder of the Xingxue tribe, possessing vast experience and keen insight. Yet he felt an unexpected weight on his back. He had not anticipated that it was truly medicine, and that its effects were so remarkable that I exchanged a mere ordinary fruit for such an excellent medicine. It seems I have taken advantage of the situation. Hitsong felt a twinge of shame that he had indeed benefited at the expense of a young one contemplating Elder Yi's advice. He thought that if he could exchange more of this medicine from the young one, perhaps it could genuinely aid his tribe through this crisis. But with such a superior medicine, what could he offer in exchange? That night, Wu Xingxue nestled in her newly purchased sleeping bag, finally feeling warm. She closed her eyes, contemplating her expenses for the day. 4 beauty fruits had exchanged for 1250 United coins, which had been traded for a cotton blanket, a sleeping bag, a can of supplements, a bucket of purified water, and 5 potato cakes. Wu Xingxue sighed internally. Once again, she found herself around impoverished fool. The provisions for Elder Qin were non-negotiable. That was Wu Xingxue's obligation for housing as someone fully capable. She could not truly exploit the kindness of the elderly lady. She still needed to devise ways to earn money. With her own survival not guaranteed, it was futile to consider toppling Wu Yamian, who was collectively protected by the Wu family. Wu Xingxue glanced into her space and suddenly noticed a small object had appeared. After taking it out and inspecting it under the moonlight, she discovered it was a palm-sized figure woven from hay. A small tiger. Upon closer inspection, it differed slightly from a tiger, with a pair of tiny horns between its ears and broader, sturdier paws. Just as she pulled it out, a male voice emanated from the space. Kaji so. Wu Xingxue's eyes brightened. The other party was online too. She hurriedly placed the exotic plant parrot into the space. Simultaneously, she concentrated and tentatively spoke. Hello. Can you hear me? Hitsong, feeling guilty for having taken advantage of the young one, fashioned a Qiong who beast a place inside, hoping to please the other party. He decided to wait in the space for the other to appear. As soon as the woven object vanished, he knew the other had discovered it. His spirits lifted, and he instinctively said, "You're here?" Only then did he realize the other could not comprehend his words. Hitsong rubbed his face in exasperation. That moment, the other party placed a small green object inside. It resembled a bird woven for vines. What could it mean? Just as he pondered, he heard a gentle female voice. Hello, can you hear me? Hitsong froze. It was their beast tongue. She could actually speak their language. No, wait, wasn't she a young one? Why was she female? Hitsong was utterly perplexed. Then he heard the other mumble in confusion. Could it be that this translator is malfunctioning? Only then did Hitsong realize that the green plant bird was functioning as a translator. At that moment, the parrot's beak opened and closed in tandem with the woman's speech. Hitsong quickly responded. I can't hear you. I understand what you're saying now. Wu Xingxue exclaimed. That's wonderful. Hitsong shared her excitement. At that moment, both felt a subtle familiarity. After yesterday's game of charades and their exchanges, in some sense, they were no longer strangers. Their conversation carried a friendly ease, yet neither knew the other's name. Wu Xingxue inquired, How did you enter my space ring? Hitsong replied, Space ring. I came through the ring passed down from the tribe leader. Wu Xingxue halted. Tribe leader. Chapter 15. Is it too plain? When Wu Xingxue and Hitsong learned about each other's worlds, they fell into silence. Hitsong never imagined they were not inhabiting the same realm. After Wu Xingxue's brief explanation, Hitsong quickly grasped concepts like parallel worlds and different timelines. In summary, it was a land overrun with monsters and scarce resources. However, there was one advantage. They had access to many convenient items, such as electricity and networks, which Hitsong did not fully understand. According to the new vocabulary he learned from Wu Xingxue, this was referred to as advanced technology. Humans, he had only heard of them in legends. Their beastman ancestors were once humans who, through continuous evolution, fused with powerful beasts, ultimately transforming into their current forms capable of shape-shifting into beasts while living as humanoids. Tears of envy trickled down Wu Xingxue's cheeks as she listened to the young beastman leader describe a land abundant with wild fruits, fertile soil, delightful small beasts, and sweet springs. That it was undoubtedly pure and natural, free from pollution. Moreover, the fruits he had previously given her were merely those he had casually gathered, not rare treasures at all. If that were the case, did it mean that the beast world was filled with treasures? Wu Xingxue asked, Do you still have that round fruit you brought in the first time? Hitsong replied, Not at the moment. If you want it, you'll have to wait. With Hitsong's explanation, Wu Xingxue learned that the Qionghu tribe was facing a life-and-death crisis. The restorative fruit she desired could only be found if Yitsong left the tribe, if Yitsong were to perish. He could not die. Wu Xingxue felt a pang of urgency. Was the medicine I gave you yesterday effective? Yitsong sensed her anxiousness and thought she was worried about his injuries, feeling touched. What a kind person you are. It was indeed very helpful. I must thank you. Your medicine made a significant difference that I exchanged several ordinary fruits for such useful medicine. It seems I have taken advantage of the situation. Upon hearing this, Wu Xingxue sensed something was off. Deliberating on her words, she asked, "Don't you think those fruits are rather, special? Specially sweet?" Wu Xingxue pondered, suspecting that perhaps the beastmen had been raised in an energy-rich environment, consuming energetic fruits and food, which had acclimated them to such flavors. Thus, they could not perceive the difference. That Wu Xingxue hesitated for a couple of seconds, but ultimately refrained from explaining the unique effects the fruits had on humans. She feared Yitsong might take advantage of her urgency for a price hike. In the month since she had become powerless, she had encountered many who sought to exploit her misfortune. She did not wish to provide him with leverage. If he were a small-minded individual who knew of her desperate need for the restorative fruit, he might threaten her with exorbitant demands. Wu Xingxue steadied her emotions. She needed to maintain control of the situation. It was prudent not to divulge too much just yet. She had far too few resources at her disposal and could not afford to make a misstep. Seeing her in silence, Yitsong asked, "Do you still have the medicine you gave me yesterday? Can I trade with you for it?" He paused, as if feeling shy, his voice gradually lowering, "But I don't have anything of value to offer in exchange." Wu Xingxue remained silent. Was this young beastman leader perhaps a bit too naive? Could he genuinely uphold a tribe? Or was it all an act? Wu Xingxue had recently been taken advantage of by Luo Jing, making it difficult for her to place her trust in a stranger. She thought this inwardly, but spoke softly, "You can give me anything you wish. However, I must first sell it to earn money before I can purchase the medicine for you." Yitsong felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. She was far too kind. No, once he overcame this crisis, he would immediately seek out that fruit she cherished. Yitsong resolutely made up his mind. Early the next morning, Wu Xingxue headed to the identification center with a sprig of deep red herbal medicine. According to Yitsong, this herb was the most abundant in their clan, although its effects were rather ordinary. Primarily limited to reducing swelling and dispelling bruises, they believed that what merely alleviated swelling and bruising might yield better results for humans. It would be even better if they could open a store directly. Wu Xingxue chuckled, realizing she was thinking too far ahead. Meanwhile, not far from the entrance of the identification center, two individuals were lurking behind a withered tree. "Captain, why are we hiding? How can you be so sure Wu Xingxue will come today?" Wang Liang had been dragged out early in the morning by Shun Qi, who claimed he wanted to accompany him to catch Wu Xingxue. In truth, Wang Liang was uncertain if she would show up. He merely hoped for a stroke of luck. Yesterday, he had wanted to confront Wu Xingxue for an explanation, but realized he didn't even know where she currently resided. Wang Liang pouted and couldn't help but say, "Captain, didn't you say you disliked her? So, her departure should be a good thing." Shun Qi was puzzled. "Who said I disliked her?" Wang Liang recounted, "For months ago, when Wu Xingxue brought you lunch, you found her annoying and wanted her to leave quickly. A month ago, when her ability core shattered, you said she deserved it. Just yesterday, you mentioned that your family all disliked her, calling her vicious, and you also said, 'Shut up.'" Shun Qi snapped, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. Did he really say that? But upon reflection, it was true that she had her own issues. Otherwise, why would he have treated her that way? In any case, if she sincerely admitted her mistakes this time, he might consider forgiving her. Just then, Wu Xingxue's figure appeared, and Shun Qi's eyes brightened. "She's here. The classification task begins tomorrow, and this time it's in conjunction with Meng Wei, affecting our entire team's commissions and ratings for the next 6 months. We've all worked hard for this for a year." The exploration teams were divided into E2 grades, with classification tasks occurring every 6 months. Their team and Meng Wei's team were both at B grade. And if they succeeded this time in advancing to A, their commissions would double for the next 6 months. Yet if they failed, who could guarantee their survival for the next 6 months? Every explorer was eager to ascend to a grade due to the exclusive benefits afforded to a grade teams. In the event of a member's death, the safe zone would provide the family with a substantial monthly compensation sufficient for a lifetime of stability, a privilege not available to others. Their team of 5 had endured a great deal to climb from E to B in a year, eagerly awaiting this opportunity. Moreover, their rival was Meng Wei's team. What could they possibly manage? As Xingxue saw Wu Xingxue enter the identification center, his expression darkened. What is Meng Wei anyway? This time, I will crush him for sure. Rest assured. With that, he strode toward the identification center, and Wang Liang, though reluctant, had no choice but to follow. He couldn't fathom what preparation his captain had made to be so confident. Chapter 16. She wants to open a store, Miss Wu. You're back, Cheng Lan exclaimed, her eyes lighting up upon seeing Wu Xingxue. Wu Xingxue noticed her bright smile and felt a hint of confusion. Her expression of puzzlement was evident, and Cheng Lan lowered her voice to explain. You were incredible yesterday. Even Miss Wu and Captain Shun were no match for you. I thought you would be bullied, but unexpectedly. Cheng Lan winked at Wu Xingxue, indicating the stiff figure of Luo Jing, who had turned her back on them. She's been much more obedient since yesterday. From that day until now, Luo Jing had not only become more industrious, but also polite to customers, without a single complaint. Cheng Lan felt considerably relieved, thanks to Wu Xingxue. Wu Xingxue cast a glance at the rigid silhouette and winked back at Cheng Lan, smiling. You can call me by my name. We are acquainted now, and you'll likely see me often. Cheng Lan was taken aback by her amiable demeanor, which was entirely different from the rumors. Curiosity piqued, she asked, Often? Wu Xingxue did not elaborate further. I need your help to test this today. Cheng Lan took the deep red herbal sprig in both hands, noting its length was just slightly longer than her palm, appearing rather ordinary, as if it were a common weed found by the roadside. She carefully placed it into the machine, which emitted a click followed by a whirring sound. The identification hall was bustling with regular customers, second-hand dealers who frequented the place 7 days a week. Upon spotting Wu Xingxue, they huddled together, whispering among themselves. As Xingxue entered, he noticed Wu Xingxue seemingly testing something. He pondered for a moment before stepping into the crowd. If only he had known sooner that the beauty fruit was Wu Xingxue's. He would never have let her escape. Today, he intended to catch her in the act and see how she would squirm. As her older brother, how could she hoard good things without sharing them as a birthday gift from Mian Mian, and even use the opportunity to swindle him out of the exotic plant Parrot meant for her? It was outrageous. 90,000. If Wu Xingxue handed over all her treasures and then compensated Mian Mian, Xingxue would begrudgingly let her off the hook this time and plead with her uncle on her behalf. Moments later, the detection was complete. Unknown plant can rapidly stop bleeding, effectiveness unknown, the mechanical voice announced flatly. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Another plant with special effects discovered. Incredible. Hadn't she been expelled from the Wu family? How could she still possess so many valuable items? Previously, when she was part of the Wu family, no one mentioned any precious exotic plants. Now that she had left, she had both restoration fruit and ability fruit. Surely, the Wu family must be regretting their decision. Perhaps she never considered those in the Wu family as her own. Otherwise, how could such valuable items have only emerged after her departure? It could also be that her adventures began only after leaving the Wu family. Suddenly, Xingxue recalled how decisively Wu Xingxue had left yesterday, as if she had planned it all along. Mian Mian was right. Wu Xingxue had long intended to leave. She clearly held them in contempt. Wu Xingxue listened as the bids escalated, her eyes sparkling. What was a mere ordinary herb for Heat Song and the Beastmen, which only reduced swelling and bruising, could swiftly stop bleeding here? This was a treasure, especially for explorers who desperately needed bleeding stop medications. Sales would not be a concern. Remembering Heat Song's words about the herb being the most common and widely available in their region, Wu Xingxue's resolve strengthened. She wanted to open a store selling goods from the Beastman's world. Just as Heat Song was willing to engage in long-term trade, the supply was assured. Moreover, Grandma Chin's small building was originally a mini-market, providing ample space. And she was worried about the lease expiring soon. That it would be wise for her to continue renting it. If she could sell a batch of bleeding-stopping herbs to raise capital for the rent, her store would be halfway established. The other half required some fame. Wu Xingxue's reputation was poor. Even the finest goods would struggle to attract buyers without a good name. She needed to build her reputation first. Only then would people be willing to overlook her past and purchase from her. Wu Xingxue cleared her throat and raised her hand to signal for silence. Everyone, please don't rush, the crowd complied. Quieting down, Wu Xingxue smiled. I have plenty of this bleeding stop herb in stock. To be honest, I only have one on me right now. If anyone is interested in purchasing, you can come directly to my store. A store? The crowd exchanged glances, and someone asked, You're opening a store to sell these exotic plants? Will you sell the ones from yesterday and the day before as well? Wu Xingxue maintained her smile. Her voice gentle and clear. Yes, not only these, but also other exotic plants, all with special effects. How much stock do you have? The crowd was instantly intrigued. You have so much inventory. Wu Xingxue chuckled. Realizing how foolish it was to entertain such probing inquiries, the crowd's minds began to race. Apart from Wu Xingxue, they had never heard of anyone else possessing exotic plants directly effective on the human body. Wu Xingxue had consumed the restoration fruit right before them. Now she was standing here, which confirmed the machine's detection was accurate. Wu Xingxue's energy fruit was indeed consumable. Even if the efficacy were average, they were still eager to try. After all, no one else had dared to eat exotic plants before. Xingxue and Wang Liang, who had been lurking in the crowd, were equally astonished if they were to open a store selling these items. The profits would be staggering. Xingxue ground his teeth in frustration, realizing she had secretly hoarded so many valuable items without conscience. Wang Liang's eyes darted with a sudden thought. Captain, we're about to embark on a mission, and we need to purchase healing medicine. Wu Xingxue has treated you well. She always thought of you when she had good things. Xingxue hesitated but nodded, acknowledging Wang Liang's statement. Yet he soon grumbled. But that was in the past. Can't you see how she is now? She has grown wings, and doesn't he even call me cousin anymore? Oh, come on, she is just a young girl throwing a little tantrum. It's normal. Wang Liang shrugged off the concern. She has thrown tantrums before, but you could always summon her at will. Just have a good talk with her, and while you're at it, plead with your uncle on her behalf. She wouldn't truly leave the Wu family. She is just waiting for a way out. Xingxue found this reasoning quite sensible. It seemed Wu Xingxue had never been one to play the soft card. Her resolve was firmer than anyone else's. He too believed she was just waiting for him to extend an olive branch. After all, in the past, when she had valuable items, how could she not think of her family first? It was just a core source. Was it worth escalating things to this extent? Xingxue took a deep breath. All right, I'll give her way out. But his good mood was suddenly interrupted. Enough. Everyone disperse. She's not opening a store. Chapter 17. Poke his eyes, Xingxue. What on earth is wrong with you? Wu Xingxue glared at the smug expression on Xingxue's face, grinding her teeth in frustration. She yearned to land a punch on him. Xingxue, unfazed by her ire, waved dismissively at the crowd. All right, disperse quickly. I've said it before, no store, no sales we can hardly provide for ourselves, let alone sell to you lot. Are you trying to toy with us? Then why were you shouting earlier? Someone retorted. Their expression soured. Wu Xingxue took a few deep breaths. Xingxue was a fire-type ability user, and in her current weakened state, engaging him would be unwise. Patience was key. One day, she would slap the soles of her shoes across his smug face. With a frosty demeanor, she declared, Xingxue, when did my possessions become yours to dictate? I would rather discard these herbs and hand them over to your Wu family. Xingxue's smile faltered as he turned to glare at Wu Xingxue. Don't push your luck. Wang Liang, concerned about the potential loss of the free hemostatic herbs, hurriedly tugged at Xingxue, signaling him to calm down. Captain, let us avoid escalating this. The team's healing supplies have been painstakingly pooled together. And with the current scarcity of medicine, they couldn't afford to lose what was offered for free due to Xingxue's temper. Xingxue, catching Wang Liang's hint, struggled to maintain his composure, forcing a stiff smile. Wu Xingxue pressed further. What's your plan? Xingxue exchanged a knowing glance with Wang Liang, revealing his realization. He had suspected Wu Xingxue would never truly sever ties with the Wu family. Stepping closer, he lowered his voice, return the exotic parrot to Mian, and offer her 10 of those beauty fruits as a gesture of goodwill. Wu Xingxue scoffed internally. 10. How audacious of him. Xingxue, oblivious to her growing disdain, continued, this batch of hemostatic herbs should be delivered directly to our team. We need them for our upcoming ranking mission. That if you have any other useful explorer items, send them my way. I could use them all. Finding it somewhat inconvenient, Xingxue added, just tell me where you acquired these exotic plants. I'll procure them myself. Wang Liang's eyes gleamed with greed. If they could uncover Wu Xingxue's source, they could eliminate the need to purchase healing supplies and profit handsomely from reselling those exotic fruits. Wu Xingxue retorted, you've truly shown me your lack of shame. Ah, Captain! Xingxue clutched his eyes, tears streaming down his cheeks from the pain, bending over in silence. Wang Liang stared at Wu Xingxue in shock. How could you poke his eyes? Wu Xingxue flicked her right hand dismissively. He had it coming for his insolence. Watching Xingxue sweat from the agony brought her a sense of satisfaction. The crowd, previously dispersing, turned in astonishment at the sight of Wu Xingxue attacking Xingxue. Seizing the moment while he was speechless, she proclaimed, I've made it clear that I've severed ties with your Wu family. When did my belongings become yours? Do you know the price of the beauty fruit? Wu Xingxue turned to a bystander. Hey, brother, you were the one who quoted the price for the beauty fruit yesterday, right? How much was it? 700. She exclaimed that if I put it up for auction, the price would soar even higher. And you expect me to send 10 to Wu Yumi for free? Why should I gift her a fortune? The crowd murmured in disbelief. Wu Xingxue then addressed Chenglan. If you had a lucrative supply channel, would you simply give it away to others? Chenglan paused, having overheard some of the conversation. Reflecting on Xingxue's entitled demeanor, she found her previous admiration for him waning. Observing the defiant yet fragile Wu Xingxue, she quickly decided, of course not. I'm not foolish. In these times, if you find financial opportunity, you wouldn't even share it with your own parents, let alone strangers. That Wu Xingxue nodded slightly in gratitude and turned to the crowd. I trust you all feel the same. Yet some people have no sense of decency. She pointed at Xingxue, who was still struggling to open his eyes while tears streamed down his face. You demand that I give you all my hemostatic herbs for nothing? Your life or death in your mission is irrelevant to me. You could spend 90,000 on a useless exotic parrot for Wu Yumi, yet claim you can't afford the necessary supplies for your mission, and you want me to reveal my sources for these exotic plants? How utterly absurd. Her eyes reddened as she trembled with indignation. When your team called upon me for assistance, did I ever demand a single contribution point from you? Xingxue, do you even have a conscience? Wu Xingxue narrowed her eyes, a mocking glint in her gaze. The crowd gasped collectively, and oh wonder Xingxue's team had swiftly risen to rank B, all while remaining unscathed. Wu Xingxue had been the uncredited force behind their success as a high-level ability user. Her fee for tasks was at least 5,000 Union coins, not including commission. It was astonishing that she had selflessly aided Xingxue's team without compensation. If you ask me, that is simply foolish. She continued, take my neighbors, 2 brothers who were ability users. They joined different teams and still demanded payment for any assistance they provided. Indeed, undertaking missions as explorers was perilous, and no matter how powerful one might be, there was no guarantee against zombie infection. Yet Wu Xingxue had willingly foregone even the commission, whether out of self-assurance or genuine affection for Xingxue. Thus, the question of who the truly ungrateful person was remained ambiguous. Wu Xingxue had distanced herself from the Wu family, yet Xingxue brazenly sought so many exotic fruits and herbs from her. How audacious! After all, Wu Xingxue had been nurtured by the Wu family for over 20 years. Was it not time for her to repay their kindness? But that was not the issue at hand. Would you willingly offer your financial opportunities to your foster parents, especially after severing ties? Xingxue's eyes burned with pain as he struggled to keep them open, tears streaming relentlessly down his cheeks. The humiliation of crying in front of so many people weighed heavily upon him. All due to Wu Xingxue's actions. As Wu Xingxue observed the increasingly pained expression on Xingxue's face, a smirk crept across her lips. In the realm of shame, she could easily outshine the members of the Wu family. Chapter 18. Poke his lung. Wu Xingxue. Is this really necessary? Xingxue's voice emerged through gritted teeth, trembling with a mix of anger and pain. Is it really just about the healing source core? You owe me on that much. It's not wrong for my brother to refuse you. Have you held on to this grudge since that one comment from Uncle? When did you become so petty and calculating? It's just a core. It won't kill you. Is it really that serious? Wu Xingxue suddenly burst into laughter, her gaze piercing into Shunqi's red-rimmed eyes. Xingxue, you'd best hope for a day when you aren't down on your luck. Should that day arrive, don't blame me for kicking you when you're down. Xingxue was baffled by her words, but before he could respond, Wu Xingxue interrupted. Let me make this clear. My exotic fruits and herbs have nothing to do with you or the Wu family. Pausing for effect, she scrutinized Xingxue. Oh no, not your Wu family that I mean them, since you bear the surname Shun, not W-U'd I in an instant. Xingxue's face drained of color, his chest heaving as fury flared in his eyes. He was not the only one capable of hitting below the belt. Wu Xingxue knew precisely how to strike at Shunqi's vulnerabilities. Since he could remember, Xingxue knew he was not truly a member of the Wu family. Despite the Wu couple treating him as their own and the Wu brothers regarding him as a true brother, he always felt like an outsider. Wu Xingxue had once stumbled upon a conversation between Wu Yumi and him during a late-night heart-to-heart, which illuminated Shunqi's feelings of kinship with Wu Yumi, as they both shared a sense of being wronged. Shunqi's animosity towards Wu Xingxue stemmed from a simple truth. She had taken Wu Yumi's place, and he perceived her as despicable and loathsome that, if not for her, Wu Yumi would not have suffered outside. Although Wu Xingxue was also a victim, to Xingxue and Wu Yumi, she was the beneficiary who had enjoyed over 20 years of familial affection from the Wu family. Xingxue viewed her as a villain, that he reveled in the power and superiority bestowed upon him by the Wu family and the admiration he received from others, yet he despised that he did not bear the Wu surname, which undermined his confidence that, in contrast, Wu Xingxue, though not a Wu by blood, had lived as a Wu family heiress for 2 decades. This aroused a deep-seated jealousy within Xingxue Wu Xingxue. Xingxue was on the verge of exploding with rage. Wang Liang gripped him tightly, beads of sweat forming on his brow, desperate to prevent a confrontation. Regardless of who it may be, anyone who resorts to violence within the safe zone shall face severe consequences. They are to embark on a mission tomorrow. If the main team leader is apprehended now, what purpose would their designated task serve? No, he must intervene to stop Xingxue. Xingxue's struggle against Wang Liang gradually subsided, surprisingly becoming calm. His gaze darkened, fixated like a predator watching its prey. Wu Xingxue, you wish to open a shop to sell exotic plants. I shall not allow you to succeed. Xingxue shouted loudly. Do you intend to purchase her worthless herbs? I suggest you save your money and invest in medicine instead. She claims these herbs can stop bleeding, but who knows how effective they truly are? If you rely on them to save your life, only to find them utterly useless, you'll have squandered a significant amount of money, a grave misfortune indeed. Someone interjected, yet you were so eager to snatch them just a moment ago. Wu Xingxue maintained a calm demeanor, but her heart seethed with fury. She realized Shunqi's intentions. He aimed to destroy her business. He sought to cut off her means of survival. Xingxue, are you truly willing to go this far? Wu Xingxue's voice was steady, devoid of rage. Xingxue, gazing into Wu Xingxue's deep, shadowy eyes, hesitated for a fleeting moment. However, he quickly reassured himself. Wu Xingxue's cold exterior was merely a facade. She could never truly sever ties with the Wu family and deny him as her cousin. His inexplicable confidence propelled him to continue. I desire these herbs not to allow Wu Xingxue to deceive others. You are all aware of the Wu family's reputation, that if my uncle were to discover that Wu Xingxue is defrauding people and tarnishing our family's name, he would undoubtedly discipline her. The crowd nodded thoughtfully. Shunqi's reasoning resonated with them. The Wu family had always been held in high esteem. The members of the Wu family held significant positions within the safe zone and had never been associated with any negative rumors of bullying or misconduct. A few brothers were of good character, and Wu Yamian was particularly renowned for her kindness. The only exception was Wu Xingxue. The crowd recalled Wu Xingxue's betrayal of her family and abandonment of her comrades, their hesitance growing. Shunqi's words seemed quite reasonable. As a morally upright member of the Wu family, it was plausible that he wished to prevent Wu Xingxue from selling subpar exotic plants. Xingxue raised an eyebrow at Wu Xingxue in a provocative manner. These items of Wu Xingxue's? Her own family, wouldn't dare use them that I was merely trying to save her some face by suggesting they be sent to our team. Yet it seems she is ungrateful that I in summary. Believe it or not, Wu Xingxue's goods are quite dubious. Xinqi's insinuations further convinced the crowd of his claims. Those who had previously inquired about prices now distanced themselves. No one daring to approach Wu Xingxue, upon realizing Xinqi's true intentions, had no desire to engage in a debate with him. Even if she swore an oath, it would be of no consequence. Xinqi was leveraging her past deeds, and with the fact that he had been her family just yesterday, it was a losing battle. If even her own family could not trust her, how could outsiders? Wu Xingxue saw no need to waste her breath arguing with Xinqi once he devised this strategy. Unless she were to kill him on the spot, he would undoubtedly succeed. And it was evident that Wu Xingxue could not overpower Xinqi at this moment. Xinqi, you were the one who provoked me first. Initially, Wu Xingxue had no intention of seeking revenge or targeting the members of the Wu family. Her past contributions to her family were merely her way of repaying 20 years of nurturing. Although she had long since surpassed the debt owed, she was weary and did not wish to keep score. However, that did not mean others could walk all over her without consequence. To sever someone's means of livelihood is akin to murdering their parents. Xinqi instigated this. He was the one who disregarded their past relationship. Therefore, she could not be blamed for retaliating. Chapter 19. Do you really think we cannot survive without her? In front of the Wu family's villa, the young lady Wu, please have mercy on us. We ask for so little, just 500, no. 200 union coins will suffice, a middle-aged man begged, his eyes openly calculating as he gazed at Wu Xingxue. Noticing Wu Yumian's stern silence, he quickly turned to the frail, white-haired elder behind him, dragging him to kneel, and let out a wail. Miss Wu, you have helped so many, even forgiving your malicious adoptive sister. Why will you not help us? Father, let us quickly bow to the young lady. If we have no money, we shall starve to death. Please, do not faint at the Wu family's doorstep. The middle-aged man's words had scarcely left his lips when the elder began to roll his eyes, his body weakening, and he appeared ready to collapse onto his son. Wu Yumian, catching the scene out of the corner of her eye, noticed neighbors peeking out curiously. She clenched her jaw and took a deep breath. ILL help. The middle-aged man immediately produced his identification card, and Wu Yumian gritted her teeth as she transferred 200 union coins to him, after sending the father and son away. Li Ping, the wife of Commander Jiang, approached Wu Yumian and praised, Mian, you are truly kind-hearted. There are so few good girls like you nowadays. On the other side, Meng Su, the 15-year-old daughter of General Meng, also came over. Mian, you are such a wonderful person. I have never seen anyone as kind-hearted and beautiful as you. Wu Yumian felt her previous frustrations dissipate somewhat. Although she had lost money, at least she had gained a good reputation. Softly, she replied, Aunt Li, Xinyuan, please do not say such things. I have merely done what I could out if possible. No one wishes to find themselves at another's mercy. They must have been truly desperate to seek me out. I cannot stand idly by and watch them perish. Otherwise, I would be just like my sister. Mian, I shall learn from you. Meng Su exclaimed, her eyes filled with admiration. Meng Su nodded, take me along too. Li Ping shook her head with a sigh. I've always felt a sense of guilt. We have enough to eat and drink, yet there are those outside who cannot even afford a meal. Just thinking about that father and son makes my heart ache. Meng Su pursed her lips in agreement. I feel the same. Suddenly, her eyes brightened. Why not? Let's go to the lower district together to do charity tomorrow. Wu Yumian stared at the two in disbelief. The lower district? Doing charity in the apocalypse. Who could possibly be so foolish? She was merely trying to maintain her image. But were these two genuinely simple-minded? Wu Yumian. A wave of exhaustion washed over her. Gritting her teeth, a chilling determination surfaced on her previously downcast face. The Wu family resided in the upper district, where only the wealthy or powerful lived. Although there were patrols between the upper and middle districts, some always managed to slip through. From yesterday until now, that father and son were the 6 pair of people to whom Wu Yumian had generously given 200 union coins. Essentially, those who managed to reach this area were somewhat skilled con artists. Should Wu Yumian exhibit even a hint of impatience or refusal, they would begin to wail, and if flattery failed, they would angrily accuse her of hypocrisy. Wu Yamian was acutely aware that the affection she received from the Wu family and others stemmed from her gentle, kind, and innocent demeanor. To avoid shattering her carefully crafted persona, she must continue to act. The thought of the two sheltered fools next door proposing a charity trip to the lower district made her heart bleed. All because of that wretched Wu Xingxue. How could she be so fortunate? Surviving even with her powers shattered. Wretched, wretched, wretched. Wu Yamian muttered under her breath, as if this could alleviate her anger. I could see that moment. The door moved. Someone was opening it. Wu Xingxue was startled, having just adjusted her expression when the door swung open. Mian, why are you standing there? Shun Qi asked, puzzled. Noticing Shun Qi's lackluster demeanor and red eyes, she inquired with concern, Cousin, what happened to your eyes? Are you injured? Please sit down. I'll get you a glass of water. Shun Qi took a seat on the sofa, watching Wu Yamian bustle about, feeling an unexpected sense of comfort. As he thought of certain someone, resentment surged in his eyes. Wu Yamian sat beside him and asked, Cousin, what on earth is wrong? Shun Qi, feeling a knot in his heart, recounted the events at the identification center. Wu Yamian's eyes widened in shock. Where did she acquire so many exotic plants? Realizing she had reacted too strongly, she quickly composed herself. No, I was merely concerned for my sister. That yesterday's beauty fruit was merely an accident. So how could she be opening a shop today? Having been cast out of the Wu family, how could she still thrive? All the good fortune seemed to fall in her lap. Wu Xingxue continued to prosper, acquiring exotic plants and even planning to open a shop, while she, on the other hand, was being extorted by a bunch of wretches. It was profoundly unfair. Shun Qi, in front of Wu Yamian, revealed his thoughts. Initially, I thought her bleeding herbs would be sent to our team, saving us money on medication for this mission. But I never anticipated her being so miserly. Not only did she refuse to provide the exotic plants, but she even dared to poke me in the eye. I should have broken her hand. Shun Qi slammed his fist down on the sofa. Wu Yamian, preoccupied with the source of Wu Xingxue's exotic plants, subtly suggested, Why don't you go persuade my sister, cousin? After all, your mission is important. She may appear cold, but she cannot be so ungrateful. Shun Qi had already tried to persuade her. However, Wu Xingxue was impervious to both entreaties and threats. In the chaos he had caused, everyone had completely lost interest in Wu Xingxue's herbs, and she had turned away, casting him a frosty, disdainful glance. Remembering that looked still unsettled Shun Qi before Wu Yamian could say anything further, Shun Qi, irritable, raked his fingers through his hair. Let us not discuss her anymore. Just a mention of her vexes me. Wu Yamian closed her mouth, sensing Shun Qi's unusual agitation today. Clearly, Wu Xingxue had provoked him greatly. Internally, Wu Yamian cursed Wu Xingxue for her foolishness. What good did it do her to offend Shun Qi so thoroughly? She was now a useless person, provoking Shun Qi to this extent, only to turn around and face retaliation, jeopardizing her plans for a shop. Truly, she must have lost her mind. Realizing this was an opportune moment to win Shun Qi over, she softened her tone. Cousin, tomorrow is your team's designated mission. With your abilities, you will undoubtedly succeed. Shun Qi raised an eyebrow. Of course, certainly. Here is the refined translation of your text. Xingxue has always believed that it is thanks to her that our team has managed to navigate safely thus far. Therefore, I intend to prove to her that our team can still attain A-rank status without her. She truly thinks we cannot succeed without her. Wu Yamian nodded in agreement, remarking that her sister is simply too arrogant. Her cousin's invitation had merely been a precaution, yet the outside world attributes all the credit to her, which is decidedly unfair to her cousin. Shun Qi squinted and let out a cold snort. Meng Wei audaciously dares to oppose me. Once I successfully ascend to A-rank, I shall see how he maintains his arrogance. However, Shun Qi hesitated for a moment. Wu Yamian inquired thoughtfully, What troubles you, cousin? To be fair, Meng Wei's team is not significantly weaker than ours. Moreover, when undertaking A-rank tasks, they always enlist the assistance of healers, making it even more challenging to create a gap in strength. This uncertainty is precisely what Shun Qi grapples with. Although he is confident in his abilities, the stakes of this classification task affect everyone, and he cannot help but feel anxious, Wu Yumming smiled. Cousin, I have a plan that will surely enable your teams to widen the gap. Xingxue's eyes lit up. What is your plan? If it works, I shall reward you with the commission from this task. Chapter 20. A past blinded by ignorance, Xingxue is truly a despicable character. He actually bribed the healer. The atmosphere in the exploration team's rest area was somber. The youngest member of Meng Wei's team, Zhuyu, cursed angrily. Earlier that morning, following the team's discussion, he approached the designated healer to discuss the upcoming task. Unexpectedly, the healer was ill with a fever. Helpless, Zhuyu sought out another healer from the backup list, only to find that the second healer had sprained his ankle. The coincidence was rather uncanny. Zhuyu then contacted all 11 healers within their budget, only to discover that they were all sick. After much inquiry, he learned that Xingxue was behind this scheme. The strategist, Baiku, removed his glasses and began to wipe them slowly. Without a healer to safeguard the team, not only was the task completion in question, but the probability of survival for the entire team dwindled to a mere 20%. The previous A-rank team, having successfully completed 5 tasks, believed themselves to be sufficiently capable and, for the sake of saving costs, chose to forego a healer. Zhuyu suppressed his fury. Old Bai, we are well aware of the healer's importance. No need to remind us. We had already planned to engage the highest-level healer within our means. Who could have anticipated that Xingxue would resort to such underhanded tactics? Baiku reasoned. I suspect Xingxue has not only bribed with money, but has also leveraged the power of the Wu family to intimidate. Otherwise, how could he afford to pay a sum comparable to the commission for completing an A-rank task? 11 healers. This is no small expense. He is no longer the wealthy second generation he once was. He must now earn his keep like us. Zhuyu was taken aback. The Wu family prides itself on its strict moral code and would never bully others. If that is the case, let us seek out Officer Wu and his uncle Wu Sheng. Before Baiku could respond, the oldest member of the team, Yang Zheng, shook his head. It would be futile. They are bound to side with their own. At worst, they will offer us some compensation to withdraw from this classification task. They handled the matter with Wu Xingxue in the same manner. The silent member, Liu, who had not spoken, could only nod in agreement with a sigh. The room was enveloped in a pall of despair. Zhuyu, unwilling to accept this, kicked the table leg, the sound dull. Are we truly going to proceed without a healer? If we fail to participate in the classification task post-registration, unless the entire team perishes during this period, we will lose the opportunity to participate for a whole year. A year. How many people who are laughing and chatting today may become corpses by tomorrow? For explorers, time is as precious as life itself. They cannot afford to wait. Everyone wishes to secure the highest level of benefits for their families while they are alive. In case they meet an untimely demise, ensuring their loved ones live without worry for the remainder of their lives. Otherwise, the exploration profession, with its high mortality rate, would not attract so many willing participants. Meng Wei rubbed his bald head and grinned. All right, brothers, it's just one healer. We managed well enough before without one. Zhuyu hesitated, but this time is different. The source core could be replenished by the abilities of the ability users. Offering high liquidity, IT also serves as a source of income. The group exchanged glances, resigned to the situation. Their hearts were heavy with worry. Xingxue emerged from the identification hall and first visited the supply station. There, the offered price for a hemostatic herb was 400 union coins. Xingxue declined, deeming the price too low. She was confident that the efficacy of the hemostatic herb would surpass that of the previously identified restoration fruit and beauty fruit. She could not bring herself to sell it at such a loss. She attempted to engage with several second-hand dealers who had been absent from the identification hall, only to find that they were well informed. In a short period, the news that Xingxue labeled her as a swindler had spread far and wide. It seemed the hemostatic herb was about to slip through her fingers. Moreover, if the rumor was not swiftly dispelled, no one would ever purchase anything from her henceforth. This avenue would be entirely cut off. Xingxue thought of the instigator, Xingxue, and felt an overwhelming urge to rip his head off. She had truly been blind in the past. Xingxue was nothing but a scoundrel, despite her assistance to their team during past tasks, without even taking a commission. Xingxue paused, adjusting her breath. The safety zone was immense and lacking any means of transportation. After wandering from the identification center to the supply station and then to the second-hand dealers, her legs had grown weak. Xingxue took a moment to gather herself before entering the Explore building. This structure housed all exploration teams registered within the safety zone, with room allocations based on team rank for daily rest and meetings. Room 231. Her eyes brightened. She had found it. Xingxue had promised Mengwei that she would seek him out when she acquired valuable items. The beauty fruit from yesterday was unnecessary, but the hemostatic herb would be just right for him. She knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The door swung open swiftly, revealing a young man whose appearance, though ordinary, was marred by a gruesome scar stretching from his right brow to his forehead, lending him an air of ferocity. Zhuyu instinctively frowned. Xingxue, what brings you here? Xingxue was not surprised that he recognized her. Given her current notoriety, she could easily pass for a minor celebrity even before the apocalypse. Paying no mind to his guarded tone, she replied, "Is Captain Meng here? I wish to speak with him." "What do you want with my captain?" Zhuiyu's wariness intensified, even showing a hint of disdain. "Leave. We do not welcome the Wu family, especially not a coward who betrays her comrades." As an explorer, he held Xingxue's previous actions in contempt. Just as Zhuiyu was about to slam the door shut, footsteps could be heard from within. "Who is it?" Upon seeing Mengwei, Xingxue smiled. "Brother Meng." Mengwei's demeanor remained unchanged, exuding warmth and hospitality. "You've come. Sister, please come in." He patted the reluctant Zhuiyu, who finally stepped aside. Xingxue walked past him unfazed. The house allocated by the safety zone was essentially a meeting room, a B-rank team. Mengwei's team had been assigned a relatively spacious room. Approximately 30 square meters. One side housed a metal cabinet for personal belongings, while the center featured an old conference table surrounded by a few chairs. An empty space on the other side contained a simple folding bed, beneath which appeared to be some exercise equipment. "Sister, I haven't prepared any water or refreshments. I hope you understand," Mengwei said. Zhuiyu let out a low scoff, earning a glare from Mengwei. Xingxue pretended not to hear. An individual as fair and impartial as Mengwei was indeed a rarity. "It's all right, Brother Meng. No need for such formality. I came to inquire whether you still need some hemostatic herbs." Zhuiyu leapt to his feet, as if someone had stepped on him. "Great! A swindler has come to deceive us." Chapter 21. He may be brash, but he is a good person, Mengwei interjected. "Don't speak recklessly. I was the one who asked her to bring me new goods." News had spread that Xingxue had identified a hemostatic exotic plant earlier that day in the identification hall. Her cousin Shunqi himself had certified that Xingxue was a fraud, claiming the exotic plants were utterly useless. Zhuiyu, fearing that his captain's compassion might sway him, urged, "Brother Meng, consider this. Xingxue and Shunqi are family. If he, as her brother, says such things, how can it be false? Just look at who out there would still dare to buy her items." Mengwei furrowed his brow, now aware of this new development. The typically composed Yang Zheng spoke up. "Zhua is right. Just after Shunqi set us up, she comes to sell us hemostatic herbs that I now suspect they're in cahoots. What do you think?" Bai Ku, usually cautious in his judgments, refrained from voicing a conclusion. Instead, he observed the calm demeanor of Xingxue as she sat quietly amidst their debate, despite being the focal point of their accusations. She remained the most composed one in the room. Bai Ku admired her poise, yet Yang Zheng's analysis held some merit. Bai Ku's eyes flickered as he pondered, remaining reticent. Zhuiyu, merely 20 and with a fiery temperament, was incensed at Xingxue's question. "What are you pretending for? That scoundrel Shunqi bribed and bought off all the healers to win against us. Tomorrow's A-level task. Our team has not managed to locate a healer at all. You are his cousin, and you have been shadowing their squad during every graded task without fail. Now, with such underhanded actions from him, do you dare claim ignorance? He orchestrated our failure to find a healer. And then you appear to peddle some hemostatic herbs that I suspect you two have colluded. You and your brother are quite the schemers." Xingxue narrowed her eyes slightly, her emotions remarkably composed, based on her understanding of Shunqi. He might have arranged for someone to injure members of Meng Wei's squad beforehand, rendering them incapacitated for the task. However, it is unlikely he would think to bribe a healer. This style, reminiscent of that viper. Wu Yimayan. The worst outcome would be the demise of all 5 individuals. Wu Xingxue's gaze was bright, her voice steady. I have severed ties with the Wu family, and I am unaware of Xingxue's actions. Zhui Yu and the others are also aware, yet they do not believe me. Over the past year, Wu Xingxue has participated in every graded task without compensation. It is said that she was the one who guided Xingxue before he entered the field. The bond between the siblings is so strong that it cannot simply be dismissed. Meng Wei nodded firmly. I believe you. He trusted his judgment of character. Zhui Yu was about to interject when Meng Wei halted him. Meng Wei addressed Wu Xingxue. Sister, let me see those hemostatic herbs. Wu Xingxue retrieved a purplish-red medicinal herb from her bag that if someone has sustained internal injuries from a blow, it can be ingested directly. If the injuries are external, it can be crushed and applied. Those gravely injured would hardly have the time to crush it. It would be a hassle, Zhui Yu muttered under his breath. Wu Xingxue paid him no mind. Continuing, the assessment center concluded that it can quickly staunch bleeding and should also have anti-inflammatory and bruising effects. However, I have not conducted any experiments myself, so I cannot ascertain the precise efficacy of this hemostatic herb. Zhui Yu retorted. So you intend to use us as guinea pigs? Wu Xingxue did not even glance at him, still focused on Meng Wei. Brother Meng, you previously mentioned I should come to you when I have goods. That's why I'm here. Whether you buy or not depends on your needs. Yang Zheng frowned, expressing uncertainty about the efficacy of the herbs. Captain, let alone anything else. The cost-effectiveness of this herb itself is quite low. Yang Zheng glanced at Bai Ku, hoping to hear his opinion, only to find Bai Ku, the intellectual powerhouse of the team, staring thoughtfully at Wu Xingxue, lost in contemplation. Bai Ku found Wu Xingxue to be quite intriguing. He had seen her a few times when she was still a high-level ability user. Now, she appeared considerably more slender than before, yet her mental state seemed much improved. In her prime, Wu Xingxue was among the elite of ability users, attracting admiration and envy wherever she went, yet she had always carried an air of indifference, as if a lingering fatigue clouded her brow. Zhui Yu's words were rather harsh and unrefined, and Bai Ku understood how acute their cautious demeanor could be. Anyone else would have been quaking in fear by now. Yet, Wu Xingxue remained unfazed, embodying a calmness that rendered their sharp remarks utterly ineffective. After experiencing a fall from grace, being besieged by negative rumors, and being ousted from the Wu family, the weariness that once shadowed her countenance seemed to have dissipated, replaced by an aura far surpassing her former self. She resembled a sword stripped of superfluous embellishments, revealing its original sharpness and essence. Bai Ku found himself somewhat inclined to trust her. Meng Wei pondered for a few seconds before smiling. All right, I'll take 3. Captain, Zhui Yu exclaimed. Meng Wei stated, consider it a personal purchase. It won't go through the Team S accounts. Zhui Yu fumed, his chest heaving. This was not a matter of private versus public accounts. Meng Wei handed Wu Xingxue a 6-second-tier zombie source nuclei. Sister, I don't have enough union coins on hand. Can I trade these source nuclei with you? Is 6 enough? Wu Xingxue accepted the nuclei, responding. That is sufficient, Brother Meng. She recalled the bid from the assessment center and estimated that a single hemostatic herb would cost around 800. If its efficacy could be confirmed, it could be priced even higher. Meng Wei's estimation was spot on. 6 nuclei were roughly equivalent to 3 hemostatic herbs. Wu Xingxue mused, truly, Meng Wei is a good person. She understood that his lack of haggling was an indication of his desire to assist her. Perhaps Wu Yimayan, who strives to portray herself as virtuous, could learn a thing or two from him. Wu Yimayan is not even fit to imitate the likes of Dong Shi. Zhui Yu was displeased, exclaiming, 3 measly herbs are worth that much? Meng Wei apologetically addressed Wu Xingxue. Don't mind him. He is just being spiteful, but he is a good person at heart. Wu Xingxue laughed unabashedly. Zhui Yu exclaimed, Captain. Wu Xingxue raised an eyebrow. The relationships among their team seemed rather amicable. She produced 4 hemostatic herbs and handed them to Meng Wei. The extra one is a gift to celebrate my auspicious start. Meng Wei readily accepted. All right, I want to be polite then. Zhui Yu scoffed, as if he cared for her gift. Before leaving, Wu Xingxue advised Meng Wei. Brother Meng, don't lose heart. Although Xingxue has brought a healer, they may not necessarily be stronger than you. Meng Wei inquired. Why is that? Wu Xingxue replied. Because this time, I'm not with the team. The others fell silent, taken aback by her self-praise. Baiku's eyes flickered, as if he had suddenly realized something. Aside from Baiku, no one paid heed to Wu Xingxue's words. Once she departed, Zhuyu was beside himself with agitation. Captain, not only do we have to spend a fortune to acquire medication, since we couldn't secure a healer, but 6 source nuclei could have bought us a special medicine. Isn't that a loss? Special medicine is merely a blanket term. It encompasses various categories, such as anti-inflammatory and healing-promoting varieties that IT is a new technology developed by the Safe Zone, integrating source nuclei extracts into existing medications, significantly enhancing their potency. Of course, the price is exorbitant. Meng Wei chuckled nonchalantly. That may not be the case. Perhaps this hemostatic herb will prove invaluable later on. Meng Wei merely spoke casually, harboring no significant expectations. When he witnessed Wu Xingxue, once at the pinnacle of her prowess, now subjected to gossip and scrutiny, an indescribable discomfort welled within him if he were to face similar circumstances. Meng Wei felt he could never emulate Wu Xingxue's calm demeanor and proactive attitude. Their discussion of purchasing herbs was less about the herbs themselves and more about Meng Wei's silent support for Wu Xingxue. Throughout their journey, the disdainful glares directed at her felt like they could burn holes through her skin. Wu Xingxue heard enough to confirm her suspicions. Indeed, Shun Qi's slanderous remarks about her at the assessment center had not only circulated among second-hand vendors, but had become widely known. She now bore an additional negative label. A fraud so shameless that even her family could no longer stand by her. Compelled to speak out against her lies, it appeared that until the rumors were dispelled, her exotic plants would remain unsellable. Chapter 22. Stay away at all costs. Upon returning to the familiar street, Wu Xingxue felt grounded. Although she had only been here for a mere 2 days, and her stay in Granny Chen's small building was limited to 5 days, she had already developed a sense of belonging far surpassing her time with the Wu family. Wherever she resided was home. She was her own anchor, no longer seeking emotional reliance. This feeling ignited an immeasurable motivation within Wu Xingxue. She believed that as long as she set her mind to it, she could undoubtedly carve out a better life. As she strolled to the end of the street, Wu Xingxue found herself puzzled. Where had everyone gone? Could something significant have transpired? Qin Rulan, at your age, who would dare employ you? If you were to collapse in the middle of the night, the management would have to compensate for your life. A shrill voice pierced the air like a broken gong in the distance. Qin Rulan? Granny Qin. Wu Xingxue's heart raced, and she immediately dashed toward the source of the voice. Old Madame Tian was hurling vitriol at Granny Qin. Granny Qin retorted, "A Haven T died in your home, so why do you meddle in my affairs?" Old Madame Tian shot back, "I'm also a member of this street. Why shouldn't I speak? If you ask me, your existence is a waste of resources. You might as well join your late husband sooner." Granny Qin's cane struck the ground with a resounding thud, and she pointed accusingly at Old Madame Tian, only to be interrupted by a severe bout of coughing. Old Madame Tian reveled in her triumph, her previously drooping eyelids now brimming with vitality. She looked at the other woman as hunched back and silvery hair, feeling a surge of satisfaction. The two of them had lived on this street for decades, always at odds on the day of the apocalypse. Old Madame Tian's husband had perished, leaving her with only a son for company. Yet Granny Qin had fared better. Both her husband and son were alive and thriving, having secured stable jobs in the safe zone. With a caring husband and a dutiful son, Granny Qin had no need to venture out to toil for a living. Old Madame Tian's son, despite being the same age as Granny Qin's, was lazy and timid, unwilling to leave the house. Old Madame Tian scolded her son for his uselessness, while she herself scoured the streets for 3 odd jobs daily to support her 28-year-old son who lay idly at home. Every time she grew weary from work, she would think of Granny Qin living in comfort, which infuriated her. To her surprise, fate had intervened. Granny Qin's husband had died, and shortly after, her dutiful and capable son had also passed away. Old Madame Tian had tossed and turned all night, unable to sleep, and even her lethargic son became somewhat pleasing to the eye, energizing her for work. Today, Granny Qin, who hadn't seen a hard day's work since the apocalypse, had finally ventured out to seek employment. and she was applying for the same night's street cleaning job as old Madame Tian. Though it required staying up late, it was far easier than other odd jobs, and many were vying for it. Old Madame Tian gritted her teeth and handed the hiring manager 100 union coins, securing the job for herself. Initially, there was a twinge of sympathy that 100 could sustain her for 3 days of odd jobs. Yet, upon witnessing Qin Rilan's disappointed expression, she instantly felt that the expenditure was worthwhile. The locals gathered in a circle to watch the spectacle. Their expressions varied, yet none intervened. Although the residents here fared somewhat better than those in the lower district, life remained arduous. Observing the commotion required no effort and served as a distraction. To meddle would necessitate both time and resources, which they lacked. Grandma Qin emitted a series of urgent and violent coughs. Her face flushed. She felt as though her throat was ablaze. And since rising early that morning, her body had ached all over, and her spirits were LOW. In former times, old Lady Tian would have been no match for her. Suddenly, Grandma Qin realized the stark truth. She had grown old. Although old Lady Tian's words were venomous, they held a semblance of truth. As a solitary elderly woman, her body was deteriorating day by day. Even a job sweeping the streets eluded her. Without work, how would she eat or drink? How could she survive? She did not wish to burden Xingxue. The poor child had already suffered enough. Living felt like a waste of resources. She longed for her son and late husband. A wave of indescribable bitterness surged within her, and the strength that had once sustained her seemed to be waning. Suddenly, a pair of icy hands clasped her bony palm. Grandma Qin, do not fear. I am here. Grandma Qin, momentarily dazed, tilted her head slightly, and after a brief pause, her eyes focused on the figure before her. Xingxue, Xingxue sensed the tightening grip on her hand and noticed Grandma Qin's tightly pressed lips and reddened eyes. A sigh escaped her. The seemingly robust Grandma Qin was but a facade, sustained by mere will. Following the successive losses of her husband and son, Grandma Qin's health had sharply declined. Xingxue noticed the distress in her emotions. It appeared the fire within her heart was about to extinguish. Upon seeing Xingxue arrive, old Lady Tian scoffed. "Oh, look, isn't this your great benefactor, Qin Rilan? That worthless trash the Wu family discarded, yet you seem to cherish." Grandma Qin's dim eyes suddenly sparkled with life, and she straightened up, declaring, "Old hag, at least my Xingxue was once a high-level ability user, far superior to your paralytic son." Old Lady Tian's eyelid twitched. Laughter erupted from the crowd. At least my son is alive, able to fulfill his filial duties before me. Unlike yours. You're a harbinger of doom. I bet you brought about the deaths of your husband and son. Sooner or later, you'll drag this useless one down with you. By the time that happens, you too will rot away in your home, and no one will know. Fury consumed Grandma Qin, her previous despondency dissipating in an instant. Perfect. I'll visit your house every day. I'll make sure to take care of you and your good-for-nothing son. Dare to speak ill of Xingxue, and I shall tear your mouth apart. Xingxue's eyes darkened as she grasped the furious Grandma Qin's arm. She needed to find a means for Grandma Qin to regain her fighting spirit. Old Lady Tian seemed like a suitable target. Grandma Qin, do not act rashly. Have you forgotten the regulations of the safe zone? Fighting in the safe zone results in immediate confinement. Grandma Qin retorted, I cannot swallow this insult, even if they lock me away. I will accept it. Xingxue grinned. I have a brilliant idea. We want to be confined, and we can relieve our anger. Grandma Qin's eyes lit up, instantly rejuvenated. What is your plan? Tell me, and I shall execute it. Xingxue shook her head, her tone mysterious. Just remember to keep your distance when the time comes. Understood? Keep far away. Chapter 23. Chasing the old lady with sewage, seeing Xingxue and Grandma Qin simmer down. Old Lady Tian felt triumphant. What a farce, that so-called high-level ability user. Xingxue pushed through the crowd and dashed toward the public restroom about 20 meters away. Old Lady Tian laughed heartily. What a coward. Just a few words, and she runs away. The crowd joined in the laughter. Mere moments later, Xingxue emerged, pinching her nose with one hand while carrying a large white bucket with the other. Grandma Qin stared at the white bucket in her hand, suddenly struck by a realization. Her face paled, and without needing Wu Xingxue's prompting, she retreated several steps. Using her cane for support, Wu Xingxue, resolute, pinched her nose and charged towards old lady Tian. "What are you doing? Don't come any closer. If you dare touch me, I'll have someone arrest you." With a swift stride, Wu Xingxue closed the distance to old lady Tian, and without hesitation, she splashed the contents of the bucket. In an instant, a foul stench enveloped the vicinity. The crowd gasped in horror, their expressions shifting from amusement to terror. "Ah, run. It's sewage. What a lunatic. Don't come near." The crowd scattered in a panic. "Ha ha ha. You old hag. This is what you get for your sharp tongue." Grandma Qin laughed uproariously. Old lady Tian stood frozen, drenched and overwhelmed by the unbearable stench invading her nostrils. The realization of what was in that bucket made her tremble, her eyes rolling back as she fainted, consumed by overwhelming fear. Wu Xingxue declined Grandma Qin's invitation to hold hands, as her own hands were not exactly clean. As Grandma Qin regained her composure, she pondered Wu Xingxue's earlier actions, a mix of exhilaration and concern coursing through her. "Ahem, Xiaoxue. You didn't get caught for throwing sewage on her, did you?" Wu Xingxue dismissed her worries. "Not at all. Don't fret that I know the regulations of the safe zone by heart. What I just did doesn't breach a single rule." Grandma Qin nodded, finding solace. Yet something felt amiss. "Why do you have those regulations memorized?" Wu Xingxue replied calmly. "To keep myself vigilant. I am a law-abiding resident of the safe zone." Grandma Qin, "Throwing sewage hardly qualifies one as a good resident." Wu Xingxue added, "Besides, it wasn't even sewage. It was merely water used to clean the public restroom mops." She sighed. "Had I known this would happen today, I would have prepared a bucket of the real deal." Grandma Qin's eye twitched, her gaze drifting. "That may not be necessary. We have to abandon this street altogether." In the post-apocalyptic world, water sources were polluted and the safe zone had limited water resources. Residents had to purchase water, rendering personal toilets a luxury. Thus, public restrooms were established throughout the safe zone. Apart from affluent families in the upper and certain middle districts, the remaining populace had to rely on these facilities. Although regular cleaning was scheduled to avoid contamination, sharing the same restroom among an entire street rendered cleanliness a challenge. The bucket Wu Xingxue had just wielded was intended for washing cleaning tools. Although Wu Xingxue would not admit it, everyone else believed it to be no different from sewage. After all, old lady Tian had fainted from the stench. Grandma Qin sighed heavily at Wu Xingxue, lamenting the plight of this once envied young woman, now reduced to chasing an old lady with a bucket of sewage for her sake. The girl had truly fallen on hard times. Wu Xingxue, scratching her head with a clean finger, wondered why Grandma Qin's gaze suddenly radiated such tenderness. "Xiaoxue, from now on, refrain from carrying sewage for me. You're a young lady. It's unbecoming that a neighbor eavesdropping from the roadside interjected. Who exactly is being ruined here?" The entire street now bore a faint odor, yet none dared to blame Wu Xingxue, fearing they would receive a bucket as well, despite her current lack of abilities. Her swift actions earlier left them all in awe. People secretly cursed old lady Tian for provoking that madwoman. Wu Xingxue's reputation had soared throughout the street. Understanding Grandma Qin's sentiments, Wu Xingxue beamed, revealing a dazzling smile. Her voice rang clear, causing nearby neighbors to shudder. "I wouldn't dare. Who would provoke someone capable of retaliating with sewage? This was utterly disgraceful." Grandma Qin was profoundly moved, her eyes brimming with tears. Wu Xingxue merely thought that whether it was sewage or abilities, as long as it safeguarded her and ensured she wouldn't suffer losses, it was a sound strategy. Decorum, when reduced to being insulted openly. What dignity remained? Even the Wu family was still reeking of it. This was undeniably effective. She thought, if it comes to our demise, so be it. I will show her. We, mother and daughter, will undoubtedly fare better than she and her paralyzed son. Wu Xingxue wholeheartedly supported this. Grandma Qin needed motivation. However, she could not truly let Grandma Qin sweep streets at night. Her health was not as robust as it seemed, and if she toiled for days, she might collapse before earning any money. Time was of the essence. The lease on their small abode was down to 5 days, and within that span, she needed to earn 2,000 union coins. Rent for the small building required a minimum of half a month's payment up front, equating to 2,000. Her only resource was the various exotic plants and fruits from the Beastworld. Yet Xingxue's meddling had rendered them unsellable. Xingxue had calmly calculated that Menggu would participate in a ranking task with Xingxue the following day. The level missions were notoriously difficult, and someone from Mengji's team was bound to be injured that if they utilized hemostatic herbs. The rumors spread by Xingxue could be shattered. Xingxue did not wish any ill upon Meng Wei and the others. Even her former self would not dare guarantee her safety on an A-level mission, let alone those inferior to her in rank. Without a healer in the team, the uncertainties were too great. Xingxue was unaware of the specifics of this mission and could not make further judgments. She was uncertain whether Meng Wei's team would return safely, but she was confident that without her protection, Xingxue would not escape unscathed. After a brief wait, Hitsong came online. Chapter 24. The Innocent and Naive Hitsong. How are things on your end? Xingxue recalled that Hitsong's tribe was besieged by numerous enemies, and the situation was dire. Hitsong replied, "They will strike at the latest the day after tomorrow, and possibly as soon as tomorrow night. Thanks to your medicine, my injuries have improved considerably, but my tribesmen are not faring as well." Have the medicinal herbs been sold? Xingxue paused momentarily, stating that only 4 plants have been sold today, and that it primarily depended on tomorrow. The best outcome would be for Meng Wei's team to return safely tomorrow with the hemostatic herb. Only individuals of significant influence could validate the efficacy of her hemostatic herb, thus garnering the belief of others. Meng Wei was the ideal candidate for this. Selling the hemostatic herb would enable her to obtain special medicine for Hitsong, helping him to navigate this crisis. Xingxue had already prepared her explanation for why she could not sell anything today and would have to wait until tomorrow. However, she heard Hitsong say, "All right, then we shall wait until tomorrow." Xingxue responded in disbelief. "Huh? I mean tomorrow." As in tomorrow. She understood that Hitsong's ability to overcome this crisis hinged on whether he could restore his tribesmen's combat capabilities, which depended on her ability to provide a substantial amount of special medicine. Specifically, medicine infused with advanced zombie core energy. This was not inexpensive. In other words, their relationship was one of mutual cooperation and benefit in the long run. But at this moment, Hitsong needed her assistance more than ever. Hitsong, however, allowed Xingxue to retain the initiative and even trusted her implicitly. He did not even inquire why, as soon as Xingxue mentioned that there would be progress tomorrow. He believed her, without question. Xingxue's lips moved as she struggled to find the words. Doubts resurfaced in her mind. Could Hitsong truly bear the heavy responsibility of leading his tribe? Wasn't he just a naive fool? Hitsong, the innocent fool, remained oblivious to Xingxue's assessment of him. Having just finished discussing tomorrow's arrangements with Amu, he conversed with Xingxue while also double-checking the plans for their actions the next day. To prevent any unforeseen incidents on Xingxue's side that might hinder her from acquiring medicine, he refrained from informing his tribesmen of the situation, allowing everyone to remain in a state of fervent anticipation, lest hope lead to disappointment. As for the possibility of Xingxue deceiving him, Hitsong had not even considered it. In the world of beastmen, even the cunning red fox could not compare to the deceit of humans, let alone Hitsong, who was a paragon of integrity among the Qionghu. He had never encountered human treachery. Suddenly, Xingxue had a thought and pulled out a zombie core from her bag. If the special medicine infused with core energy was effective for Hitsong, did that imply that the core itself was also useful? Xingxue's eyes sparkled with realization as she recalled that there were also ability users capable of beastification in their vicinity. In a way, they were quite similar to Hitsong and his kin. Why don't you try to absorb this? Hitsong noticed a beautiful, pale red stone in the space before him and asked. Absorb? Xingxue encouraged. Try to see if you can sense anything different about this stone. Hitsong obediently took out the core, and the moment it left the ring, he sensed something was off. His golden yellow pupils narrowed as he fixated on the pale red stone in his hand. This stone is, he pondered, it's attracting me. Xingxue's eyes lit up with excitement. That's wonderful. Then follow your instincts and try to absorb it. Hitsong closed his eyes, and after a few seconds, the pale red stone disintegrated into a pile of powder. To his astonishment, he noticed signs of scabbing on the wound on his abdomen. How is it? Wu Xingxue inquired. He Tsang's voice trembled slightly as he exclaimed, "It worked, and the healing speed of the wound has accelerated. If I had 10 more, I should be able to recover 80%. Wu Xingxue was left speechless. The core did not provide such healing effects for humans. It merely replenished depleted energy, typically used as a supplement during battle. Yet for beastmen, it could directly heal wounds. Wu Xingxue felt a surge of jealousy. Moreover, considering that the fruit, which had no effect on Tsang, transformed into energy-rich exotic fruit in her hands, she began to understand some things. The energies from the two worlds underwent a unique transformation after passing through space. Tsang had been the leader of his tribe for over 20 years, known far and wide among various clans as a formidable warrior who instilled fear in others. Now, however, his voice was gentle, tinged with embarrassment as he asked, "Wu Xingxue, do you have any more of these stones? Can I trade with you?" Tsang's face flushed with embarrassment. The thought of exchanging a pile of useless fruit and herbs for a miraculous stone that could heal injuries made him scorn himself. Yet he could not refrain from making this request, for it concerned the survival of his entire tribe. Wu Xingxue pursed her lips, glancing at the 5 remaining cores in her bag. Extracting cores from the brains of zombies was not an easy task. "Will you be able to hold out until tomorrow night? By then, I may be able to provide you with more cores, but I cannot guarantee it." Tsang realized that this miraculous stone was called a core. He replied, "I should be able to manage, but..." He hesitated, murmuring, "I currently only have some herbs and meat. I don't have anything better to offer you for now. However, once the crisis in my tribe is resolved, I can give you the shell of a fire turtle, the bones of savage beast, spirit ginseng, soul grass. Anything would be better than these fruits." Wu Xingxue's mind conjured the image of a large dog with big, pleading eyes, wagging its tail at her, that a look of conflict crossed her face. Was she perhaps taking advantage of the beastmen? Yet, as she thought of her own predicaments within the safety zone and the many unresolved issues at hand, Wu Xingxue made a decision that if both of their current crises could be resolved smoothly, she would explain to Tsang the special effects of the fruit and offer him some compensation. If possible, she genuinely wished to treat both humans and beastmen with sincerity. The only time she had ever truly invested her heart was in the Wuxing family. Yet the consequences were, Wu Xingxue said, "There's no rush for now. We can communicate anytime tomorrow. I estimate I should have results by evening." Tsang's voice softened. "All right, I've been recuperating and have some spare time that I will wait for you tomorrow." A thought crossed Wu Xingxue's mind. What a well-behaved dog. Overwhelmed with guilt, she placed 2 more cores in his hands. "Cough. These 2 are my reserves. Use them first. You need to recover well, as your tribesmen depend on you for protection." Tsang expressed his gratitude sincerely. "Thank you, Wu Xingxue. You are truly a kind person." Wu Xingxue thought, "This naive fool. What a disaster." A fierce glint flashed in her eyes. If Meng Wei's situation did not yield favorable results tomorrow, she would have to leverage the matter of her 3rd brother, Wuling, to extort her wealthy 4th brother, Wu Xiao. Wuling and Wu Xiao were twins, yet their personalities differed drastically. The elder brother, Wuling, was an adventurer, a profession far more perilous than that of an explorer. This demonstrated Wuling's love for danger and thrill-seeking in contrast. The younger brother, Wu Xiao, was somber and withdrawn. He had been deprived of nutrients by his brother in the womb, resulting in his frail condition at birth. Subsequently, he had become so weak that he could hardly move his legs and now relied on a wheelchair for mobility. However, he possessed a remarkably high intelligence, being the most intelligent member of the Wuxing family. His work in the research institute was lucrative, and he was not in need of money. Yet, Wu Xingxue hesitated at the thought of Wu Xiao's temperament. If given a choice, she preferred not to provoke him while her abilities were still recovering. Wu Xiao was ruthless. Collectively, the Wuxing family could not match his mercilessness. Chapter 25. The feast set before the mission at 8:30 in the morning. The E13 exit of the safety zone was bustling with activity. Today marked the semi-annual classification task for explorers. Not only were their teams participating in the classification, but also residents who had come to spectate. The task was set to commence at 9 o'clock. And Meng Wei's team of 5 was fully prepared with combat suits, helmets, and weapons. Zhuyu looked at the medical bag strapped to Yang Zheng's back, his expression filled with concern. "Xingxue, you must take good care of that bag. Our lives depend on it. Yang Zheng reassured him, relax. The special medicine we brought this time is top-notch. We even have those 4 herbs from Xingxue. They are no worse than a healer's offerings. The first part of his statement relieved Zhuyu, but the latter part irked him. That useless thing is just taking up space. We should have listened to me yesterday and kicked Xingxue out. We could have bought another special medicine. Zhuyu turned his head away, declaring, whoever wants to use that junk can do so. I certainly won tea. Being the youngest, Zhuyu often spoke his mind, while the other 4 were all at least 5 years older and treated him like a younger brother. They looked on with a mix of amusement and exasperation at Zhuyu's antics. Meng Wei patted Zhuyu on the back, saying, all right, be a man. Why sweat the small stuff? Suddenly, the crowd erupted in commotion, and Zhuyu's face darkened. Here comes trouble. Xingxue walked among the 5, with the other 4 surrounding him like planets orbiting a sun. The moment Xingxue appeared, his eyes met Meng Wei's, igniting a tense spark between them. Everyone knew the two had never gotten along, yet they were both heading to the same task location. Many teams were vying for an A-grade classification at the same time, so a draw had been conducted in advance, leading to the serendipitous pairing of Xingxue and Meng Wei's teams at the same location. Xingxue raised an eyebrow. Captain Meng, long time no see. Allow me to introduce someone to you, he gestured, and a young man with fair skin and glasses emerged from the crowd. He possessed an air of refinement that starkly contrasted with the towering explorers around him. This is Gao Shun, a secondary healer we have invited to join our team, Xingxue announced. Gao Shun nodded politely toward Meng Wei. Xingxue playfully remarked, why didn't you let your healer come out to greet us? Don't be so stingy. Meng Wei's expression darkened. Besides Xingxue, Wang Liang chuckled. Come on, Captain. I heard that they are quite confident this time and don't even bother bringing a healer. The captain of Meng Wei's team truly seemed to disregard his teammates. Unlike our Captain Shun, who generously hired a healer out of his own pocket, the other 3 team members chimed in unison, gleefully watching Meng Wei and his team. The onlookers gasped in shock. What audacity to not invite a healer! Were they eager to meet a swift demise? Xingxue also displayed his affluence. Ever since that A-class team perished without a healer, the value of healers had skyrocketed. Not to mention that Gao Shun was a secondary healer. Hiring him for the team would cost at least 8,000. No less. A friend of mine inquired about his rates last time and nearly fainted. 20,000. And he requires payment up front before joining the team, without any guarantee of survival. Good heavens. The crowd looked at Gao Shun with envy, simultaneously admiring Xingxue spending 20,000 out of his own pocket. Xingxue truly exemplified loyalty as a captain. In comparison, Meng Wei, who usually appeared decent, turned out to be quite miserly at a critical moment. TSK, the person who mentioned Gao Shun's price had some connections and candidly said, you all have no idea. Meng Wei wanted to hire one, but it requires someone willing to come. The crowd sighed in sympathy. It seemed that Meng Wei's team faced a perilous fate this time. Someone voiced the collective sentiment. Meng Wei seized the furious Zhuyu, while Baiku adjusted his glasses, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Isn't it a bit insufficient for Captain Shun to hire just one healer? Wang Liang frowned. What did you say? Baiku scoffed. When has your little team ever advanced without Wu Hongxue? Now, relying on you few minor players if you don't hire a high-level ability user as your main force. How will you manage? Xingxue's expression darkened. Wu Hongxue may have joined the team, but she contributed little. Our team's progress has nothing to do with her. Hidden among the crowd, Wu Hongxue let out a derisive laugh. The reason she seldom contributed during missions was that she wanted to prevent them from becoming overly reliant on her. With Xingxue's impulsive personality, he often disregarded his teammates in a frenzy. His teammates were all inexperienced. Wu Hongxue had to juggle saving them while ensuring none of them fell prey to danger. Although it seemed she seldom took action, when she did, she saved lives. Moreover, she charged not a single penny for her services. Her selflessness reached such extremes that none of Xingxue's team remembered her kindness. They still believed themselves quite capable. Very well, let us see how they navigate the ranking task under Xingxue's leadership. Although Zhuyu had his reservations about Wu Hongxue, he loathed Xingxue even more. Zhuyu retorted, without Wu Hongxue, you're nothing. Xingxue clenched his jaw, about to respond when the person responsible for opening the exit door arrived. Xingxue sneered. Since you were so bold, don't come crying to us for a healer during the mission. Zhuiyu's face flushed with anger. Who would care? His three teammates echoed their agreement. Asking, Captain, will we have celebratory drinks this time? Xingxue declared. Absolutely. He waved grandly. Is there anyone from the restaurant? I'll book a table for the feast. Yes. Several people scrambled forward. In my opinion, what does it matter if Wu Hongxue is involved? A mere woman. Even if she didn't demand a commission for the mission, she hasn't done anything at all. Ultimately, Xingxue chose Pingyang Restaurant and booked a high-end banquet costing 2,000 per table. The staff bowed and flattered him, saying, Captain Shun, the ingredients for this high-end banquet have been prepared in advance, and if you cancel last minute, we will suffer a great loss. So, once booked, it cannot be refunded. While Xingxue appeared confident, he felt a twinge of anxiety. It wasn't the mission he feared. It was the money. His savings had dwindled significantly in recent days. He had spent 90,000 procuring a rare plant parrot for Wu Yumian, depleting much of his funds. Following that, to sabotage Meng Wei, he had disbursed 50,000 to arrange 11 healers. Wang Liang and the others complained about their financial constraints, and amidst the flattery, he impulsively decided to hire a healer out of his own pocket. Normally, he spent money without concern, yet now he found himself with less than 1,000 united coins, reflecting on the 2,000 he just committed to the banquet. Xingxue reassured himself, as long as the mission concluded successfully, he would receive a commission of 20,000. Surely, he could afford 2,000. With Xingxue brimming with confidence and Meng Wei's team laden with worries, the great doors swung open. The mission commenced. Chapter 26. Let's do good together, Jimian. Why do you look somewhat unhappy? Meng Xian inquired, linking her arm with Wu Yumian's. Li Ping, standing on Wu Yumian's other side, also glanced over to Wu Yumian, forced a smile. Not at all, Xian. Perhaps I just didn't sleep well last night. How could I be unhappy doing good deeds? In her heart, Wu Yumian had envisioned tearing the two apart countless times. Initially, she had intended to rise early today to escort Xingxue to the entrance of the safe zone, both to showcase her connection to the Wu family and to impress Xingxue, hoping he might part with some money for her. Wu Yumian adored collecting various rare treasures, whether they were antiques from the pre-apocalypse or high-level source nuclei from post-apocalyptic exotic plants. She rarely missed the weekly auctions. However, this time she had spotted an energy fruit in the promotional material that claimed to lighten skin. It struck her as familiar, so she inquired further, only to discover that the energy fruit belonged to Wu Hongxue. The resource department and the auctions were both controlled by the safe zone, and after Wu Hongxue sold the fruit at a low price to the resource department, it was quickly sent to the auction. Allowing Wu Yumian to see it, Wu Yumian raised her hand to touch the scar on her cheek, contemplating whether the beauty fruit could eliminate it. If so, she could save on a healing source nucleus. Having spent too much at the auction recently, coupled with ongoing extortion, her savings were running low. Now, however, due to these two fools, she lost the chance to impress Xingxue. Li Ping remarked, Jimian, that scar of yours. What a pity. Wu Yumian lowered her head slightly. It's fine. Although it's a bit unsightly, I don't mind too much. Li Ping sighed. You're just too kind-hearted. What girl would want a scar on her face? It's all thanks to your heartless sister. She has truly harmed you. Meng Xian chimed in. Wu Hongxue is unworthy of being Jimian's sister. Jimian is so kind and approachable, while Wu Hongxue is not even fit to be compared to the mud on her shoe. Wu Yumian's lips curled with a smirk, yet she said, My sister, although headstrong and ruthless, is still my parents' foster daughter and my sister. Please do not speak ill of her. Upon hearing this, Li Ping and Meng Xian grew even more incensed, unleashing a tirade of insults upon Wu Hongxue from head to toe. Wu Yumian listened, utterly delighted. Watching Wu Hongxue being scorned by the masses and suffering was her greatest joy. Were it not for this, she would not endure the burden of this hideous scar. After all, she possessed a source nucleus. The opportunity for repair was in her hands. But as long as this scar remained, the Wu family and outsiders would be reminded of Wu Hongxue's deeds. She would never rise again. While Wu Yumian reveled in the praise and denunciation of Wu Hongxue, a nagging feeling of unease crept in, as if she had forgotten something. After traversing the relatively clean and orderly streets of the central area, they opened the door connecting the two districts, and a foul odor assaulted their nostrils, jolting Wu Yumian awake. If the residents of the safe zone were divided into tiers, the wealthy and powerful residing in the upper district would undoubtedly occupy the highest rank, while the central district was the most populous, housing those who could find steady employment or, like old lady Tian, struggled to maintain their residence in the central district by working odd jobs to avoid descending into the lower district. The lower district, however, represented the safe zone's nadir. The people here were either disabled and unable to find stable work, unable to afford the rent of the central district, or were criminals barred from entering the central district. There were also the old and weak, neglected and unprotected, left to languish day after day. That it was easy to imagine the consequences of such resource scarcity, although the safe zone would occasionally send patrols and distribute supplies. It was merely a drop in the ocean. Thus, the lower district had come to be known as a hotbed of vice. Yet Li Ping and Meng Xian, who had always been well protected, were oblivious, thinking it merely housed unfortunate poor souls. Wu Yumian gazed at the disheveled, filthy streets, her feet rooted to the spot. She realized what she had forgotten. Damn it, she should have brought a bodyguard. Wu Yumian hesitated to proceed. Just a few more steps, and they would completely exit the central district. Li Ping stared at a woman not far away, gazing vacantly at the murky sky with her head tilted back. She looked so emaciated that she seemed little more than a skeleton. Her skin filthy and her eyes devoid of life. In several corners, individuals resembling women sat in a similar manner. Li Ping's eyes instantly reddened. Their plight was pitiful, while we indulged in abundant food and drink. Adorned in our splendid attire, they lacked even a single piece of clothing to shield their bodies. Wu Yumian, observing the faces of those two who had never endured hardship or suffered loss. A wave of jealousy surged within Wu Yumian in that moment. Her disdain for Li Ping and Meng Xian, the quintessential sheltered flowers, surpassed even that for Wu Shui. They ought to learn a lesson. However, her own life took precedence. Wu Yumian advised, as long as you possess this intent, that is sufficient. We have made no preparations today. Perhaps we should return tomorrow. Li Ping and Meng Xian exchanged glances, and Meng Xian beamed brightly. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, she was pulled out of the central area and into the lower district. Immediately, Meng Xian raised her left hand, revealing a jade bracelet of mediocre quality adorning her fair wrist. Meng Xian, Sister Mian, do not worry. Aunt Li and I have discussed this. Thanks to you, we have awakened in time, and thus we have prepared your share of supplies as well. Let us do good deeds together. Wu Yumian, wait, supplies. Meng Xian, previously a rich second-generation heiress, certainly could not have developed an affinity for such a shabby bracelet. Could it be an extraordinary item? Before Wu Yumian could voice her curiosity, a cardboard box appeared in Meng Xian's previously empty hand. Through the opening at the top of the box, she could see neatly arranged fresh bread inside. Wu Yumian's mind went blank as she heard Li Ping, while wiping her tears, exclaim, "Look how emaciated they are. We still haven't prepared enough this time. Let us bring some meat next time." Meng Xian, Aunt Li, we both thought of this together. Wu Yumian's face turned pale, nearly fainting as she exclaimed, "Quick, put that away." She could hardly fathom that these two fools could be so naive as to flaunt their wealth in front of starving wolves. Almost as soon as she spoke, footsteps approached in a flurry. The previously dazed individuals in the corner had eyes that gleamed like light bulbs, their emaciated legs moving swiftly, reaching them in an instant. More people surged from the alley behind them. Grab them. They have money and food. Don't let them escape. Chapter 27. Good deeds turn to misfortune. Wu Yumian's pupils contracted in shock. Her reflexes outpaced her thoughts as she suddenly shoved the dazed Meng Xian forward. Meng Xian stumbled a few steps ahead, coming face to face with the clawing residents. Don't pull me. Meng Xian was tugged in every direction by countless hands upon seeing the clean, fragrant bread in the box. The crowd became frenzied. They paid no heed to Meng Xian as numerous individuals lunged for the bread, and she found herself at the center of a human wall, feeling as though she were a small boat adrift. Her well-tended long hair was tugged repeatedly by unseen hands, and her feet were trampled time and again. She had been abandoned, Suddenly, it struck her. It was Wu Yumi-in who had pushed her. A chill swept over Meng Xian. She extended her hand toward the two. Sister Mian, Aunt Li, save me. Li Ping went pale. When the crowd surged toward them, she had been frozen in shock. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Wu Yumi-in shove Meng Xian and then turn to flee. Only then did she react, turning to follow in the lower district, aside from those prohibited from entering the central area due to criminal activities. Others were permitted access. However, the central area had patrols, and the gaunt, raggedly dressed residents of the lower district could be easily identified. Encountering them would lead to multiple inquiries. Over time, this became an unspoken rule. Residents of the lower district must not cross boundaries. Trembling, Li Ping murmured, Mian, should we not save Xian? The thought of having pushed Meng Xian out made her instinctively take a step back. Wu Yumi-in mocked, if you're not afraid of death, then go ahead. You weren't much slower than me when we ran. Now you pretend to be a good person. The situation spiraled out of control, and Wu Yumi-in was utterly exasperated. If it weren't for Li Ping and Meng Xian's foolish insistence on coming here, the current predicament would not have arisen. Wu Yumi-in glared at Li Ping, her silence laced with derision. That moment, she wished she could push Li Ping out as well. Li Ping trembled. But Meng Xian's father. What about him? This was the first time Wu Yumi-in's true self had been revealed in front of others. She was enraged and panicked, having no mind to conceal her feelings. This matter was far too troublesome. Li Ping had voiced her exact concern. Meng Xian's father, Meng Tao, was a high-ranking leader in the safe zone, much like Wu Sheng, but a level above him. If Meng Tao discovered that Meng Xian had been pushed out by her to take the hit, Wu Sheng might not even be able to protect her. At that moment, amidst the throng, Meng Xian was gasping for air, her face turning a deep shade of maroon, and then she began to slip away like a drowning person. Submerging into the crowd, Li Ping nearly fainted at the sight. Mian, we must save her. She will be trampled to death. A glimmer of realization crossed Wu Yumi-in's eyes as her lips curled into a smile. Her voice soft and sweet, as always. Isn't that just perfect? Li Ping looked at Wu Yumi-in in disbelief. She struggled to maintain her composure, her face growing increasingly pale. You pushed her out. I'm merely. Wu Yumi-in scoffed. I did push her, but you did nothing to save her. What difference is there between us? Her daughter is in such a state, and you remain unscathed. Who would believe that? Wu Yumi-in observed the chaotic crowd, noting how they were not only snatching the bread, but also vying for Meng Xian's bracelet. We are now 2 peas in a pod. Why not let her die? Isn't she the virtuous one? Before she dies, she can save the 2 of us. And surely, she would find peace in that. Don't you think, Aunt Li? Fear gripped Li Ping, her face twitching. The threat in Wu Yumi-in's eyes was unmistakable. Li Ping was certain that if she dared to voice a contrary decision, Wu Yumi-in would not spare her. In their current isolation, it was uncertain whether she could withstand Wu Yumi-in's wrath. Moreover, Meng Tao wielded significant power, and the Wu family was not lacking in influence, with every member holding a crucial position. In contrast, Li Ping's family only had a single man serving as a commander. If the Wu family wished to act, it would be as easy as pie. Furthermore, she felt that Wu Yumi-in's reasoning bore some merit. Mian, you are right. Meng Xian is already half dead. What is the point of living? It would be better to do a good deed for us both. She too faced a grim fate. It was a gamble, but she decided to heed Wu Yumi-in's advice, having aligned herself with her. She hoped that Wu Yumi-in would not turn against her for the time being. Wu Yumi-in, Aunt Li, I am relieved you feel that way. Moreover, there were witnesses all around us. Meng Tao had only this one daughter, whom he cherished like a precious gem. With his influence, even in the absence of surveillance cameras, it would not take long for the truth to come to light. As the crowd dispersed, revealing the bloodied and unrecognizable Meng Xian, Wu Yumi-in noted that the rabble still seemed unsatisfied, fixating their gazes upon them. These were all witnesses. They knew she had pushed Meng Xian. Wu Yumi-in cast another glance at Li Ping. Only the dead would remain silent. Li Ping felt a chill run down her spine. What's wrong? Mian, you trust me. I will absolutely listen to you. I do not wish to die or drag my husband down with me. Li Ping's gaze flickered toward Meng Xian, her body trembling uncontrollably as she recognized a harsh reality. Even with the establishment of the safe zone, the peaceful legal order of the pre-apocalypse had become a relic of the past. The current situation was far from comparable. For those with connections, quietly killing someone without facing consequences within the safe zone was far too simple. She could no longer bear to look upon Wu Yumian's fearsome countenance. Wu Yumian, do not worry, Aunt Li. I have a plan. This matter could only be resolved with the assistance of her fourth brother. Wu Xiao, as the two groups set off, the heavy doors closed once more. The crowd dispersed, and Wu Shui sought a sheltered, warmer spot to wait. She could not leave. She needed to know the outcome of Meng Wei and the others immediately. Only upon confirming whether they had obtained the hemostatic grass could she decide on the next steps. After all, several lives, no, beast lives, were at stake with Yitsong, and her own power core was tied to Yitsong's survival. Wu Shui paused slightly. Someone was approaching her swiftly. It seemed they intended to grab her arm, but missed as she dodged that Wu Shui. Feng Jian, what do you want? Wu Shui, it's been a while. I merely wanted to greet you. Why are you so wary of an acquaintance? Chapter 28. The commotion has yet to end. Feng Jian was an explorer who had joined the ranks alongside Wu Shui. During that time, numerous teams sought to recruit her, but accustomed to working alone, and with Shun Qi's squad often requiring her assistance, she became one of the few lone wolves among the explorers in the safe zone. Seeing her often alone, Feng Jian frequently harassed her with vulgarities and spread rumors about her. Wu Shui did not tolerate him, retaliating each time they met. However, as her level rose higher, Feng Jian remained stagnant at the first level of ability, naturally fading from her sight. Noticing the eagerness in Feng Jian's eyes, Wu Shui quickly realized his intentions. He believed that with her lost powers, he could belittle and control her. Indeed, Feng Jian spoke. Wu Shui, now that you've lost your powers and your identity as a Wu family heiress, you might as well find a man to rely on. Look at me. I am entirely devoted to you, unwavering in my affection. No one in this world loves you more than I do. Besides, as a capable ability user, I would be more than enough to support you. So stop putting on airs. Following me would ensure you never suffer. As he spoke, he reached out to grasp Wu Xingxue's hand. With a flick of her wrist, a dagger, the size of a palm, slid out from her sleeve. Glinting silver in the moment, and the air became suffused with a metallic scent of blood. Feng Jian grimaced, his left hand clutching his right, crimson droplets slipping through his fingers. The onlookers, initially preparing to depart, were drawn in by the altercation between the two. Feng Jian is still not giving up. Feng Jian, are you even a man? She has lost her abilities, and yet you still cannot subdue her. Feng Jian fixed his gaze on Wu Xingxue, as though he were eyeing a piece of meat. After being taught a lesson by her several times, he fantasized about the day he would have this proud woman beneath him, begging for mercy. However, he was taken aback as Wu Xingxue ascended ever higher, until even her silhouette was lost to him. Surely, the heavens had heard his wish. Wu Xingxue's powers had shattered. She had become a useless being. Feng Jian declared, Wu Xingxue, don't think I'm unaware of your intentions for coming here today. I've always said that a woman like you could never rise to become a high-level ability user. You are merely relying on the Wu family. Look at you now, without your support, reduced to peddling counterfeit medicine. Now you understand how difficult it is for a woman to survive, don't you? But let me offer you some friendly advice. Do not harbor any delusions. The Wu family members are all in positions of power. They're the dragons among men. You, a worthless person, simply do not fit in. Why not follow me? I promise to treat you well, and one T hold your past transgressions against you. As long as you remain obedient at home, I will ensure you want for nothing. What do you say? Wu Xingxue truly wished to strike herself. Had it not been for her selfless dedication and the value she placed on familial bonds in the past, she would not have created such misconceptions among others. She extended her pinky finger to her ear and did not bother to defend herself. It has been 2 years, and you are still at level 1. Have you never reflected on whether it is your foolishness or your utter uselessness? Are you still terrified of zombies, screaming and looking for your mother? Feng Jian's face turned ashen, and the crowd recalled this incident, bursting into laughter. Those unaware hurriedly inquired with those nearby. Explorers were all ability users, and survival against low-level zombies was not a concern. Yet, during Feng Jian's first mission, he had panicked, running and screaming, unable to unleash his powers, ultimately crying out for his mother to save him. This incident had become Feng Jian's Achilles heel. Anyone who mentioned it would face his wrath. With his eyes reddening, Feng Jian lunged at Wu Xingxue, whose vibrant and flamboyant face provoked his ire. Wu Xingxue responded with a swift kick, her long leg connecting perfectly with her target. The crowd collectively gasped, instinctively covering their groins. That it was as if they heard the sound of an egg shattering. Feng Jian let out a howl, rolling on the ground, cold sweat pouring from him. As he caught sight of Wu Xingxue turning away, he hoarsely yelled, "Wu Xingxue, don't you dare regret it. You missed out on having such a good man as me. I wonder who else you can find." The crowd reveled in the spectacle, unable to contain their amusement. After all, life in this apocalypse was dreadfully boring. They noticed that Wu Xingxue indeed did not leave, but instead found a sheltered spot to sit down and rest her eyes, her expression brightening. This commotion was far from over. Xingxue and his team estimated that their mission would conclude before 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and the crowd's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Wu Xingxue was truly waiting for Xingxue. Why not enjoy the show while it lasts? The excitement was evident on their faces. Feng Jian took a long time to rise, hunching like a shrimp as he shivered and found a stone to sit on. Glaring venomously at Wu Xingxue, Feng Jian believed Wu Xingxue was naive. Xingxue had been publicly denouncing her for selling counterfeit medicine, severing her financial support. If he still regarded her as his sister, he would never act so ruthlessly. Feng Jian awaited Wu Xingxue's public humiliation, eager to mock her mercilessly, and then to treat her tenderly. In this post-apocalyptic world, where air pollution was rampant, the atmosphere was often gloomy. Rarely did sunlight grace them. And while Wu Xingxue luxuriated in the warmth, outside the safe zone, 2 teams, led by Meng Wei and Xingxue, were gravely injured. The 2 teams congregated in a conference room. Doors and windows locked tight, with tables and chairs piled against the entrance as a barricade. Hiss! The distant growls of zombies echoed ominously. Each team occupied a corner, their bodies smeared with blood and the putrid remains of zombies. Looking utterly disheveled. "Zhuozi, hang in there," Meng Wei urged, cradling the blood-soaked Zhuyu in his arms. Yang Zheng, tears brimming his eyes, bit his lip to suppress his sobs, force-feeding Zhuyu the remaining medications from their medical kit. They had not anticipated the mission to be so perilous. Both teams aimed for the same research building, albeit with different objectives regarding the research data to be retrieved. The journey had been smooth, as they located the building's map and pinpointed the location of the data room. However, they had not foreseen that this building harbored a 5th-tier zombie king. This had not been mentioned in the mission briefing. This was a grave oversight on the part of the explorers. During the confrontation, both teams suffered injuries, ultimately cooperating to divert the zombie king in the opposite direction, allowing them a moment to catch their breath and not worry about their safety for the time being. Yet, among them, Zhuyu bore the brunt of the injuries. He had lagged behind to protect his teammates and was grievously clawed by the zombie king, nearly severing him in 2, although he had received an injection of serum in time. The wound was so severe that even with every medication available, healing would be a daunting task. Zhuyu's complexion turned as pale as a sheet, his body cold as ice, as he trembled. Whispering, "Captain! Captain!" Meng Wei's right forearm was fractured and twisted, hanging limply at his side, while he supported Zhuyu with his left arm. Hearing Zhuyu's words, Meng Wei could no longer maintain his composure. His voice breaking, "Don't sleep. Wait for me. I will save you." Meng Wei motioned for Baiku to assist Zhuyu, then turned to Xingxue's team on the other side of the room. They had a healer. Chapter 29. Isn't this divine herb? Xingxue's 5-member team was also severely injured. With a healer named Gao Shun, who was not adept in combat, they had to act as human shields to protect this precious asset. If it weren't for Meng Wei's team having the critically injured Zhuyu, Xingxue's group would have fared worse overall. Xingxue's left cheek bore the marks of a zombie-esque claws. Flesh torn away to expose bone, and he could hardly speak through the pain. "Gao Shun, hurry and heal me." Yet, Lu Chang yanked him aside, insisting, "Captain, let Gao Shun treat me first." I'm on the brink of collapse. Xingxue felt a surge of displeasure, but it was merely a matter of order, so he let it go. Gao Shun managed to heal Lu Chong by about 60 to 70% before being dragged over by Xiao Jiang. Xingxue's anger simmered. He had personally hired the healer, yet these individuals had contributed nothing, and now they were so demanding. It seemed he had given them too much face. Just as Xingxue was about to erupt, Meng Wei approached him. Xingxue, I would like to borrow your healer. We just need to save Zhuo Yu's life. I'll cover Gao Shun's 20,000 commission. Before Xingxue could respond, Wang Liang interjected, We're not lending him. Do you think we're fools? With his injuries, it's likely that even if Gao Shun expended all his energy, he wouldn't be able to save him. What about us then? Lu Chong and Xiao Jiang echoed their dissent. Meng Wei pressed, We'll abandon this mission. Is that enough? Xingxue scrutinized Meng Wei's unusually pleading expression, excitement flaring within him. That could work. But you'll have to kneel and beg me. Meng Wei's fists clenched tightly, and behind him, Zhu desperately called out, Captain, no. Meng Wei's shoulders slumped. Nothing was more important than his brother's life. He bent his knee, but before he could kneel, Li Yu unexpectedly dropped to his knees. Meng Wei. Li, get up. Li Yu was mute and often overlooked, but today, no matter how much Meng Wei pulled, he remained steadfast. Liu fixed his unwavering gaze on Xingxue, the intent unmistakable. Xingxue chuckled. Your kneeling doesn't count. Meng Wei must kneel. Liu's expression shifted to one of embarrassment and anger at being toyed with. Meng Wei's countenance darkened. Xingxue, don't push your luck? Wang Liang taunted. Do you still want to borrow the healer? If you're going to be so stubborn, kneeling isn't enough. You'll have to slap yourself 10 times. Xingxue urged. Hurry up. Meng Wei. Didn't you hear? Don't you want to save him? Meng Wei's team huffed and puffed, struggling to contain their boiling rage. Xingxue's group was clearly making things difficult, with no intention of lending a hand. Although they were aware of this, they were reluctant to relinquish even the slightest chance. Yang Zheng exclaimed, Captain, Zhuo Yu is going to take his own life. Zhuo Yu's eyes brimmed with tears as he shook his head at Meng Wei. He would rather die than allow his captain and brother Yu to suffer humiliation at the hands of Xingxue. Xingxue, reveling in their plight, had previously stated that he didn't care for their healer. Had he known it would come to this, he would have asked them to plead earnestly before. If you die, don't blame me. Blame yourself and your captain. Xingxue's 4 teammates had already been treated and were recovering to about 70%, leaving Xingxue as the last to be attended to. Xingxue was too preoccupied to care, busy observing the unfolding drama. The 5 exchanged barbs, mocking one another. Meng Wei could not afford to pay them any mind. Zhuo Yu's breath was growing weaker. He would not last much longer. Yang Zheng, unwilling to accept this fate, rummaged through the medical kit, scattering various medicine boxes across the floor. He seized a pill and attempted to feed it to Zhuo Yu, who stubbornly shook his head. There was no need to waste any more. The 4 understood his meaning, and tears finally streamed uncontrollably down their cheeks. Baiko caught sight of a purplish-red leaf protruding from the medical kit. Meng Wei noticed his gaze. It was the hemostatic herb purchased from Wu Xingxue. Zhuo Yu's injuries were too severe. Merely stopping the bleeding would not suffice. Baiko urged, give it a try. Zhuo Yu's consciousness began to waver. Sensing something being inserted into his mouth, Baiko pressed, Zhuo, swallow it. Swallow it. Yang Zheng and Meng Wei exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and tore the remaining 3 stalks of hemostatic grass apart, forcefully squeezing out the juice to apply to Zhuo Yu's abdomen. The purplish-red liquid flowed into his body in truth, they had little faith in its efficacy, yet they had no alternative. Abandon Zhuo Yu was simply beyond their capacity. Zhuo Yu was aware of what was in his mouth, and the serene face of Wu Xingxue flashed before his eyes. So be it. Let this serve as a consolation for the captain and the others, summoning the last vestige of his strength. Zhuo Yu swallowed the herb. Xingxue and the others scoffed at the sight of several individuals resorting to such primitive means as crushing herbs to apply to wounds. Wang Liang remarked, Captain, isn't that Wu Xingxue's so-called hemostatic grass? They actually bought it. Xingxue retorted, with that kid's injury, even a celestial being wouldn't be of assistance. What use are a few wild herbs? Wu Xingxue can only dupe fools like them. He bore several scratches, the most severe on his face and thigh, deep enough to expose bone. Logically, he should have been nearly healed by now, but when he saw Gao Shun calmly channeling energy into him, he refrained from questioning further that the second-tier healer should have more than enough capability to mend their wounds. Meng Wei and the others fixated on Zhui Yu's injury, hoping for a miracle. However, without the calming green glow that a healer's abilities would typically emit, the herbs appeared utterly ordinary, devoid of any remarkable phenomena. Zhui Yu's eyes could no longer withstand the strain and closed. The four were frozen in place. Shun Qi chuckled. It seems their team is finished. Yet Meng Wei and the others lacked the strength to argue back. Bai Ku, in a daze, questioned her judgment. Was Wu Xingxue truly the fraud that Shun Qi claimed? Just then, she felt a tug on Zhui Yu's hand. Suddenly looking up, she saw Zhui Yu's eyelids fluttering, slowly opening. Zhuozi. The others were filled with astonishment, their eyes glued to him. The injury on his abdomen began to itch. Meng Wei exclaimed, "Your wound is healing." The five stared in disbelief at Zhuo Yu's abdomen, where the wound that could have severed him was visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Zhui Yu, in a daze, murmured, "This is not hemostatic grass. It's a miraculous herb." Chapter 30, Boomerang Zhuozi, you're all right? Meng Wei asked incredulously. The wound seemed to be constricted by an unseen hand, the flesh mending until only a scab remained, a fine line. Zhui Yu reached out and grasped it. And to his astonishment, the scab, resembling a centipede, fell away, leaving only a pale mark. The others gasped in awe. "This is simply miraculous," Meng Wei exclaimed. Zhui Yu, somewhat dazed, rejected Yang Zhang's offer of support and stood up on his own. He slapped himself hard. "Zhuozi, what are you doing? Are you so overjoyed that you've lost your mind? I even called her a fraud. I should feel ashamed." Bai Ku sighed in relief, reverting to her usual sharp-tongued demeanor. "You should thank the captain that if he hadn't insisted on purchasing Wu Xingxue's herbs, you'd be in quite the predicament right now." Bai Ku added, "And you, Liu, you know full well what he did for you." Zhui Yu embraced Liu tightly, saying, "Thank you, brother. From now on, you're my real brother." Shun Qi and the others widened their eyes. Wang Liang exclaimed, "Wasn't he dead? How could he suddenly stand up?" Zhui Yu immediately retorted, "What nonsense! I'm perfectly fine. With Sister Xue's life-saving medicine, even the King of Hell wouldn't take me." Shun Qi remained silent. "Sister Xue? Wu Xingxue? Her hemostatic grass, is that potent?" Zhui Yu urged in a hushed tone. "Captain, you all should take the medicine. Your injuries are much lighter than theirs. I'm in the best condition now, so let me take the lead that will surely accomplish the mission." Meng Wei and the others shared similar thoughts. Their spirits buoyed. Rather than engage in a verbal spat with Shun Qi, they busily consumed the special medicine. Seeing their determination, Shun Qi grew anxious. "Hurry up, Gao Shun. As a second-tier healer, how can you not work as effectively as common herbs?" Yet Gao Shun suddenly withdrew his hand, ceasing the flow of healing energy. Shun Qi frowned. "Who told you to stop? I've only recovered 40%. He could move, but continuing the mission was out of the question. Gao Shun's gaze faltered. "I've exhausted my energy." Shun Qi exploded. "Nonsense. As a second-tier healer, it's impossible for you to run out of energy so quickly." Gao Shun had no choice but to confess. "Had I known this mission would be so perilous with fifth-tier zombies, I wouldn't have come for any price that I had to save some energy for myself. What if you all failed to protect me? I can't sacrifice my life for yours." Shun Qi seized Gao Shun by the collar, his eyes blazing with fury. Gao Shun shot back. "I'm a registered healer in the safe zone. If you dare harm me, the higher-ups will not let you off easily." Shun Qi's chest heaved in anger, intensifying his pain. His hands trembled, but ultimately, he refrained from taking any action. Zhui Yu mimicked their demeanor, smirking with schadenfreude. "It seems having healer doesn't guarantee success for some." Bai Ku added, "You shelled out 20,000 of your own money, yet your teammates are all healed while you alone bear the brunt of injuries. What a foolish investment." Though Bai Ku spoke harshly, her words serve as a reminder to Shun Qi, who turned to his four teammates. "You four will cover my 2,000 commission." Wang Liang protested. "On what grounds, Captain?" Lu Chang added, "You chose to spend your money. We didn't force you." Xiao Jiang chimed in. "Gao Shan is right to save some energy for himself. Treating your severe injuries would be pointless." None wished to offend Gao Shun, aware of the dangerous mission ahead. The absence of a healer left them anxious. Shun-Chi was nearly driven to madness. If you hadn't insisted on treatment, I wouldn't have been left in this position. I paid for the healing. Yet I'm denied it. What kind of logic is that? Wang Liang countered. You can't frame it that way. You volunteered to be last. Did anyone force you? Lu Chong dismissed the concern. Captain, weren't you the one who treated Wu Xingxue like that? When we suggested giving her a share of the commission, you insisted she didn't need it because she volunteered. No one was pressuring her. So, isn't it the same for you now? Why the sudden outrage? You're being rather petty. Shun-Chi paused, realizing he had indeed acted similarly in the past. However, he believed this situation was entirely different. Wu Xingxue, Shun-Chi suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Wang Liang observed Shun-Chi's stunned expression and remarked, Captain, it seems we can't continue the mission like this. What happens next? We can't proceed with him dragging us down. Lu Chong and the others' expressions turned frosty. Shun-Chi felt a chill run down his spine. What were they implying? He refused to believe it. He finally realized that these four no longer regarded him as their leader before setting out. He had been confident that their team would be fine without Wu Xingxue now. However, he found himself yearning for her presence. If she were here, she would never abandon her own. His cousin, while appearing detached, had always treated him well. Contemplating Wu Xingxue, Shun-Chi steeled himself and addressed Meng Wei. Where's Wu Xingxue's herb? Sell it to me. Meng Wei replied, It's gone. Shun-Chi staggered. Impossible. You're lying. I'll offer you 3 times. No. 10 times the price for a single stock? I'm her cousin. If she discovers you let me suffer, she'll never forgive you. Meng Wei furrowed his brow, hesitating. He had heard of how much Wu Xingxue had sacrificed for Shun-Chi. What if it was merely a sibling quarrel he chose to ignore? Would Wu Xingxue blame him later? Wu Xingxue was Zhuo Yu's benefactor, which made her his benefactor as well. This, Baiku scoffed. Shun-Chi, you're still dreaming. Without her abilities, Wu Xingxue has lost her source of income. After finally finding a way to sell hemostatic grass, you go around calling her a fraud, cutting off her livelihood. Taking away someone's means of living is akin to killing their parents. If you were Wu Xingxue, would you forgive yourself? Shun-Chi's fingers trembled. She would. She and I have the closest relationship. I was just joking with her. Meng Wei was also furious. That joke was way out of line. When Wu Xingxue left her house, she had no money and was forced to stay in a large communal dormitory. She's a girl without abilities. Have you even considered how she survives? Shun-Chi insisted. She can't possibly be broke. Baiku interjected. Let us put it another way. If she still cared about you as a cousin, why wouldn't she come to you first for such a precious item? Enough of this. Even if we had it, we wouldn't sell it to you. Meng Wei added, You are the real ingrate. Shun-Chi, unwilling to accept this, thought back to how Wu Xingxue had never held any of his past actions against him. They were deliberately trying to make him look foolish by saying such things. Meng Wei, noticing that the others had rested enough, said, Pack your things. The mission continues. Wang Liang and the others exchanged glances, unwilling to lag behind. Shun-Chi, now thoroughly panicked, shouted, Don't leave. I'm the captain. I command you to take me with you. Wang Liang and the others scoffed. A person of no value doesn't deserve to be in our team. But he added, Oh, that is what you said. I'm just following your example. Shun-Chi recalled how he had spoken similarly to the team when Wu Xingxue's ability core shattered. At that moment, a powerful surge of energy swept through the area. In the next instant, the conference room door shattered into fragments as a swift azure figure dashed in like lightning. The crowd fled at a lightning pace. Leaving only Shun-Chi behind, he had barely taken a step when a zombie king loomed before him. With a sickening squelch, the zombie king's arm plunged directly into Shun-Chi's chest, and as it withdrew its hand, the ability core was ripped from Shun-Chi's body. Immediately, the zombie king, in plain sight of Shun-Chi, unceremoniously stuffed his energy core into its mouth. Shun-Chi cried out, his chest a gruesome mess. Collapsing to the ground, Save me. I'll pay 100,000. He was desperate to cling to life. At the level of the zombie king, they were no longer satisfied with mere human flesh. They coveted the source cores of their kind and the ability cores of humans. As the zombie king absorbed the ability core, the opportunity to escape was ripe. Xingxue lay sprawled on the ground, pleading, Wang Liang, save me. I'll give you 100,000, 200,000. Wang Liang retorted. Chapter 31 Has the dog been fed? In the chieftain's cave, the elder of the E tribe was taken aback while applying medicine to Heatsong's wound. Chieftain, your injury has healed remarkably. Just yesterday, the flesh had been raw and swollen. Yet today, it bore signs of scabbing, an effect akin to that of a secret medicine after 7 days. That it was no wonder the elder was astonished. Chieftain, what is this medicine? His voice lowered, as if he feared disturbing something, shrouded in mystery. The chieftain had scarcely left the cave these past 2 days. Perhaps it was truly the beast god manifesting, bestowing a miracle. But why not allow Heatsong to recover completely? Heatsong recalled Wu Xingxue's words, that a result would emerge around this evening. Uncertain of the outcome, he preferred to shield the elder from further worry. It was indeed a medicine, but perhaps there was little left. The elder displayed a look of disappointment before comforting Heatsong. Never mind, a miracle appearing once is sufficient that we, the beasts, must not be too greedy. Your recovery to this extent greatly increases the likelihood of our plan's success. Miracle? Heatsong chose neither to explain nor conceal the truth. Let the elder guess for himself. Outside the cave, Amu called out. Chieftain, come in. Heatsong replied that Amu appeared battle-ready. Determination etched in his eyes. Chieftain, several tribes are growing impatient. They are slowly advancing towards us. They seem to be cautious of you, not daring to hasten their pace. But at their current speed, they will likely arrive by midnight at the latest. The elder's expression turned grave. Heatsong instructed, send word down to prepare the tribesmen, and ensure the selected cubs hide well. Once we engage the enemy, they must stay close behind you and me. I will draw the attention of the tribes while you cover their escape. Understood. Amu affirmed. The elder rose as well. I will gather the remaining herbs and see if any can be of use for the cubs. Watching the two depart, Heatsong's gaze dimmed. He dared not place his hopes on Wu Xingxue. It was not a matter of disbelief, but rather that Wu Xingxue had only said there would be a result, not a guarantee that the source core would be delivered by evening. Behind him stood the entire Xingxue tribe. He could not afford the risk. Yet he could not suppress a flicker of hope. He prayed to the heavens, wishing that this human might bring good tidings. Sending a few cubs away was a last resort. If the other tribes learned of it, they would surely pursue. Even if they escaped, a favorable outcome was not guaranteed. Nevertheless, Heatsong had to instill some hope in his people. For the first time, not under the threat of his elders, Heatsong willingly made the gesture of prayer for the Xingxue tribe. His right hand formed a palm, fingertips pressed to his brow. Eyes closed, his voice low and earnest. Wu Xingxue, should you help my Xingxue tribe navigate this crisis in the future, you shall be my benefactor. I would willingly become a beast slave if that is what it takes. May my tribe safely weather this calamity. It was nearly 3 o'clock. Their current mission was merely to seek research materials. Was it truly so difficult? As for Meng Wei and the others, their fate was uncertain. Without a healer, it seemed grim that Wu Xingxue was surrounded by the speculations of the crowd. She opened her eyes, a trace of worry flickering within. The rare brilliant sunlight had vanished, and the overcast sky hinted at impending rain. Feng Jian couldn't fathom why Wu Xingxue remained seated for so long without fatigue. How could she sit still? Were it not for the rise and fall of her chest, he might have thought her a statue. Feng Jian leaned closer, a grin on his face. It's already afternoon. Aren't you hungry? Have some of mine. That Wu Xingxue glanced over at Feng Jian, whose filthy hands held a loaf of bread. The bread, produced before the apocalypse, now bore mold. While the current loaves were sourced from the safe zone, their taste far inferior to the past, yet still preferable to bean cakes. Most importantly, they were expensive. Someone nearby chuckled at this absurdity. Feng Jian, are you sharing your bread or what? A few men laughed raucously. Feng Jian reached out, intending to shove the bread into Wu Xingxue's hands, almost succeeding. The crowd's eyes sparkled with anticipation. After all, Wu Xingxue was a high-level ability user, the esteemed daughter of the Wu family, an unattainable flower. Now that she had fallen into the mud, everyone wanted to tread upon her and see how low she could sink. Unfortunately, they were to be disappointed. Wu Xingxue sprang to her feet, deftly evading Feng Jian's unwelcome advance, her right hand seizing several sharp stones. With remarkable speed, she struck them into Feng Jian's mouth with precision. "Woo!" he exclaimed, his movements causing the sharp edges to carve into his mouth, blood trickling down his chin. Feng Jian dropped the bread, hastily clawing at his mouth to dislodge the stones. The more he dug, the more blood flowed, creating a pool beneath him. Wu Xingxue bent down, grabbing another handful of stones, raising an eyebrow at the group of lewd men. A dirty mouth deserves a thorough washing. I would be more than happy to assist. The men, caught in the gaze of her strikingly clear eyes, felt an inexplicable chill. Witnessing Feng Jian's contorted face and the blood-soaked ground, they instinctively took 2 steps back, regretting their earlier bravado. Who could compare themselves to a zombie? If Feng Jian continued like this, that mouth of his might remain sealed for half a month if he didn't procure some special medicine or hire a healer. The group dispersed, slinking back into the crowd. Feng Jian clutched his bleeding mouth, casting a venomous glare at Wu Xingxue. She raised an eyebrow, tossing the stones in her hand with casual indifference. Were it not for her loss of status as a high-level ability user, she could have killed Feng Jian on the spot without a soul daring to intervene. Alas, she could only deliver a minor lesson. Otherwise, if it reached the management office, it would be a cumbersome affair. "Wu Xingxue, it's you again." Wu Jiyun had learned his lesson this time. He glanced at the onlookers and refrained from hurling insults at Feng Jian or demanding an apology from Wu Xingxue. Wu Xingxue scoffed. See? A good lesson proved effective. Even the cold-hearted, ruthless Wu Jiyun recognized that. Wu Jiyun narrowed his eyes at Feng Jian, who he recognized as someone who had previously harassed Wu Xingxue, a person of dubious character. Wu Jiyun deemed him not worth his attention. When Feng Jian saw Wu Jiyun approaching, the latter's imposing commander's uniform, polished boots, and towering height made him feel insignificant, prompting him to retreat into the crowd. He anticipated watching Wu Xingxue make a fool of herself. "Wu Xingxue, are you waiting for Shao Qi?" Wu Xingxue responded with indifference. "What is it to you?" Wu Jiyun's forehead twitched. "Your behavior is vulgar." "What of your upbringing?" Wu Xingxue shot back. "Ah, has the dog been fed?" Chapter 32. Xingxue's team has returned. Wu Jiyun took a deep breath to suppress his anger, his gaze towards Wu Xingxue growing increasingly disdainful. He wondered when his sister had become so uncouth and rude, her erratic words and actions making conversation with her a headache. How could she even compare to Mian? Wu Jiyun cast a lingering glance at Wu Xingxue before turning to stride ahead through the crowd. He had said Wu Xingxue wouldn't last 3 days. Xingxue's task today was to classify assignments. In the past, Wu Xingxue would insist on accompanying him, despite her claims of severing ties with the Wu family. Her body had betrayed her. Had it not? On his way here, he had heard that Wu Xingxue had arrived in the morning, waiting for half the day. He must be so. Just moments ago, she had dared to speak to him in that manner. A cold smile crossed Wu Jiyun's lips as he anticipated how Wu Xingxue would seek his favor later. At the tea home, Xingxue would have to heed his elder brother's words. Without his say-so, Xingxue would never agree to plead for Wu Xingxue. Ultimately, she would have to turn to him for help. Wu Jiyun felt a sense of satisfaction as he awaited Xingxue's return. "Wu Commander, should we go greet Captain Shun?" A gentle, soothing female voice chimed from behind Wu Jiyun. The woman, clad in a shirt and trousers, glasses perched upon her nose, held a notebook in her hands. Her plain appearance rendering her almost invisible as she walked behind the strikingly handsome Wu Jiyun like a shadow. Her name was Gu Chuxia. Before the apocalypse, she had been a member of Wu Jiyun's secretary team, and they had reunited in the safe zone post-apocalypse. Wu Jiyun had invited her to serve as his assistant. Wu Jiyun frowned. "No need. Shao Qi cannot fail. He must have been delayed by something." "Assistant Gu, shed your feminine indecisiveness. In my presence, you must act as a M. Gu Chuxia's expression remained unchanged. "Understood." Yet, she couldn't help but glance at the slender figure in the corner, where Wu Xingxue seemed rather bored. Tossing stones, Wu Xingxue caught her gaze, lifting her head to meet Gu Chuxia's eyes, and offered a playful smile. Inwardly, Gu Chuxia scoffed. She could not fathom Wu Jiyun's confidence, to better cope with his various exacting demands. She had specially researched the Wu family members' backgrounds. Xingxue's small team was known to her, and Gu Chuxia could not fathom the mindset of those men, especially Wu Jiyun and Xingxue. Were they blind? Wu Xingxue was undeniably formidable. Yet they persistently criticized her, claiming this and that was lacking. Their confidence was excessive, and they exhibited a haughty demeanor as if they were waiting for Wu Xingxue to beg for mercy. Which was almost laughable. Gu Chuxia silently scoffed, maintaining a cold and downcast appearance. Wu Xingxue glanced at Gu Chuxia, who resembled a shadow, feeling a sense of regret. It was rare to encounter someone like Gu Chuxia, who bore no preconceived notions about her. Each time they met, she greeted Wu Xingxue with utmost courtesy. The crucial point was that, while others may not realize it, Wu Xingxue was acutely aware that a significant part of Wu Jiyun's domineering persona was upheld by Gu Chuxia. Without Assistant Gu's unwavering support and exceptional work ethic, could Wu Jiyun afford the luxury of indulging in a cat-and-mouse romantic game with a canary every day? Gu Chuxia was indeed the one bearing the weight for Wu Jiyun. Even before the apocalypse, much of Commander Wu Jiyun's duties were managed by Assistant Gu. According to Wu Xingxue, if Assistant Gu possessed such capabilities, she ought to dismiss Wu Jiyun and take charge herself. She certainly had the ability. Unfortunately, the challenge lay in the Wu family's power, which made it difficult for Gu Chuxia to surpass Wu Jiyun. Wu Xingxue kicked a stone in frustration, cursing the domineering CEO. After another half hour, Wu Xingxue was certain something had gone awry. She just didn't know which team had met their demise. Wu Jiyun sensed something was off as well. This was a classified mission. And Xingxue certainly wouldn't dare to take unnecessary risks by embarking on an additional task post-mission. Something had to have happened. The onlookers were losing interest, their stomachs rumbling, if it weren't for the classified mission. The long-standing rivalry between Meng Wei and Xingxue's teams, along with Wu Xingxue being the recent topic of gossip, they would have wasted so much time just to witness the commotion. Just then, the main door swung open. Wu Xingxue raised her eyes and was met with a swarm of dark figures. She knew Xingxue was fine. It was said that Xingxue had only gotten this far because of Wu Xingxue. What a joke. How could the men of the Wu family rely on a woman? But what injuries had they sustained? Captain Shun appeared to be unconscious. Surely he wasn't dead. Wu Jiyun's smile froze, while Wu Xingxue flashed a bright, white-toothed grin at him. Wu Jiyun. Impossible. Step aside. In the blink of an eye, everyone had crowded in front of him. Wu Jiyun paid no heed to the decorum of a CEO. Pushing people aside to reveal Wang Liang carrying a nearly blood-soaked Xingxue. Wu Xingxue, agile as ever, effortlessly positioned herself a short distance away, watching the spectacle with great interest. She glanced back. Meng Wei's team was still nowhere to be seen. Her sharp gaze shot towards Gao Shun, who flinched at her intensity, lowering his head in defeat. Wang Liang handed Xingxue over to Wu Jiyun, who, with a severe cleanliness obsession, recoiled at the blood on his hands. But upon remembering that this was his cousin, whose fate was uncertain, he endured it. Wu Jiyun barked at Gu Chuxia. What are you standing there for? Hurry and arrange for treatment. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Even as explorers, they needed a couple of years to gather that much. Wu Jiyun exclaimed, 200,000. Meng Wei's team, known for their mutual respect, was in the minority. Most were driven by self-interest. If Wu Jiyun had first calmed Wang Liang and discussed matters after Xingxue regained consciousness, there might have been a chance for resolution. But at present, Wu Xingxue clicked her tongue. She truly wondered how Wu Jiyun, the domineering CEO, had managed to maintain his composure thus far. That a fleeting glance revealed Gu Chuxia, like a shadow behind Wu Jiyun, wearing an expression that was hard to interpret. Their eyes met briefly, both revealing disdain before they silently averted their gazes. Wang Liang, feeling cornered by the sudden confrontation, faced the ire of the crowd, who accused him of being heartless and seizing the opportunity to extort. He was agitated. If they hadn't risked their lives to rescue Xingxue from the clutches of a fifth-tier zombie king, he wouldn't have merely lost his power core. He would be dead. 200,000, not a penny less. Wu Jiyun's mind exploded. What? The power core had been extracted? Chapter 33. Seeing is earning. Wu Xingxue's eyes sparkled. Xingxue's power core had been removed. Serves him right. Just days prior, he had mocked her, and now the tables had turned. How delightful. Wu Xingxue took a few deep breaths, stifling her urge to laugh uproariously. However, her lips twitched uncontrollably, creating an unsettling expression that Wu Jian seethed with rage. "You're talking nonsense," Wang Liang retorted. "Are you blind? Can't you see that gaping hole?" He wore a contemplative expression. "You aren't trying to shirk your responsibilities, are you?" Wu Jian, however, was in a frenzy, unable to absorb the words. Ranting, "I refuse to believe it. Xingxue cannot become useless." The crowd regarded Wu Jian as if he were deranged. Wu Xingxue rolled her eyes, nearly cramping from the effort that Jiu Chuxia had evidently rendered Wu Jian utterly incapable. Once upon a time, Wu Jian had scorned competing with his elder brother, Wu Xuanan, for the position of heir, leaving home to establish his own venture and achieving significant success in a short time, earning everyone's respect as Wu Zong. Once the company was on stable footing, Wu Jian had brought in a secretarial team to manage his workload, delegating all but the most critical decisions to those who were on standby around the clock, among whom Gu Chuxia was the most competent. Otherwise, Wu Jian wouldn't have sought her out as his personal assistant upon discovering her in the safe zone. Wu Xingxue pondered, suddenly perceiving another implication. Could Gu Chuxia be attempting to usurp Wu Jian's position? Look at him now. This once mighty CEO, aside from displaying his elite visage, was merely a figure of impotent rage that Wu Jian then turned his ire towards the healer. "Gao Shun, you took 2,000 union coin from my cousin, yet failed to fulfill your duty. What use are you?" Gao Shun was equally displeased, retorting, "What are you saying? Were it not for me, they would have perished long ago. If anyone was to blame, it would be them, as they rushed to treat him. That I lack the energy to heal your cousin. Besides, I'm not heartless. Without me, he wouldn't have even made it this far." Wu Jian whipped around, glaring fiercely at Wang Liang and Lu Chong. "You are the ones who harmed my cousin. What kind of teammates are you?" Lu Chong scoffed. "What do you mean by harmed? The one who extracted his core was a zombie, not us. He willingly put himself in danger, opting to pay the healer to treat him, and you, his elder brother, are still dissatisfied." Wang Liang added, "He never opposed our treatment. We had no way of knowing that Gao Shun lacked the energy, that if you want to blame someone, blame him. 200,000 union coins. If they divided it evenly, each would receive 5,000, which could equate to several task earnings. Who would want to risk their life when they could avoid it?" They had valid arguments, and the Wu family prided itself on not using its power to coerce. So they would surely not retaliate against them, Wu Jian declared. "I will not pay. This is extortion. I will not condone your unscrupulous behavior." Wang Liang spat, puffed. "His incompetence is why we failed to complete the classified mission. It is all his fault. You owe us compensation for the loss of our opportunity to level up." Wu Xingxue listened as whispers of discontent rippled through the crowd, their murmurs of astonishment and disapproval indicating their satisfaction with the spectacle. After all, witnessing the aloof Wu Jian, the commanding officer, embroiled in a public dispute was a first, particularly with the internal strife within Xingxue's team. This was a rare spectacle indeed. It was the first time she had seen a team quarrel so severely. How had they managed to ascend to be level? Speaking of which, didn't Meng Wei's team mention Wu Xingxue before they embarked? They claimed it was she who had guided Xingxue's team thus far. Initially, she had been skeptical, but now she found it somewhat believable. "Hey, Wu Xingxue was right there." Someone quietly inquired of Wu Xingxue. Could it be true what Meng Wei's team said, that Xingxue's success is all thanks to you? Wu Xingxue replied, "What else could it be? With Xingxue and his incompetent companions, what could they possibly achieve?" The crowd gasped in realization that so. It turned out that Xingxue, who had strutted around like a peacock, was merely living off his sister's achievements. What a shameful display. Wu Xingxue nodded in agreement. Surely, it couldn't be. Wu Xingxue didn't think so. Meng Wei's 5-man team had been united in purpose. And even if there were casualties, it shouldn't have resulted in total annihilation. She glanced at the sky. They'd have to wait a little longer. Wu Jian was embroiled in a heated argument with a few individuals. And Wu Xingxue cast a look at Xingxue, who had been forgotten and left on the ground, a flicker of satisfaction crossing her eyes. Xingxue had previously claimed that losing his power core was inconsequential, questioning her concerns. But now, Wu Xingxue still held hope of restoring a power core, while Xingxue's entire extraction meant recovery would be 100 times more difficult for him. Suddenly, Wu Xingxue recalled the healing power core that Wu Xuanan had discovered. Although she had given the power core to Wu Yumi during the identification process a few days ago, she had still borne that scar, indicating she had yet to use the power core. If Shun-Chi, the so-called good cousin, sought the power core from Wu Yumi, would she part with it? Gu Chuxia, unable to watch any longer, softly reminded, "Commander, your cousin is still lying on the ground. Perhaps we should take him for treatment first. He doesn't seem to be in good shape, that he is not just in poor shape. He is practically indistinguishable from a corpse." Only then did Wu Jiyun regain his senses, cursing under his breath. "Damn it! If Shun-Chi dies, I'll make you all pay." Wang Liang, seriously, is he out of his mind? What kind of tyrant speaks like that? Wu Jiyun attempted to take Shun-Chi away, but was once again obstructed by Wang Liang and the others. After all, Shun-Chi was their hostage now. Wang Liang declared, "Without 200,000, you won't be taking him anywhere." Lu Chang and the others echoed, "Exactly." For the first time, they were united in purpose. Wu Jiyun's temple throbbed incessantly. "How can I ascertain the veracity of your words? 200,000 is no trifling sum." Wang Liang and the others murmured among themselves, suggesting, "Then let us rouse Shun-Chi." The healer is present, receiving a subtle cue from Gu Chuxia. Wu Jiyun reluctantly nodded. Gao Shun interjected, "My services have concluded. If you wish for my assistance, compensation is required." If looks could kill, Wu Jiyun would have dismembered Gao Shun 1,000 times over. 3,000, Gao Shun declared, that Wu Jiyun felt embarrassed to haggle before the crowd. Yet he could not neglect Shun-Chi. So he begrudgingly transferred the 3,000. Gao Shun immediately began channeling energy into Shun-Chi. As the luminous green light flowed in, Shun-Chi's pallid complexion regained some color. His eyes fluttered open. Upon awakening, he was besieged by excruciating pain, particularly in his chest, which felt as if it had been sliced 1,000,000 times, leaving him yearning for unconsciousness once more. After a few moments, he could barely comprehend where he was. The ability core. Shun-Chi's eyes widened as he glanced down at his mangled chest. This was no dream. The ability core was truly gone. Chapter 34. Shun-Chi. The sky is falling. Shun-Chi's eyes rolled back, ready to faint again. "Hey, if you pass out again, it'll cost another 3,000, Gao Shun exclaimed. Wu Jiyun's scalp prickled as he grasped Shun-Chi's shoulders, urging, "Shao-Chi, hold on. Don't faint. I have questions for you." Wu Jiyun did not wish to appear miserly over a mere 3,000 Union coins. But he felt cornered. His title as commander sounded grand, yet his actual salary from the safe zone was a fixed 2,000 Union coins a month, barely enough to cover Shun-Chi's commission for a single mission. Not to mention, he had to support his little canary and hire assistants, though he maintained the image of a powerful tycoon, flanked by aides and enjoying a respectable status. In truth, he meticulously calculated every expenditure each month. The days of extravagance before the apocalypse were long gone. Shun-Chi, feeling the pressure on his breath, his mind buzzing as if a multitude were conversing, initially thought he had sustained a head injury. However, when he shifted his gaze, he froze that it wasn't that he was hallucinating. He was genuinely being scrutinized by a crowd. Everyone's eyes sparkled with intrigue, whispering excitedly amongst themselves. Shun-Chi lamented, "The sky is falling. What on earth is my second brother thinking? Even in such a dire state, he insists on waking me before all these people. Now everyone knows I'm a useless wreck. How could he do this to me?" Wu Jiyun, oblivious to the resentment in Shun-Chi's eyes, pressed, "Shao-Chi, tell me, did you truly promise them 200,000? Wu Jiyun gestured frantically, as long as Shun-Chi did not confirm it. He could easily dismiss the matter with a token thank you. They simply could not afford to pay 200,000. Pain surged through Shun-Chi's mind like a tidal wave. All he wanted was to escape this place. Yes, just give them the 200,000. "Brother, and then take me to treatment." Wu Jiyun stood frozen in disbelief. This foolish Shun-Chi. Did he think the Wu family could still afford to squander money like in the past? The combined salaries of the family barely amounted to 100,000 a month, and every basic need required funds. There was no way the entire family could scrape together 200,000. How could Shun-Chi audaciously demand such an amount? Wu Jiyun felt a surge of dissatisfaction. Wang Liang hastily urged, "Commander Wu, you heard that. The captain has admitted it himself. Hurry and transfer the funds. At that moment, Wu Jian noticed Xingxue's impatient and displeased expression, causing him to startle. So, Xingxue was actually resenting him. If it weren't for Xingxue, he wouldn't be standing here, the center of attention. Xingxue's lack of gratitude and cooperation was one thing, but to blame him was intolerable. Wu Jiyun's expression shifted from anger to contemplation. Since Xingxue was no longer a child but a man, he should be responsible for his own promises. Xiaoqi, as a man, you must own up to your commitments. Since you made the promise, you must fulfill it yourself. Xingxue was taken aback. Brother, what do you mean? Wu Jiyun replied, the 200,000 was your declaration. Therefore, you must provide it yourself. Xingxue's ears turned red as he protested. I don't have that much. He was so stunned he could not find his voice. Could it be that his brother was deceiving him? He used to have over 100,000 union coins in savings. How could Wu Jiyun not have the funds? Or was it that Wu Jiyun never truly considered him family, and thus had no intention of helping? Among the Wu brothers, Wu Jiyun was the most concerned with appearances. Never willing to lose face even in front of their own, he never shared the struggles of his tight finances with his brothers, which led to Xingxue's misunderstanding. Feeling aggrieved, Xingxue implored, Brother, if it were big brother or third brother or fourth brother who were injured, would you not assist them? Wu Jiyun was baffled. What are you rambling about? Xingxue pressed, Brother, have you never regarded me as your brother? Is that why you refuse to help me now? The crowd murmured in sympathy. Even if they were not full-blooded brothers, they shared a blood relation as cousins. Commander Wu was being excessively heartless. Truly neglecting Xingxue. If it were me, I would kneel or do whatever it takes just to ensure Xingxue received treatment. Isn't it a matter of life and death? The whispers reached Wu Jiyun's ears, and he yearned to explain, but found himself at a loss for words. Was he to publicly declare that the Wu family was merely a facade, unable to produce 200,000? It was all Xingxue's fault for not thinking before admitting to the 200,000, leaving them in such an awkward predicament. Glaring at Xingxue's accusatory gaze, Wu Jiyun's anger flared. He slapped Xingxue across the face, exclaiming, What nonsense are you spouting? After all these years in the Wu family, don't you know how we have treated you? You're just like Wu Xingxue, a thankless wretch. Xingxue stared in disbelief. You hit me now? So indeed, you have never regarded me as your brother. With a cough, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his vitality waning. Wu Jiyun was taken aback. No matter how angry he was, he did not wish for Xingxue to perish. He hurriedly transferred another 3,000 to Gaoshan, and as energy flowed into Xingxue, he regained some vitality. Wu Xingxue, who had been watching with glee, was suddenly mentioned. Wu Xingxue, that's your cousin. Why are you so happy? Wu Xingxue retorted, If he dies, I'll be even happier. The crowd fell silent. This little interlude successfully drew the attention of both Wu Jiyun and Xingxue. Upon seeing Wu Xingxue, Xingxue's eyes filled with resentment. Wu Xingxue, quickly give me the money and take me for treatment. Wu Xingxue blinked, pointing at herself. Huh, are you talking about me? Xingxue, witnessing her unconcerned demeanor, felt even more aggrieved. In the past, whenever he was injured, Wu Xingxue would rush to take him for treatment without him needing to worry about costs. Sometimes, she'd even scold him for being lazy. Yet now, she was merely watching the spectacle without a care. Xingxue recalled that he and Wu Xingxue were now both powerless, and his resentment towards her diminished, replaced by a tinge of guilt. Xiaoxue, if you quickly give me the money and take me for treatment, I'll forgive you. Wu Xingxue laughed. First of all, I have no money. Secondly, what have I done that requires your forgiveness? Are you out of your mind, thinking I owe you something? Do you not know? Your entire family combined doesn't even earn 20,000 a month. Oh, you really think your life is worth that much? Xingxue turned to Wu Jiyun, disbelief written all over his face. Is it truly impossible for us to produce 20,000? After all his efforts to conceal the truth, Wu Jiyun could only nod in acknowledgement. Xingxue, dazed, finally comprehended. So, just now, his brother's gestures were meant to imply for him to deny it. Connecting the dots of what had transpired, he felt a wave of despair wash over him. Wang Liang and the others would not let this money slip away, meaning he could neither leave nor seek treatment. Now, Xingxue was genuinely panicking. realizing that if things went awry, he might truly die right here. Xingxue felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Wu Xingxue. You must have it. You take on more than 10 tasks every month. How could you be broke? Hurry and give it to me. Are you really willing to watch me die here? Xingxue, you insufferable brat. You think you could just open your mouth and demand money from others. How very manly of you. Wu Xingxue quipped. Who dares to bully my sister Xue? Is bullying me. A voice interjected, belonging to Zhuyu. Zhuyu, furious, pointed out, Wu Xingxue has severed ties with you. You dare to demand 200,000 from her. That's extortion. As the commotion escalated, Meng Wei and his group pushed through the crowd to reach Wu Xingxue, who surveyed the scene. 5 of them were injured, yet their spirits were notably high, far superior to Xingxue's team. Liu exchanged a gesture with Meng Wei, who replied, All right, you go ahead and submit the task. Before departing, Liu stood before Wu Xingxue, bowing deeply in an exaggerated manner. As if preparing for battle, Wu Xingxue raised an eyebrow, sensing something. After Liu bowed, he signaled to Meng Wei and left. Meng Wei explained, Sister, Liu injured his throat as a child and cannot speak. He was just thanking you. Wu Xingxue raised an eyebrow. Her suspicions peaked. She turned her gaze to the ongoing heated exchange between Wu Jiyun and Xingxue. Meng Wei chuckled heartily. This time, you have indeed saved Zhuozi's life, that he has been regretting his previous attitude towards you throughout this journey, slapping himself several times in remorse. He winked at Wu Xingxue, saying, This kid is quite fierce when it comes to arguing and cursing. He's been itching to repay his debt of gratitude. Just you wait and see. He won't let you suffer today. In any case. Wu Xingxue now understood one thing. The hemostatic herb was effective, and it had indeed saved Zhuoyu's life. It was the perfect opportunity to promote the virtues of the hemostatic herb. Wu Jiyun, managing his meticulously styled hair, was infuriated by Zhuoyu, primarily because this kid's insults were utterly vulgar. Of course, Xingxue was still severely injured and couldn't compete with Zhuoyu's loud voice. Both of them were being berated by Zhuoyu. After a while, Wu Jiyun finally interjected, This is a private matter between us and Wu Xingxue. It's not your place to interfere. Zhuoyu stood tall, his voice booming. She is my savior. Why shouldn't I be involved? Zhuoyu spat towards Wu Jiyun and then turned to face the onlookers, vividly recounting the perilous nature of their latest mission. Our mission was fraught with danger. We encountered a 5th-tier zombie king. What does that even mean? Zhuoyu exclaimed passionately. Captain Xingxue's ability core was even ripped out? If it weren't for my teammates who had 20,000 on the line, they would have turned tail and run. It was incredibly dangerous. While the crowd tensed up, a few chuckled at the exaggerated tale. Xingxue and his companions had grim expressions, for Zhuoyu was poking fun at them, insinuating that their team members were cowardly. Unfortunately, Zhuoyu was too caught up in his emotions, leaving them no chance to interject. I nearly got cleaved in half by the zombie king. I had a gaping wound on my stomach. Zhuoyu gestured dramatically to illustrate the size of the injury. The crowd rushed to inquire. That is quite an exaggeration. You seem perfectly fine. You look even better than I do. Zhuoyu lifted his shirt, revealing a prominent pinkish-white scar on his tan skin. See, this is where the zombie clawed me. The crowd craned their necks, exclaiming, My goodness, it really is. Wasn't that just like being cleaved in half? Someone asked. But wait, didn't your team not have a healer? What kind of miraculous medicine could possibly work so fast? Others quickly chimed in, eager to know what wondrous medicine had proven so effective. All eyes were fixed on Zhuoyu, a wound so severe healed as if by a healer. As explorers, they understood that having multiple means of survival was invaluable. Zhuoyu decided to reveal the secret, stating it was all thanks to Wu Xingxue's hemostatic herb. To be honest, I was hanging by a thread at that moment. It was fortunate that our captain bought 4 plants from Wu Xingxue. The crowd gasped in astonishment, mixed with skepticism. No way, this has to be a joke. That sounds too mystical. Amidst the skeptical gazes, Zhuoyu approached Wu Xingxue with a serious demeanor. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have treated you poorly before. I sincerely apologized. He recalled the moment when Liu knelt before Xingxue for his sake, the humiliation that fell upon the captain, and the frantic expressions of everyone at that time. his eyes glistening with emotion. Thank you. If you hadn't honored your promise to my captain and come to our team, he wouldn't have made that purchase. Just thinking about my earlier rudeness towards you makes me want to punch myself. From now on, Wu Xingxue, you are my benefactor. You are like my sister. Please forgive me. Zhuyu showed no hesitation in admitting his faults before the multitude, bowing deeply to Wu Xingxue, however, was not truly angry. Zhuyu's initial reluctance to purchase was understandable. After all, who would believe her after hearing the misleading rumors? But now, Zhuyu's earnest apology, disregarding his pride, was commendable in Wu Xingxue's eyes. He displayed great character, proving himself capable and responsible. In contrast, Shenqi's attitude of taking her contributions for granted was rather distasteful. Zhuyu feared that Wu Xingxue would not forgive him, for that would burden him with guilt for a lifetime. Throughout their return journey, he slapped himself every time he remembered his previous behavior toward her. The fact that she didn't turn her back on him after his hurtful words was a profound kindness. Had Wu Xingxue left out of anger, he would likely have met a much grimmer fate by now. Wu Xingxue raised an eyebrow. Come on now. Mengge is a good captain. If it weren't for his insistence on purchasing, even if I had forced it upon you, you might not have used it. Zhuyu straightened up, surprised by Wu Xingxue's teasing, his cheeks flushing. I've already expressed my gratitude to the captain. You all have done me a great service, and I remember that. Zhuyu cleared his throat and shouted to the astonished crowd. From now on, anyone who dares to bully my sister Xue will be taking me on. I will fight to the bitter end. Having completed their ranking mission, he felt no lingering worries. Anyone who thought to bully her better weigh their options carefully. Wu Xingxue didn't expect Zhuyu to go this far. With so many listeners, if Zhuyu failed to follow through, he would be ridiculed endlessly. That Wu Xingxue reflected that the Wu family was indeed unique. Perhaps she had spoiled him. In any case, there were still plenty of reasonable individuals outside. Zhuyu discreetly observed Wu Xingxue's expression, fearful that she might resent having him as her younger brother. Upon seeing her expression unchanged, he breathed a sigh of relief, his resolve hardening. The crowd was wary. Who would want to provoke a reckless Zhuyu, especially when he had no concerns? They were far more interested in other matters. Zhuyu didn't need to go to such lengths to deceive them, so Wu Xingxue's hemostatic herb must indeed be extraordinary. Even Zhuyu, who feared nothing, had been subdued. To think you actually completed your ranking mission. Xingxue and his group had prepared so thoroughly, yet hadn't succeeded. Could it be that you relied solely on the hemostatic herb? Meng Dui, we trust your character. Please tell us, is this all true? Meng Wei nodded seriously. Everything Zhuozi says is true. May I face dire consequences if I utter a single falsehood. When Zhuozi was injured, we were all ready to abandon the mission, but to our surprise, after using the hemostatic herb, he recovered within a minute. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to continue. The crowd turned their gaze towards Wu Xingxue, a wave of astonishment washing over them, though some remained skeptical. I recall Shenqi said Wu Xingxue was a fraud, claiming her herb was utterly useless. What you're saying now contradicts what his brother said, that if you can prove that the herb is genuinely effective, I'll buy several plants no matter the cost. Others chimed in, yes, if it's proven true, we'll all buy. Chapter 36. The embarrassment is already too much. Zhuoyu was incensed. Are you all blind? Am I not standing here as evidence? The crowd responded, no, I'm still not quite convinced. Zhuyu gazed at Wu Xingxue with some despondency. Throughout the journey, he had pondered how to repay her kindness. Baiku had suggested that he use his own actions to dispel Shenqi's slander against Wu Xingxue's herb. However, after exposing his wound and swearing an oath, he found that this group simply wouldn't buy it. The crowd's reaction was anticipated by Wu Xingxue. Earning money in the apocalypse was several times harder than before. Not only did they earn less, but purchasing power was also diminished. Everyone wished they could split a single united coin in half to spend. Only Shenqi, having been pampered since childhood, remained oblivious to the hardships, treating money as if it were worthless and becoming an easy target for deceit. Wu Xingxue's dark eyes fixed on Shenqi, who, upon realizing that his family had barely scraped together 20,000, seemed enveloped in despair. When she looked his way, he averted his gaze in guilt. Wu Xingxue raised her hand to stroke her chin, deep in thought. This situation was highly advantageous for her to clarify the rumors and resell the hemostatic herb. She couldn't let this opportunity slip by. But why should the rumor monger Xingxue remain uninvolved? He had spread the lies, so it was only right for him to clarify them. Wu Xingxue had a plan. Just as she was about to speak, she was interrupted by Baiku. Baiku wore a knowing smile. The impact of your words would be greatly diminished if you speak now. Wu Xingxue met his gaze unwaveringly. I understand. She knew she was the buyer. Self-promotion would surely put her at a disadvantage. And thus the price could not be too high. Wu Xingxue asked, Are you looking to help? Baiku replied, Not help, but to repay a debt. He then shifted the conversation. After today, the price of your hemostatic herb will skyrocket. I hope you'll offer us some discounts in the future. Wu Xingxue narrowed her eyes slightly. Of course, that is only fair as a spokesperson. You deserve that treatment. The two exchanged smiles. Yang Zheng hesitated, scratching his head, for they hadn't been discreet in their conversation, and he had heard everything clearly, yet he still didn't quite understand. Yang Zheng mumbled under his breath. Smart people are really hard to understand. Wu Xingxue shifted into a more comfortable stance. Since someone was willing to speak on her behalf to help her earn more, why be polite? Baiku continued, I just remembered, after Zhuozi was healed by the hemostatic herb, Captain Xingxue, unwilling to continue treatment due to the healer's absence, was even considering abandoning Zhuozi as a burden. Captain Shun was desperately seeking to buy the hemostatic herb from us at 10 times the price. At that time, we weren't well off either. If Xingxue hadn't spread rumors and had instead bought Wu Xingxue his herbs himself, perhaps he wouldn't have been caught unprepared and had his ability core ripped out. What a pity. The old saying holds true. Harming others ultimately brings harm to oneself. The crowd murmured in intrigue, realizing the irony of the situation. Xingxue gritted his teeth. Can you blame me? I am Wu Xingxue's cousin. She has good things, but doesn't offer them to me first. Instead, she thinks of selling them. Isn't that ridiculous? Baiku responded in surprise. So you're saying this is all Wu Xingxue's fault? Xingxue. Of course, Baiku nodded. Therefore, after severing ties, Wu Xingxue should still be eager to generously offer you the rare medicinal herb she has painstakingly found. To you, former cousin. The crowd stifled their laughter. They had only ever heard of ex-husbands and ex-boyfriends, but never of a former cousin. Xingxue was provoked by Baiku's sarcastic tone. Are you all so well-fed that you have nothing better to do? Do my family matters require your meddling? Baiku, what family do you speak of? I am beginning to doubt whether Captain Shun has sustained a head injury. Wu Xingxue has reiterated countless times that she has severed ties with your Wu family. Are you truly unable to hear? Wu Xingxue sincerely suggested. Commander Wu, perhaps you should take Captain Shun to get his head examined when you have the time. Delaying could worsen his condition. Oh, wait. If you can spare 200,000 and still have some left over, then perhaps you should take him. Otherwise, given Xingxue's current state, he might not last long enough to see a doctor. Wu Jiyun. Xingxue coughed in frustration. Baiku seemed to suddenly recall something. Didn't Captain Shun just plead to buy the hemostatic herb at 10 times the price? Conveniently, Wu Xingxue is right here. Hurry and ask her. The remnants of Xingxue's nostalgia and guilt towards Wu Xingxue vanished amidst the quarrel. He simply could not bear to see Wu Xingxue's current indifferent demeanor. I don't need it. That worthless herb of hers is useless. You are all just part of her deceitful scheme. Baiku, you can't leave now. Relying on Gao Shun will cost you 3,000 each time. I see your second brother is about to be unable to bear the burden. You, as the younger brother, are being quite irresponsible. Wu Jin opened his mouth, wanted to toss 100,000 in Baiku's face to show him. Unfortunately, before he came out, he had already spent 10,000 to placate the little canary, and after having Gao Shun revive Xingxue twice, he truly could not produce a third sum of money. Seeing Xingxue in this state, he realized that what Zhu Yu and the other said was indeed true, that Wu Xingxue's hemostatic herb truly has miraculous effects. Wu Jiyun. I will buy one. Xingxue stared at Wu Jiyun in shock, his eyes filled with accusation. How could his second brother undermine him? Just as he had claimed Wu Xingxue's medicine was useless, his second brother immediately bought one. This was a slap in the face. Wu Jiyun secretly blamed Xingxue. He left behind a mess for him to clean up, and still had the audacity to complain. Wu Jiyun shot Xingxue a fierce glare. Urging him to be silent, Wu Xingxue pulled a hemostatic herb from her bag, shaking it in her hand to let everyone see. 3,000. Transfer the money. Wu Jiyun. blurted out. So expensive, Wu Xingxue. Commander Wu thinks his brother's life, ISNT, worth 3,000. How disheartening. It seems the hearts of the Wu family are indeed cold. Wu Jun maintained a stern expression. He had already lost enough face today. He could not afford to lose more. He could only quietly tell Gu Chuxia behind him, transfer the money to her. Trying to maintain the facade of a domineering presence, Gu Chuxia stared in shock. What money should she transfer? Wu Jian hadn't given her any. Did he expect her to use her own money? Wu Jian made a gesture, indicating just that. Gu Chuxia was reluctant to pay, but she still wanted this job. After much internal struggle, she finally conceded. All right, Commander, I will pay first. Please remember to reimburse me later. Wu Jiyun's face darkened instantly. Wu Xingxue. Commander Wu cannot exploit his assistant. If you fail to repay her, that would be utterly shameless. Wu Jiyun glared at Gu Chuxia. I will definitely repay. Gu Chuxia, with tears in her eyes, transferred money to Wu Xingxue. She had saved up for several months. Gu Chuxia could not blame Wu Xingxue. She merely found Wu Jiyun disgusting. That so-called commander. He only knew how to oppress her as a mere assistant. Clearly, she had done all the work late into the night. Yet all the benefits went to Wu Jiyun. That if she were not so powerless, she would have loved to kick Wu Jiyun out and take his place. Gu Chuxia restrained her expression, suppressing her desires and resentment. Wu Jiyun obtained a medicinal herb, forcefully shoving it into Xingxue's tightly clenched mouth. He then added, and the 6,000 for the treatments you received from Gaoshan before. You owe me that too. Xingxue could hardly believe that this miserly brother of his Wu Ti even spare a few thousand for him. He shouted, Second brother, you are too stingy. I am your cousin, and you actually make me pay back. The crowd. Wow. Wu Jiyun felt a wave of darkness wash over him. In the end, he had failed to preserve even a shred of dignity. Perhaps this cousin should be cast aside, just like Wu Xingxue. Xingxue, oblivious to Wu Jiyun's simmering anger, continued to complain. I already said that this herb is completely useless. You insist on making me take it. And I still have to pay suddenly. Xingxue's expression froze. Chapter 37, Everyone shut up. Let me scold first. Oh my, Captain Shun's injury is healing. Remarkable. Just moments ago his face was pale, and now it is color. Xingxue's sensations were even more pronounced. He had suffered some internal injuries before the zombie king extracted his ability core, likely a broken bone. Were it not for the enhanced physical capabilities of an ability user, he wouldn't even be able to speak now, let alone argue with anyone. That herb, seemingly unremarkable, had produced results so swiftly, surpassing even the effects of special medicine, comparable to that of a healer. Xingxue felt a mix of emotions. Turning away to avoid the gaze of the crowd, he shouted, You are mistaken. I had taken a special medicine before. It has nothing to do with that herb. The crowd. Oh, come on, Captain Shun, that's just too much. We all saw it, so stop pretending. Captain Shun, why are you hiding? Do you still wish to continue tarnishing Wu Xingxue's name by claiming her rare plant is useless? Suddenly, someone exclaimed in realization, Are you trying to deceive us and secretly buy it for yourself? The atmosphere fell silent as everyone exchanged wary glances. Wu Xingxue remarked softly, Supplies are limited. First come. First served. I want it. How much? I'll buy it. Give it to me first. Just now I was still speaking on your behalf. Don't sell it to Lu San. I heard him slandering you. You're talking nonsense. I clearly said that Wu Xingxue is beautiful and kind-hearted, while Xingxue is a deceitful scoundrel. Wu Xingxue, say what you want, and I'll give you a discount. The crowd paused, then immediately began to hurl insults at Xingxue. Wu Jiyun, and the Wu family members, with each wave escalating higher than the last. Wu Jiyun's face darkened as he shouted, Wu Xingxue, what are you doing? Everyone shut up. No one paid him any mind. After all, there are no cameras or recordings, and with so many people crammed in here, who could tell who said what? Of course, the discount was what mattered most. Initially, the kind-hearted Wu Xingxue had protected Xingxue's team during their mission, yet they had repaid her kindness with ingratitude, insisting it was none of their concern. The disgrace of men, a white-eyed wolf living off his younger sister. He deserved to have his ability core extracted. Such people ought to face retribution. Xingxue's expression twisted. While the effectiveness of a single hemostatic herb could not heal all his injuries, It had restored 2 or 3 parts of his strength. Xingxue shot up, shouting, "Everyone shut up! I will eventually regain my abilities. Even if I can't, I still have several brothers. How dare you insult me?" The crowd hesitated. Xingxue let out a cold laugh, her voice piercing. "He is so gravely injured, yet he can stand up after just 1 herb. Even threatening others with such vigor proves the efficacy of my hemostatic herb, 2,000 per herb. Both source cores and united currency are accepted." The crowd's eyes turned red. "I want it. How many insults can I throw to get a discount?" Xingxue. "Each insult counts as 10 united currency." "Everyone shut up. Let me scold first." Wu Jiyun was furious. "Xingxue, you are raising the price arbitrarily. You sold it to me for 3,000, so why sell it to them for 2,000? Without Xingxue needing to speak, the onlookers chimed in. "Commander Wu, just be quiet. What does it have to do with you? Xingxue is no longer your sister, so stop meddling." They feared that Wu Jiyun's words would lead to Xingxue raising the price again. What good would it do to save that united currency? The crowd became even more frantic, hurling insults at Xingxue and Wu Jiyun in a continuous stream, without repeating themselves. Meng Wei and a few others took on the role of bodyguards, preventing the crowd from crushing Xingxue. Xingxue relished the dual delight of the uproar. No wonder Wu Yuming enjoyed inciting others to insult her. Now, it was Xingxue and his companions who were being scolded, and it felt quite satisfying to be fair. Wu Yuming, that insufferable green tea, had her own merits. Her tactics were quite effective. Piles of source cores formed a small mountain at Wu Xingxue's feet. The transfer notification sounds ringing incessantly. Wu Jiyun watched with envy. How wonderful it would be if this were his. Suddenly, Wu Jiyun felt that Xingxue was right. Wu Xingxue had such valuable items, yet did not think of her family. How selfish! But Wu Xingxue had severed ties with the family, so logically, these matters had nothing to do with him. However, Wu Jiyun's eyes flickered. Without her abilities and lacking the protection of the Wu family, it would be difficult for a young and beautiful girl like Wu Xingxue to survive on her own. Although she was currently irritable and annoying, he could begrudgingly tolerate her for her ability to make money. As Wu Jiyun pondered, Wu Xingxue had already sold out the 30 or so hemostatic herbs that Yitsong had given her to. Wu Xingxue glanced at the time. It was just past 4. Hopefully, Yitsong and his clan would make it in time. Yitsong could not afford to have any mishaps. He was truly a god of wealth. As she sold, Wu Xingxue calculated. If all the source cores were converted into united currency, it totaled 63,000 united currency, striking it rich. Wu Xingxue intentionally collected half united currency and half source cores, intending to use the source cores for Yitsong's recovery. Wu Xingxue was preoccupied with thoughts of the god of wealth and hastened to take the next step. She calmed the noisy crowd, exclaiming, "We're sold out, sold out. Come early next time." Those who failed to purchase were relentless. "No, I've scolded for ages and still Haven Tea bought a single one. I can still scold. Give me one more." Wu Xingxue reassured everyone. "Please don't rush. Come at number 367 in the Central District tomorrow." Someone inquired, "Will you really have them tomorrow?" Wu Xingxue simply smiled without answering, for she was uncertain if her shop would indeed open, depending primarily on whether Kanga would cooperate. Regardless, she needed to draw people in. It was an excellent opportunity for publicity that she could not let go to waste. With the assistance of Meng Wei and others, Wu Xingxue finally squeezed her way out of the crowd, when suddenly a loud shout rang out to Wu Xingxue. "Hurry and get the money to save me." Turning around, she saw that Wang Liang and the others were becoming frantic due to the delayed payment. They were already embroiled in a scuffle with Wu Jiyun and Xingxue, resembling a tug-of-war. Wang Liang and his companions were gripping Xingxue's right arm, declaring, "Don't even think about leaving without the money." Wu Jiyun, with all his strength, tugged at Xingxue's left arm, shouting, "Let go! This is extortion." Xingxue, caught in the middle, was nearly losing breath, his face turning purple and making his injuries appear even more grotesque. "Wu Xingxue, what are you waiting for? Hurry and give him the money. You made so much just now." Wu Xingxue retorted, "What I earned has nothing to do with you. Are you out of your mind?" Suddenly, someone spoke up. "Now I finally see it clearly. Captain Shun, you are indeed rather shameless. You dare to demand money like this. I wouldn't even have the audacity to do that to my own mother. Is she not your cousin by blood, but rather your ancestor?" Xingxue was so enraged by these words that he was nearly gasping for air. The person then turned to Wu Xingxue, asking, "Can you keep a tab? Next time I'll give you a discount for the scolding." Wu Xingxue blinked. She had mentioned that earning money during the apocalypse was not easy. This person was so bold as to step forward and scold without fear of Wu family retaliation. "No problem. I'll remember you." The individual smiled slightly, retreating amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, discreetly hiding his merits and fame. The crowd lamented, "Why didn't I react sooner?" Wu Xingxue remarked, "Xingxue, did you hear that? The eyes of the public are keenly observant. Have some shame." Xingxue was taken aback. Indeed, realizing that he had seen Wu yumming that morning, her scars still evident. Hope ignited within him. Mengmeng was nothing like this selfish and cold-hearted individual. She would surely make concessions for him. Wu Xingxue scoffed inwardly. How naive. Just as she was about to leave, she was suddenly blocked by Wu Jiun. Chapter 38. Another kick from me, Wu Xingxue. Good dogs don't obstruct the way. Wu Jiun. Without 200,000, Wang Liang and the others would definitely not relent. The entire Wu family couldn't possibly gather that amount. But with Wu Xingxue, it was a different story. Wu Jian had been listening intently. And now he realized that Wu Xingxue had just earned several tens of thousands, that if she could procure more energy fruits or exotic plants, that 200,000 would be easily within reach. In the past, at the end of every month, Wu Xingxue would devise ways to transfer some money to Wu Jiun, who had previously dismissed her trifling earnings. But today, Wu Jiun recognized a stark reality. He was truly in need. Without Wu Xingxue's financial support, his meager salary of 20,000 was hardly sufficient. Just then, his little canary had her eyes set on a high-end gem necklace crafted from source nuclei, priced at 68,000. He could count on Wu Xingxue to cover it as long as he and Wu Xingxue kept it under wraps. Who would know that the commander Wu had his sister buy a gift for his canary? Wu Jiun's chaotic thoughts flitted through his mind in an instant. His elite, aloof face, which usually elicited shrieks from girls, bore a slight smile. He was certain that Wu Xingxue would never refuse such an opportunity presented to her. Wu Xingxue took several deep breaths, but her anger had already surged to her head. She could no longer endure it. With a swift kick, she struck Wu Jiun's hypocritical smiling face that a crack echoed as Wu Jiun's nasal bone broke. In an instant, a clear footprint marred his handsome visage. Wu Jiun could hardly anticipate that Wu Xingxue would directly kick him in the face. Momentarily stunned, he staggered backward a few steps before regaining his balance. His nose throbbed painfully, and upon touching it, the vivid crimson color stung his eyes. Not only his nose, but his entire face pulsed with pain. Wu Jiun, incensed, shouted, "Wu Xingxue, how dare you hit me?" Wu Xingxue's temples throbbed with fury. Xingxue and Wu Jiun were insufferably disgusting. Regardless of her willingness, they both presumed that what belonged to Wu family was rightfully theirs. "Don't think I'm oblivious to your schemes. You race simply after my money, wanting me to continue supporting you and your canary, and to provide for your entire family. Take another kick from me." As Wu Jiun saw Wu Xingxue lift her leg once more, this time aiming lower, fear gripped him. His back bristled with sweat, and with a yelp, he turned and fled, a picture of utter disgrace. The crowd stood in stunned silence. Someone in the throng swallowed audibly, and they gazed at Wu Xingxue with awe. How ruthless! She dared to step on the Commander Wu's face. If I'm not mistaken, she aimed to stomp on Commander Wu's. They had never witnessed such a scene. In the safe zone, the use of abilities by any means was strictly prohibited, with severe penalties for violators. If a quarrel broke out, it would only escalate to a fistfight if reported to the inspection office. They could only accept their fate if both parties wished to resolve matters privately, as long as it didn't escalate too far and remained under the radar of the inspection office. It could be overlooked. Although Wu Xingxue had lost her abilities and her physical condition was poor, Wu Jiun was equally incapable of using his powers. Moreover, Wu Jiun was excessively concerned with his reputation, absolutely unwilling to lay a hand on a woman in front of others. Thus, it came down to Wu Jiun running ahead with blood gushing from his nose, while Wu Xingxue chased behind. The dignity of the proud, cold-faced commander was nowhere to be seen. his face jiggling as he ran. Regret washed over Wu Jiyun. You should have inquired further. How could he have known that Wu Xingxue had gone mad after leaving the Wu family? Stop chasing. I don't need your money anymore. Breathless and red-faced, Wu Xingxue, weighed down by over 10 kilograms of source nuclei, felt an overwhelming hatred. She should have beaten those useless men before the source nuclei shattered. Waves of grievances from the past 3 years crashed over Wu Xingxue's mind. Her eyes turned red. If she didn't vent her anger today, she might truly faint from rage. Just as Wu Xingxue realized she could no longer catch up with Wu Jiyun. She turned her gaze to the dazed Shunqi. Shunqi was in a daze when his eyes met Wu Xingxue. He shivered all over. Before he could react, Wu Xingxue was already in front of him. And you shameless turtle, how much effort have I poured into your useless team? How dare you slander me and cut off my financial support? Ungrateful wolf. Shunqi turned to flee, but his injuries, particularly the one in his thigh, hampered his movement. As he turned, Wu Xingxue landed a kick squarely on his backside. With a yelp, Shunqi fell face first into the ground, landing in a heap, stirring up clouds of dust. Exhausted, Wu Xingxue leaned on her knees, gasping for breath. Having vented her anger, she had to consider the consequences that Wu Jiyun, humiliated in public, would surely hold a grudge against her. She needed to divert the attention of these two quickly. With her frizzy hair standing on end, Wu Xingxue looked at Wang Liang. If the Wu family can't provide 20,000 all at once, let them write an IOU and pay in installments. Wang Liang and his companions' eyes brightened. They had almost given up earlier. The Wu family was vast and powerful. If provoked, they could retaliate fiercely. Wu Xingxue's idea was brilliant. Wu Xingxue added, installments are great. There's interest too. Wang Liang and the others' eyes gleamed even brighter. They turned to demand an IOU from Wu Jiyun and Shunqi, who were ready to hold Wu Xingxue accountable. Wu Jiyun, furious, had no intention of dealing with Shunqi, who, filled with resentment, signed the IOU for 200,000, plus hefty interest. Wang Liang cautioned, Captain Shun, don't forget to pay the first installment of 50,000 within 3 days. I won't hesitate to report you to the inspection office. If we're provoked, we'll seek higher authority. I trust Commander Wu Wun-ti, one a nephew known for his dishonesty. Shunqi gritted his teeth in anger, blaming Wu Xingxue for concocting such a terrible idea. She scolded and kicked, refusing to pay, just like last time in the appraisal hall, causing chaos and then fleeing. So cunning, Shunqi felt utterly drained. Second brother, take me for treatment quickly. I can't hold on any longer to Wu Jiyun. Though furious, couldn't he let Shunqi suffer this fate, the two in a wretched state. We're stopped by a young man with a hunchback and a broad smile. Captain Shun, I'm from Changyang Xiaoguan. The banquet you ordered is ready. When do you plan to go? Shunqi snapped. Are you looking for trouble? Can't you see what state I'm in? Why on earth would I attend a banquet? Get lost. The young man still wore a smile. You don't have to eat. But the money must be paid. This was agreed upon. The ingredients were prepared in advance that if you don't pay, it's us who suffer the loss. Everyone heard you when you set out this morning. Shunqi froze. He never imagined that this task would turn out so convoluted. He had been so proud during the morning banquet booking, and now he was utterly humiliated. The onlookers reveled in his misfortune. The young man pressed, pay up, Captain Shun. Shunqi could only implore Wu Jiyun, desperately reluctant to sign another IOU. Having already suffered such disgrace, he felt that further humiliation would matter little. Yes, he beseeched Wu Jiyun. A deep-seated animosity flickered in his eyes. Despite Wu Jiyun's verbal assertion that they were family, he was evasive and hesitant about a trifling sum. He was far less straightforward than the previous Wu Xingxue. Ultimately, with a grim expression, Wu Jiyun transferred his last 2,000. Wu Jiyun stated, Shunqi, you must repay this debt. Shunqi, head bowed, wore a sardonic smirk. Repay? Nonsense. Wu Xingxue had rejected Meng Wei's suggestion for her to directly exchange the source cores for united currency. Those cores were the spoils of Heatsong, and the Heatsong clan awaited her source cores for their salvation. Wu Xingxue appeared calm on the surface, yet her heart raced with anxiety. Now that the source cores were in hand, they must endure, O God of Wealth. Chapter 39. Let everything be guided by the divine will in the hollow clearing. 100 members of the Xingxue tribe, young and old alike, even warriors still stained with blood, gathered to gaze up at the stone platform. Hitsong stood atop the high platform, surveying his His gaze swept over their resolute faces and the sorrowful glimmers in their eyes. Hitsong felt a pang of anguish. Half an hour prior, their tribe had sent several orcs to test the territory's defenses. Although they were intercepted and slaughtered, a signal had been sent. The battle was imminent. Hitsong had devoted the entire day to observing the movements within the Ring of Worlds, yet remained eerily quiet. The fading rays of the setting sun cast a golden glow across the valley. And as evening fell, Xingxue had yet to appear. Hitsong suppressed a flicker of disappointment and steeled himself to prepare his tribe for war. I will draw the enemy's attention. While Lingrong leads the remaining capable warriors closely behind, but a robust, solemn female orc bowed in acknowledgement of her task. The second group will be led by Mu Chi, whose mission is to delay the enemy's advance. The middle-aged orc, Mu Chi, with a bandage covering his left eye, accepted his orders. The severely injured shall remain behind to recuperate. Remember, we fight to ensure that a Mu can lead the young ones through the encirclement. Even if we have but one breath left, if we can rise, even if it is just one hand or claw that can move, we must grasp hold of the enemy's hooves. In unison, the tribe replied, yes. At that moment, the elder of the E tribe, bent with age, stepped forward, accompanied by two adolescent orcs carrying baskets filled with dried red flowers. These are spirit-calling flowers. Distribute them among the tribe. Amu exclaimed, but the spirit-calling flowers can invigorate the beast spirits, yet they also inflict considerable harm. That weren't you the one who strictly forbade us from consuming them? The elder waved his hand dismissively. What does it matter at this juncture? We must prioritize survival before considering harm. Amu fell silent. The elder spoke the truth. The crowd clamored, give me several more. My wounds are already severe. These flowers will help me regain my strength. Before I perish, I might as well take a few of them down with me. Me too. Don't let my age fool you. I was once a distinguished warrior among my peers. Perhaps after consuming these flowers, I might regain some of my former vigor. The tribe eagerly awaited Hitsong's command to distribute the spirit-calling flowers. Hitsong lowered his gaze, recognizing that these were beasts destined to die, surrounded by enemies outnumbering them threefold. Moreover, his tribe's injuries had yet to heal. Having consumed the two source cores provided by Xingxue, he had restored about 50 to 60% of his combat power. If aided by the spirit-calling flowers, perhaps he could buy Amu and the others some additional time. Hitsong's lips parted slightly, just as he was about to issue the order to distribute the flowers. Suddenly, commotion arose within the Ring of Worlds. Hitsong's golden, beastly eyes narrowed, his tail stiffening behind him. Abruptly, he burst into laughter. The tribe members looked at Hitsong with concern. The elder of the E tribe stammered. Chief, what is happening? Hitsong exclaimed. We have been saved. Noticing the confusion among his kin, he felt a surge of hope. The beast god has heard our prayers and has manifested. Hitsong gestured, and vibrant, multicolored stones glittered across the ground. All the beasts stood in awe. The elder of the E tribe stuttered, You truly mean it? Are these? Hitsong's voice rang out. These are called source cores, bestowed upon us by the beast god. Step forward, and each of you shall receive one. I will teach you how to utilize them. The quantity of source cores was plentiful. Even if everyone took one, there would still be an abundance left. Hitsong could not explain the Ring of Worlds, nor could he elucidate Xingxue's origins from another realm. He could not even clarify why these source cores would have an effect on them. The orcs, thus, it seemed best to attribute everything to divine guidance. The source cores sent by Xingxue during this perilous moment for their Xingxue tribe were akin to the legendary miracles. With a few brief instructions, the beasts quickly learned how to absorb the source cores. Heavens, how miraculous! My wounds have healed. We, the Xingxue tribe, are saved. I thought I wouldn't survive until the battle began. Yet these source cores are so effective. Seeing his kin successfully absorb the source cores, Hitsong breathed a sigh of relief. The source cores were limited, so he allocated more to those with higher combat power and lesser injuries. Ensuring the younger warriors would recover first, as the source cores dwindled, the injuries and spirits of the orcs visibly improved. When only a few source cores remained, all the tribe members who had been gravely wounded in the previous battle had fully recovered. The Xingxue tribe had regained vitality. Hitsong consumed the remaining source cores, leaving only a slight trace in his abdomen. The beasts prostrated themselves on the ground, voicing in unison, "May the beast god bless our Xingxue tribe." Hitsong closed his eyes, pressing his palm against his forehead, silently pledging, as agreed, if the Xingxue tribe survives this ordeal, even if Wu Xingxue demands I become her beast slave, I shall comply willingly. Something felt amiss. Wasn't it said that the Xingxue tribe had suffered grievous losses, with hardly anyone left standing? How could Hitsong be unscathed? Run! Hitsong is alive. Hitsong and his kin harbored a burning indignation as they focused their pursuit on the flying wolves and red foxes. The valley was suddenly filled with wails and the chaotic sound of hooves. Chase! Let the flying wolf tribe be offerings to the beast god today. The source cores had vanished. Wu Xingxue realized that Hitsong was still alive and that these source cores might indeed prove useful. As time ticked by, the sky darkened. She wondered what was happening on that front. A knock echoed at the door. Wu Xingxue smiled as she rose to open it. Grandma Qin. She assisted Grandma Qin to sit on the bed while taking a seat on the rickety wooden chair opposite. "What troubles you, Grandma Qin?" With her hands resting on her cane for support, Grandma Qin sighed. "I went job hunting today, but they were reluctant to hire me because of my age and my cane. We only have 3 days left of our lease in this building." Upon saying this, she muttered a curse under her breath. "I wonder which wretched soul set these rules. I can't even stay in my own house." How heartless! Wu Xingxue remained silent. The one Grandma Qin was cursing was none other than Wu Sheng. Yet, voicing it now would change nothing. She was merely an ordinary person, unable to challenge Wu Sheng or the safety zone's regulations. "Ashue, you should find a place to stay soon. Don't worry about this old woman. Let them take me away. After all, I don't have long to live." Suddenly, Grandma Qin's eyes brightened. "I know. I'll go ask those management office brats for some benefits and exchange the house in advance. The money I get will be yours. You need to eat well." "You what?" Grandma Qin's voice broke as she looked at the balance on Wu Xingxue's identity card, which gleamed with 5 digits. "Xiao Shui, where did you get so much money?" Just as Wu Xingxue was about to respond, she felt a shift in the space around her. In an instant, the space was filled. There were animal skins, various fruits, and even meat. Wu Xingxue's eyes lit up, and she heard Hitsong's voice echoing in the space. "That we succeeded. These are the spoils of war. They're all for you. I thank you on behalf of my kin." Wu Xingxue's lips twitched as she suppressed a laugh. "Grandma, we won't have to move anymore. We've struck it rich." Ha ha! Chapter 40. Did she feel this way back then? Grandma Qin was overwhelmed by the sudden joy, grasping Wu Xingxue's hand and repeatedly confirming, "Xiao Shui, pinch me. Are we really not moving?" Wu Xingxue comfortingly patted her frail hand. "It's true. Tomorrow I will pay the renewal fee. I have it all planned out." The first floor of this building was originally a small supermarket, and the shelves are already in place that I'll just continue to run a shop. Earlier, Hitsong had left in a hurry, likely aware that there would be many matters to attend to after the battle. Wu Xingxue only needed to know that Hitsong was safe, that the shop could open smoothly, and that their path to survival was secure. Hitsong was sincere and righteous. He thought of sending her spoils of war immediately after resolving the crisis. Such a friend was worth keeping. Next time, she would have the opportunity to confide in Hitsong about the fruit's energy. Grandma Qin hung her head, hesitating for a while before saying, "Xiao Shui, I cannot take advantage of you just because of my age. Once you pay, this house will be yours. I cannot live here for free. It weighs heavily on my conscience." Wu Xingxue was willing to care for the kind-hearted Grandma Qin, but did not want her to feel uncomfortable. Seeing Grandma Qin about to spiral into her thoughts again, she quickly interjected, "Who says you're living here for free? Having acquired wealth, I have resolved that we shall no longer partake in potato cakes. You will solely be responsible for maintaining cleanliness and preparing our meals, a task that is certainly no trifling matter." Upon hearing that she still had a purpose and was not merely a burden, Grandma Qin's eyes sparkled with joy, and the tiny wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, reminiscent of delicate fans, unfurled in delight. "Excellent. Rest assured, my culinary skills are quite commendable. My son used to devour several bowls in one sitting." After bidding farewell to the cheerful Grandma Qin, who hummed a merry tune, Wu Xingxue made her way to the first floor. With the grand opening tomorrow, there was much work to be accomplished this evening. Xingxue meticulously sifted through her supplies, as she had anticipated, discovering an abundance of energy within the animal hides, fangs, fruits, and meats. She organized the larger items methodically on the shelves, selecting one to examine further. Yet the effects remained uncertain, requiring a visit to the appraisal hall for clarification. A bit of a hassle, Xingxue envisioned the towering appraisal machine in the hall. How splendid it would be to possess one at home. However, that was a product developed in the safety zone, not available for casual purchase, and even with her newfound wealth, it remained out of reach. While this situation was indeed cumbersome, it also bore advantages. Items appraised publicly in the hall would generate immediate promotional benefits. As she scrubbed the floor, Xingxue contemplated her plans for the following day. First, a trip to the appraisal hall, then a wave of announcements regarding the store's opening. Next, she would need to procure some paper and pens, and perhaps find a counter to place at the entrance. The trade of exotic plants could not resemble the previous supermarket model, where anyone could wander in and select at will. The risk of theft was too great, especially with a crowd. Thus, it would be prudent to keep everyone outside, displaying signs of available goods. Once customers made their selections, she would retrieve the items for payment. Not only must the merchandise be displayed, but it must also be visible to entice purchase desires. Just as Xingxue was fervently engaged in her tasks, a somber atmosphere enveloped the Wu household. Shenqi's injuries had fully healed under the healer's care, though the medical expenses remained on the tab, which Wu Jun stubbornly refused to cover. Sitting on the sofa, the once vibrant young man, full of energy and color that morning, now bore a dark scar stretching from his ear to his nose, his eyes shadowed by dark circles, and his shoulders slumped, rendering him a picture of despondency. Akin to a gravely ill patient, his gaze was fixed intently on the two individuals across from him. Seated in a wheelchair was Wu Xia, the fourth son of the Wu family. Like his brothers, he had inherited their parents' fine genes, though his lips were pale and his elongated eyes bore a melancholic expression. Behind him stood Wu Yuming, tightly gripping the handles of Wu Xia's wheelchair, biting her lower lip. Tears poised in her eyes. "Cousin, please believe me. I truly had no idea you had lost your powers. Had I known, I would have surely reserved the healing core for you." Shun-Chi clenched his teeth, remaining silent. What a coincidence! It had been several days since Wu Yuming had needed her powers, but today, when he was injured, she chose to use them. The very thought of the rarity of the healing core, coupled with the emptiness and pain coursing through him, filled Shun-Chi with dread. He could not become a useless person. The anguish of losing his powers was unbearable, and he did not wish to endure such helplessness day and night. Just that afternoon, he had confidently assured Wu Yuming that she would surely be different from him. Yet here, they were Shun-Chi began to suspect that Wu Yuming was doing this intentionally. He voiced his thoughts. "Is my power core less significant than that tiny scar on your face?" His older brother, Wu Xuanan, frowned in displeasure. "Shun-Chi, how dare you speak to Yuming in such a manner? Just a few days ago, you insisted on giving the core to her instead of to Xingxue. You said Yuming, being a girl, shouldn't have to bear a scar for life, yet when it comes to your own situation, you're in such a hurry." Shun-Chi remained silent. The Wu couple, who typically refrained from intervening in the children's disputes, exchanged glances, and Shun-Xian spoke up. "Shun-Chi, you are now a man. What does a scar matter to a man? You should be more considerate towards your sister. Besides, I believe Yuming would never act maliciously. You know how kind and innocent she is." Shun-Chi opened his mouth, but no words emerged. This was not merely a matter of a scar. The scar on Wu Yuming's face could not possibly be compared to the loss of his powers. Wu Xia interjected. "Shun-Chi, it has been 2 months since we last met. How have you become so unreasonable? How dare you slander Yuming?" Due to his frail health since childhood, Wu Xia seldom engaged in outdoor activities, resulting in a sickly pale complexion. His naturally wavy hair framed his face, accentuating his ghostly appearance. Even when posing a question, his tone carried a flatness that radiated coldness, evoking an impression of emotional detachment rather than the sharp chill of Wu Jian. Shun-Chi could barely meet Wu Xia's gaze before hastily lowering his head. In the Wu family, his greatest fear was not the stern and humorless Uncle Wu Sheng, but rather the cold indifference of his fourth brother. Wuxia. For Wuxia was devoid of human warmth, treating everyone, save for Wu Yuming, with the same icy indifference one might reserve for the deceased. Wu Yuming stepped forward, attempting to grasp Xingxue's hand. "Cousin, please don't be angry with me. I didn't mean it. You know me best. I'm not that kind of person. Only an elder sister will behave in such a manner." Wuxia furrowed his brow at this scene. Xingxue felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation. Even his usually beloved cousin was now difficult to face. Finally, he could only utter, "It's fine." Wu Sheng exclaimed, "Xingxue, Yuming has done nothing wrong. Why is your attitude so ungrateful? Especially after she has already apologized?" Xingxue was taken aback. He had done nothing wrong. He sat there, stunned, suddenly realizing something was amiss. He had merely exchanged a few words with Wu Yuming, yet everyone treated him as if he had committed a grave offense. No one cared about his injuries or inquired if the loss of his powers caused him pain. And Wu Yuming Xingxue recalled Wu Xingxue's scornful gaze from that afternoon. Had she known all along that Yuming would not offer him assistance? No, that couldn't be. Yuming was not that kind of person. The air around him felt increasingly constrictive, as if he were trapped within a shrinking cage. But he found himself recalling how the recent scene had played out countless times before. In the past, he had been one of the brothers, and Wu Xingxue had been the target of their ire. Xingxue murmured, "When Wu Xingxue's power core shattered, did it hurt just as much? Did she feel as I do now, when everyone berated her?" Coincidentally, he felt a surge of resentment towards Wu Xingxue. Chapter 41. Tomorrow, I will confront her. The group learned from Wu Jiyun's account that this afternoon, Wu Xingxue had sold exotic plants valued at several tens of thousands of union coins and held an extensive stock. Most importantly, Wu Xingxue had not brought Xingxue along for treatment. It was well known that she had previously been the most concerned about him. Both Wu Jiyun and Xingxue tacitly avoided mentioning the 200,000. Wu Jiyun feared that bringing it up would lead Xingxue to cling to the matter, especially if their father assigned him the task, which he certainly could not handle. Xingxue, too embarrassed to mention it, remembered Wu Xingxue's words about how the entire family could not gather 200,000. Wu Jiyun had confirmed this statement. If he were the son of Shun Qian and Wu Sheng, he could have surely rallied everyone together. But he was not. Shadows loomed in Xingxue's eyes. Wu Jiyun remarked, "Mom and Dad, you might as well have raised her for nothing. Look how badly Xingxue has been hurt, and she still attacked him." Wu Jiyun refrained from mentioning the time Wu Xingxue had kicked him in the face. Xingxue added, "She kicked me in the rear and made me fall flat on my face. Yet she struck me not for my own sake, but because you, second brother, ran away too quickly. She kicked you in the face, so you should let her hit you a few more times to relieve her frustration. But when she couldn't catch up with you, she came to hit me instead." Xingxue's resentment towards Wu Jiyun had grown significantly. His second brother was no longer the brother he once cherished. He had become petty, calculating, and indifferent towards him. Wu Sheng and the others exchanged incredulous glances, seemingly searching for signs of a shoe print on Wu Jiyun's handsome face. Wu Jiyun shot a glance at Xingxue, who lacked awareness. Yet, it hardly mattered. His pride had been thoroughly trampled by Wu Xingxue's kick. In front of his family, it was still bearable. Wu Jiyun rubbed his nose. Wu Sheng remarked, "She is increasingly out of line." Wu Sheng's disdain was palpable. He could barely bring himself to utter Wu Xingxue's name. However, Wu Yuming's focus remained on the exotic plants Wu Xingxue possessed. The mere thought of those items fetching several tens of thousands made her scornful. Had it been her, she would have placed them in an auction house to drive up the price, easily doubling what Wu Xingxue had sold them for. Wu Xingxue was utterly incompetent. She failed to capitalize on valuable goods and deserved to be oppressed for a lifetime. Wu Yuming contemplated how to acquire Wu Xingxue's exotic plants. Similarly, Wu Sheng and Wu Jun harbored the same thoughts, their minds aligning for once. Wu Sheng, ever mindful of his authoritative image, mentally berated Wu Xingxue profusely. Had he known she would depart so swiftly, he would have ensured she relinquished those exotic plants, perhaps even divulging their sources. It was intolerable for her to disregard the Wu family simply because she had a fallback plan. Clearly, she required a lesson. Having raised Wu Xingxue for so many years, he could not allow this wayward cub to turn against him. Wu Yuming fanned the flames. "I can hardly believe my sister could be so unreasonable. Even if she chose not to take you for treatment, she should have at least saved one stalk of hemostatic grass for you. If it were me, I wouldn't even think of selling. I would have wanted to ensure you healed quickly. Xingxue's eyes reflected gratitude. At least Yumming treated him kindly. He realized he might have misunderstood her intentions, Wu Jian coldly remarked, looking at her. It seems she genuinely hopes for Shao Qi's early demise. Wu Yuman gasped in shock. Ah, surely not. Her eyes wandered in suspicion. Yet it is true that her sister's recent actions have become increasingly excessive, which makes it a possibility. Xingxue, already harboring grievances against Wu Xingxue, felt the moment of empathy vanish without a trace. His doubts about Wu Yuman dissipated in her gentle words that he exclaimed indignantly. She is simply outrageous. She nitpicks over that meager amount of money. Xingxue added, not only that, but she also stirs discord between us. Wu Yuman inquired. Huh. Xingxue continued, she told me you have no healing source core, and that I should ask you for it. The way she looked at me, it was as if she was certain you would refuse to give it to me. At this point, Xingxue shot Wu Yuman a peculiar glance, quietly adding, though loud enough for everyone to hear, but it seems she wasn't entirely wrong. You indeed used it yourself, that Wu Yuman nervously explained. It was purely coincidental. You must believe me, cousin. Xingxue replied, I understand. I was too agitated earlier and doubted you. I was in the wrong. Once my abilities are restored, I will accompany you to the auction house. Xingxue's source core had been extracted. Restoration? Perhaps in the next life. Were it not for the need to maintain his image in the eyes of the others, a worthless person like Xingxue wouldn't even merit a glance from her. Wu Yuman shook her head in deep concern. I'm worried that sister might come to resent us, but mom, dad, and elder brother cared for her for so many years. How could she feel wronged? Wu Sheng scoffed coldly. She has been spoiled. An ungrateful wretch, deserving of a lesson. Wu Yuman's gaze flickered as she looked at her frowning elder brother. Wu Shi went on, elder brother, why are you silent? Xingxue interjected, elder brother, you wouldn't still be protecting Wu Xingxue, would you? Wu Xuanan shook his head, disappointment etched on his face. No, I just can't comprehend how Xue has changed so much. She used to be so considerate and understanding. How has she become so selfish? Xingxue remarked, I think it has something to do with you. Wu Xuanan replied. Xingxue continued, if you hadn't always defended her, she wouldn't have become so audacious and ungrateful. Have you forgotten? Just a few days ago, you were almost about to give Wu Xingxue that source core? Wu Xuanan sighed, a hint of sorrow crossing his otherwise clear features, that he did not argue, reflecting inwardly. Could it be that Wu Xingxue truly transformed under his indulgence? Wu Yuman's eyes glimmered slightly. Elder brother, she used to listen to you the most. Why not have a proper talk with her? Xingxue nodded in agreement. Yes, elder brother, you should reprimand her, if she won't even listen to you. Her elder brother. Then she is beyond saving. He complained angrily. Elder brother, you don't know. Today, in front of everyone, I was in so much pain I couldn't even stand, yet Wu Xingxue ignored me completely. She was only concerned about selling her worthless grass. He continued, I was present when she identified the hemostatic herb, hoping she could assist our team. She refused, and to top it off, she poked me in the eye. Such brutality. While Xingxue's words were true, they concealed parts of the reality. He was in pain all over, suffering the aftereffects of his source core being extracted, something even healers couldn't remedy. The thought of Wu Xingxue's indifference sent a chill through him, intensifying his resentment. She had known the hemostatic herb was valuable all along, yet chose not to give it to her own kin, instead offering it to Meng Wei and his group. If I had that hemostatic herb, I wouldn't have fallen to this state. All of this was true, yet it also masked the truth that Wu Xuanan was thoroughly angered by this revelation. It was simply too excessive. Mom and Dad, please do not be too furious. I will seek her out tomorrow. Our Wu family cannot harbor such an ungrateful and cold-hearted person. Xingxue's heart leaped with joy that if he was suffering, then Wu Xingxue should not expect to fare any better. However, Xingxue felt a twinge of guilt. Elder brother was still unaware of the truths he had concealed. Should he find out? Never mind, it doesn't matter. Elder brother would undoubtedly side with him, as before. Not with Wu Xingxue. Once the crowd dispersed, the dim corridor echoed only with the sound of the wheelchair gliding. Wu Yuman asked, Fourth brother, why were you silent just now? There was no need. Wu Xingxue is of no importance. What truly matters now is evident to you. Wu Xiao's voice slithered through the darkness like a slick serpent. Wu Yuman shivered involuntarily and quickly asked, "Fourth brother, have those matters been dealt with?" I truly did not intend to push Meng Xian. His hand was icy, rubbing against Wu Yuman's. After all, too many had witnessed her crime in the lower district. Only Wu Xiao possessed the ability and willingness to assist her to such an extent. Yet Wu Xiao's attitude toward her always made her feel uncomfortable. Wu Yuman bit her lip. All right, I understand. She was confident in manipulating everyone in the Wu family. But Wu Xiao was different. He seemed to see through her true nature, yet helped her without limits. Why was that? Chapter 42. This time, I cannot miss the opportunity to tea dawn. As the first light crept in, Wu Xingxue arose from her slumber, with the day of the grand opening upon her. The thought of the endless stream of money flowing into her pockets made her unable to suppress a smile. After consuming a potato pancake for energy and performing a set of exercises she had designed for her current physical condition, it was nearly time for the various service stations to open. Wu Xingxue stepped out with renewed vigor, the murky air now tinged with a refreshing delight. First, she headed to the management office to renew the lease for her small building. Securing her right to reside there for the next 3 months, Wu Xingxue was cautious not to pay too much at once. She was well aware of the Wu family's character, opting to take one step at a time. Afterward, she proceeded directly to the identification center. Sister Xue. Sister Xue. Cheerful calls echoed from a distance that Wu Xingxue's ears perked, but she pretended not to hear. She was busy today and had no desire to deal with that scoundrel Zhuyu. Suddenly, she halted her steps. The concern she had earlier now had a solution. With so many treasures in her possession, she would undoubtedly attract attention after the identification process. She needed bodyguards. Wu Xingxue turned with a smile, unexpectedly bumping into Meng Wei as well. Perfect. Zhuyu rushed to Wu Xingxue, beaming. Sister Xue, the captain, and I were just looking for you. Where are you off to so early? Wu Xingxue replied, You don't have anything else to do today, do you? She smiled slightly. I'm heading to the identification center. Care to join? The identification center was bustling with people early in the morning. Today's topics of discussion were limited to 2. First, Captain Shin's source core had been extracted. Second, Wu Xingxue's hemostatic herb was selling like hotcakes. Oh, how I regret it. I was there when Wu Xingxue was identifying the hemostatic herb. I could have bought it for 1,000. All the blame fell on Captain Shun. Had he not been babbling nonsense, they would have made the purchase. Who would have thought he would tarnish his cousin's reputation? He claimed they weren't related, yet they had spent over 20 years together. Devoid of any feelings, it's only right that he suffers. It would have benefited no one. Otherwise, we could have all made a fortune. Today, Cheng Lan and Luo Jing were on duty. Luo Jing stood behind a counter, her teeth grinding as she listened to the discussions. That wretched person, why did she get so lucky? Someone remarked, Wu Xingxue said she would be selling exotic plants in the shop today. Why not go take a look? The crowd fell silent, and someone retorted, Then why don't you go? The one who initially spoke felt embarrassed. I just didn't quite believe it. Clearly, they all shared the same sentiment, that a person who had been ousted from the Wu family would be fortunate to acquire those hemostatic herbs. What else could she possibly have? Their expressions were a mix of envy and jealousy. Even though the incident where Shun Qi slandered her was in the past, one could not guarantee that the other items she possessed were free of tricks. I dare not gamble. I refuse to be the one to take the loss. If we go and leave empty-handed, we would only be left to stew in our own regret. Could we even beat her in a fair fight in the safe zone? But here it was different. Should something valuable emerge today, it would be us old fellows who would reap the benefits. As they chatted and joked to pass the time, Wu Xingxue appeared. Whoa, Wu Xingxue is here again. Just moments ago, they had doubted her reliability, but now, not a single one of them hesitated to step forward. Surrounding the counter, Wu Xingxue held enough sway at the identification center. Her presence always signified good fortune. The crowd's eyes sparkled as they held their breath, intently watching Wu Xingxue. Meng Wei and Zhuyu, following Wu Xingxue, were witnessing this scene for the first time, their bodies tense. Zhuyu maintained a stern expression. Sister Xue, did you offend these people? Are they planning to rough you up? Don't worry. With me here, they won't lay a finger on you, Wu Xingxue replied. All right, if someone tries to attack me, you must protect me. Meng Wei, with a complex expression, patted Zhuiyu's arm. This foolish child. Don't let Wu Xingxue exploit you while you count the money for her. Meng Wei finally understood. Wu Xingxue was using them as her bodyguards. Those people saw Wu Xingxue not as an enemy, but as someone with glittering treasures. Meng Wei looked up, only to catch Wu Xingxue winking at him, and he suddenly felt enlightened, in truth. Sometimes teasing this silly kid was quite entertaining. Those who had once questioned Wu Xingxue's exotic plants were now quietly wary of their peers. The crowd thought this time, we must not let this opportunity slip away. Chenglan greeted Wu Xingxue with delight, exclaiming, "You've arrived? What are we appraising this time?" "The machine is currently unoccupied and can commence the assessment immediately." Meng Wei and Zhuiyu exchanged astonished glances. Realizing they had struck gold, whatever Wu Xingxue brought forth was bound to be of exceptional quality. The crowd watched as Wu Xingxue reached into her satchel and extracted a thumb-sized, azure object. The crowd gasped, "Is that an energy fruit?" Chenglan took it for appraisal, while Luo Jing behind her wore a disdainful expression but cast sidelong glances at the scene. Unknown plant seed, capable of thriving in any soil and purifying the air upon reaching maturity. The atmosphere fell into silence, and Wu Xingxue was momentarily taken aback. This was quite promising. The pollution in the post-apocalyptic world was severe, leaving one's nostrils filled with dust by day's end. Grandma Qin had recently been coughing as well, so this could be of great use for both her and her daughter. "I want it. No matter who bids, I'll outbid by 100. Suddenly, a person slipped and skidded to Wu Xingxue's side, startling Zhuiyu, who instinctively positioned himself protectively in front of her, fearing an assassination attempt. The man who had stumbled towards Wu Xingxue was a balding middle-aged man, and the crowd was taken aback to see tears welling in his eyes. Wang Chuang, usually stern and unyielding, was now imploring. "Miss Wu, my name is Wang Chuang, and my wife suffers from asthma, and since the apocalypse. The air quality has deteriorated, worsening her condition. To seek a healer would cost over 20,000 United coins, which I simply cannot afford. Hence, I wish to try this air-purifying plant." He looked at Wu Xingxue with hope, believing that it might ease her suffering until he could gather enough money for treatment. The crowd murmured in surprise. Who would have thought that Wang Chuang, a burly man, harbored such affection for his wife? Truly, he was a man of sentiment. Wang Chuang gazed at Wu Xingxue with earnestness. Having saved up 10,000 United coins and quickly approaching his goal, that I'll place a direct bid of 3,000. This was a significant offer. The appraisal center had rarely seen items exceeding 3,000. That Wang Chuang desperately wanted this seed. Wu Xingxue paused and smiled. "There's no rush. Let me finish my task first." Wang Chuang pursed his lips and silently stepped aside, his expression tinged with disappointment. The crowd observed her as she continued to rummage through her satchel, eventually pulling out a vibrant green plant with palm-sized leaves still clinging to soil. "Chenglan, test this one too." The crowd was taken aback. "There's more." Their gazes instinctively fixated on her plump, unremarkable gray satchel. Someone could not help but inquire, "You don't mean it's filled with rare plants, do you?" Wu Xingxue smiled enigmatically, and everyone swallowed hard, their faces etched with shock. Chapter 43. The Wealthy Lady. Unknown plant, capable of rapidly repairing fractured bones, accelerating healing, and exhibiting significant efficacy for various bone injuries. The crowd gulped audibly, yearning for it. This was the perfect companion to hemostatic herbs. Their eyes were glued to Wu Xingxue, understanding the immense value of this plant even without her uttering a word. Healers were categorized by ranks. The first rank was the lowest, merely capable of healing ordinary external injuries, while the second rank could mend broken bones. However, even a second-tier healer could only fully heal severe fractures over several sessions. The pressing concern was that, while treating within a safe zone was manageable, a small mistake in the wilderness, particularly during an explorer's mission, could spell doom. Yet if one carried sufficient bone-healing herbs and hemostatic herbs, their combined use could restore combat readiness in the shortest possible time. This was indispensable for explorers and pioneers, its value incalculable. "How much is it? Quick, give us a price," one individual blurted out, igniting a flurry of inquiries from the crowd. "Don't keep us in suspense. You won't have trouble selling such a fine item, will you?" just tell us the price. Wu Xingxue thought to herself that indeed, bringing 2 bodyguards was a wise decision. She raised her hands to quell the crowd, who gradually quieted down. Calm down. Don't you want to know what other treasures I possess? The crowd suddenly recalled that her satchel was still bulging. What else do you have? We're eager to see. Under the crowd's urging, Wu Xingxue retrieved an oval, azure fruit, merely the length of a thumb, its appearance unremarkable. Yet the crowd had long since learned that Wu Xingxue's treasures were often inconspicuous. Casually held as if they were mere wild herbs or fruits, but within lay immense power. Chenglan placed the 3rd rare plant Wu Xingxue had handed her into the testing machine. Feeling dazed yet vigilant, her eyes fixed intently on Luo Jing, who was craning her neck to peer closer. Chenglan feared Luo Jing might once again attempt to snatch something from her hands. She could not afford to lose any of Wu Xingxue's powerful fruits or herbs. She was already grateful that Wu Xingxue had not pursued her last transgression. Should it happen again, she would be compelled to stuff Luo Jing's head into the testing machine. Luo Jing shivered under Chenglan's watchful glare, scoffing inwardly, as if I did care. Yet her gaze still lingered over there. Unknown plant fruit, enhances vision, improves eyesight, effectiveness level unknown. I want it. Another person surged forward, plowing through the crowd to reach Wu Xingxue. The moment Wu Xingxue laid eyes on him, she understood his excitement. This young man appeared to be under 30, yet wore glasses as thick as the bottom of a bottle. His gaunt cheeks and oversized spectacles resembled an antique perched upon his slender nose, leading Wu Xingxue to suspect that one day his nose might cave under the weight. That my name is Li Su. Name your price. I'll pay whatever it is. No haggling. Li Su practically wore a sign proclaiming himself a wealthy man, eager for Wu Xingxue to set a price so he could acquire the vision-enhancing fruit. Wu Xingxue found Li Su somewhat familiar, but repeated her earlier refrain, "Don't rush. Let me finish my work first." The crowd gasped in disbelief. My heavens, how does she possess so many valuable items? While others would boast about finding a non-aggressive rare plant for half a year, Wu Xingxue had amassed a treasure trove. The crowd's perception of Wu Xingxue had shifted from a top-tier ability user a month ago to now a wealthy lady. As the crowd gazed at Wu Xingxue with a mix of dazed admiration, envy, urgency, and greed, she produced a large item, a piece of beast hide measuring 1 meter long and half a meter wide, adorned with a grayish hue. She too was curious about why this hide exuded energy. "This is the last one," Wu Xingxue said to Chenglan. Upon sighting the beast hide, the crowd fell silent. Chenglan hesitated, noting that the machine had never tested anything so unique. The result might not be favorable. Wu Xingxue reassured her, "It's all right, let us give it a try. After all, testing is free." The beast hide was placed into the machine, but unlike the previous tests, it took nearly half a minute without any response. The crowd began to chat idly. "I'm not optimistic. It's likely from a mutated beast, right? People have often wondered if the parts from mutated beasts could still be useful after death." The consensus was that they were not, aside from being somewhat thicker than ordinary animal hides. They were of no use. It seemed Wu Xingxue was bound to fail this time after so many successful ventures. Otherwise, her success would make others feel like they had wasted the past 2 years. Unknown mutated beast hide effectively withstands 50 of attacks, resistant to fire, water, cold, and wind, never decays. Good heavens! I can see that I have indeed wasted the last 2 years. Sell it to me. The appraisal hall erupted in excitement, akin to boiling water, eager to engulf Wu Xingxue. She had not anticipated the extraordinary capabilities of this item. As the machine announced the results, she felt as though she were playing a game, astonished to hear a specific damage resistance index being reported. Wu Xingxue's eyes sparkled. "I have several of these in my space. Such a large and powerful protective item deserved a hefty price." Glancing towards the entrance, she noticed several individuals sprinting away, acting as messengers spreading the news. Zhuyu and Meng Wei were sweating profusely, overwhelmed by the crowd's fervor. Initially, they too felt tempted to bid, but the frenzy of the crowd made them wary. One misstep could lead to a stampede towards Wu Xingxue. They prioritized her safety over their own desires, though they could not help but feel regretful. All these treasures were perfectly suited for explorers like them. They hoped Wu Xingxue might set aside one for them. Given the effort they had put in, Meng Wei braced himself against the surging crowd, his forearms bulging with tension as he clenched his teeth. Sister, this isn't feasible. You need to devise a selling strategy. Wu Xingxue sensed the atmosphere had reached a boiling point and called out. Follow me. My stock is all at the shop. Most among the crowd were second-hand traders, but Wu Xingxue's items were too practical to resist. They hadn't even considered reselling. They were simply afraid of missing out. In a world where survival was paramount, it would be foolish to sell life-saving items to others. As Wu Xingxue made her way outside, a throng of eager people followed her, creating a massive spectacle. Curiosity piqued among onlookers at their commotion that Wu Xingxue, with the rapid-fire enthusiasm of a marketer, began to promote her wares. In the team, many are renowned second-hand dealers. Their very presence in the line serves as the finest advertisement. As Wu Xingxue traverses the path, she attracts more individuals to join the queue. Chapter 44. Who has the leisure to stand in line? While Wu Xingxue steadily expands her group, the head of the Wu family, Wu Xuanan, has just requested a half-day leave from Wu Sheng. Before the apocalypse, the father and son duo held the positions of company chairman and heir. After the catastrophe, Wu Sheng became a high-ranking official in the safe zone, with Wu Xuanan serving as his assistant. Both were meticulous in their work, even though Wu Sheng had known since yesterday that Wu Xuanan would be taking leave today to seek out Wu Xingxue. Yet the proper procedures must be followed. Wu Xingxue resides at number 589 in the Central District. Wu Xuanan furrowed his brow. This is nearing the boundary of the lower district. It's not as if we lack funds. So why reside in such a place? He sighed heavily, perplexed. For reasons unknown, Wu Xingxue had grown increasingly difficult to comprehend over the past 2 years. Once, she had been such an adorable and radiant girl. After tidying up the disarray of papers on his desk, Wu Xuanan prepared to leave. Just then, a knock echoed at the office door. Knock. Knock. Wu Xuanan. Please enter. The moment the door swung open, a sweet, cloying fragrance assertively permeated the air that a petite young girl with cascading brown curls cheerfully exclaimed. Wu Dage. Wu Xuanan smiled. Yishuang. What brings you here? Yishuang bypassed the desk, grasped Wu Xuanan's arm, and playfully shook it, insisting, I told you to call me Shuang Shuang. Wu Xuanan hesitated slightly, feeling this was inappropriate and attempting to withdraw his hand, but Yishuang held on tighter, pouting her glimmering lips. Wu Dage. I am Mian's friend. Mian is your sister, so that makes me like a sister too. Yishuang became friends with Wu Yumi only after the apocalypse and frequently visited the Wu residence. Wu Xuanan thought of Wu Yumi and patted the girl's head. Are you here to see your father? He should be in a meeting now. Why? Yishuang nuzzled against Wu Xuanan's palm like a cat, her heart fluttering. She visited at least once a week, ostensibly to see her father, but each time she would gravitate towards Wu Xuanan. Her true intention was Wu X unanimous. Why? Yishuang feigned distress. Oh? That will take a long time. Then Wu Dage. Were you about to head out? Wu Xuanan. I need to go to the Central District. There are some matters to attend to, and I've taken a half-day leave. Yishuang's eyes brightened. Can I join you? I promise I won't cause any trouble. I'm just so bored. Wu Xuanan frowned slightly. It was rather inconvenient. I need to find a shui. You might. After all, it's a family matter, and he did not wish to air any dirty laundry. Upon hearing that Wu Xuanan was going to see Wu Xingxue, Yishuang thought of her best friend Wu Yumi, who had suffered grievances at the hands of Wu Xingxue, feeling a sense of obligation to accompany him. She clung to Wu Xuanan, sweet-talking him, nearly hanging off his arm in Wu Xuanan's heart. Yishuang was like a sister, just like Wu Yumi and Wu Xingxue, so he remained unguarded. Consequently, when Shinran opened the door, she was met with a scene that was quite revealing. The petite and adorable Yishuang was practically draped over the tall and handsome Wu Xuanan, who wore an expression of helplessness and indulgence, resembling a couple in love. Shinran tucked her right hand behind her back. Upon seeing Chun Ran's cold expression, Wu Xuanan realized that he and Yishuang's posture might have appeared overly intimate. Feeling embarrassed, he opened his mouth to explain, only to be interrupted by Chun Ran. It seems I've interrupted you. Next time, Remember to close the door when engaging in such activities. Wu Xuanan was momentarily at a loss to decipher Chen Ran's words, while Yi Shuang, with her arms wrapped around Wu Xuanan's, cheerfully suggested, Chen Ran Jie, would you like to join us for a stroll in the Central District? Wu Dage has taken a leave today. Thus, when Wu Xuanan mentioned to her this morning that he had matters to attend to, he was merely accompanying Yi Shuang shopping. What a shame. Chen Ran, sporting a sharp bob haircut, exuded an air of competence, her gaze piercing as she shot a cold glance at Wu Xuanan. Then I shan't intrude. Yi Shuang, with keen eyesight, noticed that Chen Ran seemed to be holding a black object in her hand as she turned to leave. Perhaps a scarf? Wu Xuanan looked up to pursue, but was halted by Yi Shuang, who blinked innocently and inquired, Wu Dage, where are you going? Wu Xuanan, it seems Chen Ran is upset. I'm going to check on her. Yi Shuang lightly tapped his arm, chiding, Wu Dage, you're being foolish. Chen Ranjie is such a carefree person. She wouldn't get upset over trivial matters, especially not about a man. Besides, what could she possibly be angry about? You must be mistaken. Wu Xuanan pondered Yi Shuang's words and found them somewhat reasonable. He had intended to express his feelings to Chen Ran in the coming days and did not wish to provoke her displeasure at this moment. Although Chen Ran was typically forthright and diligent in her work, she was still a girl at heart. Yi Shuang, sensing Wu Xuanan's reluctance to chase after Chen Ran, flashed a sly glint in her eyes. All right, you're off to find a Xingxue anyway. It has been a while since I last saw her. Let us go together. She was particularly skilled at crafting, having sought out someone to teach her. And it took her a month to produce a usable scarf after ruining 2 attempts. Originally, she intended to gift it to Wu Xuanan for warmth, but it was now of no use. Chen Ran stowed the scarf in the bottom drawer of the cabinet, closing it as if to seal away her own heart. Unable to refuse Yi Shuang, the two made their way to the Central District. By now, Yi Shuang had an inkling of Wu Xuanan's purpose in seeking out Wu Xingxue. She felt fortunate that she hadn't found the time to visit Wu Yumi recently, thus avoiding the unpleasantness that a Xingxue has really gone a bit too far this time. Don't worry, I'll speak to her for you. We girls have an easier time communicating. Wu Xuanan gently patted her head. Yumi was kind-hearted and innocent. Even her friends reflected that, unlike a Xue. Thinking of Wu Xingxue, Wu Xuanan sighed again. He had found himself sighing more frequently lately. Why couldn't a Xue be as understanding as Yumi? He simply couldn't believe that Wu Xingxue would abandon Xinxi in his time of need and even resort to violence against him, and Wu Yearned was utterly outrageous, as if possessed by a spirit. He longed to ask her directly. As they approached their destination, they encountered a long line that stretched endlessly, like a dragon, with no end in sight. Their expressions were anxious yet tinged with anticipation. Yi Shuang curiously inquired of one of the individuals in line, Excuse me, sir, what are you all queuing for? Typically, her innocent demeanor wouldn't be turned away, but the middle-aged man she questioned regarded her with a wary expression. Yi Shuang and Wu Xuanan exchanged glances, and then Wu Xuanan thought, I can't believe this. Everyone is busy trying to make a living. Who has the time to stand in line for fun? Yi Shuang, feeling indignant, had never been rejected before. After a few failed inquiries, she finally struck gold. The new shop opened by Wu Xingxue, called Treasure Pavilion. They sell all sorts of wonderful items. Surrounding patrons shot him glares. Why share good news when one could purchase the items themselves? Yi Shuang exchanged astonished glances with Wu Xuanan. Wu Dage, you didn't know about this? Wu Xuanan shook his head. Yi Shuang continued, How could a Xue not tell you? Isn't she supposed to be closest to you? Moreover, how could she not inform you of such a significant matter? She left the Wu household and immediately opened a shop. It feels like she's deliberately distancing herself and living her own life. Yi Shuang murmured, but her words reached Wu Xuanan's ears. He recalled what Xinxi and the others had said yesterday, that Wu Xingxue had money but refused to help him. Cold-hearted and selfish, he had wondered if she had her reasons. Now, witnessing the throngs of people waiting in line, Wu Xuanan's anger surged. Yi Shuang's speculation seemed quite plausible. Wu Xingxue truly intended to abandon her family. Not even uttering a word to him. It was as if she feared the Wu family would take advantage of her. It appeared he as the elder brother, had been too indulgent, resulting in the emergence of such an ungrateful and heartless sister. Wu Xuan'an's expression hardened as he strode forward, almost wishing to confront Wu Xingxue directly, but Wai Yishuang hurried after him, her voice laced with mirth. "Wait for me." Wu Dage, Chapter 45, who envied me and remained silent. "Everyone, line up properly. Stop pushing. If you keep shoving, I'll 1T sell to you." Meng Wei initially managed to maintain a gentle demeanor. Yet when someone dared to cut in line, a scuffle ensued. Meng Wei's face turned red with anger. He swiftly dispatched the troublemakers, and the crowd, witnessing his robust physique and formidable presence, quickly regained their composure. Queue up honestly. The line extended from the shop's entrance all the way to the end of the street. Wu Xingxue had enlisted Zhui Yu's assistance to fetch several uniformly sized wooden boards from the supply center, inscribing on them the exotic plants for sale today, along with their effects and prices. She had also specifically requested Zhui Yu to create a larger sign that boldly proclaimed, "Treasure Pavilion." Wu Xingxue was quite pleased, who said a two-story building wasn't a building, with several signs placed at the entrance. Zhui Yu stood guard nearby to prevent anyone from rushing in. After inquiring about the exotic plants desired by customers, Wu Xingxue personally retrieved them from within. Grandma Qin even dug out a cardboard box from the house to hold the source nuclei. Zhui Yu maintained a stern expression, his eyes scanning the approaching customers like beams of light, wary of any ill intentions. When Zhui Yu first arrived, he was astonished to discover that the shop was filled with an entire shelf of exotic plants. People would beam with delight at selling a single plant, whereas Wu Xingxue appeared unfazed by the abundance. It looked like a mere trinket. Unbeknownst to him, as he stared wide-eyed, Wu Xingxue sighed softly. In such a large supermarket, only one shelf is filled. We're so poor. Zhui Yu, who envies me, yet remains silent. This is truly perplexing. Zhui Yu glanced at the rapidly dwindling array of exotic plants on the shelf, then turned his gaze towards the long line of patrons behind him. Sighing inwardly, he desired them as well. His eyes narrowed as he fixated on the middle-aged man before him, who was grinning broadly after purchasing 3 stalks of bone-healing grass, 2 vision fruits, and 2 purification seeds in one breath. Such a bulk purchase, he was unable to secure even one for himself. The middle-aged man, sensing Zhui Yu's fierce stare, instinctively concealed his grin and hunched his shoulders. Yet, as he turned away, clarity dawned upon him. He was spending his own money. What was there to hide? Zhui Yu. Wu Xingxue has gone mad. She fears not the scarcity of goods, but rather the absence of buyers. In merely a short span of 10 minutes, she had already amassed 50,000. This was from selling less than 1/10 of her inventory. A windfall indeed. After sending off the previous customer, Wu Xingxue turned to the next in line. What would you like? Dear patron. Upon raising her eyes, she recognized Wang Chuang, the very first customer who had rushed in to procure purification seeds for his wife. Wu Xingxue smiled warmly. You seek purification seeds, I presume? How many do you require? Wang Chuang's palms were clammy with excitement. In the identification hall, Wu Xingxue had refrained from selling him the seeds on the spot, leaving him to ponder if she deemed his offer too meager and intended to initiate a bidding war. Hope had nearly faded. His proposed price was not exorbitant. Surely someone would be willing to outbid him. It seemed he was fated to miss out. The thought of his wife's swollen, ashen face due to her breathing difficulties was unbearable. Yet he felt utterly powerless. His astonishment. Wu Xingxue's earlier suggestion to wait translated into transparent pricing. The wooden sign beside her clearly stated, purification seeds priced at 1,000 union coins. Such an astonishingly low price. Wang Chuang could scarcely believe it. He had offered 3,000 earlier, and even if Wu Xingxue had sold it to him for that price, she could subsequently sell them for 1,000 each. Leaving him a loss. In this post-apocalyptic world, those who control resources and power reign supreme. Once, Wu Xingxue stood at the pinnacle of strength, feared by all. Now, stripped of her abilities, she wielded such precious resources of exotic plants. All they could do was curry favor with her. Why, then, would she set such a low price for the purification fruits? In a world where air quality is poor, individuals like his wife are far from rare. Selling such a precious resource with purification capabilities for 3 to 5,000 would hardly be unreasonable. Why was Wu Xingxue doing this? Wang Chuang, unable to contain his thoughts, boldly posed the question. Wu Xingxue paused, lifting her gaze to the sky. Once a vibrant blue, now it was shrouded in gray. Sunshine had become a luxury. Wang Chuang gazed back in confusion. Was it truly that simple? Behind him, Li Su adjusted his thick glasses, reflecting on the poignant reality that it was precisely this simplicity that moved people. Just days prior, the leader had lamented Wu Xingxue's expulsion from the Wu family, reminiscing about the spirited young woman she once was. Now, Li Su felt compelled to reconsider. Perhaps the leader's understanding of Wu Xingxue was insufficient, at least from his perspective. Aside from the incident a month prior, Wu Xingxue had demonstrated impeccable conduct in matters concerning the safe zone. Yet, those trivial matters seemed. Li Su furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Why were all these narratives emerging from the mouths of Wu family members? As he pondered, Wang Chuang joyously emerged from the crowd, cradling 2 precious purification seeds, as if they were treasures. His budget of 3,000 had proven more than adequate, allowing him to purchase 2. The usually stern expression on Wang Chuang's face transformed into a radiant smile. The onlookers, intrigued, eagerly inquired about his good fortune. Wang Chuang recounted how Wu Xingxue had sold the purification fruits at such a low price, hoping everyone could breathe in some fresh air. The crowd's perception of Wu Xingxue shifted dramatically. This was tangible wealth, and she had indeed sold it at a remarkable discount, all for such a humble reason. Some who had previously whispered ill of her now felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. They resolved to apologize when purchasing items later. What a good person! With this thought, they inevitably recalled the recent celebrity of the safe zone, known for her kindness, Wu Yimayan. Yet as discussions unfolded, a heated argument ensued. One proclaiming Wu Xingxue as disingenuous, while another insisted Wu Yimayan was the epitome of hypocrisy. The 2 factions remained unyielding until they were ushered out of the line by Meng Wei. Wu Xingxue, observing Li Su from a closer distance, suddenly recalled why he seemed familiar. Li Su was the leader's trusted secretary. There were 3 secretaries in total, and he was the most discreet among them. Typically low profile, Wu Xingxue knew the leader always brought him along for significant matters, indicating that despite his unobtrusiveness, the leader held deep trust in him. He was indeed a person of great significance. Feigning ignorance, Wu Xingxue inquired, aside from vision fruits, do you require anything else? Li Su had already prepared his response. I would also like an anti-injury bee skin and 5 purification seeds. As Wu Xingxue turned to fetch the goods, her mind began to churn that it wasn't that she was inflating her worth. Rather, the items she possessed were undoubtedly unique to the safe zone. Originating from the beast realm, authentic, high-quality goods, was Li Su acquiring the anti-injury bee skin for personal use. That seemed inconsistent with his typically low-key demeanor. Thus, it must be a gift that a sudden realization coursed through Wu Xingxue, causing her heart to race a total of 48,000. How would Li settle the payment? Li Su frowned. Was Wu Xingxue implying that the Wu family would contest her for these exotic plants? Impossible, Li Su replied. After all, you are still family. Even if not by blood, they raised you. Wu Xingxue's smile faded as she prepared to speak, but Meng Wei called out from a distance, Sister, your elder brother has arrived. He brought that woman who seduces married men and is currently getting beaten up. What should we do? Li Su. Who? The gentle and composed elder brother of the Wu family. A married woman. What nonsense is this? Chapter 46. A fitting in Wu Xingxue was equally bewildered by these words. What on earth was Wu Xuanan doing here? Why had he brought a woman? And why were they embroiled in a conflict? Judging by the description, it could not be Chen Ran. Chen Ran was too principled to engage in such behavior, while Wu Xuanan was prone to being oblivious. He was still fundamentally decent when clear-headed. Surely he wouldn't resort to the likes of Xingxue, who took her money for granted. So, what was his purpose? Meng Wei's voice boomed, echoing through the street. What if he gets beaten to death? Wu Xingxue, serve him right. Li Su's lips twitched. This was not merely severing ties. It was akin to enmity. Although Wu Xuanan was still 200 to 300 meters from the store, The piercing shouts of Meng Wei and Wu Xingxue reach his ears word for word. Wu Xuanan, don't pull my hair. Brother Wu, help me. Yi Shuang pleaded tearfully for assistance, her hair caught in the grasp of a middle-aged woman in line. The woman, incensed by her demeanor, shouted back, "Why are you shrieking? If you hadn't provocatively seduced my husband, would I be pulling your hair? I, Li Feng, am also a reasonable person." Li Feng, hands on her hips, turned her gaze towards Wu Xuanan. "Are you even a man? Your wife is flirting with another man right in front of you, and you haven't uttered a word? You may be tall and strong, but it seems you are just a man who enjoys wearing a green hat." Wu Xuanan, having received a elite education since childhood, was utterly inept at quarrels. Although he wished to reason with her, Li Feng offered him no opportunity to speak. He couldn't fathom how a simple inquiry had escalated into such chaos. Initially, he had intended to confront Wu Xingxue directly, but now he found himself here. Wei Shuang had sought out a man to inquire about the situation, but after exchanging just a few words, Li Feng had struck. Wu Xuanan cast a glance at Li Feng's husband, who appeared rather refined and gentle, having smiled warmly just moments ago. Now, he cowered behind Li Feng, not daring to utter a word. Wu Xuanan wished to coax him into clarifying the situation to prevent further misunderstandings. Meanwhile, the onlookers, intrigued, craned their necks to witness the unfolding drama. Moreover, Li Feng continued to clutch Yi Shuang's hair. "Wu Xuanan, she is my sister. Please release her. Let us discuss this civilly. If you do not let go, I shall report you to the inspection office." Li Feng, infuriated, retorted, "Go ahead. Your sister? Then what kind of brother are you? Teaching your sister to flirt with men everywhere." Wu Xuanan desperately attempted to defend Yi Shuang. Yi Shuang's face was a mix of shame and indignation, tinged with a hint of guilt. Her previous attempts to gather information had been met with failure, and her once innocent demeanor and charm seemed ineffective against the crowd's distrust. As they reached this point, she noticed a rather handsome and refined man gazing at her. She sought to showcase her allure before Wu Xuanan. As she spoke, her voice dripped with sweetness, ensnaring the man further. But who would have thought this man was accompanied by his wife, and a fierce one at that? Yi Shuang felt utterly exasperated. How could he dare to look at her when he had such a formidable woman by his side? This was utterly treacherous. Now, instead of showcasing her charm, she found herself in a humiliating predicament. Having her hair pulled and berated, Wu Xuanan had hoped Wu Xingxue would come to his aid, especially since they were all patrons of her shop. Yet, Wu Xingxue remained indifferent. It was only when the previous customer departed and the line progressed that Li Feng, fearing her position would be taken, finally released Yi Shuang. Wu Xuanan was mentally drained. If only Wu Xingxue were present, she would have undoubtedly put Li Feng in her place. She had always excelled in arguments. But the Wu family had a long-standing aversion to verbal disputes. After a few reprimands from her, Wu Xingxue had ceased to engage in such quarrels. This moment, Wu Xuanan found himself reminiscing about the spirited Wu Xingxue of yore. Once, when he had accompanied their father to the central district for data collection, he had been accosted by a ruffian. Unable to retaliate or escape, it was Wu Xingxue who had scolded the man away. Yet what was the final outcome? Wu Xuanan suddenly recalled that after those rascals departed, he had chastised Wu Xingxue quite severely, admonishing her not to be so uncouth. Once again, he found himself ensnared in such a predicament. And only then did he realize how helpless he truly was. Deep within, he yearned for Wu Xingxue to reappear as she once did. Alas, she did not. She even told Captain Meng that he deserved it. Was he truly on the verge of losing this sister? Wu Xuanan stood still, somewhat bewildered. On one side was Wu Xingxue as he remembered her, and on the other, the image of her jealousy. Scheming against Mian and quarreling with family. Yi Shuang rubbed her head, noticing Wu Xuanan's daze, and felt a flicker of resentment. Why hadn't he struck that vile woman earlier? After all, he was the deputy commander, and that woman had spoken so foully. Yet upon seeing his handsome profile, tinged with a hint of despondency, he appeared even more captivating. In an instant, Yi Shuang's anger dissipated. She had also overheard Wu Xingxue's words, which left her quite displeased. Pouting in grievance, she remarked, "Brother Wu, let us seek out Sister Xue." Previously, everyone had claimed she was cold-blooded and heartless, indifferent even when cousin Shun was gravely injured. She had thought there must have been some misunderstanding. However, just now, could it be that Sister Xue truly regarded the Wu family as strangers, seeking only to exploit them, ready to abandon them for a better path? Wu Xuanan pressed his lips together, realizing he still needed to clarify matters. Regardless, it was a fact that she had neglected her elder brother. Had she stood by, coldly observing Shun Qi's severe injuries? The anger Wu Xuanan had managed to quell began to resurface as he strode ahead alongside Yishuang. Wu Xingxue, with an expression of nonchalance, entertained her guests, the sound of currency jingling in the register serving as the most delightful accompaniment. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Li Su, who stood beneath a tree with animal skins and other goods, his gaze continually drifting towards her. Wu Xingxue could not be bothered with him. What of the chief secretary? He was merely another gossip monger. Wu Xingxue, come here. I have something to ask you. Wu Xingxue lifted her gaze, only to encounter the stern visage of Wu Xuanan and the glint of schadenfreude in Yishuang's eyes. Excellent. All were people she found repugnant. Indeed, joy often begets sorrow. It must have been her earlier laughter that had summoned this trouble. Wu Xingxue replied coolly. I refused. Wu Xuanan had not anticipated her abruptness. His lips tightened, the corners of his eyes flaring with anger. Wu Xingxue had once feared his demeanor, for it was invariably followed by stern rebuke. In the past, she had always acquiesced, never refusing anything she could manage. But now, why should she? A Xue. Do not be willful. Wu Xingxue paused her tasks, indifferent to the impatience of the waiting guests. They were all eyes and ears, anticipating the unfolding drama. After all, this was the Wu family spectacle. How delightful it would be. Many had already heard of Wu Xingxue's exploits, kicking Wu Zhihui in the face and delivering a swift kick to Captain Shen's backside. They were unable to sleep for the excitement. Was it finally Wu family's eldest turn? Wu Xingxue retorted, Why should I comply with your request? Do you not see that I am busy? Wu Xuanan asserted, I have only taken half a day off. You should close the shop for a bit. Wu Xingxue let out a cold laugh. What significance did he possess? Just because he took half a day off, she was to shut her shop. What kind of reasoning was that? Before she could voice her indignation, the guests grew agitated at the prospect of closing the shop. Isn't this going too far? You've been waiting for half a day. And you say to close just like that? I haven't even made my purchase. Exactly. How can you be so domineering? It's not your shop. You cannot just close it. Miss Wu, if you have matters to attend to. We can wait, but please do not close the shop. Wu Xingxue felt like rolling her eyes. They clearly wanted to watch the spectacle. Chapter 47. A public confrontation since the guests were not in a hurry. Neither was Wu Xingxue. She crossed her arms and stood at the shop's entrance, raising her chin slightly. Speak. Wu Xuanan glanced at the crowd of onlookers, his scalp tingling. Let us speak elsewhere. The guests interjected. What is it that you wish to discuss that cannot be said here? Are we not allowed to hear? Wu Xuanan frowned. Wu Xingxue replied, You may speak here. If not, then leave swiftly and do not hinder me. Seeing Wu Xuanan's silence and his troubled expression, Yishuang gently said, Brother Wu, since Sister Xue does not mind, you should relent and respect her wishes. Wu Xingxue was simply naive. Brother Wu clearly intended to spare her some dignity. Yet she refused it, but she could not blame others. After all, Wu Xingxue had not come to her aid earlier, and she deserved it. Wu Xingxue felt irked upon seeing Yishuang, who was merely another white lotus akin to Wu Yuming. It was as if they were mere copies of one another. Otherwise, how could they become such good friends? Yet, their friendship seemed superficial. Every time Yishuang visited the Wu family to find Wu Yuming, it was always when Wu Xuanan was at home. Her intentions were written all over her face, but Wu Xuanan, blind to it all, truly believed she was as good a sister as Wu Yuming. Judging by Yishuang's demeanor today, it seemed she was determined to win Wu Xuanan's affection. However, Wu Xingxue knew that Wu Xuanan's heart belonged to Chun Rn. Isu silently merged into the crowd, contemplating. Look at how kind-hearted the eldest of the Wu family was, trying to spare Wu Xingxue some face, while wishing to avoid drawing attention. Yet alas, Wu Xingxue appeared either indifferent or simply oblivious. Observing Wu Xuanan's restrained demeanor, Li Su wondered what Wu Xingxue had done to provoke such fury. Even he felt compelled to seek an explanation. His previously favorable impression of Wu Xingxue had crumbled anew. Wu Xuanan scrutinized Wu Xingxue's bright, cheerful eyes, which reflected her business success, and then surveyed the bustling shop, realizing how profitable her venture must be. He couldn't help but recall the quarrel instigated by Wu Xingxue that had led Xingxue to clash with Mian, and how Xingxue had nearly lost his life in public when his powers were forcibly extracted, while Wu Xingxue had the ability to save him yet chose not to. His heart hardened. I ask you, did you refuse to give the hemostatic herb to Xingxue, instead seeking out his rival, Meng Wei? Wu Xingxue remained unperturbed. Indeed, that Wu Xuanan felt a chill wash over him as he observed her lack of remorse. He pressed on, was it not you who witnessed Xingxue's near demise at the entrance of the safe zone? Wu Xingxue replied, yes. Wu Xuanan continued, at that time, did you not possess the life-saving hemostatic herb? Wu Xingxue answered, I did. Wu Xuanan, yet you chose not to offer it to him? Wu Xingxue. Wu Xuanan felt as if the world was spinning around him. That was her cousin, with whom she had grown up. If Wu Xingxue had relied on him more than anyone else in the Wu family, then Xingxue, who was merely a year younger, was her closest companion. After more than 20 years of friendship, Wu Xingxue could truly bear to watch Xingxue perish before her eyes. Wu Xuanan's heart turned to ice, yet he compelled himself to seek clarity. Moreover, you struck Wu Jiyun and Xingxue. Did you not? You also sowed discord between Xingxue and Wu Yuming? Wu Xingxue nodded. Indeed, all true. That Wu Xuanan was rendered speechless. He could hardly fathom how Wu Xingxue could commit such acts and yet admit to them so brazenly. The onlookers were also astonished. They dared not speak, fearing Wu Xuanan's usually good-natured temperament might suddenly erupt. The crowd's perception of Wu Xingxue shifted. What a ruthless individual. A few who had been present at the scene felt a sense of unease. Everything Wu Xuanan inquired about was indeed factual, yet it felt as though something was amiss. Isu's heart sank with disappointment. He had previously believed Wu Xingxue was merely cold on the surface, but warm-hearted beneath, as she had been willing to sell the purification seeds at a discount, hoping everyone could breathe fresh air. Now it seemed he had misjudged her. That Wei Shuang thought to herself that Wu Xingxue, having been expelled, must have gone mad. Madness would be advantageous. If she were not a little insane, how could she accentuate the virtues of her dear friend Mian? A counterfeit dared to speak ill of her in front of brother Wu. Wu Xingxue, observing the flicker of hatred in Yi Shuang's eyes, found herself utterly speechless. The conflict between her and Yi Shuang stemmed from two sources. The former was due to her dear friend Wu Yuming, and the latter was Wu Xuanan. Once, at the Wu family villa, Wu Yuming had seized the opportunity to leave, allowing Yi Shuang to spend time with Wu Xuanan. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Wu Xingxue had been resting in her room that day and had not ventured out. When she finally descended the stairs, she happened to see Yi Shuang stealthily placing something under Wu Xuanan's blanket. Her furtive actions raised immediate suspicion. Wu Xingxue's sudden appearance had startled Yi Shuang. Turning her pale and trembling, Wu Xingxue calmly disposed of the cup and, with a pointed remark, warned Wu Xuanan. Men must protect themselves. Even at home, Wu Xuanan had been left utterly bewildered, while Yi Shuang was terrified and hastily departed. Wu Xingxue had never mentioned the incident again, as her relationship with the Wu family had already reached a freezing point. She could no longer be bothered with unnecessary affairs, lest her goodwill be mistaken for foolishness. Had it not been for Chun Ran's affection for Wu Xuanan and their mutual shyness preventing them from breaking the ice, Wu Xingxue would have disregarded the matter entirely. Indeed, associating with Wu Yuming had led to nothing good. How long had she held a grudge over that trivial incident? Wu Xuanan took a moment to collect himself before finally speaking. Xingxue, how have you changed so much? Has the Wu family treated you poorly? Xingxue has protected you since childhood, and you share such a close bond, yet you stand by and watch him suffer. Furthermore, regarding Wu Jiyun, whom you have called brother for over 20 years, how could you lay hands on him? Is it that you are too adept at masquerading? Or have we, the Wu family, wronged you in some manner that has engendered such profound hatred within you. Wu Xuanan's voice grew increasingly agitated, his chest heaving with emotion that a bitter pang filled his heart as he lamented, I raise you with my own hands. When did I ever instruct you in such conduct? Did I teach you to strike your elder brother, to disrespect your father, to be cold-hearted and unfeeling? Wu Xuanan felt as though all the years of care he had bestowed had been cast aside as if they were naught but fodder for dogs. Aha! Wu Xingxue erupted into laughter, finding Wu Xuanan's restrained expression utterly exquisite. Did your dear cousin not enlighten you about the 200,000 matter? Wu Xuanan, still engulfed in rage, was momentarily taken aback. What 200,000? He inquired, shaking his head. Wu Xingxue let out a derisive scoff. Although Wu Xuanan had shown less patience and gentleness towards her over the past 2 years, and under Wu Yumi's influence had become muddled in right and wrong, he was still not the type to confront anyone publicly. Upon observing that he was utterly oblivious to the matter of the 200,000, she comprehended the situation. Shun Qi and Wu Jian had certainly concealed much of the truth. Her elder brother Wu Xuanan had been used as a pawn. Chapter 48. The truth. When I ascertained the efficacy of the hemostatic herb in the appraisal hall, Shun Qi was present as well. Although he did not fully grasp the situation, having already acknowledged it moments prior, he maintained his composure, suppressing his frustration and nodding slightly. Yes, I understand. Shun Qi had mentioned this incident. He had been there at the time. Yet Wu Xingxue had not only withheld the hemostatic herb from him, but had also inflicted injury upon his eye. Clearly, he did not mention this. I had intended to sell the hemostatic herb that day. But Shun Qi demanded that I gift him all of it for free, and he insisted that I disclose the source of my exotic plants. Wu Xuanan's gaze flickered. Isn't that akin to robbery? Wu Xingxue smirked. Of course, I disagreed. After all, I possess a mere 52 union coins, which could be considered destitute enough to only afford a sip of water, hoping to survive on these exotic plants. His actions amounted to a death sentence for me. Wu Xuanan's lips quivered. He did not truly comprehend how Wu Xingxue, a high-level ability user just over a month ago, could now be reduced to such a paltry sum. He refrained from voicing his curiosity and listened as she continued. When I refused, Shun Qi resorted to slander, claiming my hemostatic herb was useless and branding me a fraud. Why belongings he, my cousin, deemed unworthy. Who would purchase them but a fool? Wu Xuanan's face bore disbelief. Shun Qi dared to act in such a manner. Not only did he demand the hemostatic herb for nothing, but when refused, he also sought to sever her means of survival. Wu Xuanan could not help but speculate whether Wu Xingxue was fabricating tales, for she had a history of subtly undermining Mian. Perhaps this time was no different? Wu Xingxue, well aware of Wu Xuanan's tendencies, recognized the frown that indicated his suspicion that a customer in the queue called out, I was present that day. Miss Wu speaks the truth. Captain Shin directly requested it from her. And immediately after Miss Wu expressed her intent to sell, Captain Shin declared it was a matter concerning the Wu family. He stated that you, the Wu family, were insufficient for your own needs and should not sell. I was quite incensed at the time. Indeed, I was there too. Miss Wu was furious and poked Captain Shin in the eye. Another chimed in that I found it perplexing. They had severed ties, so why could Captain Shin dictate terms to Wu Xingxue? Reflecting upon it now, it seemed Captain Shin was likely enraged because he had received no benefits. Wu Xuanan's hand clenched at his side. The only individuals aware of his visit to Wu Xingxue today were his family, meaning she could not have arranged for accomplices. Thus, their accounts were undoubtedly true. Shun Qi had indeed engaged in such treacherous behavior. What infuriated Wu Xuanan more was the revelation that Shun Qi had concealed the most crucial truths, leading him to misunderstandings. Suppressing his anger, he inquired, So you sought out Captain Meng? Wu Xingxue's countenance remained impassive. Indeed, I was on the verge of starving on the streets. Had it not been for Captain Meng's integrity and kindness in purchasing several hemostatic herbs, I might have found myself unable to rise. It appears that good deeds are rewarded. If Captain Meng had not procured those herbs, perhaps one of his team members would have perished. Likewise, evil deeds beget consequences. Had Captain Shun approached Wu Xingxue amicably to purchase the hemostatic herb, he would not have incurred the debt of 200,000. Wu Xuanan's mind was in disarray. Shun Qi had concealed significant truths regarding one matter. Therefore, what of the others? Yishuang had initially intended to witness Wu Xingxue's humiliation, yet it was Wu Xuanan who found himself a subject of public scrutiny. This was unacceptable. Yishuang was not naive and was well informed. She knew the truths that Shunqi had concealed from Wu Xuanan. If Wu Xingxue continued her narrative, it would only serve to further embarrass Wu Xuanan in front of all present. Elder brother Wu, shall we return another day, when Sister Xue is less occupied? It seems everyone is quite anxious. The crowd responded in unison. We are not in a hurry. Not at all, Yishuang. Although Wu Xuanan felt the weight of the crowd's gaze upon him, his unease palpable, he had initiated the conversation. Leaving now would only signify retreat. Wu Xingxue observed a few familiar faces among the crowd. Individuals who had gathered to witness Shunqi's mission. She merely nodded at them, and the eager spectators began to chatter excitedly. From their accounts, Wu Xuanan pieced together a reality that was difficult for him to accept. So, Shunqi, having sustained severe injuries due to his own inadequacy, had then unwittingly allowed a zombie to extract his ability core, subsequently promising his teammates a life-saving sum of 200,000. Furthermore, he had quarreled with Wu Jiyun because neither wished to contribute financially. Wu Xuanan felt as though the ground beneath him had shifted dramatically. Was this truly the same bright and cheerful cousin he remembered? His younger brother, who valued his image above all, had audibly argued with Shunqi over money. Wu Xingxue had delivered yet another blow. Consider this. Shunqi, an explorer, earns quite a substantial amount each month. Yet he spends lavishly and expects Wu Jiyun to fork over 200,000 without hesitation. You think I am unaware of how much your family possesses? Not a single one of you could muster the sum. Yet he, without a second thought, dares to demand such an exorbitant price for his life. Clearly, he has been spoiled by you all. Moreover, you are likely unaware that Shunqi bribed the healer in advance to sabotage Meng Wei's team, resulting in them not even bringing a healer on the day of the mission. Wu Xingxue's eyes narrowed, her voice cold and heavy. Wu Xuanan, you must understand the implications of this. Wu Xuanan felt a tightening sensation in his chest. What does this imply? This indicates that Shunqi intended for Meng Wei and his team to perish during the mission. What a malicious plan! Li Su, upon hearing this, was left agape in astonishment, oblivious to the expression on his face. Director Wu often praised his nephew's exceptional ability, noting how he had swiftly guided the team to safety at B level. He had never suspected that behind the scenes, he was calculating against rival teams. This was precisely the sort of behavior the leaders detested. The establishment of promotion mechanisms for exploration teams was meant to encourage collective effort. However, they fostered healthy competition. Such underhanded schemes that could lead to the annihilation of an A-level team were utterly terrifying. This was entirely unacceptable. An A-level team was a focal point of concern for the safe zone. The loss of an entire squad amounted to a significant loss for the entire safe zone. How dare Shunqi do this? Li Su's anger surged, though his heavy-lidded eyes concealed much of his expression, leaving those around him unaware. That Wu Xuanan trembled as he whispered, so your altercation with Wu Jiyun and Shunqi was... He had only 4 questions, and 2 of them harbored such shocking truths. He was now certain that the remaining 2 were equally troubling. What had Wu Jiyun done to deserve such punishment? Chapter 49. Disgusting in high school, they were competitive rivals who later became friends. After graduation, they pursued studies abroad, maintaining their connection despite the time difference. Their bond was deeper than that of close friends, yet it never quite crossed the threshold into romantic territory. Chun Ran had never considered that anyone besides Wu Xuanan could occupy her thoughts. She believed he felt the same way. However, Yishuang's arrival shattered that perception. Chun Ran could perceive Yishuang's feelings for Wu Xuanan, yet he never rebuffed her advances. Once, she admired Wu Xuanan's equal and gentle treatment of all. But now, she found herself loathing that very quality. Exhausted, Chun Ran realized that, in her pursuit of Wu Xuanan, she had unwittingly become an adversary to Yishuang, engaging in open and covert rivalries, transforming into the very person she despised. With clarity, Chun Ran resolved to don her gray uniform and request a day off. She needed to resolve this matter once and for all. Upon exiting, she suddenly recalled that she had no idea where Wu Xuanan and the others had gone. As she lamented her ignorance, she heard the new treasure house had opened in the central district, selling various exotic plants with miraculous effects, including one capable of mending broken bones. Intrigued, she considered the potential of this new discovery. The leaders had recently proposed improvements to the benefit system for explorers and pioneers, mentioning the distribution of medical supplies and the requisition of healers for free treatment. Qinran thought that since she could not locate Wu Xuanan, it might be worth investigating the situation. As she approached the long queue, she noticed a commotion at the front. While arguments were commonplace, they must not escalate into violence. As a member of the senior inspection team, it was her duty to prevent any imminent brawl. However, as she approached the front of the line with a serious expression, she was taken aback to find Wu Xuanan and Wu Xingxue in confrontation. A glance at the closely affiliated Yishuang beside Wu Xuanan made her reconsider. Surely these individuals would not resort to physical violence. Yet, recalling the recent rumors surrounding Wu Xingxue, she suddenly realized that it was not entirely out of the question. Wu Xingxue faced the crowd, while Wu Xuanan and another person had their backs turned, allowing her to spot Qinran's tall and poised figure at once. Wu Xingxue shared a good rapport with Qinran. Apart from his indecisiveness regarding Wu Xuanan, he was nearly perfect in every other respect. Wu Xuanan simply did not deserve Qinran. Wu Xuanan asked, "Then what about your altercation with Wu Jiyun and Xinxue?" Wu Xingxue replied, "They demanded I pay that 200,000. Wu Xuanan staggered slightly. Although he never believed Wu Xingxue would truly sever ties with the Wu family, especially after Xinxue's prior actions. How could he shamelessly ask Wu Xingxue for such a sum? And how could his younger brother be so oblivious to right and wrong, just like Xinxue? Seeing Wu Xuanan crushed by despair, Yi Shuang felt a mix of anger and pity. How could Wu Xingxue, still Wu Deji's sister, inflict such harm upon him? What kind of person was she? Yi Shuang indignantly exclaimed, "Ah Shui, I may not have seen what you spoke of, but you certainly have meddled in Yinyan's relationship with cousin Shun, haven't you? You always seize the opportunity to sow discord between her and her family. The Wu family is so benevolent. How can you be so malicious?" Wu Xingxue smiled brightly. "Oh, have you not heard what Xinxue and Wu Jian have done? Is that what you deem acceptable? Then I wish you a life filled with such good experiences." Previously, Yi Shuang had worked seamlessly with Wu Yuming in the Wu household, with Wu Yuming orchestrating schemes while Yi Shuang played the victim. They were quite the duo, entangled in mischief. Yet Wu Xingxue could not turn a blind eye to Wu Yuming's wicked actions. "However, I cannot ignore your role in disrupting Mianmian's familial ties. Maintaining harmony requires effort from each of us. Does it not? If only Mianmian is striving, that's simply unfair." Qinran had gathered all the events that transpired before her arrival from those around her. Her dwindling fondness for Wu Xuanan diminished further. Wu Xuanan had not even investigated the situation thoroughly before confronting her. He had even presumptively blamed everything on Wu Xingxue. Qinran had always regarded Wu Xuanan as a wise and graceful man, someone to admire. Yet now, she found him lacking to as for Wu Yuming. Qinran had never taken a liking to her since their first encounter. It was not merely because she had known Wu Xingxue longer. She actually sympathized with Wu Yuming's plight, that I will help her integrate into the Wu family more swiftly. Qinran trusted Wu Xingxue's character. She had always been true to her word. However, the rumors emanating from the Wu family had grown increasingly outrageous. Qinran began to wonder if Wu Xingxue had a twin sister with a vile disposition, given the absurdity of the accusations, entrapment of Wu Yuming, and stirring discord within the family. Among others, none of these actions seemed characteristic of Wu Xingxue. Yet during that time, Qinran was abroad, unable to intervene, and their communication had dwindled. Conversely, due to working in the same building as Wu Xuanan, their relationship had grown closer again. But then Yi Shuang appeared, forcefully inserting herself into her and Wu Xuanan's dynamic, and Wu Xuanan seemed unfazed by it. What kind of sister was she, really? Wu Yuming and Yi Shuang were practically cut from the same cloth. Even Yi Shuang's occasional appearances made Qinran feel as if she had swallowed a fly, and she could not fathom how Wu Xingxue could endure facing Wu Yuming daily. Upon learning that Wu Xingxue had left the Wu family, she felt a strange sense of relief. Wu Xingxue's contributions to the Wu family over the past 2 years had been ample. Was Wu Xuanan blind, unable to see the sacrifices Wu Xingxue had made for the family? To her knowledge, Wu Yuming worked in logistics, frequently took leave, and needed several brothers to supplement her pocket money. How could she compare to Wu Xingxue? The Wu family had driven Wu Xingxue to such extremes. What more did they want? Did they truly intend to wring her dry before finding satisfaction? Look at Xingxue, who felt entitled to demand Wu Xingxue's resources and spread rumors. Was it the conduct of a brother? And Wu Xuanan, who confronted Wu Xingxue yet failed to inquire about the events leading up to this moment, had managed to absolve the entire family, branding only Wu Xingxue as the villain. As Chun Ran observed Wu Xuanan's fraught demeanor, she felt a surge of revulsion. Chapter 50. Wu Xuanan was on the verge of breaking. Wu Xingxue had grown weary of emphasizing the selective deafness of the Wu family. What fueled such confidence? Did she truly deserve such treatment? Had Wu Yuming relinquished the healing core to Xingxue? Wu Xuanan shook his head stiffly that he wished to explain, but Wu Xingxue raised her hand to silence him. Exuding an imposing aura that rendered him speechless, Wu Xuanan, did you not say that one should only regard the outcome and ignore the process? The result is clear. Wu Yuming did not give the core to Xingxue. I merely anticipated the outcome. Even if I was mistaken, does it warrant such a dramatic escalation? One should strive to avoid double standards. Wu Xuanan paused, suddenly realizing that a look of helplessness washed over his clear features. He recalled that he had uttered those very words before. It was prior to the apocalypse, when Wu Xingxue was preparing for a significant competition. Initially, she intended to travel with her classmates, but Wu Xuanan insisted on accompanying her to ensure she would not be late. However, on the morning of the event, Wu Yuming fell ill. Wu Xuanan hastily took her to the hospital, and by the time he remembered his promise to Wu Xingxue, she had already been disqualified for tardiness. Wu Xingxue did not raise a fuss. Instead, she regarded him with a chilling, unfamiliar gaze and asked, "Is this your promise, Stage?" He remembered responding, "Your disqualification has some connection to me. But the crux lies in your failure to prepare a backup plan. Did you want Mian to feign at home? Only focusing on the process and ignoring the result. Your disqualification is unrelated to anyone else. And you must not shift the blame onto Mian. The mere recollection of that incident made Wu Xingxue feel ill. She had been a high school student, still a minor, unable to drive. Moreover, she had made arrangements with her classmates well in advance. And had it not been for Wu Xuanan's unyielding assurances, she would not have canceled her plans at that time. Wu Yuming had been throwing a tantrum, suggesting they cut back on allowances, claiming they should not be wasteful. This had ultimately left Wu Xingxue without enough money for a taxi that morning. Wu Xuanan could not have anticipated that. Out of concern for Wu Yuming's health, their older brothers were discreetly providing her with pocket money. Wu Yuming was not lacking in funds. Given the Wu family's remote estate, there was not even a bus stop nearby. Wu Xingxue had run 5 or 6 kilometers just to reach the nearest station. And by the time she arrived at the competition venue, she had already lost her eligibility. Wu Xingxue would never forget that day. Wu Xuanan was left speechless. The Wu Xingxue before him now bore an unsettling resemblance to the one who had once sat on the living room sofa. Regarding him with that icy stare, a wave of panic washed over him. He had assumed it was merely a trivial matter. Why had he acted that way? It should not have been like this. Why had he not apologized? Why had he not comforted his sister, who had lost her chance to compete? What kind of older brother was he? Wu Xuanan's mind erupted in chaos, as if something had shattered within him. His body wavered, and Yishuang instinctively reached out to steady him. Wu Dage, are you all right? Yishuang glared angrily at Wu Xingxue. What exactly are you trying to accomplish? You've upset Wu Dage to this extent. He's your older brother. How can you speak to him like this? Do you have no conscience? Wu Xingxue scoffed. I still want to ask you all, what exactly are you here for? To cause a scene in my store? To ruin my business? Is it so urgent for you that I leave the Wu family so you can drain me dry? As she spoke, her temper flared, and she regarded Wu Xuanan, who appeared pale and disoriented, as if he had been wronged, with nothing but irritation. The Wu family truly was a plague. Today, I will not discuss anything else, just the matters concerning Wu Jiyun and Shun Qi and Shin Qi. With his mediocre abilities and dull intellect, how much effort did I expend to bring him into the industry? He insisted on forming a team, yet he has failed to fulfill the responsibilities of a proper captain. Go ask the explorers, when have I not been present for his ranking missions? When have I not accompanied him on dangerous assignments? Inquire how many times I've saved him and his incompetent teammates. Ask them whether I have ever accepted a single penny from him throughout our numerous missions. Wu Xuanan staggered back, shaken. Xingxue never acknowledged Wu Xingxue's contributions, whether at home or in public. He only spoke of himself, demonstrating an utter lack of gratitude. Then there was Wu Jing. It appeared he had a woman on the side and an assistant. Reflecting on it now, it made sense. Wu Jiyun's monthly salary was 2,000, yet he maintained the highest standards of living while simultaneously supporting 2 individuals. How could he possibly afford that on such a salary? Why had he never questioned this? Wu Xuanan was lost in thought. Had he genuinely never considered this? Or had he already determined that Wu Xingxue's contributions to the family were merely her due? What about himself? What had he ever done? Wu Xuanan dared not contemplate it. Wishing to escape the reality of the situation, he did not doubt the veracity of Wu Xingxue's claims, for they could be easily verified. Just ask Xingxue's teammates or investigate Wu Jiyun's recent activities. And the truth would be evident. Yi Shuang was growing increasingly anxious, sensing that Wu Xuanan was on the brink of collapse. Her own heart felt as if it were fracturing. Wu Xingxue remained oblivious to Wu Xuanan's inner turmoil. Even if she were aware, she would scoff at it. Late-arriving affection is worth less than grass. Family ties are no exception. The child has passed away, and you come here to nurse? You Guangzhong. Li Su has stirred. Clutching a beast hide, he appeared frail, yet his posture remained remarkably upright. At first glance, he resembled a slender reed, but now an undeniable aura emanated from him. Su approached Wu Xuanan, his expression cold as he called out, "Deputy Wu." Wu Xuanan, taken aback, raised his head and, after a brief moment of hesitation, stood upright. "Secretary Li, what brings you here?" Li Su adjusted his glasses, stating that he would inform the leader of everything he had heard today. Urging Wu Xuanan to be prepared, a chill coursed through Wu Xuanan's body. Wu Xingxue chuckled. The entire Wu family held significant positions. Such a family would undoubtedly be under the leader's scrutiny. Moreover, the Wu family prided itself on its strict familial principles. It was one thing for her to be the exception, but to witness a series of collapses was unexpected. How could Xingxue command so many healers to follow him instead of Meng Wei's team? Apart from money, he had no leverage from the Wu family's power. She found it hard to believe. Neither did Li Su nor the leader, Wu Xingxue, beaming with delight, was suddenly called by Li Su. Chapter 51. The Love Triangle. The good deeds of Miss Wu will also be reported to the leader. Li Su remarked that a flicker of alarm crossed Wu Xingxue's eyes. Was this a threat? A warning? It certainly did not sound like a compliment. Li Su seemed to realize the ambiguity of his words and added, "In your endeavor to allow everyone to breathe fresh air, you voluntarily reduce the price of the purification seeds. I believe the leader would be pleased to hear of this." Wu Xingxue smiled modestly. "At present, this is the extent of what I can do. Beyond this, I am powerless. Of course, it would be even better if the leader, in his good humor, offered her some form of reward. After all, the leader's satisfaction was secondary to tangible benefits." Su regarded her with admiration, his gaze shimmering behind his glasses, a tinge of guilt rising within him. What a remarkable person! Despite being bullied by the Wu family, she still considered the residents deserving of being held up as a paragon. In contrast, the aggressive demeanor of the Wu family seemed all the more contemptible. Li Su, who usually appreciated the capable and humble Wu Xuanan, now found him utterly displeasing in every aspect. Su shot a veiled glare at Wu Xuanan before turning back to Wu Xingxue. "I apologize for offering my unsolicited advice without fully understanding the situation. Now, I see your decision is indeed wise." He spoke of Wu Xingxue's departure from the Wu family. This time, Wu Xingxue genuinely smiled. Li Su feigned ignorance of Wu Xuanan's pale and distressed expression, his hesitance to speak. Turning, he collided with Chun Ran, who had been hiding in the crowd. "Inspector Chun, you are here. To observe?" Li Su, ever astute, made a rather unflattering comparison. It was akin to a chief eunuch who appeared not to have left the palace gates, yet was privy to every movement within. He had long discerned the undercurrents between Chun Ran and Wu Xuanan. Casting a glance toward Wu Xuanan, he noted Yi Shuang, who was tenderly supporting Wu Xuanan's arm, their closeness evident. Although Chun Ran had resolved to distance herself from Wu Xuanan, years of shared feelings could not be severed in an instant. Witnessing their intimacy still caused her heart to ache. Wu Xuanan, feeling the impact of the day, momentarily mistook Chun Ran's presence for an illusion until he was jolted by her icy gaze. Her look was unfamiliar, leaving Wu Xuanan in an inexplicable panic. In that moment, Chun Ran bore a striking resemblance to Wu Xingxue, who had decided to sever ties with the Wu family, both equally disappointed. Cold, devoid of any lingering affection, Wu Xuanan felt scorched by Chun Ran's gaze, only then realizing that Yi Shuang still clung tightly to his arm. Her youthful form pressed against him. Wu Xuanan's lips trembled as he attempted to push Yi Shuang away, softly calling out, "Xiaoran, Deputy Wu, it would be better to refer to me as Inspector Chen. I am here on official business." Chen Ran's frigid tone made her intentions clear. Wu Xuanan felt a flush of heat on his face. Was she angry? She must have seen everything. As a close friend of Wu Xingxue, she certainly would not want to witness her friend's distress. Was her anger stemming from this? "Xiao, Inspector Chun." Wu Xuanan managed a strained smile. Momentarily disregarding the public setting, "I will handle it well. You can trust me." Chun Ran frowned, disappointment evident in her eyes. "You and I share no particular relationship, Deputy Wu. There is no need for you to explain your actions to me." Wu Xuanan attempted to step forward, but was firmly restrained by Yi Shuang. He forcefully pried her arms away, taking a few steps toward Chun Ran. Behind him, Yi Shuang's expression mirrored that of a wife confronting her husband's mistress. Chun Ran stepped back, creating distance, while Wu Xuanan stood frozen, his beautiful eyes brimming with hurt. Chun Ran was almost amused. Did he still feel wronged? He flirted with her while not resisting Yi Shuang's advances. If he had not tacitly approved, how could Yi Shuang continuously entangle herself between them? He was like a central air conditioner, blissfully unaware of the situation. Why reassure her? Wu Xingxue had endured so much. It was Wu Xingxue who deserved his assurances. All members of the Wu family exhibited questionable character. Chun Ran felt profoundly disillusioned. Wu Xuanan continued, "You must trust me." Yi Shuang bit her lip tightly. Stepping forward to grasp Wu Xuanan's hand, admonishing, "Inspector Chun, as a young lady, you should learn to be a bit more gentle." Wu Xuanan instinctively tried to withdraw his hand, but Yi Shuang persisted. "Brother Wu, Mian asked me to take care of you. Please do not refuse me." Yi Shuang looked up at Wu Xuanan with a pitiful gaze, softening his heart. Just then, Chun Ran let out a cold snort. Unaware of her missteps, Wu Xuanan stiffened once more. He had never encountered such an icy Chun Ran. Leaving him at a loss, Li Su observed the overly sweet Yi Shuang, his brow furrowing in irritation. He had initially regarded Wu Xuanan as capable, yet found him to be so indecisive and unclear in his personal life that Yi Shuang's manipulative nature was almost suffocating. He had failed to perceive it all along. Li Su had not anticipated that a simple outing for supplies would yield a bounty of gossip. The leader had been evaluating Wu Xuanan's performance, intending to grant him more authority if all went well. Yet, seeing him unable to manage his personal affairs raised concerns about how he would fare in his professional role. Wu Xingxue watched the unfolding drama with keen interest. Zhui Yu's eyes sparkled as he whispered, "Is that Secretary Li who is close to the leader?" Wu Xingxue offered him an affirmative glance, prompting Zhui Yu to exclaim softly, "So, the rumors about Inspector Chun and Deputy Wu." Wu Xingxue remained silent. But Zhui Yu had pieced together the puzzle. His expression resembled someone in distress. In these dire times, when so many struggle to find food, they still have the luxury to engage in a love triangle. How absurd! Deputy Wu clearly likes Inspector Chun. He should just break free from that scheming green tea girl. Can't he see how Inspector Chun regards him like a mere stone by the roadside? Wu Xingxue nodded in agreement that Wu Xuanan deserved it. She wished to cheer for Chun Ran, hoping she would slap him twice. Chun Ran's gaze, filled with melancholy, drifted over. Enjoying the spectacle, Wu Xingxue felt a twinge of guilt. Straightening her back, She shouted, "Wu Xuanan, stop disturbing my guests. If there is nothing else, be off with you." Wu Xuanan trembled. Turning to look at her in disbelief, Wu Xingxue paid him no mind, cheerfully addressing Chun Ran. "Inspector Chun, I had several disturbances just now with queue jumpers. If you have a moment, could you help me manage?" Chun Ran exhaled. "Very well." She then stepped out of the crowd, standing tall and surveying the onlookers with an eagle's gaze. Those who had gathered to watch instinctively lowered their heads. The inspector wielded significant authority. Wu Xuanan wanted to ask Wu Xingxue why she was obstructing him, fully aware of his feelings for Chun Ran. Wu Xingxue, perceiving his confused and resentful expression, felt a surge of irritation. She was not averse to delivering a few more biting remarks. Chapter 52. Today, you shall accept him as your sworn brother. Some people are so blind and ignorant that they blame others. They appear to be well-mannered yet lack discernment and common sense, believing whatever they are told. With such individuals, who can trust them to get the job done? Wu Xingxue shook her head, clicking her tongue in derision. Her words struck a chord with Li Su, who nodded silently in agreement. Was she referring to him? Wu Xingxue would not let Yi Shuang off lightly. It was obvious she had been stirring trouble in front of Wu Xuanan. Since you claim to be a sister like Wu Yuming, why not just accept him as your sworn brother? Or perhaps let Wu Sheng be your godfather? Wu Xuanan found it inappropriate and was about to speak, but Yi Shuang let out a shrill cry. "Ah, what nonsense are you spouting? I refuse. I want to be Wu Xuanan's woman." "How could I acknowledge a sworn brother and still be with him?" Wu Xingxue retorted. You're a friend of Wu Yuming. How come you care more about her brother than she does? Do you wish to be a good sister or a romantic one? Wu Xuanan admonished. "Xingxue, do not slander Yi Shuang." Wu Xingxue sneered. "Slander? If you had your eyes open, you would see for yourself that." Wu Xuanan furrowed his brow and lowered his head when he noticed the flush on Yi Shuang's cheeks and her evasive gaze. Suddenly, a wave of unease washed over him. Could it be? Yi Shuang truly harbored feelings for him. Yi Shuang was determined to oust Chun Ran, but not now. If Wu Xuanan were to discover her intentions at this moment, he would undoubtedly reject her. It was all Wu Xingxue's fault for meddling. She had bluntly revealed everything. Yi Shuang hurriedly explained, "Wu Dage, please don't listen to her nonsense." She turned to Wu Xingxue. "I only have." She bit her lip, unable to voice it. If she admitted it in front of everyone, how could she ever be with Wu Xuanan in the future? Wu Xingxue raised an eyebrow and pressed. "Only what? Your gaze is practically devouring him alive, and you still claim there is nothing. Why?" Yi Shuang stomped her foot in frustration. "I only have sibling feelings for Wu Dage." Wu Xingxue clapped her hands. "Excellent. There's no time like the present. Today, you shall acknowledge him as your god brother." It seemed that Chun Ran had completely seen through Wu Xuanan and wanted to distance himself from him. However, matters of the heart are unpredictable. What if Chun Ran, under his relentless pursuit, softened? And what about the sticky Yi Shuang? Given Chun Ran's personality, he would undoubtedly find no favor under Yi Shuang's hidden daggers. By acknowledging a god relationship, it would not only serve to annoy Yi Shuang, but also create a pit for the future. Yi Shuang stared wide-eyed, dazed, suppressing her anger. She protested. "No, that is not necessary, right?" Wu Xuanan sensed something was amiss. Suddenly, Li Su spoke up. "I think this proposal is quite good." Yi Shuang and Wu Xuanan exchanged incredulous glances. Since Secretary Li had spoken, could they really refuse? Wu Xuanan was baffled as to why Li Su would intervene, unaware that Li Su had good intentions. Every member of the Wu family held a significant position. Acting as the right hand of the leader, if this eldest son of the Wu family continued down this path, he would be ruined. With no other option, Wu Xuanan and Yi Shuang had to simply acknowledge their god-sibling relationship on the spot. With the world ending, there was no time for ceremonies. Having Li Su and the others as witnesses would have to suffice. Chun Ran looked at Yi Shuang, who appeared as if she had swallowed a fly. Feeling secretly pleased that he couldn't help but applaud Wu Xingxue while simultaneously feeling warm. She knew Wu Xingxue was considering her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have bothered. Seeing that it was about time, Wu Xingxue noticed that the guests waiting too long were beginning to approach with inquiries. "You all, hurry and leave. Don't delay my business." She pushed the still giddy Zhuyu. "Stop standing there like a fool. Get to work, Zhuyu." Wu Xuanan lingered, unable to leave, his heart heavy with unspoken words. The little sister and Chun Ran were so close, yet felt as if separated by mountains and seas. Yi Shuang, disheartened, said, "Let's go, Wu Dage. They don't welcome us." Wu Xuanan stubbornly resisted, unwilling to budge. Yi Shuang genuinely did not wish to be the center of attention any longer. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed as Granny Qin appeared from nowhere, her cane striking the ground with a resounding thud. "I've held my tongue long enough. You'll have been asked to leave by Xiao Shui, yet you remain. Are you intent on disrupting her business?" Granny Qin's voice boomed, causing ears to ring. You have no sense of how Xiao Shui has been treated in your household. How dare you come here to pressure her?" She raised her cane threateningly. "If you don't leave now, I want to hold back." Yi Shuang had never been scolded by an old woman like this. Her voice sharp. "Wu Dage is an officer. If you dare to touch him, I'll have you arrested." Granny Qin tightened her grip on the cane, ready to strike. Wu Xuanan was startled. Had he not pulled Yi Shuang back in time, the cane would have struck her head. Yi Shuang felt an ache in her heart from anger. "You old hag." Wu Xingxue grasped Granny Qin's arm, softly calming her. "All right, Grandma. Don't be angry. It's not worth it. I am quite busy, so please help me maintain order. Once this is over, I'll treat you to something delicious." All right, you can count on me." Granny Qin lowered her cane, using her small stature to shoo Wu Xuanan and Yi Shuang away. They were so intimidated that they didn't dare utter a sound, feeling like cattle being herded. Granny Qin was armed, after all. Wu Xuanan wandered off, still in a daze, his mind replaying Wu Xingxue's gentle demeanor towards Granny Qin. He remembered that Wu Xingxue used to be like that, open and considerate, endearing to all. Yet now, her smiles had diminished, leaving only cold laughter and mockery. The atmosphere at home grew increasingly tense. Wu Xuanan even forgot that the former Wu Xingxue was a sister worth protecting. Why was Wu Xingxue so kind to that old woman, yet so cold to them? Wu Xuanan pondered. Oh, right. It was because they had gone too far. He reflected on his indiscriminate questioning, as well as the good deeds done by Wu Jiyun and Shenqi. Wu Xingxue's indifference towards them seemed justified. But they were family. Yet, Wu Xuanan soon felt lost again. What else had he done to provoke her wrath? What could possibly lead her to help Chun Ran distance himself from him? Earlier in the office, she had shown slight displeasure, but didn't he warrant such a drastic separation? What had Xingxue said to her? And what about Secretary Li? He had mentioned reporting everything that happened today to the leader. But why would he do that? This was merely their family matter. Wu Xuanan's usual rationality crumbled under the weight of multiple blows today. He felt like a soulless being, his limbs stiff, his mind filled with questions. Yi Shuang was preoccupied with the matter of acknowledging a god relationship, but it already happened, so she could only make amends. Since they were already god siblings, would it be so bad to cling to her god brother? Spotting the sign for the supplies office in the distance, an idea struck her. Wu Dage, it's the beginning of the month. Your family must go register for supplies, right? Why don't we go together? Yi Shuang focused on stalling for time, hoping to get closer to Wu Xuanan, unaware that his eyes darkened with melancholy upon hearing her words. In the past, it was always Xingxue who ran errands for him at the supplies office. Chapter 53. Self-disdain. Wu Dage, you've come a place in order for supplies. Haven to you. You even came in person. The head of the supplies office, Lu Cheng, greeted him with a cheerful smile. Wu Xuanan's pale lips curved into a faint smile. He was gentle by nature and never vented his emotions on unrelated parties. Yes, just order according to the previous list, and charge it directly. Wu Xuanan handed over his ID card, then lowered his gaze to wait. He had forgotten to ask Xingxue why she only had 52 union coins when she left the house. She should have had plenty of savings. What had she spent it on? Surely not. Wu Xuanan's heart raced. Could it be that she used it for the household? He quickly calmed himself, dismissing the thought. There couldn't be that many expenses at home. Yi Shuang trailed beside Wu Xuanan, watching him effortlessly produce his ID card with a flair that she found utterly captivating before the apocalypse. Yi Shuang's father had been a contractor. After the end of the world, he awakened his abilities and was among the first to reach the safe zone, during a time when talents were scarce. He seized the opportunity, taking charge of the reconstruction within the safe zone, and now held a position in management due to his contributions. Yi Shuang's family had once enjoyed a relatively high standard of living compared to her peers. But compared to the Wu family, It was a chasm akin to the moon in the sky versus dust on the ground. Wei Yishuang had always aspired to marry into a wealthy family. She possessed the looks and figure, yet had never found the opportunity. Who would have thought that the apocalypse would arrive? She unexpectedly met Wu Yamayan and came into contact with several outstanding men from the Wu family. Choosing the eldest brother Wu Xuanan was due to her admiration for his pure and gentle demeanor, as well as her awareness of her own worth. Among the Wu family men, the second was proud and aloof. The third had a violent temper, and the fourth seemed lifeless, making one uncomfortable to look at. As for Xingxue, he shared a different surname and was never in her consideration. She had even observed Wu Shang. Though older, he was well-kept and did not exude an elderly aura. However, Wu Shang had a strong personality and maintained a good relationship with his wife, making it hard to create a rift. All things considered, the eldest, Wu Xuanan, was not only aligned with her aesthetic preferences, but also the one she had the best chance of succeeding with. As for the woman he liked, Chen Ran. She had no femininity whatsoever. How could she compare to Yi Shuang's petite and lively charm? Wu Dage surely like her at this moment. With enough effort, Wu Dage would certainly notice her, not to mention. A glint flashed in Yi Shuang's eyes. She sensed that Chen Ran seemed to be losing his resolve. Yi Shuang gazed adoringly at Wu Xuanan's profile. Such an excellent and wealthy second-generation heir could be her man. Not enough? Wu Xuanan was puzzled. Was there a problem with the system? The order for supplies was drafted by him. Although he couldn't recall the specific items, he remembered the price clearly. 46,000 union coins. His card had enough funds to cover it. Why Yishuang's eyes widened in surprise. Oh my, that is quite a lot. The Wu family needed nearly 50,000 just for food each month. To think her father's salary was only a little over 20,000. Imagining the life she could have in such a household made her giddy with excitement. Lu Cheng's expression turned awkward. It's not a system issue. Your card indeed has insufficient funds. Your family's previous standard was 101,000 union coins. Wu Xuanan's pupils trembled, his voice quaking. What? Yishuang was equally stunned. 101,000? What kind of family spends that much on food? Lu Cheng began to sense something. He recalled Wu Xingxue's indifferent attitude when she had come to buy supplies a few days ago. And seeing Wu Xuanan's shocked expression, a hypothesis formed in his mind. Could it be that Wu Dage was unaware of how much Wu Xingxue contributed each month? Lu Qingbin maintained a cordial relationship with Wu Xingxue, naturally aligning himself with her. Deputy Wu, are you unaware? It was previously your sister. Oh, but that's not the case anymore, is it? Wu Xuanan interjected. It was always Wu Xingxue who placed orders, and she consistently ordered such large quantities. If you don't believe me, I can show you the records. Our supply department is affiliated with the official safety zone. We would never deceive our clients. Furthermore, Lu Cheng inquired, don't you dine at home? Deputy Wu, those are the finest ingredients available in the safety zone. Surely you must be able to discern that. Lu Cheng's gaze towards Wu Xuanan grew increasingly perplexed. It had been over a year since Wu Xingxue first came to order high-end ingredients. Likely coinciding with the establishment of the ordering regulations shortly after the safety zone had stabilized. How could the Wu family not have noticed anything amiss during this extended period? Lu Cheng was astonished. Wu Xingxue had been selflessly contributing. Such a wonderful sister. How could he not have one like her? It was utterly unfair. If he had such a generous and understanding sister, he would wake up joyfully every day. But how had the Wu family behaved? They had condemned Wu Xingxue while she was still unconscious from her abilities core shattering, without even allowing her a chance to defend herself before the apocalypse. People would interrogate and seek evidence when apprehending criminals. Yet the Wu family had unilaterally convicted Wu Xingxue without giving her the opportunity to plead her case. Lu Cheng harbored contempt in his heart. A monthly expenditure of 100,000. All debts of gratitude were settled. Furthermore, Captain Xingxue had spread rumors that she was a fraud, and the safety zone was rife with gossip. How shameful. Wu Xuanan's throat felt parched, and Yishuang, noticing his distress, shook his arm to rouse him from his stupor, but he asked, could you show me that ingredient list for the 100,000? Of course. Lu Cheng readily complied. Wu Xuanan was dazzled by the string of exorbitant figures at the top of the list. Nearly every ingredient was specially cultivated within the safety zone, with some even fused with extraordinary plants, thus rendering them exceptionally costly. The list swayed before him, and the surrounding scenery lost its color. Wu Xuanan felt dizzy, his heart aching to the point of breathlessness. And no wonder Wu Xingxue only had 52 coins when she left. She had given everything to her family. Suddenly, Wu Xuanan recalled the first month when he had selected the ingredients, only to have the family criticize and express dissatisfaction. That'd be why the second month, those complaints had vanished entirely, for they had all been replaced with these new selections. Yet not a single one of them had realized that for over a year, they'd been consuming the most expensive ingredients in the safety zone. None had considered where the funds for these ingredients originated, as they comfortably indulged in Wu Xingxue's sacrifices. And what had they done in return? When Wu Xingxue left, their father had even prevented her from packing her belongings. Shen Qi had treated her like a thief, and what about him? He had merely stood by, a cold observer. Heaven! Wu Xuanan suddenly began to Dawai Shuang, panicking and sweating, exclaimed, Wu Ge, what's wrong with you? It's just a procurement list. Why does it make you feel so ill? Had I known, I wouldn't have mentioned coming here. Tears welled in Wu Xuanan's eyes as he loathed himself. He felt disgusted with himself. He was consuming the expensive ingredients purchased with the money Wu Xingxue had earned through perilous missions, all the while scolding her from a position of superiority. His eyes gleamed with fury. The thought of Shen Qi and the others behaving even worse than he did chilled him to the bone. His little sister, Wu Xingxue, must have felt so distressed during her suffering that Wu Xuanan handed Lu Chang the list he had drafted, instructing that from this month onward, deliveries be made according to it. That Wu Xuanan was determined to make his family understand Wu Xingxue's merits and the significant contributions she had made to the household. Chapter 54. Red City. In a desolate little room, a figure on a bare bed emitted a lewd and sinister chuckle. Wu Xingxue passionately kissed her identity card. The thought of the stack of source cores piled in the box beneath her bed made her unable to suppress her laughter. From rags to riches, what joy! By 4 in the afternoon, apart from the most expensive beast hide, all of her goods had been sold, netting over 220,000 Union coins. That evening, she treated Granny Qin and her helpers, Meng Wei and Juyu, to a lavish meal at a restaurant. She even set aside some bone-healing grass and blood-stopping grass for the two of them, along with a few purification seeds. This gesture moved Juyu to the point of having tears welling in his eyes, resembling a little puppy, eager to become Wu Xingxue's sworn sibling on the spot. Wu Xingxue secured her identity card and began planning for the future. Her reputation had already been established, and she would not have to worry about clientele in the future. Even when closing today, there had still been dozens of people lined up outside. What she lacked now was stock. Wu Xingxue actually had some bone-healing grass and purification seeds left in her space. However, at this rate, they would be sold out by the day after tomorrow at the latest. There were still several items in her space that had not been appraised. Yet, Wu Xingxue did not wish to visit the appraisal center so soon. It was too conspicuous. The commotion she had caused today had already drawn attention, even attracting Li Su's presence. Fortunately, Chen Ran had informed the patrol department to pay special attention to her, or else she would have been too fearful to sleep that night. That on the surface, the legal system in the safety zone seemed relatively sound, but with no cameras and insufficient manpower, many were quietly murdered or robbed each day. Upon entering her space, Wu Xingxue noticed that He Tsang had not logged in. She had taken the opportunity earlier in the afternoon to leave him a message using her parrot, informing him that she had sold the batch of goods and inquiring what supplies he needed so she could procure them for him. Suddenly, the parrot's wings slowly spread as if preparing to take flight. After flapping twice, it emitted He Tsang's voice that it was a message from He Tsang. This batch is all a token of my gratitude to you. You need not procure any supplies for me, that I am now off to find those red and green fruits you like. For the next batch of goods, I will trouble you to exchange them for supplies. Wu Xingxue blinked, feeling as though she had been struck by a massive pie from the sky. They're truly gifting it all to me? Wu Xingxue found herself at a loss for words. He Tsang was in a hurry, leaving only a brief message before logging off without realizing she was online. That Wu Xingxue recalled He Tsang mentioning the red and green fruits. They were restoration fruits. capable of repairing ability cores. Heatsong was unaware of the significance of these restoration fruits to her. He simply wished to repay her for assisting his kin during their time of peril. Recalling her apparent fondness for those fruits and rushing to find them immediately after the battle had concluded, such an enormous windfall left Wu Xingxue with a slight headache. Once again searching for restoration fruits, and being gifted so many spoils, it was simply too sincere. Wasn't he just a naive young lord from a wealthy household? Wu Xingxue muttered to herself, feeling a twinge of guilt. She had yet to find the opportunity to tell Heatsong about the partial truth she had concealed. The source core she had given him were a legitimate transaction, and she had received half the benefits. Truly, Wu Xingxue had not encountered someone so earnest in a long time, leaving her momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. After a while, she resolved to use 1/3 of this money to purchase some essential supplies for Heatsong. His realm was that of beasts, with a low level of technological advancement, so she could procure some medication, source cores, and daily necessities for him. 1/3 was the result of her careful deliberation. She needed to cover rent, and judging by today's bustling scene, she would need to hire someone for assistance. Zhuyu and Meng Wei had to go on missions, and even if she offered them money, they could not be expected to work every day. Additionally, she bore risks, such as personal safety, and had to conceal her activities after purchasing large quantities of supplies. While Wu Xingxue acknowledged Heatsong as a cooperative partner, she also remained steadfast in her principles. If there was an opportunity to benefit, she would seize it. She would not be excessive, but she would never allow herself to suffer losses. Wu Xingxue surveyed the cramped space once more, pondering. There were still over a dozen shelves in this store. This small space could only accommodate enough goods to fill 1.5 shelves at most. She needed to find a way to upgrade it. However, she lacked knowledge in this area and would have to seek advice. Wu Xingxue left a message for Heatsong, inquiring when the next batch of goods would arrive. Before closing her eyes and preparing for sleep, her mind preoccupied with thoughts of restoring abilities. There was so much to accomplish. Meanwhile, in the Wu family villa, the same scene as yesterday unfolded once more. The entire family gathered in the living room, but this time, the instigator of the quarrel had shifted from Shunqi to Wu Xuanan. Wu Xuanan was fuming. It was the first time the family had seen him so enraged. They were all taken aback. He growled, "Shunqi, why didn't you clarify the truth? The reason Xingxue didn't give you the blood-stopping grass is that you first slandered her as a fraud while wanting to get something for nothing. She sought Meng Wei out because you left her with no other options, and you still dare to say she doesn't care about you? You promised 20,000 at a life-saving fund right out of the gate. And you expected Wu Xingxue to cover it for you. How could you even utter such words? She hit you. You deserved it." Shen Shi's face turned crimson. "I didn't lie. I just forgot to mention it. Besides, you didn't ask." Wu Xuanan was infuriated, his face twitching. "And you, Wu Jiun?" Wu Xuanan shifted his ire. "As the second elder brother, you actually let your sister subsidize your mistress. How disgraceful." The whole family stared wide-eyed. With the head of the family speaking up, neither party dared to hide the truth. Shunqi had already reached the point of desperation. After all, his matters would be easily uncovered by inquiries. And he spoke frankly. Wu Sheng's face darkened several shades. Wu Jiun had kept his affairs quite hidden, but being publicly exposed by Wu Xuanan left him feeling embarrassed and humiliated, especially as his little golden canary was now subject to scorn from the family. It seemed only a gradual explanation would suffice. It was just that I was a bit tight on cash occasionally. Wu Xingxue merely subsidized me a little. Wu Sheng's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Wu Xuanan took a deep breath, recounting the events of his visit to Wu Xingxue today. When he mentioned Secretary Li, Wu Sheng's face turned ashen. "You mean you discussed family matters in broad daylight and were overheard by Secretary Li? He intends to report this to the leaders?" Wu Xuanan, weary, nodded slightly to Wu Sheng, seething with anger, smashed the teacup on the table to the ground with a loud crash. In a fit of rage, he exclaimed, "Why can't Wu Xingxue just keep quiet? If she had simply changed the venue to speak, wouldn't there have been fewer issues?" Wu Xuanan, taken aback, gaped in shock. He had assumed his father's ire was directed towards Shunqi and Wu Jian, not Xingxue. Wu Sheng continued, "What has Shao Qi done wrong? We have raised Wu Xingxue for over 20 years. Xiaoqi has always supported her, so what if she offered a life-saving favor? Didn't she sell exotic plants? It is not as if she didn't. It is only right to subsidize her second brother. We are all family. Why must she nitpick over such trivial matters? Wu Xuanan sank onto the sofa, utterly disheartened. Was this truly his normally stern and just father? Was this how a reasonable person spoke? He opened his mouth, overwhelmed with words he longed to express. The contributions Wu Xingxue had made to their family were beyond enumeration, and he didn't know where to begin. Wu Yumi, equally irate, ground her teeth in frustration. Had Wu Xuanan truly been possessed by a spirit today, speaking up for Wu Xingxue? She didn't want her brother to continue, so she kindly suggested, "Elder brother, perhaps we should discuss this tomorrow." Wu Yumi blinked, her eyes filled with pleading. She wanted to avoid discord among family members. Wu Xuanan was at a loss, caught in indecision. After a long pause, he sighed. Fine, he had intended to mention Xingxue's procurement of upscale goods for the household, but it seemed this was not the moment for such a discussion. He would wait until the supplies arrived in a couple of days. Then they would surely understand. Chapter 55. Why isn't she scolding me? Before 8 o'clock, Wu Xingxue was awakened by cacophony, as if 1,000 frogs were croaking outside her window. After enjoying a sumptuous breakfast prepared by Grandma Qin with ingredients procured the day before, she dawdled until 9 o'clock before finally opening the store door. With a loud whoosh, the noise from outside rushed in unimpeded. "The door is open! The door is open! I want to purify seeds. I want bone-healing grass." Wu Xingxue squinted into the distance and nodded approvingly. Indeed, there were dozens of people already lined up early in the morning. A promising start. She shouted, "Please wait a moment. Don't rush." Turning swiftly, she deftly affixed the prepared recruitment notice to the wall beside the door. Grandma Qin, leaning on her cane, stepped outside and asked, "Xiaoxue, I'm heading out. Are you going to be all right on your own?" Wu Xingxue had asked Grandma Qin the night before to help order a long cabinet for the entrance, having given her enough money to pay for it. If it was suitable, Grandma Qin could pay on the spot and offer a small tip. The delivery person would be more than willing to assist. Wu Xingxue smiled and waved her hand. "No problem." Grandma Qin took a few steps, then confidently held her cane behind her back, striding forward with her head held high. Indeed, a cheerful disposition often accompanies good health. Suddenly, out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a hunched, sneaky figure. Squinting, Grandma Qin realized, "Hey, it's Old Lady Tian." Old Lady Tian had not slept a wink since the previous afternoon, when she witnessed Qin Rulan's small building transform into some treasure trove bustling with guests. Ever since, she had been haunted by the image of Qin Rulan's beaming face. Waking up with a headache that morning, she felt unsteady on her feet and realized she couldn't possibly work. She had considered asking her son to take her place for the day, but her son, like his late father, was snoring thunderously, impervious to any attempts to rouse him. When Old Lady Tian finally prepared to leave, she discovered her son had woken up but was rolling around on the bed, engrossed in a novel he had somehow acquired. Wonderful. Now, not only was her head aching, but her heart ached as well. She had no choice but to take a day off, lest she fall ill and incur even greater expenses for treatment. Lying in bed, she felt as if she were a pancake, closing her eyes and conjuring images of Qin Rulan's triumphant expression. Old Lady Tian's home was not far from the treasure trove, and she could hear the chatter of guests lined up outside as they passed by her window. Well, there went her chance of sleeping. She decided to head out directly, seeking a corner to hide and observe the treasure trove. That moment, she overheard the guests discussing job openings. The treasure trove was hiring. Most importantly, it was a respectable job. Her son would surely be interested. Although Wu Xingxue had a somewhat irksome personality, she was undeniably attractive. If her son worked there, he would get to see her every day, which might just make him happy enough to keep the job. A sly smile crept across Old Lady Tian's face. If her son could, gazing at the thriving scene of the treasure trove, she nearly drooled. "Tian Yin, you old hag, what are you sneaking around here for?" Grandma Qin suddenly burst out, startling Old Lady Tian so much that her heart raced to her throat. "Who are you calling an old hag?" Old Lady Tian retorted, still shaken. "You, in your shifty-eyed demeanor. Are you here to buy something?" Do you even have the money? Old Lady Tian felt a pang of guilt. She had hidden herself well enough, so how had she been spotted? Wait a minute. How did Qin Roland see me? Her eyesight is terrible. Grandma Qin, usually uninterested in engaging with her, couldn't help but feel pleased when the topic arose that, oh, it's nothing much. Just that Xingxue insisted on giving me some eyesight-enhancing fruit because she saw my vision was failing. Can you believe it? We're practically on the brink of the grave, and I'm still expected to eat such delicacies. Old Lady Tian's eyes widened in shock. Are you talking about that eyesight fruit that sells for 4,000 union coins? Grandma Qin replied, ISNT it rather expensive, but you can't deny, it works wonders. My vision is better now than when I was young. Truly, it's worth every penny. A passerby who had been hesitating nearby overheard their conversation and hurriedly asked, Is that true? Does it really work that well? Several onlookers, hearing this, recalled having seen Grandma Qin's eyes glimmer like an eagle's, even from 100 meters away, as she accurately spotted another old lady hiding in a corner. What normal elder possesses such keen eyesight? Several people promptly joined the queue. Old Lady Tian gaped, her tongue stumbling over itself. You think I'd just give away something worth 4,000 coins? Grandma Qin sighed. What can I say? Xingxue is just a kind-hearted girl. Though she is not my granddaughter, she treats me like family. Grandma Qin had given birth late in life, her son being only a few years older than Wu Xingxue. He hadn't even had the chance to start a family before he passed away. In truth, Grandma Qin's age was indeed more fitting for that of Wu Xingxue's grandmother. With a light-hearted smile, Grandma Qin remarked, She is infinitely better than some people's sons who are just playing dead. Unexpectedly, Old Lady Tian turned and fled. Grandma Qin stood rooted in place, exhaling in disbelief. Why isn't she scolding me? After posting the recruitment notice, each customer who reached the front of the line wanted to take a look. Boss, you didn't write down the salary. One person inquired. Wu Xingxue, holding the tattered newspaper she had purchased from the supply store yesterday, busily wrapped the goods while smiling and responding. Salary is negotiable. The customer scrutinized the recruitment requirements and shook their head. For a helper, you're asking a lot, that if you truly want to find someone suitable, it'll be quite a challenge. The recruitment conditions stated that there were no restrictions on age or gender. But candidates must be articulate, strong, unafraid of hard work, able to accept overtime at any hour, and possess a pleasant demeanor, obediently following all of the boss's instructions. That Wu Xingxue merely smiled and said nothing. She had clearly outlined her requirements, ensuring that any opportunist would be weeded out, preventing unnecessary disputes. Moreover, although her demands were high, the salary offered was remarkably generous, with benefits surpassing those of the Iron Rice Bowl in the safe zone. This was precisely why she hadn't listed the salary. Otherwise, she would be inundated with applicants, and she didn't have the time for that, just as Wu Xingxue sent off 2 customers. She looked up to Li Yi. The person before her was none other than Li Ping, the wife of Commander Jiang, who lived next door to the Wu family villa. Wu Xingxue's eyes flickered with intrigue. Li Ping's demeanor was off. She was typically a wealthy lady. Commander Jiang treated her with utmost care, knowing her timid nature. Even during the early chaotic days of the apocalypse, he had protected her closely. By her own admission, she had yet to encounter a zombie up close. When Wu Xingxue first met Li Ping, she had been bright-eyed, with a fair complexion and full cheeks, clearly unaccustomed to hardship. Yet now, just a few days later, she appeared to have lost considerable weight, dark circles under her eyes, and her hair was unkempt. She tightly wrapped her clothing around herself, arms crossed, head bowed, eyes darting as if someone were lurking in the shadows, waiting to pounce. Li Ping raised her head, forcing a smile. Xingxue, I'd like to buy some injury-resistant beast hide. Could you possibly give me a discount since we've been neighbors for 2 years? Wu Xingxue raised an eyebrow. That I run a small business. There are no discounts. Li Ping frowned. But we've been neighbors for 2 years. I'm just asking for a little discount. My husband is quite familiar with your father and brother. Wu Xingxue coolly replied. And how does that concern me? Li Ping was momentarily speechless, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. She was not accustomed to rejection, and after mustering the courage to speak, she found Wu Xingxue unwilling to grant even a slight concession. How stingy! A single piece of injury-resistant beast hide cost 48,000 Union coins, far more than their total savings. That Li Ping was filled with regret. Had she known beforehand, she would not have purchased those loaves of bread meant for the impoverished alongside Meng Xian. A mere box of bread had depleted more than half of her private savings. If she had retained that money, she would not now find herself looked down upon by Wu Xingxue. Moreover, had it not been for her recent excursion to the lower district, she would not have needed to buy such expensive items, nor would she have to live in fear. The more she pondered, the more distressed she became, and tears welled in her eyes. Wu Xingxue's lips curled in a sardonic smile. Don't play the victim. Li Ping shot Wu Xingxue a resentful glare before hastily bending down to gather her clothes and fleeing. Upon reaching her doorstep, as she fumbled for her keys, a voice called from behind, "Aunt Li, where have you been?" Wu Yumming. Li Ping felt a wave of darkness wash over her, and cold sweat broke out on her back. Trembling, she turned around. Mian, I merely went for a stroll." That Wu Yumming stood behind her, a bright smile on her face, her round eyes crinkling with mirth, obscuring her true thoughts, though her lips were curved in a smile. Li Ping felt an inexplicable chill. That Wu Yumming queried, "Aunt Li, are you avoiding me? You used to invite me to stroll with you, and you never woke up this early. Don't you need your beauty sleep?" How could Li Ping speak the truth? It must be Wu Yumming. Wu Yumming killed Meng Xian. She would likely kill her as well. Li Ping lay awake at night, unable to eat, too frightened to reveal the truth to her husband. Xingxue. Yesterday, she could no longer bear it and urged Xingxue to resign from his position so they could relocate to the first safe zone. Xingxue, of course, was unwilling. His role as commander was hard one, and he was performing well. Why would he resign? Li Ping remained adamant about leaving, leading to their first quarrel. However, seeing Li Ping's deteriorating state over the past few days, Xingxue relented, saying he would consider it. Yet Li Ping could no longer endure it. Every day while Xingxue was at work, she was alone in solitude. She felt as if countless eyes were watching her, which was terrifying. She could not take it anymore. Thus, Li Ping took all the money from home, a total of 39,000 Union coins, in preparation for leaving the second safe zone. After much deliberation, she finally settled on the resilient beast hide from Wu Xingxue's treasure house. It was expensive, but the large piece was sufficient for both her and Xingxue. Li Ping had a premonition that Wu Yumming would not let her go easily, because whenever she stepped out of her home these past few days, Wu Yumming would coincidentally also emerge, sticking close to her. Today, Li Ping had deliberately risen at 4 to avoid Wu Yumming's surveillance, yet she was still caught red-handed, gazing at the closed door of the villa. Wu Yumming's sweet and obedient smile vanished in an instant. She looked up to see the entire villa shrouded in curtains, and on the second floor, the curtains fluttered. That Wu Yumming let out a cold laugh. Indeed, if they could not remain calm, she could not be blamed. That Wu Yumming was feeling restless. For the past couple of days, she had been orbiting around Li Ping, fearful of unforeseen events arising before Wu Xiao could take action. Yesterday, she had slept rather deeply, only to discover that Li Ping had managed to evade her and leave. Damn it, fourth brother was moving too slowly. What a useless fool. How could this good-for-nothing regain his footing? But she was thwarted by Li Ping. Once she dealt with Li Ping, it would be Wu Xingxue next. She would not allow Wu Xingxue, whom she had thoroughly trampled into the mud, to rise again. Meanwhile, since Granny Qin's old friend, Old Lady Tian, had fled, she grew increasingly suspicious. When she went to buy a cupboard, the vendor had frowned and given her a discount upon seeing her sour expression. Granny Qin swiftly completed the transaction, instructing the workers to hurry and deliver the cupboard to Wu Xingxue. With her feet almost flying, she soon outpaced the workers carrying the cupboard. The worker exclaimed, "What a sprightly old lady!" Simultaneously, at the headquarters of the safe zone, Wu Xuanan was once again startled by Chen Ran, who passed by him like a stranger. In the past, Chen Ran would suddenly become discontented, though he never understood why, and would usually be back to normal the next day. But this time was different. As Chen Ran walked past, he merely nodded in acknowledgement, devoid of any warmth in his eyes. Yishuang had also not slept well the previous night, and had come to work early with her father, solely to seek out Wu Xuanan. From a distance, she spotted Wu Xuanan standing in the corridor, his figure desolate. Following his gaze, she noticed a tall, striking silhouette. It was Chun Ran again. What was so special about him? Yi Shuang composed herself and approached, calling out, "Brother Wu, I made breakfast. Would you like to join me?" Wu Xuanan's mind was in turmoil as he thought of Wu Xingxue. Chun Ran was solely focused on work. The only friend he knew of was Wu Xingxue. Wu Xuanan recalled the events of yesterday and resolved to seek assistance from Wu Xingxue. He felt that Chun Ran's current state was entirely wrong, as if they had reached an impasse. He was not skilled in comforting women, nor did he know how to soothe someone as straightforward and decisive as Chun Ran. Wu Xuanan was aware that Yi Shuang was speaking to him, but nothing mattered as much as Chun Ran at that moment. He casually replied, "Thank you. I have other matters to attend to," and left without even requesting a day off. Why Yi Shuang stood there, numb and at a loss. This was the first time Wu Xuanan had been so cold. Not even during their first meeting had he been this way. Yi Shuang trembled all over, taking a long time to regain her composure. She was just one step away from success. How could it suddenly fall apart? Something must have gone wrong. Ultimately, she placed the blame squarely on Wu Xingxue. If she hadn't publicly disclosed the Wu family's secret yesterday, Wu Xuanan wouldn't have been so upset. It was all her fault for speaking out. She had insisted on proposing to become a sworn sister. Surely Wu Xuanan wouldn't think she genuinely wanted to be her sister, would he? After all, she had witnessed how dismissive Wu Xuanan had been towards Wu Xingxue, that it was all Wu Xingxue's fault. Yi Shuang bit her lip in anger, soon drawing a drop of bright red blood. She wiped it away carelessly, and a plan began to form in her mind. "Humph, if you embarrassed Brother Wu in public, then I shall ensure your business is ruined." Chapter 57. Will the gods be displeased if they cannot taste the fruit? Wu Xingxue glanced back but saw no one carrying the cupboard. Granny Qin approached Wu Xingxue, catching her breath, and exclaimed, "Old Lady Tian is up to no good." Wu Xingxue raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" Granny Qin, quick-witted, recounted the events, concluding, "Normally, when I scold her son, she would leap up to confront me. Yet today, she simply turned and ran. I assent that's strange. That old hag must be scheming." Wu Xingxue nodded in understanding. "Rest assured, we are now on guard and will not suffer losses," satisfied with Wu Xingxue's seriousness. Granny Qin suddenly slapped her forehead. "Oh dear, I forgot about those carrying the cupboard. Did they remember our house number? We wouldn't want them to deliver the cupboard to the wrong place. Don't worry." "Old lady, we are already here," came a voice from behind. That it was indeed the two workers carrying the cupboard. Wu Xingxue found Granny Qin's embarrassment amusing, suppressing a laugh as she hurriedly directed, "Just place the cupboard here." The cupboard, over 2 meters long and about waist high, fit perfectly within the store's entrance. The best part was that it had a hinged panel, with a twist of a latch. It could be opened. Although it was not the most convenient for entry and exit, it posed little inconvenience to Wu Xingxue. More importantly, it would shield against the overly enthusiastic customers outside. Wu Xingxue gave Granny Qin a thumbs up, her face radiating satisfaction. Granny Qin beamed with pride and stepped back to maintain order in the queue. Not far off, the patrol team was making their rounds, led by a young woman with a scarred face. After Chun Ran's specific instructions, the frequency of patrols had significantly increased. Their sharp, cold gazes swept across the line of customers, who were much more orderly than the day before. After 2 hours of operation, there had not been a single argument or queue-jumping incident. Wu Xingxue was thoroughly pleased. She took the opportunity to set aside several herbs and seeds as a token of gratitude, while she spoke to the departing customers, saying, "Take care, do come again, and remember to spread the word." Her mind was calculating the remaining inventory. That it was roughly what she had estimated. At the current pace, by afternoon, the bone-healing herb and other supplies would be sold out, necessitating a restock. Otherwise, they would have to temporarily cease operations. Wu Xingxue divided her attention and left a message in her space. "When will the next shipment arrive? I need a large quantity of the last type of anti-inflammatory and bruise-reducing herbs." The inventory was one matter. There was also the issue of restoring the fruit. She found it exceedingly difficult not to dwell on this matter. Heatsong had just led his clan to annihilate the Flying Wolf tribe and had then taken AMU aside, swiftly departing from the group, transforming into his beast form and racing ahead. Mu obeyed the orders and followed the clan leader, though curiosity gnawed at him. What urgent matter could necessitate such solitary action at this time? Although several surrounding tribes had been utterly defeated and the Flying Wolf tribe had been eradicated, the crisis had not been completely resolved. Their victory this time had come as a surprise. With the Flying Wolf gone, a few tribes still remained, especially the Red Fox tribe. The Xingxue clan had suffered heavy losses in the last battle led by the Elder, and should the other tribes discover that their strongest warrior, Song, was absent from the clan, they might combine forces to attack. Mu's heart was filled with worry, prompting him to voice his concerns. His eyes lit up. Great! That is practically a miracle. I've only heard of such stories about the beast gods from my mother. A small beast, separated from its tribe due to injury, finds itself in despair, when suddenly the beast god descends from the void, illuminating the world with radiant light that heals the beast's wounds. Mu was utterly captivated. I thought these were mere legends. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he exclaimed in astonishment, "Chieftain, could it be that those are—" Chao had never been a believer in deities, and Mu had initially thought that Chao's previous mention of gods was merely to placate the clansmen. Could it be true? Although he had harbored suspicions in his heart, without Chao as personal confirmation, he dared not believe. After all, we are speaking of a god. Chao surveyed the familiar surroundings, recognizing that they were near the spot where he had last gathered fruit. With a leap into the air, his beast form instantly transformed into that of a beast man. Mu followed closely behind, his gaze fixed on Chao, eager for an answer. Chao's golden beast eyes shimmered with inexplicable glimmers as he declared, "Our purpose this time is to seek offerings." Mu stood frozen in disbelief. Only a god deserves offerings. It is indeed a god. Thus, the divine truly protects our Xingxue tribe. Therefore, the chieftain must have become the messenger of the beast god, able to casually scatter source cores. Contemplating the fact that he was discussing an actual existing deity, Mu's tone and demeanor shifted to one of solemn reverence. Would the god abandon us? Mu anxiously awaited an answer. Chao paused, remaining silent for 2 breaths. A hint of barely perceptible uncertainty lingered in his voice. If we can please her, perhaps she would not leave. Mu was almost fainting. His worries dissipated in an instant. With the god's protection, what was there to fear? What of the Red Fox? What of the Flying Wolf? Beasts without the favor of the beast god no longer warranted their consideration. Chieftain, do tell, what offerings does the god favor? I would venture even to the desolate lands for them. Chao remained silent for a moment before replying. It need not be so far that Chao halted in a disordered clearing that seemed to have witnessed a fierce battle. The surroundings were ravaged, Chao remarked. I recall that the fruit favored by the god was right here. How has it vanished? Mu inquired. Is it the crimson fruit? Chao questioned in confusion. How do you know? Nearby, a cliff loomed, and beneath it, half a fruit tree trembled precariously against the cliff face. It was indeed the restoration fruit of Xingxue. Chao. The fruit tree had fallen to a great depth, and given the steepness of the cliff, it would be nearly impossible to retrieve it without a flying beast. Mu felt tears welling up. What should they do, chieftain? Would the god be displeased if she could not have the fruit? At that moment, Xingxue let out a series of powerful sneezes. Wiping her nose, she muttered, "Who is mentioning me? How bothersome." Turning to face the guests, she flashed a row of small white teeth. Not far away, Xingxue lurked in the shadows. The expression on Chun Ran's back as he prepared to leave mirrored that of Xingxue from a few days prior. Xingxue had a premonition that he might truly lose Chun Ran this time. Eager to seek Xingxue's assistance, he was anxious yet resolved to wait until she was finished before approaching. Recalling that he had previously asked Xingxue to close her shop to speak with him, Xingxue felt an urge to slap himself. How embarrassing! How could he have uttered such words? He quelled his anxious heart, glancing around. Chun Ran had come yesterday. Perhaps he would come today as well. However, he did not see Chun Ran, but he did spot Yishuang. Yishuang was hiding behind a pile of clutter stacked by the residents, seemingly engaged in conversation with a middle-aged man. Chapter 58. Another day of verbal sparring. Xingxue furrowed his brow in contemplation, refraining from approaching recklessly, as it appeared that Yishuang was not in any immediate danger. The man had his back to him, obscuring his features. Yet Wu Xuanan found it strange that the man's arm was encased in a cast. Logically, a wounded arm should be suspended around the neck, yet the casted arm hung loosely at his side, moving with surprising agility. Having spent many years as a mercenary, Wu Xingxue's professional acumen was undeniable. Almost as soon as Wu Xuanan found a spot to hide and began observing her, she had already noticed him. However, Wu Xuanan was not here to cause disruption, merely to watch. Her gaze flitted about, seemingly searching for something that Wu Xingxue, understanding his intent, realized he was waiting for Chun Rn. It was evident that he was genuinely anxious this time. Wu Xingxue cursed inwardly, thinking he deserved it. Ignoring him, she continued to hand a wrapped Mingmu fruit to a customer, when suddenly a voice shouted, "You fraudulent charlatan!" Wu Xingxue turned to see a middle-aged man with a bearded face and a cast on his arm approach. Two young men followed closely behind, their demeanor aggressive, clearly not benign. Fraudulent goods? Wu Xingxue immediately recognized that the trio had come to pick a fight. She always ensured that the goods she sold exhibited energy fluctuations, making it impossible for any counterfeit to slip through. Yet she was uncertain who had sent them. Was it Wu Yumian? Or perhaps one of her inept brothers? Or maybe a jealous competitor? Stopping her thoughts, Wu Xingxue realized she had too many enemies to pinpoint a suspect quickly. She directly stated, "Why are you shouting? First, tell me the context of the matter. Who are you? State your name. What did you purchase in my shop? What symptoms did it correspond to? When did you consume it? And how did you come to the conclusion that I am a fraud? Speak." Wu Xingxue leaned lazily against the waist-high counter, even contemplating yawn. Another day of verbal sparring. When would she regain her abilities and take action? Day after day, everyone seemed to come to her merely to engage in verbal wrangling. It was tiresome. The three men were momentarily taken aback by Wu Xingxue's nonchalant demeanor. And the bearded man hesitated. "My surname is Xie. Yesterday at noon, I bought bone-healing grass from you.as for its purpose. Everyone saw it. I was treating my arm." Xie Feng turned in a circle, allowing the onlookers to see his casted arm. "Upon returning home, I consumed the bone-healing grass, yet it was utterly ineffective. Look, my arm cannot even move. One bone-healing grass costs 3,000 United coins, which was all my savings. Had I known it was counterfeit, I would have rather purchased some effective medicine." "You are truly a swindler," Xie's two companions echoed. "Exactly. You are selling fake goods. How dare you sell something worth thousands as a counterfeit? You are so audacious." Xie Feng feigned a look of suffering. "This was all my savings. If the effect was merely subpar, I could have overlooked it. But surely it cannot be completely useless. We bought your goods in trust, and you have betrayed that trust." Wu Xingxue scrutinized the appearances of the three men and questioned, "Who came to purchase yesterday?" Xie Feng's gaze flickered, glancing at the young man to his right, who had an unremarkable appearance, easily forgotten in a crowd. "This is my younger brother. He was the one who made the purchase." Wu Xingxue almost chuckled. He was clever enough to bring along a face that blended in. Unfortunately, Wu Xingxue had been excited on the first day of her business, her mind trained to remember, making it effortless to recall customers from the previous day. She was certain this person had never come. Thus, they clearly did not even want to pretend to spend 3,000 on her wares. Did they come to slander her without basis? This was even more absurd than Shun Qi's claims. At least Shun Qi had the backing of her cousin's identity, which lent some credibility to his accusations. But these men, on what grounds? "Sister Aishui, could it be that you truly sell counterfeit goods?" Wu Xingxue's body tensed at the sound of that voice. Raising her eyes, she spotted Yi Shuang in the crowd, that Wu Xingxue immediately spat in disdain. How unfortunate. Only Wu Yumian and Yi Shuang, the pair of plastic sisters, would dare to call her sister Aishui. And it had to be in that exaggerated, drawn-out tone. Each time Wu Xingxue heard it, she would break out in goosebumps. "Oh, not call me sister. It is disgusting. Now that Wu Yumian is absent, you have reappeared. How bothersome." She was even more foolish than Wu Yumian, who would never do something as self-destructive as seeking trouble herself. Wu Xingxue was certain that Xie was backed by Yi Shuang. Wu Xuanan, lurking in the shadows, witnessed the entire scene unfold. His gaze darted between Yi Shuang and Xie Feng. He was certain he had not been mistaken. Yi Shuang had indeed been conversing with that man. They must know each other. Yet, at that moment, the man's arm had been relaxed and seemingly uninjured. How had it ended up in a cast now? Wu Xuanan found it suspicious. Why were Yi Shuang and Xie Feng pretending not to recognize each other? Shaking his head, he thought perhaps he was overthinking it. Maybe they simply hadn't had the chance to clarify. Suddenly, Yi Shuang declared loudly with righteous indignation, "Although I do not know this mister. See, I stand for what is right." Wu Xuanan. The crowd erupted in applause, praising Yi Shuang. Her eyes sparkled with righteousness. Wu Xingxue found it utterly dull. This was merely the leftover antics of Wu Yumian's defeated subordinates. Since the last incident at the appraisal hall, Wu Yumian had not had the opportunity to appear before her. Rumor had it that Wu Yumian had been cornered at home, with people constantly seeking her assistance. This was still in the upper district. If she dared to come to the central district, she would be surrounded in an instant. By sheer coincidence, Wu Xingxue had found herself some peace. The disdain in Wu Xingxue's gaze toward Yi Shuang deepened. She cannot be bothered to engage with her. Wu Xuanan felt as if he might burst. So, Yi Shuang and Xie Feng were indeed pretending not to recognize each other. What were they up to now? Wu Xuanan harbored a vague suspicion, but refused to believe Yi Shuang, like Wu Yumian, was a kind and innocent girl. Surely he had misjudged the situation. Hesitating, he did not approach. Perhaps he still had another suspicion in his heart that compelled him to pause. Wishing to uncover the truth, his intuition warned him that this might once again overturn everything he believed. "You must provide us with an explanation. Your establishment is bustling with customers, yet you refuse to disclose the quantity of counterfeit goods you have distributed. We absolutely cannot allow a fraud like you to thrive," shouted two of Xie Feng's henchmen. Wu Xingxue, weary of engaging with them, was about to respond when chaos erupted in the distance. That a group of individuals came rushing towards them, raising a cloud of dust in their wake. "Help! Miss Wu, please save us!" Chapter 59. A plea for credit. As the approaching figures drew closer, their tattered clothing and bloodstains became evident. The foul stench emanating from them was unmistakably the putrid scent of the undead. "Miss Wu, quick, please save us!" cried a man, his face smeared with blood, who was carrying an unconscious person on his back. He rushed to Wu Xingxue, followed by two others, all marked with zombie scratches and bite wounds. The bloodied man spoke with a quiver in his voice, laced with desperation. "Please, help our captain. He was bitten by a zombie, but he has already received the serum and won't be infected. However, he has lost a significant amount of blood, and if we don't act quickly, it will be too late." He transferred the unconscious captain to his weary comrades, who appeared utterly drained, their bodies lacking any substantial flesh. The metallic scent of blood filled the air, causing tension to rise among the onlookers of the five-man team. Only four had arrived. The fate of the missing member was all too apparent. Wu Xingxue stood behind the counter, a demeanor icy and unyielding. "What do you expect me to do to save him?" The bloodied man felt a pang of dread at her indifferent expression. Suddenly, realization dawned on him, and he wiped his face with his not-so-clean sleeve, revealing a semblance of recognition. "It's you. I remember. That day, amidst the crowd cursing the Wu family, you were the only one who dared to stand out and criticize, even asking for a discount." Seeing Wu Xingxue recall the incident, he felt a momentary relief, yet anxiety still gripped him. He hurriedly explained, "My name is Zhang Li. Our team was on a mission today, but the task details were flawed, and we were ambushed by thousands of zombies. We fought desperately to escape." Zhang Li suppressed his frustration, knowing that if the mission details had been accurate, his brother would not have perished at the hands of the undead. Yet, now was not the time for grievances. The priority was to save the captain. Initially suspecting this might be a second wave of trouble, Wu Xingxue assessed the captain's injuries. His body was riddled with deep gashes, and he had lost too much blood. This situation required 3 stalks of hemostatic grass. "Previously, you had a credit of 210 coins with me. Considering your flattery during our last encounter, I shall offer you a discount of 10. The cost for 3 stalks of hemostatic grass is 6,000 coins, minus the discount and your previous credit, amount to 5,190 coins. How will you pay?" Before Zhang Li could respond, Xie Feng, sporting a scruffy beard, interjected with displeasure that I arrived first, yet these individuals interrupted me. My purpose here is to disrupt Wu Xingxue's business, and they act as if I am invisible. Now, they are conducting a transaction right in front of me. Xie Feng seized Zhang Li's arm, insisting, if you truly care for your brother, heed my advice. Do not purchase her products. She is nothing but a swindler. Look at my arm. I used the exotic plant she sold, and it was utterly ineffective. You would be better off finding a healer or purchasing some effective medicine. That Wu Xingxue raised an eyebrow, glancing at the captain, whose breathing was becoming increasingly faint. Based on her experience, the hemostatic grass would suffice. But if Zhang Li delayed in seeking a healer or procuring effective medicine, the captain's life would be forfeit. The decision now rested on Zhang Li's shoulders. Tension thickened in the air as everyone understood they were dealing with a matter of life and death. Some urged, the issue with his arm hasn't been clarified by Wu. It would be wiser to find a healer through connections. Others countered, I disagree. He seems to be losing more than he is gaining. If you do not have a healer in mind, the chances of finding one in time are slim. Furrowing his brow, Zhang Li withdrew his arm from Xie Feng's grasp. Who was this man to interfere? If the solution were that simple, he wouldn't be here in such a dire state. Healers registered in the safe zone have long lines of hopefuls seeking their assistance daily. If he could leverage his family's connections, he could summon even the top 3 healers, but time was of the essence, and he had already left home in haste. Zhang Li glanced up to see Wu Xingxue squinting as sunlight streamed down, illuminating her in a divine glow. Even the heavens seemed to favor her, casting light solely upon her figure. As discussions continued, Xie Feng whispered in his ear, while a woman with brown curls incessantly buzzed around him. Yet Wu Xingxue remained tranquil, seemingly unaffected by the surrounding chaos. Zhang Li's frustration boiled over as he shouted, silence. Everyone fell still, startled. He broke free from Xie Feng's grip and approached Wu Xingxue. Miss Wu, I believe you are not a fraud. Wu Xingxue noticed his hesitance. Typically, such statements precede, but, true to her expectations, he faltered. However, she thought. She cut him off. If you continue to dawdle, he will perish. Zhang Li quickly implored. Can I receive the goods on credit? A flush of crimson spread from his neck to his forehead. The unconscious man is my captain, Meng He. His sister is gravely ill, and we have exhausted our savings on her care. We had hoped to gather funds from this mission, but the captain was injured while saving me, and the mission ultimately failed. Guilt was palpable in Zhang Li's expression. He hesitated to divulge his identity and the reasons for his departure from home in front of the crowd, feeling that his words might seem unreliable. Retrieving money from home would require days of waiting. But Zhang Li was out of options. The captain's condition was critical, leaving him no time to deliberate. Wu Xingxue scrutinized Zhang Li, her thoughts racing before arriving at a decision. A fleeting smile graced her lips before vanishing. Very well. I typically do not extend credit, but considering our acquaintance and the urgency of the situation, I shall make an exception. Zhang Li's eyes widened in disbelief. Thank you, Wu Xingxue continued, raising her voice. However, this is a one-time offer. If everyone begins to request credit, I will have to close my shop. I cannot afford to operate at a loss. Her words were directed towards the other patrons. The crowd murmured in admiration, praising. Miss Wu is indeed magnanimous. With her caliber, she will undoubtedly succeed in all her endeavors. Wu Xingxue turned to retrieve the hemostatic grass, a glimmer of intrigue in her eyes. If her suspicions were correct, Zhang Li was the youngest son of the Zhang family. The Zhang family, though not wealthy by contemporary standards, was renowned in the field of scientific research. The elder Zhang was currently at the Research Institute, a fact that held no great significance, save for the connection to Wu Xia, the 4th son of the Wu family. Wu Xingxue was not entirely certain, having only seen a photograph of the elder Zhang, yet Zhang Li bore a resemblance to him. Regardless, even if her assumptions were incorrect, she had little to lose. The praise of the crowd infuriated Yi Shuang, causing her to tremble with rage. She exchanged a furtive glance with Xie Feng, while all the while, Wu Xuanan observed them intently. Chapter 60. A pure waste of time, Wu Xingxue extended 3 stalks of hemostatic grass across the counter, and Zhang Li, filled with gratitude, reached out to receive them. Suddenly, Wu Xingxue withdrew her hand. Zhang Li looked puzzled. Wu Xingxue stated, Let be clear, this is on credit, and everyone is witnessing this transaction. Additionally, I will require interest. Of course, I won't demand an exorbitant sum. If you refuse, then so be it. Zhongli responded, no problem. Wu Xingxue warned, if you dare default on this debt. Her dark eyes fixed on Zhongli, setting off alarm bells in his mind. He straightened up, raising his hand in a vow. I swear by the Zhang family, I will not default. Wu Xingxue lowered her gaze, concealing a smile. As Zhongli made his vow, the weight on his heart lifted. He had long since shed the naivety of his youth. Countless explorers lost their lives daily within the safe zone. Who would extend credit to an explorer? If Wu Xingxue were to grant him such a favor without any demands, he would be more apprehensive than grateful. Since losing his identity as the youngest son of the Zhang family, the genuine kindness and beauty around him had vanished, leaving only the harshness of reality. Wu Xingxue was the first person he had encountered willing to extend credit of over 5,000 coins, even with conditions attached. Zhongli accepted the hemostatic grass and approached Captain Meng He, who lay unconscious. His two comrades squatted beside him, providing a protective stance as they supported Meng He. Zhongli exchanged a glance with them, both displaying expressions of joy. He crouched down, preparing to break the grass and feed it to Meng He. A hand suddenly reached out and snatched the hemostatic grass away. Zhongli exclaimed in disbelief that Wei Shuang clutched the hemostatic grass tightly, her face a mask of frustration. This is your captain's life. How can you be so reckless? Zhongli felt a surge of anger and urgency. She was stealing from him and then blaming him for being hasty. He extended his hand, fury boiling within him. Return it! Yi Shuang pouted, her shiny lips forming a defiant line, hands behind her back, and she sweetly replied, not a chance. Zhongli. The two alert companions behind him were taken aback. Who was this brazen lunatic that dared to seize someone else's belongings with such audacity? Xiefeng, his arms suspended in a plaster cast, interjected. The young lady means well. Look at my arm. Our team leader is in this state. What if we consume something harmful from this charlatan? He admonished in a lecturing tone. You should take him away quickly and procure some effective medicine. Honestly, you youngsters, why do you never carry any supplies when undertaking missions? Alas, the heart of today's youth is indeed too expansive. Zhongli's temples throbbed with veins. Wu Xingxue leaned against the counter, her body seemingly devoid of bones. After all, she was a powerless individual stripped of her abilities. Just enduring an 8-hour shift was a matter of life and death for her. And as for appearances, they were of no significance. Wu Xingxue shook her head vehemently. Insanity. Zhongli inhaled deeply. Are you too unwell? He yanked Yi Shuang over, causing her to cry out in pain, and snatched the hemostatic herb from her grasp. Do I know you for you to steal my belongings? Didn't your parents teach you that taking without asking is theft? If I weren't pressed for time today, I would certainly educate you properly. Do you truly believe that all men refrain from striking women? Zhongli feigned raising his hand, causing Yi Shuang to hurriedly hide behind Xiefeng in fright. Zhongli sneered, glancing at Xiefeng. You two do not seem like strangers. Are you not attempting to con me? Your coordination is rather impressive, obstructing me as if fearing the hemostatic herb might be effective. Let me make this clear. If anything happens to my team leader due to your delay, I will not let you off easily, even in death. Remember this. Zhongli still bore the lethal aura from outside the safe zone, and the scent of blood emanating from him stirred a sense of unease. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with a fierce intensity that was unsettling. Yi Shuang and Xiefeng were rendered speechless, and with no one to impede him, Zhongli finally applied the hemostatic herb to Meng He. Originally on the brink of death, Meng He gradually regained consciousness, the grievous wound healing significantly. Though not fully restored, he was certainly in a much better condition. Upon awakening, Meng He appeared somewhat feeble. Zhongli, relieved to see him conscious, felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Nearly collapsing, the patrons erupted in applause. In a post-apocalyptic world, nothing is more exhilarating than witnessing a near-dead life rekindle its brilliance. Wu Xingxue's eyes crinkled in a smile, believing that this surge of publicity would elevate the value of the hemostatic herb once again. She contemplated restocking and perhaps acquiring additional supplies of the herb. Xiefeng, who had anticipated being the center of attention today, stood awkwardly, caught in a limbo of indecision. His performance had flopped, akin to a mute cannon. Utterly bland, Yi Shuang felt equally uncomfortable, having already stepped forward. Retreating now would be no easy feat. Wu Xingxue gazed at her with a smile devoid of warmth, her crescent-shaped eyes harboring no empathy. The smirk on her lips bore a hint of mockery. Leaning her arms on the counter, Wu Xingxue silently labeled Yi Shuang as a clown. Yi Shuang. Wu Xingxue is doing this on purpose. She must know everything, and yet she merely watches me flounder here. Calling me a clown. This is outrageous. Yi Shuang felt herself on the brink of fainting from anger. Wu Xingxue stretched her neck, sensing it was nearly time to wrap things up, adjusting the hidden latch on the door. She stepped out from behind the counter toward Faux. Everyone watched her with curiosity. Faux awkwardly recited lines befitting his persona. You're a fraud. You must be selling a mix of genuine and fake. After saying this, he too felt the awkwardness seep in. His toes tapping frantically on the ground, he shot a glance at his accomplice, signaling for a retreat. Wu Xingxue seized his arm. You claimed your arm was broken, right? Let me take a look. Faux. No need. Wu Xingxue, uninterested in further dialogue, twisted his arm with a deft motion. Crack. The sound of a fracture echoed. Faux opened his mouth in agony, unable to utter a sound. Beads of sweat breaking out on his forehead. You! Wu Xingxue addressed the onlookers. Pay close attention. This is the real fraud. Wu Xingxue's gaze pointedly shifted to Yi Shuang. Upon hearing this, Faux realized he had been seen through. Lacking the face to remain, he was assisted away by his two accomplices in a hasty retreat. Yi Shuang, flustered, blended into the crowd. The patrons grew animated, surrounding Wu Xingxue, clamoring for her to procure more hemostatic herbs. Wu Xingxue, peering through the throng, caught sight of Yi Shuang's disheveled figure, letting out a soft scoff. Such childish tactics are merely a waste of my time. Wu Xuanan, observing Yi Shuang and Faux leaving in tandem, contemplated following them. Wu Xingxue's implication was clear. Yi Shuang had sent Faux to sow discord. But why? Today, Yi Shuang was utterly unlike the sister he had always perceived. Did Yi Shuang possess two faces? Which one was the true her? What was her intention? Would she harm Wu Xingxue? Wu Xuanan suppressed his unease, cautiously trailing behind them. After traversing two intersections, they came to a halt. Chapter 61. I owe you, brother. You must cover the medical expenses for my arm. Faux spat venomously at Yi Shuang. Yi Shuang pressed her lips together tightly, remaining silent, clearly unwilling to part with the money. Faux, when you hired us three, you never mentioned that woman would resort to violence. This is an entirely different fee. I didn't demand an exorbitant hiring fee from you. I've already been lenient. If you refuse to take responsibility for my arm as treatment. Faux's gaze suddenly shifted, lingering on her fair face with a suggestive glint. I'm open to other forms of compensation. Yi Shuang's pupils constricted. She nearly forgot that these three were not her usual gullible sycophants, but rather genuine ruffians. Yi Shuang seethed with indignation. After all her efforts, Wu Xingxue remained unscathed while she was left bleeding and threatened by these scoundrels. Yi Shuang could only swallow her anger. Fine, I'll pay. Faux. That was just for the earlier incident. Now we need to add a fee for emotional distress, as I certainly frightened that woman. Yi Shuang was on the verge of exploding, her voice sharp and piercing. You scoundrel! You dare extort me! I'm paying you to do a job, and now Wu Xingxue's business hasn't been affected at all. What use are you? Faux's expression darkened. He advanced on Yi Shuang. You can refuse to pay, but you best not step outside your door from now on. His brazen gaze swept over Yi Shuang. Just right. I happen to be in need of a warm bed. Although you are a bit too young for my taste, I suppose I can make do. Yi Shuang's complexion shifted, retreating a few steps. Her mind at war, ultimately conceding. Fine, I'll pay. Wu Xuanan, concealed in the alley's blind spot, overheard everything with clarity. His heart sank. He had hoped for some misunderstanding, but it turned out Yi Shuang truly had hired these three to trouble Wu Xingxue. The sound of their footsteps faded, accompanied by Yi Shuang's subdued complaints. They had completed their transaction and departed at tea around 3 in the afternoon. With the stock depleted, Wu Xingxue prepared to close the shop. After bidding farewell to all the patrons, she spotted Wu Xuanan, his expression one of utter confusion. Wu Xuanan. The three troublemakers today were hired by Yi Shuang. Wu Xuanan, still unable to fathom Yi Shuang's motives, felt it necessary to inform Wu Xingxue. However, to his surprise, as Wu Xingxue tidied the counter, she did not even lift her head, casually stating, "I know." Wu Xuanan was taken aback. "You know?" Wu Xingxue raised her gaze, her eyes brimming with disdain. It was so obvious that even a fool could discern it. But your inability to see it isn't surprising. Wu Xuanan. "What do you mean?" Wu Xingxue. "It means you are perpetually deaf, blind, and oblivious." Wu Xuanan. Though insulted, he still inquired, "So how did you know?" Wu Xingxue rolled her eyes. "Well, that's because I am experienced. Don't you think Yi Shuang bears a striking resemblance to someone?" Wu Xuanan frowned. "I only know that everyone says she looks like Mian, almost like a pair of sisters." He paused, the unspoken words hanging in the it is said that like attracts like. And Yi Shuang's bond with Wu Yumi was akin to that of twin sisters. Did Wu Yumi truly remain unaware of Yi Shuang's other persona? Wu Xingxue noticed the conflict flickering across Wu Xuanan's face and fanned the flames. "Now tell me, if you and T fortuitously discovered their prior acquaintance and had merely witnessed the events unfold as a bystander, what would you think?" Wu Xuanan found himself contemplating, the victim with a plaster cast seeking justice from a callous owner, while the virtuous girl rises to defend the victim. Wu Xuanan's expression twisted slightly, such a standard narrative. What troubled him most was that, as Wu Xingxue pointed out, had he not seen the earlier interaction between the two, he would most likely have believed Yi Shuang. Wu Xuanan recalled the events of the past few days at home, and how he had confronted Wu Xingxue without discernment, all due to a few words from Shun Qi and the others. He realized he had exhibited no semblance of fairness. Whenever it involved Wu Xingxue, if someone claimed she was at fault, he would believe it. Wu Xuanan's head began to throb anew. He was the elder brother. He should treat his siblings with fairness, and he had believed he was doing just that. Thus, he prided himself on being just while addressing the conflicts between Wu Xingxue and others. How had he approached it? From what he recalled, he seemed to have been scolding Wu Xingxue continuously. "Apologize, Ashue. You are already grown. You must take responsibility for your mistakes. Hurry and apologize. Aksu, why are you so inconsiderate? Your malice is beyond measure. You are not my sister, but is that truly the case? Is it really Wu Xingxue who deserves his reprimand?" In his eyes, the cheerful, optimistic, and straightforward Shun Qi has resorted to spreading rumors to covet Wu Xingxue's extraordinary abilities, even daring to lie to his face and shift all blame onto her. In his perspective, the responsible and dependable second brother, Wu Jiyun, takes Wu Xingxue's support for granted. To him, the seemingly sweet and understanding Yi Shuang has a duplicitous nature, having even hired ruffians to sabotage Wu Xingxue's business endeavors. It appears that none of them perceive any wrongdoing in their actions. Even their most just and stern father, upon learning the truth, swiftly places the blame squarely on Wu Xingxue. But throughout it all, what has Wu Xingxue done wrong? She has neither acted nor erred at a fault to retaliate when pushed to such extremes. Yet, in the eyes of her family, her retaliation has seemingly become her crime. Even he himself has developed a habit of instinctively attributing any issues related to Wu Xingxue to her own shortcomings. How unworthy he is to be called an elder brother. Wu Sunan suppressed the urge to retch, his voice dry. "I apologize, Aksu. It is I, the elder brother, who has wronged you. Will you find it in your heart to forgive me? I promise I shall not act thus again." Wu Xingxue. "I do not believe you." "Xiaoxue, come down for dinner." Qin Grandma's voice echoed from the second floor. Wu Xingxue twitched her nose, catching the delightful aroma of food. The thought of Grandma Qin's culinary skills made her mouth water instinctively. She cast a glance at the hurt expression on Wu Sunan's face, her demeanor indifferent and disdainful, without uttering a word. Wu Sunan clearly discerned her sentiment. Just leave already. Wu Sunan felt a tightness in his chest. He was indeed in the wrong, and it was only natural for Aksu not to forgive him. There would be time to mend things later. However, he had come today with an important request. Aksu, I need your help. It's about Chun Ran. She has been ignoring me since yesterday. Can you assist me? A hint of pleading flickered in Wu Sunen's eyes. Wu Xingxue. Nonsense, of course not. Matters of the heart are not my concern. This is all of your own, making Wu Sunen felt as if the air had been let out of his balloon. Why? Wu Xingxue continued. Did I not make it clear yesterday? Is Yishuang truly your dear sister or your romantic interest? Why do you think I asked that? Wu Sunen had brought this upon himself. Chun Ran would not simply overlook the grievances inflicted by Yishuang. Did Yishuang not wish to possess Wu Sunen? Was Wu Sunen not blind to it? It was high time for them to face the consequences of their actions. Realization alone could not erase the pain wrought by past decisions. The greatest suffering lies in the stark awareness that one's current torment stems from a series of missteps taken in the past. Chapter 62. Finally, in her hands, her inquiry was not mere mockery. She genuinely questioned the nature of Yi Shuang's relationship with her. Does this imply that Chun Ran harbors similar doubts? Is that why she has been so cold towards him? Wu Sunen could swear that he held no ulterior motives towards Yi Shuang. With the reason unveiled, the gloom in Wu Sunen's heart lifted considerably. Chun Ran, being so understanding, would surely forgive him once he explained and apologized sincerely. As for Aksu, he had wronged her, and he would ensure that their father and the others recognized their mistakes. Filled with renewed hope, Wu Sunen believed that understanding the issue would lead to its resolution. Known for his pursuit of efficiency, he felt confident he could resolve both matters in a single day. Wu Yamian flitted over to Wu Ling's side like a cheerful little bird, unbothered by the grime on him, and affectionately linked her arm with if Li Ping was still alive and well. Although Wu Xiao had promised to address her situation, yet Wu Yamian remained anxious. Until Li Ping was safe, she would continue to worry. The news of Meng Xian's disappearance had spread, and both she and Li Ping had been summoned for questioning multiple times. They had agreed to say they parted ways in the central district, while subtly implying that the Meng officer, Meng Xian, had intentionally led them astray due to a romantic interest. Now, the Meng officer had dispatched people to search for Meng Xian, focusing primarily on the men associated with her. For the time being, they were not under suspicion. The witnesses in the lower district had been dealt with, leaving Li Ping as the greatest risk. If Wu Xiao could not handle it, she would have to rely on Wu Ling. Wu Ling's gaze was sharp as a blade. He only softened slightly upon seeing Wu Yamian rush toward him. This mission had been delayed for nearly a month, all because of Wu Xingxue's inadequacy. Without her abilities, she could not help him scout, making his task all the more arduous. This mission had nearly encountered unforeseen complications. Wu Yamian, sensing his distress, asked, "Unexpected complications? Did you sustain injuries, third brother? Are they serious?" Wu Yamian opened her mouth, intending to inform him that Wu Xingxue was no longer at home, but Wu Ling had already ascended the stairs. With a turn of her eyes, she noted that Wu Ling's temperament contrasted sharply with Wu Xiao's. Wu Xiao was like a living corpse, quiet and reticent, while Wu Ling resembled a powder keg. Prone to explosive anger, he was currently fatigued, and Wu Yamian dared not provoke him. Once he awoke, she would need to apply some soothing ointment. Her recent struggles had been unbearable, while Wu Xingxue seemed to be thriving. This was unacceptable. Back when they were at home, Wu Ling would often challenge Wu Xingxue, claiming it was for practice, but it was merely an outlet for his frustrations. Ironically, Wu Xingxue, oblivious to his intentions, would not yield an inch, infuriating him each time. Now that Wu Xingxue had lost her powers, Wu Ling should easily be able to overpower her. In the evening, a sudden knock echoed against the door of the first floor of Jinbao building. Wu Xingxue, having enjoyed her meal, lazily descended the stairs. Upon opening the door, she was taken aback. In the post-apocalyptic world, even within safe zones, women typically opted for more secure trousers to avoid unnecessary troubles. Yet, the young woman before her wore a flowing white cotton dress, her upper body wrapped in a gray cashmere scarf that concealed most of her face, leaving only a pair of enchanting peach blossom eyes visible. Wu Xingxue stared at her attire, momentarily lost in silence. This was precisely why patrols had increased recently. Otherwise, her outfit would have made her an easy target for robbery long ago. Just look at that dress, spotless and devoid of any dust. Even the creases had been meticulously ironed. Such a cashmere scarf was a sought-after item, perfect for the current climate. Anyone daring to venture out in such attire was either a fool or a sheltered rich girl. Utterly ignorant of the world, an absolute prime target, Wu Xingxue felt an urge to seize her. "What brings you here?" Wu Xingxue inquired. "I saw this job advertisement. May I apply?" Her voice was as delicate as feathers brushing against the ear, sending shivers down one's spine. To facilitate conversation, she pulled down her scarf, revealing a beautifully crafted and alluring face that Wu Xingxue. Huh, is that not Wu Jiyun's little canary? Did she truly escape from her cage? And now she seeks employment. How peculiar, utterly extraordinary. It was no wonder Wu Xingxue looked down upon others. This little canary, named Bai Wei, had met Wu Jiyun during her university internship. From what Wu Xingxue knew, Bai Wei was highly educated. Even in peacetime, Wu Jiyun, despite being a domineering figure, could not defy the LAW. As long as Bai Wei chose not to comply, she could easily ensure Wu Jiyun faced repercussions and live off her own merits. Yet, Bai Wei had not taken that route. She had relinquished countless opportunities, choosing instead to act as Wu Jiyun's little canary. Even before the apocalypse, she had shown reluctance to leave Wu Jiyun's cage. And now, amid such dire circumstances, she ventured out seeking work. Wu Xingxue felt skeptical. Bai Wei appeared somewhat guilty. She was aware of Wu Xingxue. The recent uproar surrounding the safe zone had reached her ears. Even Aunt Wang had shared the gossip. This time, she had no choice but to step out. Wu Jiyun had gone too far. But then he suddenly changed his tune, telling her to wait a little longer. Bai Wei felt she must make Wu Jiyun realize that she was not so easily manipulated. All she desired was a legitimate identity. Was that too much to ask? Furthermore, it was outrageous that the exquisite source core gemstone necklace Wu Jiyun had promised to buy her had yet to be delivered. She had been elated for nothing. Thus, taking advantage of Aunt Wang's inattention, Bai Wei had secretly slipped out, determined to make Wu Jiyun recognize her worth. However, she was also wary of roaming alone, so upon hearing Aunt Wang mention Wu Xingxue's shop was hiring, she considered that since Wu Jiyun had previously obtained many good things from Wu Xingxue, she should be easy to sway. Moreover, when Wu Jiyun came looking for her, he wouldn't suspect her of running off with another man. Bai Wei believed her plan was foolproof. All she needed to do was convince Wu Xingxue to retain her temporarily, while she awaited Wu Jiyun's anxious search for her, ultimately leading to an apology and recognition of her importance. Just as Bai Wei was about to speak, Wu Xingxue suddenly declared, "All right, you're hired, Bai Wei. Is it really that hasty?" She had expected to have to put in more effort, observing Bai Wei's furtive demeanor and lack of preparation. Wu Xingxue surmised she had sneaked out. Furthermore, she could not possibly be unaware of her previous connection to Wu Jiyun. Since Bai Wei had not revealed her identity, Wu Xingxue decided to play along as if unaware. After all, she had not coerced her into this. Little did Bai Wei know that Wu Xingxue had provided all the support Wu Jiyun had received, which he had passed on to her. These two had consumed her resources, and now this little canary sought to exploit her. She would not hesitate to turn the tables. Wu Jiyun's greatest weakness was this little canary, with her practically delivered to her doorstep. She could not let this opportunity slip by. She harbored a deep-seated grudge. Eventually, Wu Jiyun had taken back what was rightfully hers, even without her consent. Later, Wu Xingxue discovered that the item she had found was precisely what Bai Wei had been yearning for, some sort of commemorative edition. She had long wished to deal with those scoundrels, and finally, the opportunity had presented itself. Wu Xingxue's eyes sparkled with excitement. Life is beginning to look promising. Chapter 63. The Little Canary. You can stay here for now. Wu Xingxue led Bai Wei, who had nowhere else to go, to the cluttered storage room on the second floor. Bai Wei bit her lip and tugged at her scarf, exclaiming, "It's so small." The storage room was approximately 3 square meters in size. Although cramped, it was surprisingly clean. Bai Wei murmured under her breath, "How can there be no bed and no windows? You are quite the picky young lady. While maybe a tad small, it is clean and secure." If this room were rented out, it could fetch 600 to 700 in rent, Granny Chin remarked, emerging from the room with her hands clasped behind her back. Though Granny Chin's stern expression could be intimidating, her intentions were good, as she noticed Bai Wei was dressed too lightly. Yet having lived a life of comfort for far too long, Bai Wei had forgotten that this was a post-apocalyptic world and was entirely unaware of the hardships ordinary people faced. They had recently purchased some warm blankets and other essentials, but funds were limited. Granny Qin had even contemplated mending her old quilt for Bai Wei's use, but that thought had now completely evaporated. Upon entering the room, Granny Qin lowered her voice and remarked, "Xiaoxue. This girl clearly isn't suited for hard work. Just look at her attire and demeanor," Wu Xingxue replied in a hushed tone. Chuckling, "I know. I intentionally left her here." Granny Qin nodded in understanding without probing further. Once Wu Xingxue departed, she carefully put away her son's clothing while pondering. "I must keep an eye on this girl for Xiaoxue. With so many valuable items in this house, I can't let her get her hands on them." Soon after, Granny Qin felt a twinge of regret. After all, she couldn't neglect her own sleep. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in her head, and she clapped her hands together. "That's it. I'll have her work harder. If she's exhausted from labor, she'll sleep soundly at night, and one tea have the energy for any mischief." Granny Qin reassured herself. "Yes, Xiaoxue is paying her, so she should work. It's not like I'm mistreating her." Bai Wei watched her actions with a sense of discomfort. Wu Xingxue was clearly trying to keep her in check. She wasn't a thief. Did Wu Xingxue intentionally lock the door in front of her to humiliate her? Bai Wei shut the storage room door, and a wave of cold air enveloped her. Tears brimmed in her eyes as she wrapped her oversized scarf tightly around herself and sat in the corner. She couldn't help but regret not accepting that filthy old jacket. Reflecting on Wu Xingxue's indifferent demeanor, the door-locking act, and Granny Qin's tense expression, she felt increasingly looked down upon by them. Tears streamed down her cheeks, but no one was there to comfort her. Bai Wei suddenly yearned for Wu Jiyun. Yet in the next moment, she wiped her tears away with determination, clenching her jaw. This time, she would not easily back down. She, Bai Wei, was not a fool easily deceived by men. She had to show him that she could thrive without him. Unbeknownst to Bai Wei, Granny Qin had already planned a full day of work for her. She imagined Wu Jiyun enduring countless hardships to find her, only to discover she was doing just fine on her own. The surprise, the heartache, the regret. At this thought, she felt warmer. In truth, there were no exotic plants downstairs. She would only retrieve the exact amount needed for a day's sale each morning, and once sold out, that would be her shift done. The source core was tucked beneath her bed, and the partition door had been installed during Granny Qin's small supermarket days, now quite old and likely to fall apart with a good shake. Wu Xingxue locking the door in front of Bai Wei was merely to infuriate her. That petty-minded behavior was likely to make Bai Wei cry. If she was displeased, Wu Xingxue would surely be delighted. In truth, Bai Wei was quite capable that Wu Jiyun had several times been mysteriously absent from important meetings, and Wu Xingxue initially believed he had pressing matters to attend to, only to later discover it was all about romantic entanglements. Previously, when they had quarrels behind closed doors, Wu Jiyun would be affected and miss crucial meetings. Now that Bai Wei had left home, Wu Jiyun must be beside himself. That Wu Xingxue was all the more elated. Meanwhile, Wu Jiyun's hired nanny, Aunt Wang, was frantically pacing at home. Where could Miss Bai be? If Wu Jiyun found out she was missing, would he not skin me alive? Aunt Wang's cheeks trembled with anxiety. Yet, she could not devise a solution. Aunt Wang was merely a simple, middle-aged woman, not particularly educated or bright, but chosen for her efficiency and culinary skills. Wu Jiyun had warned her to keep an eye on Bai Wei and not to seek him out at the Wu household. After much deliberation, Aunt Wang ultimately decided to follow Wu Jiyun's instructions and not look for him. She genuinely feared Wu Jiyun's wrath. Better to avoid trouble if she could that moment. Wu Jiyun was too preoccupied with other matters to concern himself with the little canary, as Wu Sheng was fuming at home. "None of you give me a moment's peace. Today, the head pointed out my shortcomings in front of my peers, saying I should manage my household affairs better. You have all brought disgrace upon my face," he bellowed. "Shenshi, I don't care how you do it, just repay the debts immediately. One must keep their word." Shenshi nodded, head hanging low, too frightened to speak. "And Wu Jiyun, you need to sever ties with that woman immediately. How can you still be preoccupied with a woman at a time like this? And using Wu Xingxue's money to support her? Have you no shame?" Wu Jiyun's face darkened, and as he opened his mouth to explain, he was interrupted by Wu Sheng. "The safety zone is precisely when we need manpower. How can you be so distracted by a woman instead of focusing on your career? Yuri being petty. If that woman is enticing you during these times, she's not worth your time. That if I find out you're still seeing her, I'll break your legs. Seeing Wu Shang's hair standing on end with rage, Wu Jian dared not defend Bai Wei, even though he felt uncomfortable. Bai Wei was his legitimate girlfriend. Why did his father make her seem so unworthy with just a few words? It would be better to wait a few days before seeking her out, especially since Aunt Wang was looking after her. After all, Bai Wei had been throwing a tantrum these past few days. A little time apart might do her good. Wu Ling, awakened by Wu Shang's furious shouts from downstairs, descended with a scowl, still bearing the marks of sleep on her face. The more she listened, the more off it seemed. Chapter 64. The Fruit of Restoration. Are you saying that Wu Xingxue not only declared her intention to sever ties with the family, but also opened an exotic plant shop? Wu Qi's core abilities had been drained, leaving him in debt, and his brother was using Wu Xingxue's funds to support his mistress. Wu Yumei's eyes twitched slightly. Although Wu Ling's summary was accurate, she had been far more diplomatic in her phrasing. Brother, keep your voice down. If the second brother and cousin hear, they'll feel awful. Wu Ling's morning grumpiness vanished in the face of several shocking revelations. I've only been away for a month, and so much has happened. Wu Yumei queried. Why are you looking for Sister Xingxue? She can't assist you with reconnaissance anymore, since she has lost her abilities. Wu Ling was the pioneer, while Xingxue was the explorer. Wu Ling's mission was to gather information from areas uncharted since the apocalypse, such as the number and level of zombies and the availability of useful resources. Previously, Wu Xingxue would sometimes accompany Xingxue on missions, as her abilities were exceptionally strong. So much so that even Wu Ling had to admit she was a natural-born warrior, perfectly suited for the apocalypse. Her ability, energy control, was nearly flawless, to the point of inciting Wu Ling's envy. Wu Ling relished adventure, but despised the tedious task of collecting information. Sometimes, when the task was too complex, he would invite Wu Xingxue along, handing off the data collection to her. With Wu Xingxue's abilities now gone, he had to compile the information himself for the last 2 missions and felt nauseated at the sight of the data charts. Hearing Wu Yumei's comment, Wu Ling instinctively retorted, what is stopping her? She has just lost her powers. She hasn't lost her limbs. I'll protect her. She won die on my watch. Wu Yumei was taken aback by Wu Ling's nonchalant attitude. Wu Xingxue was just an ordinary person, and the places Wu Ling ventured into were exceedingly perilous, far more dangerous than Xingxue's missions. Xingxue had almost perished in his last task. Sending Wu Xingxue, an ordinary person, along with Wu Ling was tantamount to inviting death. Despite these thoughts, Wu Yumei had no intention of speaking up for Wu Xingxue. She was secretly pleased by the prospect of Wu Xingxue meeting her demise on a mission. Wu Yumei saw this as a golden opportunity to sow discord and seized the moment to say, Brother, sister is doing exceptionally well with her business. Didn't you hear father mention that even the head secretary is buying from her? Wu Ling inquired, what exactly is she selling? Wu Yumei replied, exotic plants. They're remarkable and extraordinary. There exists a plant known as the hemostatic herb, which is remarkably effective in treating external injuries, often surpassing even the capabilities of skilled healers. There are many other wondrous items as well. Given the thriving nature of her business, it is evident that my sister would be reluctant to take any further risks with you. Wu Ling has also come to realize this predicament. However, he is disinclined to seek assistance from others, as that would incur additional expenses, whereas enlisting Wu Xingxue's help would come at no cost. Wu Ling must concede that Wu Xingxue is never a hindrance during their collaborations, and her efficiency in gathering information is both swift and commendable. With Wu Xingxue leading the way, he finds little interest in others. As he pondered, he overheard Wu Yumei muttering softly, Sister seems to have an endless supply of exotic plants, and their quality is exceptional. Wu Ling's curiosity piqued, and he inquired, if Wu Xingxue operates a shop, wouldn't her inventory of exotic plants be immense? Wu Yumei tilted her head and blinked, replying, indeed, I heard that her shelves are filled to the brim, and the queues stretch 100 meters long each day. Wu Ling fell silent, his gaze distant as if deep in thought. A smile crept across Wu Yumei's lips. Both Wu Ling and Xingxue lack intellect. Yet Wu Ling possesses a temperament 100-fold more volatile than Xingxue's. Thus, she refrains from easily deceiving Wu Ling. Fearing his explosive reaction if exposed to manipulate him, she must tread carefully. Wu Ling is characterized by an insatiable curiosity. Otherwise, he would not have ventured into the most perilous regions of the safe zone. Wu Yumian knew she had successfully piqued Wu Ling's interest. She too was curious about the source of Wu Xingxue's abundant exotic plants. And she knew Wu Ling's curiosity would only exceed her own. After a moment, Wu Ling speculated, could it be that Wu Xingxue has access to some hidden locale, a place rich in inexhaustible exotic plants? Wu Yumian thought Wu Ling's imagination was a bit far-fetched, yet she nodded in agreement. You make a valid point, third brother. It is indeed a possibility. But to be honest, sister can be rather stingy. She wouldn't share that information with us. Wu Ling's heart felt as though it were being incessantly clawed by a cat's paw. He had explored countless wildernesses, encountered all manner of monsters and exotic plants. Yet he had never encountered a place like this. Tomorrow, I shall seek out Wu Xingxue for clarity if she refuses to tell me. Humph. With that, Wu Ling crushed the glass cup in his hand into a fine powder. Wu Yumian gazed at him with a smile, wishing she could witness the moment Wu Ling confronted Wu Xingxue. Currently, Wu Xingxue was in a vulnerable state. Once, Wu Ling could not defeat her, but now it would be merely a matter of a flick of his wrist. Alas, Wu Yumian quelled her smile. She still had to keep an eye on Li Ping at home. What on earth was Wu Xiao doing? Why hadn't he taken action yet? Before falling asleep, Wu Xingxue finally awaited Yitsong's arrival online. The first thing he said was, I found the fruit you were seeking. In the next instant, a small pile of crimson and green fruits appeared in the space. Wu Xingxue's heart raced, nearly leaping out of her throat. Yitsong continued, the fruit tree was unexpectedly destroyed. This is all the fruit I could find, and the quantity is rather limited. Amidst her excitement, Wu Xingxue also discerned a hint of tension in Yitsong's voice. As if he were concealing something, Wu Xingxue retrieved all the fruits from the space, filling an entire bag. The fruits exuded a faint, sweet fragrance, heavy enough to bring comfort. Suppressing her elation, Wu Xingxue inquired, What's wrong? You sound unlike your usual self. Yitsong paused, questioning in confusion. Is it that obvious? He had thought he was hiding it quite well. He carefully climbed down the cliff, finally reaching the spot where the fruit tree was lodged. He picked all the fruits, but the delay caused the stone he relied upon to fracture. Yitsong fell down the cliff, ultimately landing on a protruding platform after breaking 3 of his claws. However, this small platform was too low, and there were no good footholds on the way up. Listening to Yitsong's calm narration, Wu Xingxue fell silent, her emotions complex in her vision. The crimson and green fruits glimmered under the moonlight, radiating a lustrous sheen. Chapter 65. Night returns to the Wu family crack. Wu Xingxue bit into a restoration fruit. The sweet and sour juice burst in her mouth. One hand filled with the fruit, while the other pulled the source core box from under the bed, grabbing 2 bags and placing them into her space. With her mind, she communicated, You're injured. First, use the source core for recovery. Then see if you can climb up. The injury on his claw was not severe. 1 source core would suffice. Yitsong transformed into his beast form, his 4 sharp claws gripping the hard cliff face tightly, as stones and dust cascaded down upon him to reduce his weight. Yitsong maintained a height of about 1 meter and quickly ascended 3 to 4 meters down the cliff. The anxious Mu watched this scene, his spirits lifted, but the next second, his expression changed drastically as he shouted, Chief! Yitsong's claws slipped against the cliff wall, and his body plummeted, landing back on the previous platform. Mu sighed with relief upon seeing Yitsong uninjured, but grew even more anxious. Yitsong returned to his human form, frowning as he looked up at the cliff above. In the space, Wu Xingxue asked, How is it? Did you make it up? Yitsong replied, No, there are no footholds above on the cliff. Wu Xingxue paused in her actions. Her brow furrowing, a warm flow surged through her body, converging at the source core in her chest. She could distinctly feel the source core mending itself. Little by little, it was indeed effective. Wu Xingxue hastened her eating, her movements almost frantic. Had it not been for the fear of choking, she would have devoured them all at once. She asked, Are you in a hurry to escape? There are urgent methods for urgency, and there are more leisurely solutions for those who are not. Hitsong looked up at Amu, whose face was twisted in anxiousness, and said, "Well, actually, I am rather urgent." He briefly explained, "Although we have temporarily repelled the hostile tribe, we have also exposed our tribe's combat strength. Wu Xingxue was a great benefactor to their Qionghu tribe. Repaying her kindness was as crucial as protecting their kin." After careful consideration, he had determined that their people could withstand the hostile tribe's assault before venturing out. However, plans often falter in the face of change. Wu Xingxue frowned. At this moment, Hitsong was out gathering fruits for her, and she had thought the crisis was resolved. It turned out they had only addressed half of it. She wondered whether all those beastmen were so earnest or if it was just Hitsong. Suddenly, Wu Xingxue sensed something amiss, quickening her pace, her jaw aching from chewing. The source core was mostly repaired, her body no longer weak. She had regained her former prowess as a normal human. She consumed several more fruits, showing no signs of further repair in the source core. This indicated that the restoration fruit's efficacy for the source core had its limits. To achieve complete recovery, she would need to devise another plan. Wu Xingxue took a deep breath, swiftly adjusting her mindset. She had now reclaimed the physical abilities of a top-tier mercenary. Even low-tier ability users posed no threat to her. Wu Xingxue leapt off the bed, stretching her body, the joints cracking joyously. She felt light and agile, as if the previous heaviness and stiffness were remnants of a past life. Having regained control of her body, Wu Xingxue smiled in the darkness and said to Hitsong, "Don't worry, I will find tools to assist you. Just wait a moment." Hitsong's long tail flicked with excitement. Tools? He trusted Wu Xingxue. Therefore, Hitsong called out to the increasingly frantic Amu above, "Don't worry, I will be able to get up shortly." Amu paused momentarily. Just moments ago, he had watched the chief ascend only to plummet once more. Such cliffs were the bane of their Qionghu tribe. Their explosive strength was formidable, but due to their heft, they struggled to navigate steep cliffs. Elders had always warned them to avoid cliffs and favor battles in rivers instead. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck Amu. The chief's confidence, could it be a divine sign? Amu's long tail curled into a rounded arc. If it were divine, there would surely be no issue. Wu Xingxue was unaware of the high hopes the beastmen had placed upon her. She exited the small building, sprinting into the night, her destination set for the upper district. Since Hitsong was in a hurry, she had to opt for a swift solution. Previously, she had acquired a grappling gun, which she had modified to increase its range and load-bearing capacity, with a sharp and sturdy hook capable of penetrating stone walls without issue. It was perfectly suited to resolve Hitsong's current dilemma. Hitsong had fallen into the ravine while searching for fruits for her. He had treated her sincerely, and Wu Xingxue felt compelled to reciprocate. The grappling gun remained at the Wu residence. As she had been unable to take it with her when she left that time, she had been incapacitated. Even walking a few steps would leave her breathless, let alone running and jumping as she could now. Even if she had taken it, it would have been of little use. Now that her body had recovered, with the right auxiliary tools from Wu's, she could venture beyond the safety zone alone without any abilities and still face no significant challenges. As Wu Xingxue skillfully evaded two patrol teams, crossing into the upper and middle district boundary, only 10 minutes had passed. Hitsong leaned against the cliff wall, quietly waiting when he suddenly detected a peculiar scent. "Chief!" Amu called from above. "Our tribe has ignited the she grass." Hitsong's expression shifted sharply, his golden beast eyes narrowing into slits. Beastmen possess acute senses, and the aroma of burning she grass travels far and wide. To convey messages or summon distant kin, beastmen would burn she grass, with different tribes adding various spices during the process to differentiate their signals. That raw, bitter scent was the hallmark of their Qionghu tribe. Hitsong stood at the foot of the cliff, unable to see the smoke rising from the burning grass. Yet the scent wafting through the air stirred a restless agitation within his heart. Taking a deep breath, he felt a sense of urgency, but did not hasten Wu Xingxue. He tilted his head upward, gazing at the night sky adorned with countless brilliant stars, murmuring to himself, "We will surely catch up." Meanwhile, Wu Xingxue had already arrived at the Wu family's villa. In the darkness, several rooms within the villa were illuminated. And as it was not yet 9 o'clock, it was evident that most of the Wu family had not yet retired for the night. Wu Xingxue's gaze fixed upon a room on the second floor where the light burned brightly. Her eyes darkened. It seemed she needed to exercise caution. Chapter 66. Shared prosperity and progress. Wu Xingxue climbed up the drainage pipe to the second floor. Entering the communal restroom. Her room was adjacent to the restroom. She retrieved her key, unlocked the door, and entered her room, carefully closing the door behind her. Inside, it was pitch dark, and the air carried a faint hint of dampness. Reminiscent of a place long untouched, Wu Xingxue had long cultivated the habit of locking the door upon leaving. On the day she departed, she intended to step out briefly and locked the door on a whim, conveniently avoiding any hassle. After pausing for a few seconds to allow her eyes to adjust to the darkness, she could discern the outlines of her room with the light filtering through the window. Her room was quite simple, furnished with only a few items. There was a bed that had originally been there, dressed in a set of dark blue bedding that felt coarse to the touch. Provided by the authorities upon her arrival at the safe zone, Wu Xingxue had used it for nearly 2 years. Besides the bed, there stood a rather incongruous small wardrobe against the wall. Originally, this wardrobe was part of a set of 3. The villa's former owner had exquisite taste, and the ornate vintage carvings beautifully complemented the room's overall aesthetic. However, Wu Yumi had claimed that her wardrobe was insufficient, prompting Xingxue to unilaterally move 2 of the wardrobes from Wu Xingxue's room to hers. It was after that incident that Wu Xingxue developed the habit of locking her door at all times. Wu Xingxue could hardly be bothered to dwell on such trivial matters. She frequently undertook missions outside and primarily wore her custom-made combat attire, which had cost her a small fortune in her everyday life. Having 2 sets of clean clothes for change was more than enough. She opened the small wardrobe, hastily grabbing some clothes and undergarments to store in her space, then approached her desk. The desk was actually a find from the supplies depot, mismatched with the room's opulent decor, akin to a weary office worker with dark circles under their eyes suddenly appearing in a grand banquet hall. The sole advantage of this desk was its numerous drawers, all of which were locked. Wu Xingxue opened them one by one, retrieving her precious combat attire, tenderly caressing it before placing it in her space. Next came her combat boots, multi-functional backpack, combat helmet, laser gun, and grappling gun. Aside from her expenditures on the Wu family, the rest of her finances had been devoted to this set of equipment. In the past, she would never have dared to store such treasures in her space. But circumstances had changed. Song had successfully passed several of her clandestine tests. He was a trustworthy partner, a person of loyalty and principles. Without Wu Xingxue's permission, he would never touch her belongings. Wu Xingxue donned the energy watch from her multi-functional bag on her wrist and glanced at the time. It was now 9 o'clock in the evening. Approximately 10 minutes had elapsed since she set out. Yet Hitsong remained silent on the other end. Wu Xingxue communicated mentally within her space. Hitsong? I'm here. Wu Xingxue pursed her lips. Hitsong possessed all the qualities of an exceptional teammate. Calm in the face of danger, he also trusted his companions. Were Hitsong in the safe zone, Wu Xingxue might even be tempted to break her principles and partner with him. She was not the sort to recklessly venture alone. She was not foolish, and having an additional ally meant greater security. It was not that she valued her life so little. However, at the time, she had been unable to find a suitable companion. In the wilderness, trust was paramount, and Wu Xingxue found it difficult to easily place her faith in others. After much deliberation, she had grown weary of the search, compounded by Wu Ling and Xingxue occasionally inviting her to join them on missions. Consequently, she resigned herself to being one of the few lone wolves exploring the safe zone. Lost in her thoughts, Wu Xingxue divided her focus to instruct Hitsong. This is the grappling hook. I will teach you how to use it. Hitsong had noticed the peculiar items Wu Xingxue was storing in her space when she had been packing her clothes. Though curious, he refrained from meddling with them. In truth, he had long been intrigued by these shimmering silver objects, and now that Wu Xingxue offered to teach him, Hitsong became even more earnest. He possessed a remarkable ability to learn. After a single explanation, he grasped the general usage of the grappling hook. Wu Xingxue concluded with emphasis. I will keep the grappling hook in my space, if you need it while I am not present. Just leave a message with the parrot. Hitsong held the human technological marvel in his hands. listening intently to Wu Xingxue's instructions, his gaze flickering with determination. Rest assured, I will use it with caution. Hitsong tenderly caressed the cold components of the grappling gun, his eyes glimmering with affection as he looked down. He had a fondness for human technology. Knowing it was unique to Wu Xingxue made him even more solemn. Wu Xingxue chuckled. No worries. This item is not easily damaged. Feel free to use it. I have money now, and I can repair it if it breaks. Observing Hitsong's earnestness, her smile broadened. Who could resist a sincere, considerate, and remarkably respectful partner who cherished her goodwill? Through Wu Xingxue's description, Hitsong learned the principles behind the grappling gun's operation and posed a query born from his instincts. What is its weight capacity? Though he currently occupied his beastly form, if he were to revert to his unaltered state, a mere press of his paw could crush a tree. He was curious whether it could withstand the weight of his true form. Wu Xingxue, however, was left with several question marks swirling in her mind. What did Hitsong's inquiry imply? Was he a remarkably robust man, or perhaps a corpulent figure akin to a small mountain? She bit her cheek thoughtfully. Yes, the clan leader. It was only natural for a beast man of such stature to indulge in good food and drink. It was entirely possible. The image of the large dog she had envisioned for Hitsong in her mind suddenly ballooned several sizes, transforming into a great round sphere. Unable to contain herself, Wu Xingxue burst into laughter. Unbeknownst to Hitsong, his question had led Wu Xingxue to misinterpret him. After a couple of attempts, he had mastered the grappling hook's usage. Suddenly, Hitsong's figure darted swiftly along the cliffside. As if he were flying, in the blink of an eye, he stood before her. "AMU, are you telling me the divine has bestowed upon you powers? You can fly now?" Wu Xingxue's heart leapt with joy. She had been worried about having nothing to sell the next day. Indeed, a true partnership meant mutual support and shared prosperity. With this thought, Wu Xingxue could not help but recall the several blood-sucking leeches of the Wu family. The investment she had made in them had all gone to waste. The mere thought of it made her teeth itch with irritation. Since she had come this far, it would be a shame not to take some action. Wu Xingxue relocked the door, the corridor lights extinguished, with only a few rooms casting faint glimmers through the cracks. She floated through the space, silent as a whisper. First, she made her way to Wu Yumi's room. Chapter 67. You lack the capability. Wu Xingxue stood outside Wu Yumi's room, her gaze lowered as she listened intently. No one, yet the warm yellow light clearly seeped through the gap beneath the door. Wu Xingxue turned the doorknob and entered smoothly. She surmised that Wu Yumi had likely gone to take a shower. Some residences in the upper district had restored water supply, albeit in limited quantities. The supplied water consisted of two parts: clean water released by water-based ability users and filtered water that had been disinfected. The upper district prioritized supplying the water released by the water-based ability users, and once that was depleted, they would refill it with the filtered water. With numerous family members, the Wu household had an increased water consumption in the evenings. If they delayed, they would only be left with filtered water. The water released by the water-based ability users was not only clean, but also exceptionally sweet. In contrast, the filtered water carried a lingering odor of disinfectant and the remnants of prior contamination. While it posed no danger, it left a peculiar scent if one were to bathe in it. Yumi detested this odor. Hence, she always rushed to wash up first. It seemed today was no exception. Wu Xingxue felt no urgency. Wu Yumi's bathing rituals were notoriously slow, and she would not emerge until at least half of the day's water quota had been utilized. The warmly lit room was lavishly decorated, with a plush, comfortable bed adorned in luxurious silk linens and a thick carpet underfoot. On the vanity, an array of bottles and jars filled with perfumes and cosmetics exuded a delicate fragrance. Wu Yumi's room was spacious, and opposite the bed stood a display cabinet, its glass polished to a brilliant shine. Within lay numerous collectibles. Wu Xingxue's gaze swept the room before landing on a colorful flyer atop the table. She approached and picked it up, discovering it to be a list of auction items for that week. The list detailed various exotic plants, beasts, and some rare items, such as a luxury handbag, gemstone jewelry, electronic devices, and life-saving wilderness survival gear. A dazzling array of categories was represented. Those who could participate in the auction were the elite of the safe zone, leading lives far removed from the ordinary people who toiled daily, for mere sustenance. While the latter struggled on the brink of survival, the wealthy had nearly returned to their pre-apocalypse lifestyles, once again pursuing extravagant jewelry and entertainment. Wu Xingxue noted that Wu Yumi had circled one of the auction items. Was this a target for this round? Wu Xingxue narrowed her eyes, pondering. This item was far from inexpensive, with an opening bid of 30,000. Where could she possibly find such funds? Previously, there was a man named Xingxue who acted as her cash machine. Now, however, Xingxue is burdened with a mountain of debt and is unlikely to have any money to give her. Suddenly, footsteps approached from outside the door, growing increasingly closer. Someone was coming. Wu Xingxue swiftly concealed herself in the cloakroom. Where the lights were off, shrouded in darkness, she lowered her breathing rate and, through a crack, glimpsed Wu Yumi entering with an impatient expression, followed closely by Xingxue's cousin. I'm about to take a shower. It's quite late now. Can't we discuss this tomorrow? Xingxue protested that, don't, Mian. Tomorrow marks the third day. I absolutely must pay 50,000 to Wang Liang and the others first. Could you lend me some? Wu Yumi, her back turned to Xingxue and her side facing Wu Xingxue, was clearly visible to Wu Xingxue. Upon hearing Xingxue's request for money, Wu Yumi's brows knitted together in evident disdain and contempt. She pursed her lips and, upon turning around, donned her usual feeble expression. Cousin, if I had it, I would surely lend it to you. But as you know, my job doesn't pay much at all. Where would I find 50,000? Xingxue appeared drained, as though a monster had siphoned his vitality. His cheeks were slightly sunken, and the pain and weakness in his back made him seem devoid of his usual sunny disposition. When he darkened his expression, his deep brown eyes fixed intently on Wu Yumi, they bore an unsettling gloom. Cousin, are you saying that if you had it, you would definitely lend it to me? Xingxue pressed on. Wu Yumi hesitated for a moment. Then her lips curled into a gentle, compliant smile once more. In the past, Xingxue had found Wu Yumi's smile to be endearing and sincere, making it hard to refuse her. Yet today he discerned a hint of insincerity in her demeanor. Yes, cousin, but you know I don't have it. No, you do. Xingxue's voice was heavy. I just asked Xingxue, and he mentioned that most of the commission from his recent task was given to you as a birthday gift, allowing you to buy whatever you fancied. Wu Yumi froze in place. Wu Xingxue raised an eyebrow, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Wu Yumi had just been caught off guard. Xingxue continued. He said he gave you 70,000. Wu Yumi's pupils constricted. Why did Wu Ling have to mention her? Even if Wu Ling gave her money, it was meant for her alone. What relationship did that have with Xingxue? Why should she lend him any? She was unwilling to do so. Wu Xingxue silently mused. No wonder Wu Yumi was headed to the auction. It turned out it was Wu Ling's money. TSK. Just look at the Wu family, a bunch of naive fools, essentially Wu Yumi's endless cash machines. With Xingxue gone, there were still Wu Ling, Wu Xiao, and so on. Under Xingxue's penetrating gaze, Wu Yumi felt as though he could see through her, leaving her somewhat uncomfortable. Cousin, I cannot give you this money. Even if I lend it to you, you lack the means to repay me. Right now, you can't lift a finger or carry anything. No one would hire you for odd jobs. You could never repay 50,000. Xingxue's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to process that such words had come from his beloved cousin. Wu Yumi continued to smile sweetly, yet it sent chills down Xingxue's spine. Mian, how can you say such things? Every time I completed a task, I've bought you gifts, which must amount to over 200,000 by now. You clearly have money in your hands, yet you refuse to lend it to me? Wu Yumi's patience began to wane. Those were gifts you willingly bought from me, not loans. Besides, you are merely a parasite in our family, no different from Wu Xingxue. Did you not say that our family has raised her for over 20 years, and she could never repay that debt, even with her life? How could you forget your position? Remember, your surname is Shun, not Wu. If it weren't for my mother's kindness, you would have starved long ago. And now you dare to ask me for money. That's what you owe me and our Wu family. Tomorrow, Xingxue will visit Wu Xingxue. If you need money, go ask her. She has a shop now and is quite wealthy. A flash of jealousy flickered in Wu Yumi's eyes, her tone laced with sarcasm. In any case, she made it clear to leave her alone. Wu Xingxue frowned. Wu Ling is coming to find me tomorrow. What does that mad dog want? Wu Yimine glanced at the wall clock, hastily walked to her vanity, retrieved the new essential oil she had purchased that day, then turned and walked past the stunned Xingxue. Come on, hurry up and close the door. Irritated, Wu Yimine had just reached the bathroom, only to realize she had forgotten to grab her newly bought rose essential oil, and now Xingxue had blocked her. What a waste of her time. Xingxue felt as though the world was collapsing around him. Chapter 68. The complete rupture of sibling affection overwhelmed by the crushing blow. Xingxue felt faint. Darkness swirled before his eyes. Suddenly, he raised his hand and slapped himself that Wu Xingxue grimaced. This was no light matter. Xingxue's profile quickly turned red and swollen. It hurt. So it wasn't an illusion. He wasn't dreaming. That had been his beloved cousin in that moment. Xingxue fully empathized with the past grievances of Wu Xingxue, for Wu Yimine's words echoed many he had once directed at Wu Xingxue. Now, hearing the same sentiments directed at him, he realized how painfully jarring they truly were. A wave of self-loathing surged from within him. Stumbling out, Xingxue's eyes lost focus, resembling a zombie. Yet he still remembered to obediently close the door behind him. Wu Xingxue stepped out of the cloakroom, a mocking smile gracing her lips as she observed the spectacle. Her judgment of the unfolding drama was one of poetic justice. Only when the knife cuts into oneself does one truly feel the pain. Xingxue had much more to endure ahead. Having witnessed Wu Yimine's true nature, and now devoid of her powers, Wu Yimine would only grow more malicious towards him in the future. Wu Xingxue approached the display case of Wu Yimine's prized possessions. Effortlessly, she pried open the cabinet lock, and as her fingers glided over the contents, they vanished into her space one by one. Most of the items Wu Yimine had purchased were merely ornamental, lacking any practical use. When Wu Xingxue received 2 gleaming gemstones, one blue and one gold, she paused. Her gaze swept over the flyer with Wu Yimine's markings: fire element ruby, flame of crimson. Suddenly, Wu Xingxue recalled that these 2 gemstones in Wu Yimine's display case seemed to complete a set from the upcoming auction. The key point was that if they formed a complete set, their value would skyrocket. A plan began to take shape in Wu Xingxue's mind, her eyes narrowing with intent. She intended to dig a deep pit for Wu Yimine. As she departed, Wu Xingxue felt a twinge of regret. There were too many people at home today. Otherwise, she would have orchestrated another flooding of Xingxue. With her past experience, her skills would only improve this time. Wu Xingxue sighed regretfully, opening the window and sliding down the water pipe, disappearing quietly into the night. After finishing her shower, Wu Yimine emerged, still enveloped in the scent of roses. The irritation caused by Xingxue's interruption dissipated, and she felt her spirits lift once more. Upon seeing the closed door, she snorted in satisfaction. Pleased he had shown some sense. As she dried her hair, she opened the door to her room and headed straight for her vanity. Picking up the flyer, her gaze fell upon her circled item: fire element ruby, flame of crimson. But a determined sparkle danced in her eyes. This energy gemstone was a product of the finest gems fused with a source core, a trend that had emerged among the affluent after the apocalypse. For instance, this particular piece was crafted from a pigeon egg-sized ruby merged with a level 4 fire source core. The already dazzling ruby shone even brighter, enveloped in a flame-like glow, resembling a meteor burning as it fell from the sky. This gem was invented by an awakener with the ability to fuse objects. Before the apocalypse, he was a businessman well aware of the value of rarity. As such, he only created 3 pieces, representing water, fire, and gold. Wu Yimine had already collected the other 2. Securing this one would complete her collection that, if sold, its price could double. Moreover, Wu Yimine was not short on money. She simply had a penchant for such items. Just the thought of possessing the gems coveted by the wealthy within the entire safe zone filled her with elation. Her breath caught. Ah, my gemstone! Wu Yimine erupted into a high-pitched, piercing scream. The entire display case was empty. My gemstone! Who did this? Clutching her hair, her face pressed against the glass cabinet, her eyes nearly bulging from her head, she seemed on the brink of madness. What is happening, Mian? Wu Xunyan gasped, having nearly lost a slipper in her haste. Mian, Wu Ling's hair was a mess. Following behind were the slower Xinqian and Xingxue. Everyone rushed into Wu Yimine's room. Woo-woo, all my collectibles are gone. Everyone was taken aback, and upon looking at the display case, it was completely empty. Xingxue frowned and murmured, "This isn't right. When I came over just now, the items were still there." Wu Yamayan's gaze locked onto Xingxue, accusingly pointing at him. "Cousin, it was you." Xingxue was taken aback. "Are you accusing me of stealing your things? How could that be possible?" Xingxue interjected, "Mian, calm down. How could Xiaoqi steal from you?" Wu Yamayan wept, her hair a wild mess framing her tear-streaked face, accentuating her pointed chin. Yes, she glared at the furious Xingxue. A flicker of hatred crossed her eyes. "Whoa, before I went to shower, my cousin stopped me, demanding money and threatening me to return the gift money Sangu gave me, although it was a birthday gift from my third brother. Imbued with a unique significance, I find a matter of my cousin repaying his debts to be of greater importance. Thus, I resolved to wait until after my shower to discuss it with him. Little did I expect. Cousin, if you are anxious, please do not hesitate to express it that I would not only part with 50,000, but I would gladly relinquish all my savings for you. However, these collectibles are my most cherished possessions, containing gifts from my brothers. How could you possibly take them all?" The gazes of several individuals shifted towards Xingxue in an instant. Xingxue was rendered speechless by Wu Yumian's words. "Wu Yumian, what on earth are you saying? You clearly called me a worthless fool, claimed I could not repay my debts, and even labeled me a parasite. In essence, you insulted me yet refused to lend me any money. When did you ever promise to help me? You deceitful creature. Moreover, I have not taken your belongings. Do not slander me." The once warm bond of brotherhood was irrevocably shattered. Xingxue's eyes burned with fury. His features contorted with rage. Wu Yumian, frightened, quickly sought refuge behind Wu Sunan and Wu Sheng. Sobbing softly, Wu Sheng bellowed, "Xingxue, how dare you speak to your sister in such a manner? She kindly offered you money to settle your debts, and in return, you steal from her. Where are the items? Bring them forth and return them to Mian immediately." Wu Jian added, "Xingxue, produce them now. Do not make me repeat this to father." Xingxue wore a look of disappointment. "Xiaoqi, you have truly overstepped this time. Please return the items, and let Aunt help you with the financial matters. Shall we?" Wu Sunan furrowed his brow, hesitating to speak, but upon seeing the weeping Wu Yumian, he was momentarily struck by the fleeting image of Yishuang. This scene felt hauntingly familiar. It seemed as though it was once Wu Xingxue who stood in Xingxue's position. Xingxue felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, trembling uncontrollably, his teeth chattering. Why could they not comprehend his words? He had clearly stated that he had done nothing wrong. Wu Jiyun, observing his indifference, frowned, her eyes radiating disdain. "Xingxue, how have you become so much like Wu Xingxue?" Chapter 69. So this is Wu Xingxue's perspective upon hearing these words. Xingxue shuddered. He felt as though a serpent, flicking its tongue, slithered from his heels up to his neck, a chilling, sticky sensation that nearly compelled him to cry out. He suddenly realized that he had taken the place of the former Wu Xingxue, stripped of his powers and rendered useless. Any conflict with Wu Yumian would inevitably result in familial scorn. So this is Wu Xingxue's perspective. Xingxue's dazed gaze swept over the group, landing on his elder brother, who remained silent, lost in thought. His second brother, with tightly furrowed brows and thin lips pressed in distaste. His third brother, eyes narrowed and face betraying a simmering anger. His stern uncle, his still gentle yet disappointed and sorrowful aunt. And finally, the weeping Wu Yumian, hiding behind the crowd. Xingxue stumbled back a few steps, nearly collapsing under the weight of despair. This was indeed the perspective of the former Wu Xingxue. The suffocating pressure made it difficult for him to breathe. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. What expressions had he once worn towards Wu Xingxue? In an instant, a multitude of memories surged forth. Xingxue's face paled dramatically as he recalled how malicious and twisted he had appeared in those moments. He quickly extinguished the thought, repeatedly convincing himself, "That was not me. That was not me. I did not do those things." Xingxue's mind felt as if it were ablaze. The self-hypnosis began to take effect, and those memories swiftly faded, as though they had never occurred. "Xingxue, why are you in a daze? Did you not hear that you are to apologize to Mian? Wu Ling lowered his voice, threatening, do not compel me to take action against you. Shen Qi instinctively trembled that Wu Ling was the most impatient of the Wu family, believing in the supremacy of brute strength. Among them, only Wu Xingxue, before losing her powers, could have restrained him. This was his first encounter with Wu Ling's terrifying presence. He could hardly fathom how Wu Xingxue felt when threatened daily by Wu Ling after losing her abilities. The thought of the ostracism and coldness Wu Xingxue had endured within the Wu family froze Shen Qi's heart. Merely contemplating it brought him immense pain. He would not allow himself to suffer such a fate. No. Shen Qi immediately forced a somewhat ingratiating smile, turning to the weeping Wu Mian and saying, I am sorry. Mian. It was my fault that I was just too angry and anxious earlier. Wu Jiyun retorted. So you can vent your anger on Mian? Shen Qi replied. Second brother is right. It is entirely my fault. I promise it will not happen again. Mian, will you forgive me? I did not take your collectibles. If you do not believe me, you can search my room. As he uttered these words, Shen Qi gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with rage that a profound sense of humiliation surged within him that Wu Sunin stated. Shaoqi makes a valid point. He is not foolish enough to steal Mian's belongings. Hearing someone defend him, Shen Qi felt tears welling up in his eyes. His elder brother was right. Aunt, uncle, Mian, please believe me. I truly did not do it. Wu Sheng's gaze lingered on Shen Qi. His skepticism shattering Shen Qi's heart into fragments. This is what it feels like to be doubted and misunderstood. It hurts so much. How strong must Wu Xingxue's heart have been to endure for so long and ultimately leave the Wu family's protection with such grace? I must admit, Shen Qi cannot achieve that. Now, in the same predicament, he finally comprehended how difficult it was for Wu Xingxue to venture out on her own when she was at her weakest. He, however, simply could not. After weighing the situation, Wu Sheng coldly remarked, Humph, he could never have accomplished such a clean and efficient act. If it was not a family thief, it could only be an ability user burglar. Wu Jiyun countered. Yet the upper district has been relatively quiet of late. The few burglars who roamed the safe zones have already been captured and disposed of in the lower district. Wu Sunin added, perhaps there are still some who slipped through the net. With a population of over 100,000 in the safe zone, it is not difficult to hide a few burglars. Wu Mian, now calmer, began to consider the situation and realized it was indeed implausible. Shen Qi did not possess the ability to pull off such a feat. Moreover, his health had deteriorated to the point that climbing a flight of stairs left him breathless. With so many items in her cabinet, he could not have possibly taken them all at once. It was impossible that no one would have noticed, at the very least, with third brother Wu Ling's vigilance. He would certainly have caught on that it was likely a thief from outside. Yet, Wu Mian was unwilling to accept this. Those were her treasures. She was on the verge of assembling a complete set of energy gems. Suddenly, a name flashed through her mind. Could it have been her sister? The atmosphere fell silent for a few seconds that Wu Sunin felt inexplicably displeased. Mian, you are overthinking this. You know her condition. She could never have stealthily entered to take all your collectibles. This was undoubtedly the work of an ability user. After speaking, Wu Mian also deemed it improbable, but Wu Sunin's immediate defense of Wu Xingxue irked her. Suppressing her emotions, she replied, very well, since it was an outside thief, we should promptly report it to the inspection department. The Wu family has lost something. They will surely do their utmost to apprehend the thief. To her dismay, Wu Sheng flatly rejected the suggestion. Absolutely not. Family shame must not be aired. How would outsiders perceive our family? The Wu family, all holding significant positions, with 4 ability users in one household, could not possibly allow a thief to infiltrate without anyone realizing it. Wu Sheng shuddered at the thought of how they would be ridiculed if this were to get out, but Wu Mian remained undeterred. But she couldn't abandon the search. Those were her treasures. Wailing, she cried anew, truly distressed. And no matter how doted upon she was by the family, Wu Sheng remained the ultimate authority. He wielded absolute control within the household. Once he made a decision, no one dared to contradict him. Wu Xingxue was a prime example. Her fate was to be cast out, Unable to even collect her belongings, Sun understood Wu Sheng's concerns, but believed it best to involve the inspection department. However, he could not defy the patriarch's wishes. He could only suggest, Mian, do not fret. I will investigate privately. The thief must have to dispose of your collectibles somewhere. As long as he sells them, we will be able to track him down. Wu Jian added. Indeed, I will have someone stake out the black market that if a thief has managed to steal from within our home, I will see to it that I know who it is, and I will have his skin. Wu Ling scoffed. I will take matters into my own hands when the time comes. Wu Xing nodded in agreement, but cautioned, be discreet while investigating. Do not let too many people know, nor reveal the true circumstances. The brothers nodded in unison, but Wu Mian felt a slight sense of relief. This was the only course of action. That wretched thief deserved to be skinned alive. And Xingxue. Wu Mian glared fiercely at the shrinking figure of Xingxue, a worthless being in need of discipline. Xingxue felt the cold gaze fixed upon him, knowing full well who it was, lacking the courage to raise his head. His heart ached even more. Just then, Wu Ling appeared to have remembered something. I will ask Wu Xingxue about this tomorrow when I go to see her. I must inquire whether she was involved in any way. She possesses a vengeful spirit and is quite petty. It would not be surprising if she had sought the help of some former acquaintances. Wu Mian was taken aback. She had completely forgotten about this angle. This possibility was not entirely unfounded. Looking at Wu Ling, her expression softened. Third brother, please maintain a good attitude. Do not frighten sister. Wu Ling chuckled, but did not respond. He had remained silent. Pondering this matter all along, it is often said that the ones who understand you best are your enemies, that I in the Wu family. He grew up bickering with Wu Xingxue, and, after the apocalypse, they frequently engaged in sparring sessions. He had a gut feeling that this matter was related to Wu Xingxue. His instincts had always been remarkably accurate, helping him evade numerous dangers in the wild. He had faith in his intuition that Wu Xuanan's heart sank. Wu Ling, what do you intend to seek out Ashu for? Did we not agree that this matter has nothing to do with her? Wu Ling replied, don't worry, big brother. I'm merely going to ask her a few questions. If she has nothing to fear, then what's the problem? Wu Xuanan sighed and rubbed his temples. In the end, he chose to trust Wu Ling, although he could be somewhat hot-tempered. Having grown up in constant quarrels with Wu Xingxue, he doubted that she would truly do anything drastic. Wu Xuanan felt a headache coming on. He was planning to find Chan Ran in the morning. This matter was urgent and could not be delayed any further. He had already cautioned Wu Ling, so surely she wouldn't go too far. Right? Chapter 70. She is gravely mistaken that a faint entanglement lingered in her ears. Wu Xingxue leaned in closer and discerned that Bai Wei was crying while muttering something. As she approached, the words became clearer. You old hag, I told you not to take it. And yet you did. It's so cold. Wu Xingxue lowered her eyelids. Bai Wei was likely referring to the jacket that Grandma Qin had kindly offered her. She had refused it, and now that she was freezing, she was blaming others for not begging her to accept it. What kind of nonsense is that? Wu Xingxue found her utterly detestable. How could she make me stay in the storage room? Just wait until Jiyun finds me. She will see how I make Jiyun deal with you. Wu Xingxue. People often smile when they are at a loss for words. This saying seemed to gain even more weight. It appeared that Bai Wei had been living quite comfortably under Wu Jiyun's protection. To know this was also thanks to Wu Xingxue's financial support. Without her monthly subsidies after the apocalypse, how could Wu Jiyun have developed into such a proud and ungrateful little canary? Wu Xingxue realized she had made a mistake. She was gravely mistaken. In life, one must correct their errors upon recognizing them. In the darkness, Wu Xingxue rubbed her fingers together, since it was her doing. She would be the one to resolve it. It was time to teach Bai Wei what the apocalypse truly meant, what the suffering of humanity entailed. Bai Wei must understand who provided her with everything she enjoyed. Who was the true benefactor? Being Wu Jiyun's canary was far inferior to seeking her directly. It would save the trouble of intermediaries profiting off the transaction. In the dead of night, Wu Xingxue lay on her bed, which was adorned with soft bedding, staring wide-eyed as she awaited her partner to come online for the transaction. Having money is truly wonderful. She had prepared the most warm and comfortable bedding for herself and Grandma Qin. It was exceptionally cozy. Over the next few days, she needed to procure additional heating supplies. The winter after the apocalypse was even colder than before, and if she wished to endure a relatively comfortable winter, she needed to gather more resources. Wu Xingxue's thoughts drifted, and she recalled eavesdropping in Wu Yumian's closet. Wu Ling was coming to find her today. Regardless of the reason, it surely would not bode well. Had it been yesterday, she might have considered calling for help to prevent a mad dog from going berserk. But today, she was different. She was ready. She wondered how things were progressing on Yitsong's side. Wu Xingxue absent-mindedly fiddled with the corner of her blanket. In the Beastworld, within the territory of the Qiong tiger tribe, flames flickered, and the piercing cries for mercy shattered the night sky. However, most of these sounds originated from rival tribes. Roar. A colossal silver-white figure, measuring over 10 meters in length, swept through the air, emitting a thunderous roar that reverberated in the ears. Upon landing, its jaws opened wide. Directly severing the bodies of two scouting hounds, Yitsong raised his paw and stomped down fiercely, causing the ground to tremble. The battling beastmen were momentarily shaken. It was in this instant that Yitsong leaped into the air once more, slaying 3 enemy beastmen. The situation was nearly resolved. Only the cleanup remained. The imposing Qiong tiger beast instilled fear in the hearts of others. In the realm of beastmen, the greater the strength of a fierce beast, the larger its form. Creatures like Yitsong, who could crush everything in their path, were exceedingly rare. Therefore, when it appeared, several tribes began to flee in all directions. But Yitsong was not the type to tolerate such disrespect towards his kin. Those who harmed his people would surely meet their demise. As the clock approached 3 in the morning, Wu Xingxue finally saw Yitsong come online. Fortunately, her body had recovered. Otherwise, she would have struggled to endure. Did you manage to catch up? Wu Xingxue inquired. Yitsong, I did catch up. Everything has been resolved. I am now transferring the goods. Wu Xingxue was taken aback by his lack of unnecessary words. His straightforwardness was refreshing. However, she was pleased with her partner's efficiency. Wu Xingxue had long been prepared. Her space cleared, simply awaiting his arrival. This realization further convinced her that increasing her spatial capacity was imperative. Yitsong's decisiveness likely stemmed from the fact that he had just concluded a battle and, while gathering the spoils, took the opportunity to inquire with the elder of the E tribe about certain matters pertaining to humans. Humans were a legendary species in their beast world. The elder of the E tribe was the oldest and most knowledgeable in their clan. Consulting him was undoubtedly wise. Thus, through the elder's narratives, Yitsong learned of some human characteristics. Among these was the fact that humans were quite fragile. They could not transform into beast forms, rendering their physical capabilities inferior. They were diurnal creatures, requiring ample sleep and sustenance. Unlike beasts, even a minor injury that seemed inconsequential to a beastman could be fatal for a human. In Yitsong's mind, Wu Xingxue now resembled a beast egg. No, perhaps even less than that. The protective shell of a beast egg was quite hard. Even when dropped from considerable heights, it rarely shattered. Yet for humans, the same height could result in severe injury or even death. Therefore, Yitsong felt it necessary to expedite the current transaction, ensuring Wu Xingxue could obtain sufficient rest. Wu Xingxue gazed at the goods in her space, feeling satisfied enough to sigh. All of these represented her wealth. The current shipment included hemostatic herbs and bone-healing herbs, which she had sold over the past few days. Naturally, this was her own request. For now, she intended to limit her sales to these few items. Once her abilities were fully restored, she would expand her inventory for safety. As Yitsong prepared to urge Wu Xingxue to sleep, he suddenly noticed that the space had emptied by half, with some items he had never seen before being placed inside. Wu Xingxue, the previous batch of goods has been sold out. I used part of the money to acquire some supplies. You should find them useful. If not, you can return them to me, and I will exchange them for something else. Yitsong frowned. But those are spoils from the extermination of the Flying Wolf tribe. A token of gratitude for your assistance to my clan. So you need not exchange supplies with me. Wu Xingxue had already grasped Yitsong's straightforward and sincere nature, anticipating his response. Thus, she persuaded him from the perspective of long-term cooperation. And only then did Yitsong accept the supplies. Wu Xingxue waved a piece of paper in her space, saying, "This is a list of the supplies along with their usage and names. When you have the time, Let the parrot translate it for you. This was a new function Wu Xingxue had discovered, truly remarkable for a mutated plant valued at 90,000. Heat song. That's excellent. It will be much more convenient. I'll take a look. You should go to sleep. Wu Xingxue was surprised by Heat Song's sudden concern for her sleep, but didn't dwell on it. Not yet. I still have something to discuss with you. It was time for honesty. Chapter 71. The Beastman's act of kindness. Heat Song was puzzled. What could possibly be more important than a human's need for sleep? Wu Xingxue paused before saying, "There is something I deceived you about." Heat Song. Heat Song believed their cooperation had been flawless over the past few days, and Wu Xingxue was an excellent human. Therefore, with caution, Heat Song inquired, "What did you deceive me about?" Wu Xingxue had prepared for two possible scenarios. Point 1. Heat Song might become angry, but he was a good beast and, so far, had shown a good temperament. She could apologize and soothe him, and this matter would pass without affecting their collaboration. The second possibility was that Heat Song might suddenly reveal his true nature and take the opportunity to extort her. While this was less likely, it was not impossible. There were many humans with duplicitous hearts, and Heat Song was, after all, a beast. In such a case, their partnership would come to an end. Wu Xingxue would never allow herself to be coerced or led around by the nose. She would forsake the entire resources of the beast world if necessary. Wu Xingxue. The products from your beast world undergo peculiar changes when they arrive in our human world. Similarly, a plant or fruit that might seem useless to you can fetch a high price here. And everyone clamors for it. She wondered whether he would be furious or elated, believing he could leverage this knowledge to his advantage. The space fell silent, and after about a minute, Heat Song asked, "Is that all?" Wu Xingxue blinked. Heat Song, you said you deceived me. Is this it? Heat Song's calm demeanor left Wu Xingxue somewhat bewildered. Yes, Heat Song sighed. Then you haven't really deceived me, since I never asked. Wu Xingxue was taken aback. In that moment, she realized that the cunning and deceitful tactics she was used to in human interactions seemed entirely absent in Heat Song. He was forthright, sincere, and direct. Wu Xingxue found herself at a loss for words, and after a moment, she managed to say, "Aren't you worried about being deceived?" Heat Song. No beast would dare to deceive me, the leader of the Qiong tiger tribe. We beastmen value strong physiques above all else, and we despise cunning and treacherous beasts. Especially among our Qiong tiger tribe, we hold those who resort to deceit in utter contempt. The injury I sustained previously was due to a sneak attack orchestrated by the red fox and the flying wolf. My kin were caught off guard, resulting in their injuries. Wu Xingxue's eyes twitched. She could not help but remark, in your orc society, such ambushes must be regarded as cunning schemes. Am I right? Heat Song replied, "Of course. Is it not sufficiently devious?" After struggling to articulate her thoughts for quite some time, Wu Xingxue eventually succumbed to the urge to share a few examples of human treachery with Heat Song, who gasped in astonishment. "You humans are so insidious, so cunning." Wu Xingxue felt no pride in the compliment. Heat Song then added, "Fortunately, you are not one of those humans. You are a good person." Suddenly receiving a good person card from an orc was quite an odd sensation for Wu Xingxue. Heat Song continued, "I was a bit angry earlier. It was your lack of trust in me that upset me. However, after hearing what you just shared, I now understand that you live in such a world, and your caution toward a stranger like me is not misplaced. Therefore, Wu Xingxue, I am no longer angry. Moreover, I am pleased that you, living in such a complex world, are willing to share the truth with me. This indicates that we are friends and partners, is it not?" His voice was soft and deep, flowing like a gentle stream on a summer night, soothing Wu Xingxue's heart. After a moment of silence, she smiled and replied, "Yes, we are indeed friends and will be the best of partners in the future." The simplicity of the orcs was somewhat endearing. Curiosity about the appearance of the Qiong tiger beast suddenly struck Wu Xingxue. Having broached the subject, she decided to explain to Heat Song about her identity as a supernatural being, the shattering of her ability core, and the subsequent need for other items to repair it. Heat Song's voice took on a serious tone. "I will gather a variety of fruits and herbs to send to you. Unfortunately, I cannot sense the energy within them, so you will have to identify them yourself." "That will suffice. Thank you," Wu Xingxue replied. Transitioning to more pressing matters, I should be able to sell this batch of goods within 3 to 4 days. During this time, you could try out the supplies I've given you with your kin. Heatsong responded, understood. You should get some rest. Wu Xingxue wore a perplexed expression. Why did this orc constantly urge her to sleep? With that lingering doubt, she logged off, leaving Heatsong in the space. Translating and researching human supplies with the parrot, toilet paper, used for wiping stains, commonly employed after defecation. Due to its thinness, it cannot be reused that a lighter, when pressed, produces a flame. However, caution must be exercised with fire, and it should not be given to younglings, as it is dangerous. A cast iron pot, placed over fire, heats rapidly, suitable for boiling water, making soup, or cooking food. Heatsong carefully compared the list, his expression growing increasingly excited. He was so engrossed that he remained in space until dawn. Chief, you didn't stay up all night, did you? AMU inquired upon seeing Heatsong's bright, alert eyes. Heatsong nodded, a look of excitement on his face that AMU found puzzling. AMU continued, the elders of the tribe sent me to call you. We need to discuss matters concerning the cold season. Now that the rival tribes had learned their lesson, they would not dare approach again in the short term with Heatsong present. Finally freed from distractions, they had to address the most pressing issue at hand. Each year, the onset of the cold season resulted in numerous orc casualties. Some perished from freezing or starvation, while others were killed in skirmishes over resources. Yet Heatsong did not display any concern. Instead, he wore a smile. Just in time, the gods have bestowed some sacred artifacts upon us. I will teach everyone how to use them. Perhaps we need not worry about the cold season any longer. AMU was taken aback. The gods have bestowed sacred artifacts. Just as dawn broke, the still sleepy Bai Wei was roused by loud knocking at the door. Rubbing her puffy eyes, filled with resentment, she grumbled, "Who is it? What is all the noise about?" With a huff, Bai Wei flung the door open, only to deflate upon seeing Granny Qin at the threshold. It dawned on her that she had sneaked out the previous night to find work with Wu Xingxue. Now living under someone else's roof. Granny Qin frowned, the deep furrows around her nose and the downward curve of her mouth clearly indicating her displeasure. It's you. What brings you here so early? Granny Qin snapped, what do you think? You are now a worker in our shop. How can you lack awareness? Do you not know what time it is? Get up and start working. She shoved a bean cake into Bai Wei's hands. Hurry and eat, then get to work. Early that morning, Granny Qin suddenly remembered she had yet to inquire about the girl's wages, upon learning that Bai Wei earned a staggering 100 union coins daily. Along with 2 meals of potato cakes, she nearly lost her temper. If Bai Wei had been properly hired, she might not have complained, but seeing Bai Wei's timid demeanor, it was as if she regarded Wu Xingxue and her mother as refuse. Granny Qin couldn't fathom why someone seeking work would display such arrogance. Such excellent conditions, food and lodging provided, were coveted by many in the safe zone. Glancing at Bai Wei, she thought, is this even fit for human consumption? Granny Qin's face darkened, and she scolded, eat if you want. Go ask around. Whose house offers meals with their jobs? Unappreciative. If you don't want it, then give it back. Bai Wei's expression soured, and before she could retort, Granny Qin snatched the potato cake from her grasp. Bai Wei thought, damn, that old hag is quick. Chapter 72. Who would want her in business? Unexpectedly, despite her delicate appearance, Bai Wei worked quite adeptly. Granny Qin observed her. Hands behind her back, Bai Wei, having risen early, began rearranging the shelves, sweating profusely in the autumn chill. Her smooth, silky hair clung to her neck, tangled, while the strands on her forehead formed a messy clump. Bai Wei had hoped to take a break, but the old woman remained right beside her, watching intently. Bai Wei cursed internally for as long as she had worked, and now, unexpectedly hearing a compliment from Granny Qin made her feel a mix of pride and embarrassment as her stomach grumbled. Her ears flushed with embarrassment, but Granny Qin did not mock her. Instead, she pulled out the bean cake Bai Wei had previously rejected. Here, eat this. Finish it before you continue working. Bai Wei felt a lump in her throat as she accepted it, taking a bite, only to find it even more unpalatable than she had imagined. However, with Granny Qin's watchful gaze, she found herself caught between chewing and swallowing, nearly choking in the process. Observing her hesitation, Granny Qin's patience wore thin. I don't know what kind of life you led before, but this bean cake is something many in the safe zone can only dream of eating in a day. You should consider yourself fortunate. If someone didn't know better, they might think I had poisoned you. Give it back if you won't eat it. Granny Chen's outstretched hand grasped at air as Bai Wei quickly hid the bean cake behind her. She wasn't truly foolish. From Granny Chen's unkind words, she gleaned some understanding of the lives of the lower-class residents in the safe zone. She could hold off on eating for now, but what if she truly reached her limit and Granny Chen refused to give her anything later? No worries, Granny Chen. I'll keep it for myself. I just want to finish my work before I eat. Bai Wei smiled, though inwardly she was fuming. That old hag was insufferable, always taking her food when Ji-Yun arrives. I will make sure that old woman pays for this, Bai Wei fantasized, feeling rejuvenated. When the time to open the door arrived, Wu Xingxue pulled open the iron gate to find a line of customers waiting outside. The first customer was a middle-aged woman. At first glance, Wu Xingxue thought she was Li Ping again, but they only bore a slight resemblance. Wu Xingxue packed the goods according to the woman's request. Recalling how hastily Li Ping had left the other day, her haggard face and vigilant demeanor lingering in her mind, this piqued her concern. Such awareness was a hallmark of an excellent explorer. As Li Ping was a close friend of Wu Yuming, her troubles warranted Wu Xingxue's attention. After pondering for a moment, she decided to visit Li Ping's home in the evening to assess the situation. Since she had sensed something amiss, it was imperative to clarify matters. What if Wu Yuming was plotting something against her again? Business was booming, and she could not allow that plague of a person to interfere. After sending off several customers, Zhongli arrived. Boss Wu, I'm here to repay the debt and express my gratitude. Thanks to your assistance the other day, our captain has fully recovered. Noticing Wu Xingxue was busy, he cut to the chase, transferring the payment for the medicine directly to her. Wu Xingxue raised an eyebrow and inquired, So you've taken on some tasks again these past couple of days? Yes, we've taken on 2 minor tasks. Both went smoothly, Zhongli replied. Akati took them 2 missions to gather enough funds, prompting him to come repay Wu Xingxue. He felt slightly anxious, recalling the condition Wu Xingxue had mentioned. Even though she assured him it was well within his capability, he couldn't shake off his nervousness. Wu Xingxue read his apprehension with a glance. I currently need additional help. When you aren't on a mission, come assist me here. Help me maintain order, and if any trouble arises, just handle it. I'll provide you a meal each day. Zhongli was astonished. Is this the additional condition you mentioned? Wu Xingxue nodded, her expression calm. What she sought was far more than that. She aimed to forge a connection with the Zhang family. As for its usefulness, she believed it prudent to establish that connection first. Zhongli would never have imagined that someone would leverage work to build a relationship. With his concerns alleviated, Zhongli felt reassured. No problem. As long as I'm not on a mission, I'll be here. Zhongli was fervently immersed in his work, dutifully embodying the role of a security guard. Wu Xingxue observed the energetic Zhang Li and nodded in affirmation. Quite impressive indeed. No salary is required. A simple meal has garnered an extraordinary ability user as a helper. Who wouldn't want to do business with her? Meanwhile, Wu Xuanan arrived at the office building half an hour early. As was his customary practice, he stood nervously near the inspection office, awaiting the arrival of Chun Ran. Like me, Chun Ran was accustomed to coming early, providing me an opportunity to converse with her before work commenced. Wu Xuanan mentally organized his words, contemplating how to apologize to Chun Ran or how to explain the situation, yet an unsettling feeling lingered in his heart, as if something ominous were about to unfold. This sensation clung to him, refusing to dissipate. Unable to bear it any longer, Wu Xuanan sighed. When I stepped out, Sandy and Xiao Qi were absent, presumably off to find Xiao Shui. Although he had advised Wu Ling to treat Wu Xingxue kindly and to avoid causing trouble, he was perplexed as to why he had been haunted by nightmares throughout the night, feeling restless. Sandy enjoyed bickering with Xiao Shui, but that was a normal sibling dynamic. Nothing could possibly go awry. Sandy was well aware that Xiao Shui had lost her powers and would not go so far as to challenge her to a sparring match. Wu Xuanan silently reassured himself not to overthink or worry excessively. A tall, elegant figure appeared at the entrance. Wu Xuanan's eyes brightened. Xiao Ran, you're here. I have something to discuss with you. As Wu Xuanan conversed with Chun Ran, Wu Ling and Xin Qi were already in line outside Wu Xingxue's shop. Wu Ling glanced at the dozens of people ahead and clicked his tongue in impatience. How long must we wait for this? He began to move forward, but Xin Qi quickly pulled him back. Whispering, Sangge, don't act impulsively. You promised Uncle not to air our family's dirty laundry. Keep it low-key. Understood. Let go. Wu Ling shook off Xingxue's hand, visibly irritated. Ever since he had become incapacitated, Xingxue had grown increasingly tedious. The hint of bitterness flickered in Xingxue's gaze. He was aware of Wu Ling's disdain towards him, yet he chose to feign ignorance. Xingxue wasn't particularly keen on attending, fearing recognition and ridicule. But Xingxue's impulsive nature and their elder brother's secretive warning from the previous night compelled him to keep a watchful eye on Wu Ling to prevent him from harming Wu Xingxue. Furthermore, Uncle Wu Shang would never tolerate a second instance of familial disgrace. After weighing his options, Xingxue decided he wanted to see how Wu Xingxue, who shared his plight, was faring, so he came along. Yet, he had no desire to be implicated by Wu Ling. So despite Wu Ling's annoyance, he felt obliged to restrain him that Wu Ling was oblivious to Xingxue's complex emotions, and even if he were aware, he wouldn't care. His mind was solely preoccupied with discovering the origins of Wu Xingxue's extraordinary plants. Could it be true, as Mian suggested, that Wu Xingxue had indeed mastered a mysterious territory? Wu Ling's curiosity piqued as he witnessed the bustling scene at the treasure pavilion. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and with a smirk, he looked at Xingxue with a teasing glint in his eyes. Xiaoqi, I need your assistance with something. Xingxue felt a jolt of electricity shoot through him, causing him to shudder. What is it? Wu Ling replied. First, tell me, do you know how many people are inside Wu Xingxue's shop? Xingxue's expression dimmed momentarily. The Mingwei team had successfully upgraded to an A-class team, completely leaving him behind as a competitor. He sensed the faint energy fluctuations emanating from Zhongli. Xingxue shook his head. I don't know. Perhaps there are just helpers. Wu Ling shot him a glare. You don't know anything, do you? What good are you? Xingxue stiffened. Forget it. Just attract the attention of that ability user and Wu Xingxue. Dante, slow me down. There's likely just an old lady inside. Nothing to fear. A sense of unease stirred within Xingxue as he swallowed hard. Xingxue. What do you mean? Suddenly, Wu Ling seized Xingxue's right hand and delivered a punch to the burly man standing in front of them in line. Xingxue, Xingxue exclaimed. Wu Ling swiftly retreated, exclaiming loudly, How dare you hit someone indiscriminately? The burly man retorted, You dare strike me? Smack! The burly man's enormous palm struck Xingxue's face, sending him sprawling out of the queue. Instantly tasting blood in his mouth, he covered his face. He caught sight of Wu Ling casting a threatening glance from the crowd before sprinting towards the small building. Xingxue suddenly realized Wu Ling's intentions. He aimed to slip into the treasure pavilion amidst the chaos, but couldn't they just talk it out? Instead, he resorted to violence, leaving Xingxue stranded. Fuming, Xingxue felt his temper flare. Wu Ling showed him no respect and regarded him as anything but a brother. The burly man loomed nearly 2 meters tall, with muscles like large meatballs, and as he approached, Xingxue felt an overwhelming sense of pressure that he hadn't experienced in ages. His current physique felt like that of a frail patient. Wu Ling was utterly inconsiderate. Zhang Li, noticing the commotion, rushed over to intervene, halting the burly man's raised fist. Behind him, Wu Xingxue strolled over leisurely. Wu Xingxue glanced at Xingxue, whose half-swollen face bore blood, then surveyed the surroundings. Wu Ling hadn't arrived? That seemed odd. Upon seeing Wu Xingxue approach, the previously aggressive expression of the burly man shifted to one of obsequiousness. Boss Wu, please don't misunderstand. The burly man explained, pointing at Xingxue. I was just standing in line when this lunatic punched me from behind. I retaliated. It wasn't my intention to cause trouble. Wu Xingxue turned her gaze to Xingxue. The spirited youth from days past appeared to have his pride stripped away, leaving only a weary shell. Xingxue hesitated, his eyes filled with grievance, and as he looked at Wu Xingxue, there seemed to be guilt. Wu Xingxue narrowed her eyes slightly. Given Xingxue's current state, how could he dare strike that burly man? There must be an underlying reason for this irrationality, considering the absent Wu Ling and Xingxue's complex expression. Wu Xingxue began to piece together some clues. Xingxue, you didn't come here shop today. You came to stir up trouble, didn't you? Wu Xingxue stated coolly. The crowd gasped in astonishment, staring at the disheveled Xingxue. Wow. Is that really Team Shun? What a drastic change. Xingxue felt the eyes of the onlookers pierce him like needles. He wished he could turn and flee. Yet his feet felt glued to the spot. He understood now. Since he had lost his abilities and value, Wu Ling no longer regarded him as family. Zhongli furrowed his brow, softly inquiring, "Boss Wu, I can escort him away. He is quite the diligent security guard." "Absolutely not." Xingxue shouted. That Wu Xingxue chuckled coldly, allowing Xingxue to prolong the situation, providing time for the events unfolding across the way to ferment. What madness is this? First, you spread rumors, and now what tricks do you intend to pull? Xingxue opened his mouth but could not articulate a response, his heart heavy with sorrow that he and Wu Xingxue were in the same boat now. Both had lost their abilities, faced disdain, and been manipulated by Wu Yamian. However, he absolutely could not sink to Wu Xingxue's level. He couldn't lose the Wu family. Wu Xingxue, not being a true member of the Wu family, could afford to be indifferent, but he was different that he was his aunt's nephew. They shared blood ties. Though he did not bear the surname Wu, he was indeed a member of the Wu family, and his aunt was his kin. As long as he regained his abilities, whether it be Wu Ling or Wu Jian, they would surely accept him back. Therefore, even if he empathized with Wu Xingxue, he could not stand beside her in opposition to the Wu family, that a sense of inexplicable tragic heroism welled up within Xingxue's fate was beyond one's control. Don't blame me, dear cousin. Wu Yamian, that venomous woman, is no longer my cousin. From now on, only Wu Xingxue will be my true sister. Once he regained his abilities, he would explain everything to Wu Xingxue and make amends for his previous wrongs. Wu Xingxue would surely understand his plight. After all, they were in the same predicament. Xingxue's gaze towards Wu Xingxue grew increasingly intricate, a blend of resolve, restraint, and pity, making one wonder if he was a hero lying in wait under the weight of oppression. Wu Xingxue, what kind of look is that? Is it going mad? How utterly disgusting. Zhongli, please throw him far away. Xingxue, no, you can't touch me. Zhongli simply sees him directly, exclaiming, "What do you mean you can't? Causing trouble and hitting someone, and you still feel aggrieved? Huh?" I was just standing right behind him. He struck first. A customer in line interjected. "Exactly. Hurry up and leave." The more the crowd chattered, the more Xingxue felt like he was bearing the weight of humiliation. He decided to abandon all pretense and plop down on the ground. "Did I want to leave? I'm sorry, dear cousin, but your brother is left with no choice. Once you learn the truth, you will surely forgive me." Xingxue contemplated whether to inform Wu Xingxue that Wu Ling had entered the treasure pavilion, but he quickly extinguished that thought. His primary goal was to remain within the Wu family, leveraging his elder brother's abilities to find a way to restore his powers. Once he discovered the method, he could share it with Wu Xingxue. That'd be why then. What reason would Wu Xingxue have to blame him? Wu Xingxue? Has Xingxue gone mad? Has he truly learned to throw a tantrum? Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from the treasure pavilion. Wu Xingxue's eyes sparkled with interest. Meanwhile, Xingxue was taken aback. No, wait. That scream unmistakably belonged to a young woman, not an old lady. There were others inside the treasure pavilion. Chapter 74. The little thief receives my blow. Little thief, take this. The old lady's vehement roar intertwined with a woman's prolonged scream, leaving the crowd momentarily breathless. Xingxue's heart raced. Yet out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Wu Xingxue smiling. But when he turned to look directly, that smile vanished. Had he misjudged? Wu Xingxue exclaimed. How brazen, stealing from my home in broad daylight. She turned to the burly man who had just struck Xingxue, requesting, "Could you kindly fetch the inspection department? Once this matter is resolved, I shall grant you a 20% discount on your purchase today." The burly man's small eyes gleamed like light bulbs. No problem. He responded with a booming voice, excitement propelling him as he dashed off to find the inspection department. Xingxue raised his hand in a gesture of restraint, but it was too late. The man had already sprinted away. This was spiraling out of control. Surely, Uncle wouldn't be driven to despair this time. Wu Xingxue curled her lip. "Who is your cousin? Wasn't it you who slandered and defamed me? I have no such cousin as you, so spare me your false intimacy. Are you perhaps involved with the thieves?" Wu Xingxue's gaze turned skeptical as onlookers appraised Xingxue from head to toe. Zhongli had already dashed toward the small building the moment the screams pierced the air, and Wu Xingxue felt no concern. Shen Qi could not possibly hinder Zhongli, a nimble ability user. The situation was spiraling beyond his control. All he could do was attempt to mitigate the fallout, such as preventing Wu Xingxue from causing a ruckus at the inspection department. In a hushed tone, Shen Qi urged, "Come closer. I have something important to discuss." Wu Xingxue, with disdain in her eyes, turned her back on him and headed toward the treasure building. "I must see which thief possesses such audacity to raid a home in broad daylight." Shen Qi felt a wave of desperation. "Cousin, you will regret not listening." Having grown up bickering with Wu Ling, Wu Xingxue knew that if she publicly accused him of being a thief, his explosive temper would never forgive her. Wu Xingxue's eyes were icy. Shen Qi had lost his mind. Regret? She would only regret the countless opportunities she had relinquished to Wu Ling, refraining from annihilating him under the pretense of sparring. During those vulnerable days when she lost her powers, Wu Ling stood by her bedside, disdainful. "Aren't you capable? Get up and fight me." "Haha, your proud abilities are gone. You deserve this. You've oppressed me for years." Always winning. Now let us see how you fare. If you have the guts, rise. From now on, you'll be a useless wretch. Wu Xingxue walked steadily toward the treasure building, her dark eyes brewing a storm. If Shen Qi was a fool, then Wu Ling was pure malevolence. His competitive nature was relentless, always eager to measure himself against others. Yet within the Wu family, only Wu Xingxue matched his athletic prowess and adventurous spirit, making her his rival. Wu Xingxue practiced long-distance running. He followed suit. She trained in marksmanship. He did too. Unfortunately for him, he could never surpass her. Wu Ling's problematic temperament, exacerbated by Wu Yuming's incitement, twisted his competitiveness into obstinacy. When he still fell short of Wu Xingxue after the apocalypse, it morphed into hatred. Therefore, when he discovered her grievously injured and rendered powerless, he did not merely insult her, but reveled in her suffering. Wu Xingxue would never forget the excruciating pain inflicted upon her chest when pressed. She had never wronged Wu Ling. She had always been there for him. Before the apocalypse, when Wu Ling crashed a car into a hospital, she visited him daily, offering care. Wu Ling was inherently cold-blooded, incapable of warmth. If he dared to approach, she would retaliate fiercely. If in the past Wu Xingxue had been foolishly kind to Wu Ling, now her mind burned with a molten fury, vowing to obliterate these scoundrels. Wu Ling, clutching his ears, grimaced in agony. How could this woman scream so loudly? Before entering, he had only glimpsed the old lady's silhouette from the doorway. Feeling reassured as he climbed through the window, to his surprise, he collided face-to-face with a young woman. It seemed she had been crouching, tidying the corner, which he failed to notice. Wu Ling was speechless. In this post-apocalyptic world, who had the time to clean up a corner? The woman froze upon seeing him, and then, with a piercing scream, she unleashed her terror, revealing her tonsils as she gaped. Wu Ling dropped his hand from his ears and lunged to cover her mouth. Just as he reached out, a furious roar echoed. "Little thief, take this!" His right shoulder was struck violently, instantly numbing the sensation. Wu Ling grimaced in pain, turning to see the old lady brandishing her cane. Furious, he shouted at Bai Wei, "Shut up! Scream again and I swear I'll kill you!" Bai Wei, resembling a duck caught by the throat, fell silent, retreating in fear. "You dare threaten me?" Another blow, and Wu Ling seized the old lady's cane, his eyes darkening. "You old hag, are you tired of living?" The pain in Wu Ling's temple from Bai Wei's scream intensified, and the swelling in his right shoulder fueled his rage. His grip on the cane tightened, murderous intent surging within him. In his haze, he momentarily forgot he was a thief. "Let go." Zhongli arrived just in time, kicking at Wu Ling. Wu Ling cursed Shen Qi for being useless, failing to hold the situation. And now, this ability user was right in front of him. He contemplated retreating, but Zhongli was no pushover, instantly engaging him in combat. In the wild, they could have utilized their abilities to settle the score. But within the safety zone, Wu Ling deemed it unnecessary to use his powers over such a trivial matter, knowing it would cost him his standing. Without abilities, they were evenly matched as time passed. Sweat trickled down Wu Ling's forehead in urgency. Bai Wei shivered beside the shelves, Increasingly recognizing the thief before her, a spark of realization struck her. Wu Ling. Wasn't he the third son of the Wu family? Bai Wei hastily covered her face with a rag, biting her lip, paralyzed with fear. She was Ji Yun's girlfriend, destined to be Wu Ling's sister-in-law. In her imagination, she should be elegantly attired, holding Wu Jiyun's arm while visiting the Wu family, meeting his brothers through his introductions, perfectly befitting her future role. Yet, what was her reality? Covered in dust and sweat, she was now a mere worker in Wu Xingxue's shop, bossed around by an old lady. If Wu Xingxue discovered her identity, she would surely be ridiculed. As she turned, she found a throng gathered at the entrance. In the front stood Wu Xingxue, wearing a smile that was neither warm nor cold as she regarded Bai Wei. With a startled gasp, Bai Wei once again shielded her face with a rag. Wu Xingxue had no time for her. Her attention was fixed on the two combatants. Taking a deep breath, she pinched her thigh, her emotions flaring. Enough! Wu Ling, you have gone too far. You actually let Shun Qi divert attention while you pilfered inside. I will sever ties with the Wu family. You will gain nothing from me. Yet you still dare to steal? The Wu family is truly overstepping. With a son like you, Wu Zhangguan might as well be dead. Chapter 75. Oh heaven, what is this? Wu Xuanan's heart raced faster, his breathing growing rapid. His features were cool, yet he could not discern whether this inexplicable heartbeat stemmed from Chun Ran or some ominous premonition. Deputy Wu? Wu Xuanan focused on her. I apologize, Chun Ran. I mishandled things previously, causing you distress. Chun Ran's expression turned one of astonishment. You? Wu Xuanan continued. Since Yi Shuang frequently associates with my sister Mian and calls me older brother like her, I didn't give it much thought. Sometimes I would forget to maintain a distance, that I believe my intentions were pure, but I overlooked what such intimacy might imply to others. I now understand that my ambiguous attitude has caused you discomfort and led to misunderstandings. I apologize for not managing the situation well, and hope you can forgive me. Shaoran. Wu Xuanan's demeanor was sincere, even revealing an uncharacteristic humility. As a former heir of the Wu family, he was gentle and gentlemanly, yet also immensely proud. Chun Ran had never witnessed such vulnerability from him. Her fingers curled nervously, and she opened her mouth, unsure of what to say. Perhaps he genuinely recognized his mistakes. Xuanan had never stooped to deceit. He would not lie about such matters. This understanding swayed Chun Ran. Memories of their shared beautiful experiences flooded her mind, softening her expression. Wu Xuanan keenly sensed her shift, his heart elated. Shaoran, I must express my feelings now. I cannot wait any longer. These past 2 days have clarified for me that I cannot lose you. Chun Ran's pupils dilated. I like you, Shaoran. Will you be with me? I promise such misunderstandings will never occur again. A blush crept up Chun Ran's ears. Her sharp gaze softened with shyness. Inspector Chun, not good. A young man in a gray uniform rushed through the hallway, panting heavily, then skidded to a halt upon spotting Chun Ran in the corner. A flicker of guilt crossed Chun Ran's mind. After all, working hours were approaching, and they were still within the office building. That it was inappropriate for subordinates to see her and Wu Xuanan hiding away together. Upon perceiving the anxious demeanor of a subordinate, a shiver coursed through his heart, and he hastily inquired, "What has transpired? Had you not previously cautioned us to keep an eye on Jinbao Tower and Boss Wu?" Just now, personnel from the inspection department arrived with a report, claiming that someone attempted to thieve from Jinbao Tower. Moreover, the young subordinate abruptly fell silent, casting a peculiar glance at the frowning Wu Xuanan, who stood nearby. Wu Xuanan, interrupted, felt a twinge of annoyance. Yet, acknowledging the official nature of the matter, he realized he could not fault anyone else for the disruption. However, why did this person regard him in such a manner? Could it be related to him? Suddenly, Wu Xuanan's mind erupted with a startling realization. No. Jinbao Tower is Wu Hongshue's establishment. Today, Wu Ling and Shen Qi went to seek out Hongxue. Could it be that this truly pertains to his family? Wu Xuanan's heart began to race, pounding more fiercely than before, his throat constricting. Chun Ran pursed her lips and glanced at Wu Xuanan, signaling her subordinate to speak. The subordinate immediately stood straight, reporting, "The informant claims that Captain Shen Qi is in league with the thief." distracting attention outside to facilitate the thief's entry into Zhenbao Tower. The burly man, harboring a grudge, inadvertently stumbled upon the truth while attempting to obfuscate matters. The statement resonated with gravity, leaving Wu Xuanan momentarily blind to his surroundings. Good heavens, what kind of predicament is this? Chun Ran furrowed her brows, perplexed by the absurdity of it all. The subordinate continued, I'm unclear of the details, but that is what the inspection department personnel conveyed. Chun Ran waved him off. As she turned to address Wu Xuanan. She was taken aback by his pallid expression, her heart sinking. Wu Xuanan, unwilling to deceive Chun Ran, found himself unable to disclose the incident of the previous day's theft at his home. Instead, he wore a grim countenance and stated, Today, Wu Ling and Xingxue indeed went to find Xingxue, but they could not possibly be involved in such an act. There must be some misunderstanding. Chun Ran inhaled deeply several times, her ire still palpable. Wu Xuanan, what on earth were you thinking? You were aware that Wu Ling and Xingxue intended to visit Xingxue, yet you did not intervene. Do you not regard Xingxue as your sister? This was the first instance Wu Xuanan witnessed Chun Ran unleash her wrath upon him, leaving him momentarily speechless, his voice diminished. Why should he have intervened? Wu Ling shared a close bond with Xingxue. Their visit was merely to exchange a few words, and besides, Xingxue was already aware of his misstep. Having lost his powers, he posed no threat to Xingxue. And Wu Xuanan had already advised Xingxue to keep an eye on Wu Ling to prevent any trouble. Chun Ran was taken aback. Wu Xuanan, are you blind? Wu Ling's relationship with Wu Xingxue is anything but good. Wu Ling is nothing short of a rabid dog. Wu Xuanan was stunned. Was that not the case? Suddenly, he recalled recent occurrences involving Xingxue, Wu Jiun, and even his father. Each seemed to harbor dual facades when it came to matters concerning Xingxue. Witnessing Chun Ran's astonishment, doubt crept into his heart. Could it be that Wu Ling was similarly duplicitous? Chun Ran, observing Wu Xuanan's bewilderment, felt her earlier embarrassment dissipate, replaced solely by exasperation and fury, given how Xingxue previously treated Xingxue. You still expect him to monitor Wu Ling. If he does not conspire with Wu Ling to harm Xingxue, it would be a miracle. Furthermore, Xingxue currently possesses no powers. How can he keep an eye on Wu Ling? Infuriated, Chun Ran shot Wu Xuanan a fierce glare before storming off. Wu Xuanan, unable to comprehend the situation, mused that perhaps he had failed to clarify matters adequately. After all, Chun Ran was an outsider, unfamiliar with the intricacies of their family affairs. Surely, she was overthinking the situation. There must be some misunderstanding. Wu Xuanan pressed his hand against his restless heart, anxiously pursuing Chun Ran. The accusations against Wu Xingxue left Wu Ling bewildered. How could she possess such precise knowledge? Xingxue, finally squeezing through the crowd, exclaimed, Xue, listen to me. It is not as you perceive. This is all a misunderstanding. Wu Xingxue scoffed. A misunderstanding. I see everything clearly. Everyone has witnessed it. You two brothers conspired to commit theft. The patrons of Zhenbao Tower naturally sided with Wu Xingxue, and the situation could not have been clearer. They had been caught red-handed. How could they deny it? The Wu brothers truly astonished me, preying upon a single girl without mercy. It is utterly disgraceful. We stand with you. Boss Wu, beside Wu Ling, Zhongli glared at him fiercely, and he dared not make a move. Wu Xingxue and the onlookers had completely blocked the entrance, leaving him no path to escape. Under the scrutiny of so many, Wu Ling felt a surge of murderous intent. Silence. Continue your prattle, and I shall slay you all. Unless you plan to remain within the safety zone for the rest of your lives. The blatant threats startled the crowd, igniting their collective outrage. Xingxue internally lamented, Third brother, please, do not say any more. He exchanged glances with Wu Ling, signaling him to cease. Yet if Wu Ling were truly obedient and composed, he would not have dared to infiltrate Zhenbao Tower in broad daylight. Xingxue's eyelids twitched, frustration surging within him. Who among them did not possess a temper? He resolved to disregard it. After all, they were bound to face consequences. Uncomfortable beneath the gaze of so many, Wu Ling felt every nerve within him being provoked. Wu Xingxue, step aside. Chapter 76. Confrontation. Wu Xingxue replied, You, a mere thief, possess quite the audacity. Who granted you such arrogance? Wu Ling retorted. Wu Hongxue, you truly possess the gift of insolence. We are family. What is yours is mine. Wu Hongxue countered. Everyone listen. How shameless. Who does not know I've severed ties with the Wu family? How destitute must the Wu family be to resort to bullying me? Though they appear glamorous, whether in positions of power or as leaders, they constantly scheme against me, all while maintaining a facade of propriety. I scoff. To raise such a thief as you, the Wu family is certainly no paragon of virtue. If those in leadership trust individuals of such low character, I would question the safety of the entire zone. The crowd nodded in agreement. Wu Ling's fury reached a boiling point. Bang! The old woman's cane struck Wu Ling's head directly. You heartless wretch! You now bully Xue so brazenly. Do you not reflect on how you mistreated her in the past? Wu Ling cried out in pain, clutching his head. The action aggravated the injury on his shoulder, prompting laughter from the crowd. Shen Qi's eyes gleamed with delight. Being struck by an old woman was no different than being reduced to a mere shell. Yet, Shen Qi felt a nagging sensation of forgetfulness, as if he had something important to relay to Wu Ling. However, after being berated by Wu Ling, the thought slipped his mind entirely. What was it again? Furious, Wu Ling lunged for the old woman's cane, but Zhang Li, ever vigilant, intercepted him. But Wu Ling's eyes burned crimson. He resembled a wild beast with a singular focus. Old woman, get out of my way! Wu Hongxue's gaze turned icy, and she braced herself. Upon witnessing Wu Ling's movements, Wu Ling couldn't help but scoff at a powerless individual, seeking their own demise. In an instant, Wu Ling's hatred towards the old woman shifted toward Wu Hongxue. Were it not for her dramatics, drawing this crowd, he would not be in such a humiliating predicament. To be struck by an old woman was a profound disgrace. Wu Hongxue, should you still harbor delusions of superiority, today shall mark your demise. As Wu Ling and Wu Hongxue positioned themselves 2 meters apart, exhilaration flickered in his eyes. Soon, I shall bend each of your fingers until they break. Rest assured, you shall not perish. It will merely be painful, but I know you possess an exceptional tolerance for agony. Previously, Wu Hongxue was frail. He had once clawed at her shattered ability core, blood flowing freely, despite the pain causing her veins to bulge. She remained silent. The IT was utterly dull. Wu Ling yearned to hear her plead for mercy. That sound would be exquisite. He could hardly wait to discern whether Wu Hongxue's pleas or the cries of the creatures he raised would be more melodious. Wu Ling sprang into action. Moving with astounding swiftness, Wu Hongxue stood her ground, and as Wu Ling closed the distance, she smiled and softly said, I return your words. Thank you for the excellent suggestion. Otherwise, I would have struggled to act. Wu Ling furrowed his brows, alarm bells ringing in his mind. However, in the next heartbeat, he was seized by his arm. Crack! Wu Ling's index finger was snapped. His scream of agony sent shivers through the crowd. Wu Hongxue wasted no time, twisting his middle finger next, followed by his ring and thumb. Yet, that was not the end. Wu Ling's attempts to retaliate were effortlessly thwarted by Wu Hongxue, who appeared to move with the grace of a serpent. Swiftly, her hands ensnared Wu Ling's left arm. Wu Ling, his right hand, 5 fingers contorted, rendered immobile. Yet Wu Hongxue clung to him like a venomous snake. With a smile, she declared, Did you not just say you would break my 10 fingers? Ah! The sound of his left hand's bones fracturing echoed ominously. The cacophony resembled a chilling melody, the shattering resonating alongside Wu Ling's anguished cries. Wu Hongxue, you vile wretch! I shall kill you! Wu Ling knelt on the ground. His fingers twisted, eyes bloodshot, drenched in sweat. The atmosphere thickened, and the onlookers fell silent, their gazes fixed on Wu Hongxue, who appeared unfazed, her expression a mixture of terror and incredulity. How ruthless! The movements executed with such precision. Had not Wu Hongxue's ability core shattered, rendering her powerless? Was this truly the caliber of a powerless individual? What did that make the rest of them? Zhang Li's eyes widened in astonishment, soon followed by a glimmer of admiration. Incredible! If he possessed such resoluteness, he would undoubtedly be able to protect his sister from being bullied by their aunt and the others. How I longed to learn that. Bai Wei sat slumped in the corner. her body trembling uncontrollably. Fortunately, she had not overstepped her bounds yesterday. Why hasn't Wu Jiyun come to find her yet? Wu Xingxue is so terrifying. In the midst of his astonishment, Shun Qi felt a sense of confusion. Wait, he had clearly lost his abilities just like Wu Xingxue, yet he questioned whether he could reach the same level as her. Let alone breaking someone's fingers, he could not even match Wu Xingxue's incredible speed just moments ago. Her current state was akin to when she was still an ability user. Could it be that Wu Xingxue has already regained her powers? Wu Xingxue ignored his curses, coldly standing before him, looking down. Wu Ling, remember this. I, Wu Xingxue, will always be above you. Whether in the past or the future, you shall never surpass me. In my eyes, you will forever be a pathetic failure who cannot rise again. Zhang Li's eyes flickered. That's right. Wu Ling is a pioneer, but he's responsible for the information gathering in their exploration team. The failure of their last mission was largely due to erroneous data. Could there be a connection? It couldn't be this coincidental, could it? This matter cannot be simply dismissed if it truly relates to Wu Ling. Zhang Li's gaze darkened. Wu Ling, Wu Xingxue, were you pretending to be weak all along? So, the thief from last night was you? Wu Xingxue raised an eyebrow. I don't understand Wu Ling. All of Miamian's treasures were stolen last night. You're the only one who knows the situation at home so well. It was you. Shun Qi felt numb. Seeing Wu Ling expose their family's shameful secrets, he realized a fact. He had likely been just as foolish before. How embarrassing. Their uncle would surely not let them off this time. Suddenly, Shun Qi jolted. He remembered something he had forgotten. The inspection department. Wu Xingxue had even sent someone to the inspection department. Shun Qi anxiously tried to remind Wu Ling, but was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Wu Xingxue gleefully spoke. Aha! With so many ability users in the Wu family, you were actually robbed by a thief. Your family is truly a bunch of useless waste. Wu Yuming's treasures must be worth hundreds of thousands. This thief has struck it rich. Had I known you were so inept, I would have gone myself. Wu Xingxue feigned regret. The expressions of those present shifted. The Wu family is so wealthy. Everyone, as thoughts swirled. Yet no one doubted Wu Xingxue. She was far too calm. Shun Qi and Wu Ling had yet to consider this angle, completely unaware that they were being targeted. Seizing a momentary respite, Wu Ling's eyes flashed with a fierce glint as he abruptly turned towards the elderly Mrs. Qing, don't you care about this old woman? Then I shall end her life. Wu Xingxue swiftly advanced, planting a foot on Wu Ling's back, causing him to collapse awkwardly to the ground. That Wu Xingxue's voice remained steady. Yet it inexplicably sent chills down one's spine. It appears you have not learned your lesson. Following that, Wu Xingxue ruthlessly stomped on Wu Ling's ankle. Cracked out, Wu Ling's foot twisted grotesquely. Ah! Wu Ling nearly fainted from the pain. Wu Xingxue sighed. It feels wonderful to regain strength. Merely talking tough is far too dull. One must take action. Delightful. Just then, Wu Xuanan and Shan Ran arrived at the scene. Wu Xuanan's eyes nearly burst with rage as he vaulted over the counter and pushed Wu Xingxue aside. Shouting, Wu Xingxue, have you lost your mind? He is your third brother. Your brother who grew up alongside you. How could you inflict such harm? Do you have no heart? Wu Xuanan's hands trembled as he supported Wu Ling. Wu Xuanan was instantly choked up. Although Chun Ran also saw that it was Wu Xingxue who had broken Wu Ling's foot, she did not jump to conclusions. She scanned the area and asked, what happened here? Can anyone explain? I will. Zhang Li recounted how Shun Qi had stirred trouble in the team, only to discover it was a ruse to lure the tiger away from its den. Wu Ling had infiltrated the store and was caught red-handed. He recounted the process without any subjective commentary. All facts. Wu Xuanan's gaze turned heavy and indifferent as he looked down at Wu Ling. Is this not the truth? Wu Ling turned away disdainfully. Cold sweat pouring down his forehead from the pain. Wu Xuanan then turned to Shun Qi. Shun Qi's gaze flickered as he nodded hesitantly. Wu Xuanan was so enraged he could hardly contain himself. He felt like he could kill these two reckless brothers on the spot. Were they truly desperate or simply mad to attempt such a clumsy theft in broad daylight at Wu Xingxue's store? He felt utterly humiliated. Wu Ling, I did not intend to steal her things. That Wu Xuanan's trust in them had plummeted to an all-time low as he coldly retorted. If you weren't stealing, then why were you here? Wu Ling, I told you there was nothing. Why do you side with outsiders? Wu Xuanan's hands trembled with rage. Xingxue is my sister. She is also your sister. You, as a brother, have done such a thing. I am embarrassed for you, because the Wu family is large and prosperous, and Wu Sheng is often busy. The brothers spent the most time with their elder brother Wu Xuanan during childhood. Aside from the nannies and servants, even the ill-tempered Wu Ling held a great deal of respect for Wu Xuanan. This was the first time in their lives that Wu Xuanan had scolded him in such a manner. It was as if a tsunami had swept across the land, the waves of anger crashing down on all of Wu Ling's reason. He wrenched his twisted fingers free from Wu Xuanan's support, screaming, Wu Xingxue is a jinx. Can't you see how she treats me? Wu Xingxue has long since regained her powers. She is merely pretending to be pitiful to deceive you fools. The thief from last night was her. Wu Xuanan suppressed the fury within him, feeling both heartbroken and enraged at Wu Ling's insults. Yet at the same time, he also retained a sliver of rationality. Indeed, if Xingxue had not regained her powers, she would not be able to overpower Wu Ling. Xingxue, have you regained your abilities? Wu Xuanan's question piqued the curiosity of everyone present. When Wu Xingxue's ability core shattered, yet she survived. It was big news. No one believed she could restore her ability core. If it were true, Wu Xingxue would disrupt the safety zone, becoming a figure of respect and flattery for all. Xinqi stared at Wu Xingxue with eager anticipation. Nervously swallowing, Wu Xingxue glanced at the crowd and candidly stated, I merely consumed a special effect plant to restore my physical condition. If the ability core could be repaired so easily, then Wu Ling would already be a pile of minced meat. Wu Xingxue's gaze coolly landed on Wu Ling. Wu Xuanan pondered for a moment. There are no signs of ability fluctuation from you. That means it has not been successfully restored. The excited gazes of the crowd gradually dimmed. Among them were ability users who understood that Wu Xuanan was correct. Xinqi felt disappointed and also wanted to know. Cousin, do you still have that plant that can restore physical condition? Wu Xingxue raised an eyebrow. Oh, have you settled your debts? Do you have the money to buy it? Xinqi froze, his lips moving but no sound emerged. Wu Xingxue, you aren't hoping to get it for free, are you? What is the point of asking if you have no money? Xinqi felt his thoughts exposed, awkwardly shifting his toes on the ground. His cousin was truly infuriating. They had grown up together, and now, having shared the same misfortune, they should be helping each other out. How could she still publicly ridicule him? Wu Xingxue lost interest in them. Turning to Chun Ran and gently saying, Inspector Chun, please take these two troublemakers away. Deal with them as you see fit. Chun Ran nodded solemnly. Of course, they had violated the laws of the safety zone. And with so many witnesses, they must be dealt with according to regulations. With a wave of her hand, the inspection department personnel who had been standing by moved forward to encircle Xinqi and Wu Ling. Wu Xingxue, are you insane? I didn't actually do anything, and you're sending me to the inspection department? Wu Ling shouted angrily. Xinqi also displayed a look of panic. Wu Xingxue ignored them, continuing to speak to Chun Ran. As the victim, shouldn't I also go? But I have so many guests here. Chun Ran, you don't have to go, but you must find someone to testify on your behalf. I will go. Old Mrs. Qin leisurely stepped beside Chun Ran. Wu Xingxue. That's fine. Inspector Chun, please take good care of old Mrs. Qin and ensure she isn't harmed. She cast a pointed glance at Wu Ling. After all, some people had just shouted about wanting to kill old Mrs. Qin. Old Mrs. Qin took a moment to steady herself, revealing a look of fear. Chun Ran's expression changed dramatically as he sternly declared, It seems this is a crime compounded. Take them all away. Wu Ling exploded with curses. Wu Xingxue, you wretched woman. And you, old hag. I should have killed you earlier. Wu Xuanan looked at Wu Ling, who at this point showed no signs of repentance, but instead brazenly shouted. His face turned pale. What has happened to his brothers? Why have they become such unfamiliar figures? The thought of their father Wu Sheng, discovering that things had turned into a complete mess. Family shame laid bare, made his heart tremble with uncertainty. Xinqi and Wu Ling were restrained and taken away. Xinqi looked at Wu Xingxue with a deeply resentful gaze, akin to a wife betrayed by her husband. Wu Xingxue. Are you insane? Disgusting, Wu Xingxue knew exactly what Shun Qi was thinking. Yet even if she consumed all the remaining restorative fruits, she could never give them to him. Chun Ran shot a cold glance at Wu Xuanan before turning to leave, causing Wu Xuanan to feel a chilling sensation wash over him. Just when Chun Ran seemed inclined to forgive him, the ruckus caused by Wu Ling and Shun Qi led to yet another misunderstanding regarding Xingxue. Chun Ran's icy demeanor was far from that of someone willing to grant forgiveness. That Wu Xuanan felt regretful, wishing he could slap himself. Chun Ran had never held any fondness for him, especially given his inability to discern the unfair treatment towards Xingxue. Before his arrival, he had been firmly convinced of Wu Ling's innocence, yet now his expression bore the pain of realization. Undoubtedly, Chun Ran felt disappointed in him. How could a man so blind and oblivious ever be worthy of Chun Ran's companionship? Wu Xuanan opened his mouth, intending to apologize to Wu Xingxue. However, Wu Xingxue had already begun greeting the guests. Where was that robust fellow who had called the inspection department for me just now? Here he is, promised a 10% discount. What would the guests like to order? The burly man was eagerly planning to indulge himself, not wishing to squander this rare opportunity for savings. Wu Xuanan found himself unable to interject, recognizing that this was neither the time nor place for conversation. Perhaps he would have a chance later. Xingxue must have been deeply hurt by him, and he, as her brother, had been utterly incompetent that it was best not to be an eyesore at the moment. Wu Xuanan steeled himself and followed after Chun Ran and the others. He was motivated by concern for his two troublesome younger brothers, as well as for Chun Ran, that he still could not truly let go of Chun Ran. He had come to understand his mistakes, sincerely regretted them, and believed he still had a chance. Wu Xingxue's gaze followed the large group as they departed in a flurry. Just as they reached the end of the street, it seemed Wu Xuanan was intercepted by someone. Wu Xingxue focused her eyes. Yi Shuang. A hint of sarcasm flickered in her downcast gaze. Wu Xuanan appeared to recognize his faults, yet in truth, he had failed to grasp the essence of his mistakes. His gravest error was not the ambiguous relationship with Yi Shuang, nor his blindness to the truth, but rather his uncritical softness of heart. Chapter 78. The old melon is no longer fresh, big brother Wu, Yi Shuang exclaimed, her eyes suddenly alight upon seeing Wu Xuanan. Previously, when she had instigated a commotion at Wu Xingxue's shop, she had anticipated Wu Xingxue would report her to Wu Xuanan, leading her to endure 2 unbearable days at home. Therefore, it was highly likely that Wu Xuanan was unaware of the situation. After 2 days without seeing Wu Xuanan, Yi Shuang, unable to contain her curiosity, left the Wu residence in search of him. To her surprise, she encountered him on the way, like a fluttering butterfly. Yi Shuang dashed toward Wu Xuanan, who was preoccupied with the retreating figure of Chun Ran, his mind burdened with a myriad of troubles. In a moment of distraction, he was caught off guard by Yi Shuang's sudden approach. The sweet floral and fruity scent flooded his senses. As her softness collided with him, Wu Xuanan recoiled as if scalded, swiftly stepping aside to distance himself from Yi Shuang. Why Yi Shuang was taken aback. Big brother Wu, it's me. Seeing Yi Shuang's lips slightly pout and her eyes glistening with innocence, Wu Xuanan was immediately filled with revulsion. In the past 2 days, his nightmares have been haunted by her presence. He had never imagined that such an ostensibly harmless girl could so seamlessly switch between 2 completely different personas. It was terrifying. Miss Yi, I am not your big brother, and the matter of our familial connection is not recognized by my parents. There are distinctions between genders. As a girl, you should refrain from throwing yourself at men so casually. Why Yi Shuang's pupils dilated, her heart feeling as though it had been struck with a heavy blow. In a flustered attempt to clarify, she rushed to explain, "What are you saying, big brother? I'm Mian's good friend. Haven T, I always called you big brother." Wu Xuanan replied sternly. "Do not seek out my sister Wu Yu Mian again, nor return to the Wu residence. As an elder brother, he should not interfere with his sister's friendships. Yet as her protector, he felt compelled to safeguard her. Allowing someone as cunning as Yi Shuang to befriend Mian would be detrimental to her." Wu Xuanan's expression turned serious, his demeanor defensive, and Yi Shuang was caught off guard by his sudden distancing. "Big brother, what is wrong with you? are you unwell? You, who are usually so gentle, could never say such things. Suddenly, she recalled something, her teeth clenched. Did someone say something to you? No matter what others have told you. Do not believe it. It is not true. From the corner of his eye, Wu Su-nin noticed Shun Ran and the others had walked far away. He realized that it was precisely because of Yi Shuang that Shun Ran had grown distant from him. And with everything that had transpired, he had lost his patience. Miss Yi, I am fully aware of your actions. It is not based on hearsay, but what I have witnessed myself. Ultimately, Wu Su-nan's upbringing prevailed. He chose to spare Yi Shuang the embarrassment of a direct confrontation. Nonetheless, his words were sufficient to leave her in shock. I hope you heed what I said. With that, Wu Su-nin turned and walked away, taking with him the warmth that had enveloped Yi Shuang. She stood frozen in place, taking a long time to comprehend the situation. The team must have been about the incident at Wu Xingxue's shop. Before that, Big Brother Wu had always treated her well. He claimed he had seen it himself. The mere thought of Wu Su-nin witnessing her disgraceful and malicious behavior made her feel as if the world were spinning. What should I do? Right? I must seek out Mian. She is so clever. She even managed to drive Wu Xingxue away. Surely, she has a solution. In the afternoon, Wu Sheng emerged from a meeting with the executives and several peers, his face etched with fatigue. Previously, Wu Su-nan, as his assistant, would always prepare the necessary materials for the meeting in advance. However, by noon, Wu Su-nin had still not delivered the documents that Wu Sheng went in search of him, only to discover that Wu Su-nan had disappeared without a trace and had not even taken a leave of absence. It was outright absenteeism. Fuming, Wu Sheng had no choice but to organize the materials himself. He considered delegating the work to his subordinates, but that would expose their failure to complete their tasks, necessitating a last-minute rescue. Thus, the image-conscious Wu Sheng had to endure the embarrassment of assembling the materials alone in the middle of the day. He had no time to eat lunch, leaving him dizzy and frazzled as he hurried into the afternoon meeting. Given the last-minute preparation, he managed to scrape through, but the rigor of his presentation was markedly lacking compared to his usual standards. The leader refrained from reprimanding him, merely commenting, "Minister Wu, an occasional oversight is permissible, but it cannot become a habit." Wu Sheng felt a tightness in his back at the thought. The leader, Hong Wang Fei, had once served as the commander of the military and was only a few years older than Wu Sheng. Though he had aged and mellowed, his previous aura of authority remained. He was a formidable ability user, having established various private territories as official safe zones in the early days of the apocalypse. He had scoured the land for supplies and survivors, consolidating large private safe zones like the Wu family's. Wu Sheng worked under him, and regardless of whether he was truly obedient, he would never dare to defy him, for the man held real power. The small authority Wu Sheng possessed had been granted by him, and he would never dare to confront the leader directly. Wu Sheng dutifully apologized at the meeting, only to be met with snickers from several peers afterward. Where has Wu Su-nan gone? Can't he handle such a trivial matter? Wu Sheng snapped at his trusted aide. Frustrated, he decided to take a breather on the rooftop. Even a few breaths of polluted air would suffice. Just as he passed through the main office, he overheard a conversation that seemed to pertain to the Wu family. Unable to resist, Wu Sheng leaned closer, his ears perked up like antennas. Has the Wu family been cursed lately? The rumors circulating these days are all quite sensational. First, the top ability, user Wu Xingxue's fall from grace, followed by her severing ties with the Wu family. And now, Captain Shun has been slandering Wu Xingxue's cousin. They say debts are involved, and I hear they still haven't been repaid. And that's not all. It is rumored that the funds for Wu's commander to maintain a mistress were provided by his sister. Living off his sister while keeping a mistress sounds so fresh, doesn't it? Only the wealthy can play such games. A group of young people gathered, giggling and enjoying the gossip. Wu Sheng's face turned crimson with rage as he prepared to reprimand them. But one young man, with a missing ear, speaking in a conspiratorial tone, added, "But this is all old news. If you want to know the latest, let me tell you." Wu Sheng could hardly comprehend the youth's lingo, but he understood that falling from grace meant a person had revealed a different side of themselves than before, which was certainly not a good sign. Moreover, it involved 3 members of the Wu family. Wu Ling, our Wu deputy, and Captain Shun. Wow, Please do tell. Such a significant event that we were unaware of. The young man with the missing ear grinned widely. Of course, you wouldn't know. Those three are probably still at the inspection department right now. This is first-hand information. Wu Sheng was left speechless. Chapter 79. Unable to lift up, Wu Sheng was engrossed in the unfolding drama, unknowingly leaning against a pillar, while passers-by in the corridor observe his peculiar demeanor. Wanting to alert him, yet hesitating, only managing to stifle their laughter as they walk past. We all know about Captain Shun's debts. The young man with the missing ear teased, dragging out his words for effect. The others nodded eagerly, urging him on. Who doesn't know that? You seem to have your finger on the pulse. Hurry up. Hee. The young man grinned mischievously, partially covering his mouth, lowering his voice conspiratorially, while Wu Sheng strained his neck to hear. Captain Shun and Wu Ling colluded to steal. Hiss, that's explosive. The crowd gasped in surprise that Wu Sheng was left in a daze. And it gets even juicier. Guess who they stole from? The group shook their heads, urging him to continue. The young man with the missing ear smirked even more. From Wu Xingxue's treasure tower. Wow. The crowd was rendered speechless, staring at each other with expressions of utter disbelief. Wu Xingxue had merely cut ties with the Wu family. Why were her brothers now pursuing her downfall? What had Wu Xingxue done to incur such wrath? Wu Sheng's mind went blank. Overwhelmed. Among the onlookers, someone asked, "How do you know this? You're not just making it up? Are you?" Wu Sheng snapped back to reality, reassuring himself. They must be fabricating stories. He was desperate to leap into the midst of the gossipers. The young man with the missing ear declared, "Of course, I witnessed it with my own eyes. In the morning, I went to the inspection office to attend to some matters and unexpectedly encountered a group being escorted there. Personally handled by Inspector Chun, with Officer Wu trailing closely behind. Out of curiosity, I inquired, and an elderly lady who testified on behalf of the victim told me directly. How could there be any doubt? Wu Sheng's heart sank. He was somewhat aware of the situation concerning Chun Ran and his eldest son. Chun Ran was someone he regarded highly as a daughter-in-law, level-headed and cautious. It was unthinkable for her to brazenly take the Wu family members in public without solid assurance. As for Minister Wu, Meng Tao subtly reminded him, "Minister Wu, doesn't this tire you out?" It was only then that Wu Sheng realized how undignified his posture was. "Meng Minister, what are you doing here?" Wu Sheng managed to squeeze out a faint smile after much effort. The people standing behind Meng Tao were those who had just attended the meeting. It was puzzling why they were here. Meng Tao explained, "The research department has finalized a preliminary plan for the waste disposal system, and we came to see if you'd like to join us." Implicitly, they were indicating that they were not here to intentionally confront Wu Sheng. Except for Meng Tao, the other's eyes held a hint of amusement that Wu Sheng awkwardly declined. He couldn't afford to be concerned about waste management when his son was still at the inspection office. If he didn't hurry to rescue him, who knew how the rumors would twist? Watching Wu Sheng's hurried departure, Meng Tao felt a tinge of disappointment. Minister Lin behind him remarked, "Perhaps Minister Wu has some urgent matters to attend to. In that case, let's proceed. The central authority has been troubled by this issue lately, and it's best to resolve it quickly. Who knows, Minister Wu might find a better solution. After all, he had once been the chairman." Someone quipped sarcastically. Meng Tao cast another glance at Wu Sheng's diminishing figure, shaking his head inwardly. The establishment of the safe zone was recent, primarily focused on resuming production and construction. Thus, the internal hierarchy was still underdeveloped. Just like Meng Tao, he and Wu Sheng were both ministers. Yet their managerial responsibilities varied, and the central authority's regard for them was not the same, although they held the same official rank. Everyone understood that Meng Tao's position was indeed slightly superior, which is why the other ministers prioritized his opinions in their dealings. Recently, subtle rumors had begun to circulate, and as the safe zone gradually stabilized. The central authority planned to re-establish the hierarchy, which might lead to a definitive ranking that, if that were to happen, their current parity could shift dramatically. The central authority's primary focus at the moment was the waste disposal dilemma within the safe zone. This issue, seemingly trivial, held profound implications both before and after the apocalypse. The outer perimeter of the safe zone was surrounded by a towering wall 20 meters high, with hordes of zombies lurking outside day and night. Inside, over 100,000 people lived, and the waste generated from daily life and production was a heavy burden. The safe zone was limited in area, and with the high walls acting as barriers. Managing the entry and exit of personnel was relatively straightforward, having established effective opening protocols. However, disposing of waste, especially the refuse of tens of thousands of residents, was not so simple. Countless methods had been considered, from incineration to burial, but the fundamental issue remained. The limited space within the safe zone could not accommodate such vast quantities. Previously, there were too many pressing matters to address one by one, and now it had come to the waste issue. There was no way around it. The accumulation of garbage was overwhelming. Even with daily incineration of a portion, the piled-up waste had become a small mountain. The stench was unbearable, and if left unattended, the bacteria, combined with the zombie virus and other unknown mutations, could potentially give rise to epidemics beyond their current resolution. Under multiple pressures, the central authority had prioritized the waste disposal issue above all else, pushing the upper echelons waiting for promotions and raises to exert considerable effort in this regard. Ever since his daughter Meng Xian had gone missing without a trace, Meng Tao had not slept well for a single day. Constantly hoping to find her, Wu Mian, from the Wu family, was a close companion of his daughter, and in light of her disappearance, he instinctively sought to look after the Wu family, while others were eager to see Wu Sheng fall. Only Meng Tao took the initiative to mention seeking him out, only to find he appeared to have more pressing concerns. Exhausted and burdened, Meng Tao pondered his daughter's case as he walked. Meng Xian's sudden disappearance left him with no useful leads. The only recent anomaly was the unexplained deaths of over 30 individuals in the lower district, with the perpetrators still at large. Meng Tao could hardly fathom that his daughter, a carefree girl living in the upper district, could end up in the lower district. With no breakthroughs in sight, he resolved to treat this as a last resort and planned to have someone investigate the spate of deaths in the lower district. Hoping to uncover any trace of his daughter from the impossible that the inspection office, Wu Sheng did not see his youngest son and nephew, who had been detained as offenders. He only encountered the weary Wu Su Nan guarding the entrance. Wu Su Nan's eyes were hollow, and upon seeing Wu Sheng, he immediately looked sorrowful and aggrieved. Dad. Clearly, he had been through a lot. Wu Sheng. Chapter 80. Reputation ruined. Ultimately, Wu Sheng broke his long-held principle of using power to pressure others. After paying a guarantee of 100,000 United coins, he finally managed to extricate Wu Ling and Xingxue from their predicament. His reputation had been thoroughly tarnished, although the safe zone appeared to have laws and regulations. The apocalypse had altered the landscape significantly. Extracting individuals from the inspection office was far easier than it used to be. These regulations primarily constrained the middle and low-tier residents, while those in significant positions like themselves often utilized their power for personal gain, something nearly everyone engaged in. As long as it didn't go too far, the central authority would turn a blind eye, especially since it was currently a time of need for personnel. Wu Sheng had consistently maintained a stance against using power for personal advantage, not out of nobility, but rather because he saw the potential for profit. The central authority's reluctance to deal with certain individuals indicated their continued need for them, yet he personally held principles. Wu Sheng believed he was more forward-thinking than others. He recognized that the central authority viewed the Wu family differently due to their strict family discipline and outstanding abilities, as long as the safe zone continued to develop steadily. When the time for accountability came, the Wu family would surely soar to great heights. But for now, bang! Wu Sheng slammed his hand on the table. How many times have I told you not to stir up trouble? Not to stir up trouble. Have you all turned a deaf ear? Now our Wu family's reputation is in ruins. Are you all pleased? After a long day of tumult, the family finally gathered around the dining table in the evening. Wu Ling's eyes were filled with resentment. It's all that wretched Wu Xingxue's fault. I just wanted to see what secret she had. Who knew a screaming chicken would catch me? And Wu Xingxue even reported me to the inspection office. If it weren't for her, we wouldn't be in such a mess now. Wu Su Nan retorted. What does this have to do with Xingxue? Did you get her permission before barging in? Your actions amount to theft, and you dare to argue? Wu Ling scoffed. You really are a good big brother, always siding with Wu Xingxue. Even after she put me in this mess, I haven't seen you express much concern. Wu Su Nan was so furious he could hardly respond. How could he not care? But he was capable of discerning right from wrong, even if Wu Xingxue had been a bit harsh. Wu Ling had provoked her first, Wu Mian observed silently. Now was not the time to interject. Everyone was in a heated state, particularly with Wu Su Nan supporting Wu Xingxue. If she spoke out of turn, it would be troublesome under Wu Su Nan's scrutiny. It was perhaps best to remain silent. All right, everyone shut up. Wu Shang slammed the table again. Shun Qi, you know your third brother has a fiery temper. Why didn't you try to restrain him? You even cooperated with him. Shun Qi protested. That's not fair. I wanted to explain, but Wu Ling shot him a sharp glance. They were all in this mess together. Even if Wu Ling acted without Shun Qi's consent, Shun Qi was not exempt from blame. Shun Qi pinched his nose in resignation, and Wu Shang's discontent with him deepened. The servants began to serve the dishes. And Wu Shang took a breath. He hadn't eaten anything all day, and his age was catching up with him, causing dizziness. Now that matters had escalated to this point, scolding them further would be futile. Wu Shang maintained a stern expression. Today, I spent a full 100,000 to redeem you both. You will each pay me half within a month. Men, you must bear your responsibilities. Moreover, he warned, I advise you to behave yourselves in the future and not create trouble again. Do not let our family's disgrace affect the central authorities' view of me. If anyone stirs up trouble again, they will end up like Wu Xingxue and be kicked out. The others nodded obediently, not daring to provoke him further. Only Shun Qi remained frozen like a statue. The 5,000 he owed to Wang Liang for the down payment was still borrowed from Wu Su Nan, who was patient and not in a hurry to collect. But now he faced an additional 5,000 debt. The previous 20,000 was merely a ransom, and Shun Qi had managed to endure that. But this time, it was an unwarranted disaster brought on by Wu Ling. Why should he shoulder another 5,000? To Wu Ling, 5,000 was a trivial matter. Yet for Shun Qi, now rendered useless and burdened with debt, how could he possibly come up with that amount? His uncle was too heartless. Shun Qi felt as though the entire world was closing in on him. This place, once a source of security and warmth, no longer felt like home. It suffocated him, but he couldn't help but think of Wu Xingxue. She was now living independently, running her own shop, enjoying freedom and financial success. It was far more comfortable than staying in the Wu household as a burden. A thought crossed Shun Qi's mind. Could he possibly borrow some money from Wu Xingxue? However, that seemed unlikely. She was notoriously stingy. Yet today, he noticed she was hiring at her shop. Perhaps he could give it a try. At least he would have something legitimate to occupy himself with, rather than languishing as a burden in the Wu family. Moreover, Wu Xingxue had methods to regain physical strength. Who knew? With enough persuasion, she might even offer to help him for free. What is this? It's unpalatable. Wu Jian frowned and spat out the food in his mouth, elegantly dabbed his lips with a handkerchief. Wu Shang took a bite and felt something was amiss. Today's dishes not only looked unappealing, but also tasted utterly repulsive. Even a most ordinary rice failed to glisten as it once did, instead appearing dry and dull. He was now desperate for a decent meal. Wu Xuanan, it's the supplies I procured. Wu Shang, this is far inferior compared to last month. If you're short on funds, just tell me. There's no need to buy such cheap goods. Wu Xuanan, the supplies on our table cost 48,000 this month. What? A few were taken aback. They were not responsible for this aspect, and had no idea about the current prices of rice and vegetables. Brother, are you joking? This rubbish costs 48,000? Wu Ling looked at Wu Xuanan with skepticism. Wu Xuanan calmly nodded. Yes, you can inquire at the supply office yourselves. Wu Shang. But the food we had before, that was Xingxue personally subsidizing the household. I can't afford that much. Wu Xuanan coldly stated. All right, 110,000. You'll order from the supply office tomorrow. 110,000? Wu Ling was stunned. Wu Xuanan lamented. Xingxue spends 110,000 every month, yet no one acknowledges her contributions. When she left, we didn't even let her take her belongings. Wu Shang was furious. Did she not eat herself? After raising her for so many years, it was her obligation to contribute for meals. Are you blaming me? Fine, fine. I won't concern myself with this matter anymore. You all can pretend not to see it. Either eat this, or if you wish for the previous standard, then go pay at the supply office. Ignoring Wu Shang's fury, Wu Xuanan left the dining hall. The others dared not even breathe. This was the first time they had witnessed the composed and mature Wu Xuanan arguing with Wu Shang at the dining table and leaving in a huff. Unable to eat any longer, The others also rose to depart. And one noticed Shun Qian, who had always been like an invisible person at home, was now filled with worry, walking heavily. Shun Shi transformed his anger into appetite, forcing himself to eat despite the nausea. His frail body could not withstand their pressures. If he didn't eat, he might faint on the bed at night. Yamayan disdainfully glanced at Shin Shi, thinking that missing a meal was just an opportunity for weight loss. Li Ping had been increasingly active these days. As she left, she sneered softly. Indeed, once a person becomes useless, all they can do is talk. Even this pig food can be consumed. Shin Shi's body stiffened momentarily. Pretending not to hear, he continued to eat, though the next bite came with tears that tasted of sorrow. Brother, what's wrong with you? Wu Jiyun approached the desolate figure of Wu Xuanan in the bare little garden and asked. He understood Wu Xuanan. Wu Xuanan was calm and restrained. Although Wu Jiyun despised Wu Xingxue as the elder brother, Wu Xuanan held deep sibling affection for her, and Wu Jiyun did not wish to speak further on the matter. However, if he merely wanted to speak on behalf of Wu Xingxue, Wu Xuanan wouldn't be so agitated. He sensed a palpable anxiety emanating from Wu Xuanan today, as if something significant was amiss. Chapter 81. Heading to the black market simultaneously, it because of Chun Ran. It turned out that Wu Xuanan's agitation today stemmed from serious issues in his relationship with Chun Ran. A peculiar expression crossed Wu Jiyun's stern face, which ultimately transformed into a soft sigh. It seems both he and his brother are deeply sentimental individuals. Brother, I have long advised you. One must not be too reserved with women. Had you heeded my words sooner, Chun Ran would have surely been our sister-in-law by now. Once married, a woman is not easily swayed. As Wu Jiyun spoke, he thought of Bai Wei. The Wu family had been embroiled in numerous matters lately. He had initially planned to visit Bai Wei tonight, but with their father's wrath, the home was far from peaceful. Better to refrain, he left money for Wei Wei, and with the caretaker's assistance, she would not fare poorly. Under normal circumstances, Wu Xuanan would have reprimanded Wu Jiyun for such seemingly futile remarks. Yet today, he was devoid of energy for such disputes. Exhausted, Wu Jiyun frowned. It appeared his brother had not absorbed his advice. Regardless, Wu Xuanan was still his elder brother. While he couldn't assist financially, he certainly knew how to handle women that Wu Xuanan turned to him. What method? Brother, your issue lies in being overly reserved. Both you and Chun Ran harbor feelings for one another. Yet neither dares to voice it, allowing time to slip by. Women are drawn to proactive men. Your priority now is to express your feelings to her. Wu Xuanan. It's futile. I already spoke with her this morning. Wu Jiyun raised an eyebrow. What did you say? Wu Xuanan recounted the morning's events succinctly, prompting Wu Jiyun to display a look of sympathy. His elder brother was not only unfortunate, but also somewhat dense. Brother, that's incorrect. Who confesses before work, especially in the corner of an office building? Wu Xuanan perked up. Then what do you suggest? Wu Jiyun smiled slightly. The more solemn and extravagant, the better. Women find it hard to refuse. Even someone as assertive as Chun Ran. Wu Xuanan hesitated. Although he disagreed with some of Wu Jiyun's views, there was no denying that Wu Jiyun maintained a good relationship with his young girlfriend. Having persisted from before the apocalypse to after. Share your thoughts. Wu Jiyun lowered his voice mysteriously. While Wu Xuanan listened, skepticism evident in his eyes. Will this truly work? Wu Jiyun, unless you have a better plan. Wu Xuanan pondered for a moment, ultimately resolving to proceed, as Wu Jiyun suggested. He absolutely could not lose Chun Ran. He had laid out some personnel in the black market during the day. Unlike before the apocalypse, the only place a thief could sell stolen goods was the black market. Wu Jiyun was invigorated. Their father would likely agree. With that thought, a flicker of regret crossed Wu Jiyun's eyes. Before the apocalypse, he had met Bai Wei under unexpected circumstances. He had been drugged at a hotel, and Bai Wei happened to work there, cleaning rooms when a dazed Wu Jiyun stumbled in. They spent a ridiculous night together. Later, Wu Jiyun intended to compensate Bai Wei with some money, only to find that she refused. Out of curiosity, he investigated Bai Wei and discovered what a strong and kind young woman she was. Which stirred his affections. He initially planned to directly provide funds for Bai Wei's mother's treatment, but she still insisted on declining. While Wu Jiyun admired her resolve, he was also frustrated by her stubbornness, leading him to propose a relationship of support. Ultimately, Bai Wei tearfully agreed to it to save her mother. As Wu Jun's feelings for Bai Wei deepened, a tinge of regret began to surface in his heart. This arrangement of support often caused Bai Wei distress. Even after Wu Jiyun expressed his feelings and they became a legitimate couple, Bai Wei frequently quarreled with him over the matter. But to think of her as the second daughter-in-law of the Wu family? Absolutely not. A dream. Their father was an obstinate old man. He did not comprehend the merits of Wei Wei. Even now, in the apocalypse, it was common for survivors to engage in transient relationships. Only those from affluent backgrounds, like them, still adhered to notions of marriage that Wu Jiyun believed it was unimportant, yet both Wu Sheng and Bai Wei deemed it crucial. The former would never consent to a mistress becoming the second daughter-in-law, while the latter insisted Wu Jiyun grant her a formal status, allowing her to proudly assume the role of the Wu family as second daughter-in-law. Caught in the middle, Wu Jiyun felt torn until, at last, an opportunity presented itself that Wu Jiyun scoffed softly. A petty thief was nothing. With just a flick of his fingers, he could surely apprehend him. Meanwhile, after having dinner and napping for 2 hours, Wu Xingxue invigoratedly donned her combat attire, complemented by a black tracksuit for concealment. She pulled up her hood and donned a large mask, preparing to venture out. Tonight, she planned to visit the black market first, and if time permitted, then go to Li Ping's house. Wu Xingxue quietly closed and locked her door, passing by the utility room, where she heard the sound of snoring within. Wu Xingxue. Experience prevails. She needn't lift a finger. Granny Qin had directly arranged matters for Bai Wei. Throughout the day, Bai Wei had been occupied, with Granny Qin skillfully managing a delicate balance, ensuring Bai Wei spun like a top without overwhelming her. The result was that Bai Wei now devoured bean cakes ravenously at night. Choking yet unwilling to spit them out, her disdain for their taste long gone. Quite convenient, Wu Xingxue was not the least bit worried about any disruption from her, following Granny Qin's training. It was possible that by the time Wu Jiyun found Bai Wei, she would have developed a physique capable of breaking Wu Jiyun's front teeth with a single punch. Wu Xingxue stealthily navigated through patrolling guards. Running northward, after approximately 20 minutes, a lit building emerged from the darkness. This was a community gymnasium, now transformed into the black market of the safe zone. As she approached, silhouettes of others appeared in the night. Most of them appeared solitary, hunched, heads bowed, wearing large hats to conceal themselves, their expressions wary. Everyone was heading towards the gymnasium's entrance. Typically, only 2 sentinels would be stationed at the entrance, responsible for collecting an admission fee of 100 United coins from each individual. However, today, there were 2 additional figures who paid no mind to collecting money and merely stood aside, surveying everyone entering the black market. Chapter 82. Even you have fallen into my hands. The 2 stood close together behind the guards collecting money. One yawned widely. The other frowned and whispered, "Stay alert. We're on duty." The yawning one stretched lazily and replied, "All right, Yang. You're taking this too seriously. Yang Ge." "What do you mean, Hazy?" Hazy glanced at the 2 guards, pulling Yang Ge back a couple of steps. "Considering that you treated me to a meal during the day, I'll offer you a few words of advice to spare you from suffering as a newcomer." Yang Ge did not take it lightly, giving Hazy a grateful look. Hazy chuckled. "In the future, if the task is assigned by Assistant Gu, then we should execute it diligently. If it is assigned by Commander Wu, we can just muddle through." Yang Ge was perplexed. He knew that Assistant Gu Chuxia, was merely Wu's assistant, essentially a subordinate handling miscellaneous tasks, much like them. But Wu was their superior. Why would they heed the assistant over their boss? Hazy could see his confusion and said, "Don't rush, just listen to me. And once today's mission concludes, you will understand what I mean." Yang Ge nodded thoughtfully, still unable to grasp the situation. Today, Wu Jiyun had assigned their team a task, stating that they were to stake out a powerful thief in the black market. His and Hazy's duty was to guard the entrance and monitor suspicious individuals. While it sounded straightforward, a troubling thought suddenly struck Yang Ge. Commander Wu hadn't provided them with any descriptions of the suspect. Most individuals entering the black market were hunched over with their faces obscured, some even with shifty eyes. Everyone appeared suspicious. Wu had essentially thrown them into the fray without a clear directive, merely instructing them to identify the elusive thief. There hadn't even been any mention of what the thief might be selling. How were they to locate him? Yonge had been transferred from another disbanded team. Not a complete novice. His previous commander would never have handled a mission so ambiguously. Most critically, the members of their command were trained for combat. Not to apprehend petty thieves. Just the day before, Yonge had been a police officer, and now he found himself back in his old line of work without realizing the absurdity of it all. Their current task was clearly the responsibility of the inspection department. Yonge felt a headache coming on. It seemed Commander Wu was not at all, as the rumors suggested, being neither shrewd nor reliable, but rather quite muddled. Yonge had stumbled upon a situation where Wu Jian, usually not so confused, was indeed acting foolishly. This time, he was abusing his power, using the resources of the command to catch a thief from his own household. While he might wish to describe the suspect, he had no idea who he was looking for, but he could afford to be ignorant. But if his subordinates failed to capture someone, he would still mete out severe punishment. Yonge felt helpless, yet the mission had to proceed. As time passed, he began to yawn. Without any description of the thief, even if the culprit stood right in front of them, they would be none the wiser. At that moment, a figure clad in a black hoodie approached. He handed over 100 unified coins, his hands shoved into his pockets as he moved to enter. Yonge suddenly shouted, "Stop!" Wu Xingxue halted. "Yonge, take off your hat and mask." Hazy whispered, "Yonge, we are after the ability user. This is just an ordinary person, devoid of any energy fluctuations." Years of professional instinct kicked in for Yonge. His internal radar buzzing that he insisted. "Hurry up." The hoodie and mask were removed, revealing an unremarkable face, short hair, and a slightly yellow complexion dotted with freckles. He appeared to be a young man in his 20s. The boy's eyes were filled with trepidation as he looked at Yonge, his voice trembling. "Ivy," he paid. Yonge furrowed his brows, scrutinizing him for a full minute before responding. You may enter." The boy looked somewhat aggrieved, pouting before donning his hat and mask once more, continuing inside. As he turned away, a veil of relief washed over his previously distressed eyes. This person was rather intriguing. What a pity Wu Xingxue, being a notable figure in the safe zone, naturally had to disguise herself in the black market. Her skills in this regard were exceptional, so much so that even if someone confronted her directly, they would remain oblivious to any anomalies. However, through this encounter, Wu Xingxue confirmed that the black market was far from tranquil tonight. Although the black market appeared to operate outside the law, it had tacit approval from the higher-ups. It was merely a night market, where as long as nothing heinous like murder or trafficking in human parts occurred, the authorities would turn a blind eye. Wu Xingxue speculated that the two extra individuals outside were officials sent specifically to apprehend her. To be more precise, they were after the thief who had pilfered from the Wu family. The only entities capable of coordinating with the black market were the officials from the safe zone. The black market served as an excellent venue for disposing of stolen goods, and the only recent incident warranting official intervention was the theft from the Wu family. Thus, was there someone from the Wu family present tonight? Wu Xingxue did not expend much energy pondering this, for truth be told, her brothers from the Wu family could never outsmart her. She was unafraid. Upon entering the gymnasium, all unnecessary partitions had been removed, revealing a chaotic yet orderly array of stalls, each manned by sellers clad in heavy coverings that Wu Xingxue strolled past, observing items such as exotic plants, clothing, jewelry, daily necessities, and even some seemingly worthless trinkets. It went without saying that the origins of these items were undoubtedly dubious. Otherwise, there would be no need to sell them in the black market. In addition to the stalls laden with goods, there were also makeshift tables bearing signs reading, "Seeking a wolf's heart, price negotiable and looking for a 4th-tier fire core," among others. Some even bore descriptions of individuals' physical traits. In search of the missing. As Wu Xingxue walked, she inquired about the prices at several stalls, gaining a clearer understanding of the situation. That moment, two lithe figures glided past her, their sharp gazes lingering momentarily before shifting away. More officials, Wu Xingxue mused. It seemed a small squad had arrived. The likelihood was high that Wu Jian was among them. Only a commander could mobilize a team. This was indeed an abuse of power. Her brothers from the Wu family were growing increasingly reckless. Wu Xingxue's eyes darkened. Initially, she had no intention of disposing of stolen goods. She merely came to assess the recent developments in the black market to lay the groundwork for future operations that, if all went smoothly, she could secure a substantial sum from Wu Yuming. It was not surprising for the Wu family to venture into the black market, as it was the prime channel for disposing of stolen property. However, she had not anticipated Wu Jiyun would exploit the command's resources for personal gain. Such a golden opportunity should not be squandered. It would be foolish to let Wu Jiyun hand her such a leverage. Wu Xingxue shook her head quietly to Wu Jiyun. Not only have you ensnared a small canary, but now you too have fallen into my grasp. Continuing her exploration, Wu Xingxue finally spotted Wu Jiyun at one of the stalls. Chapter 83. This is not the covert operation he envisioned. The stall owner, devoid of any customers, stood idly with his hands tucked away, some seated cross-legged on the ground, others yawning and squinting, or lazily leaning against their stalls. Only one individual, cloaked in a black cape, stood out, his immense hood concealing his features, leaving only a glimpse of his thin, pursed lips visible. He stood straight back behind the stall, contrasting with the tattered scarves and worn jackets of the other vendors. He appeared less like a seller and more like a model on display. His presence was strikingly incongruous amid the surrounding atmosphere, and Wu Xingxue spotted him from a distance. Wu Xingxue. Does Wu Jiyun truly comprehend the purpose of his visit? The black market is historically secure. Officials are well aware of the implicit rules, and they wouldn't trouble themselves with minor matters unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, for officials to directly ambush and apprehend individuals in the black market could potentially incite unrest and attract attention from the upper echelons that Wu Jiyun's audacity to operate in the black market was. Wu Xingxue felt the urge to facepalm. Wu Jiyun had proven to be quite foolish. What could she do but deliver a stern lesson to ensure he thought twice before acting so rashly in the future? Alas, she was merely indulging her older brother. Concealed beneath the hood, Wu Jiyun crossed his arms, his sharp eyes scanning the crowd. This one looked suspicious. That one, too, could see this moment. Anyone he laid eyes upon seemed like a potential thief of Wu Yuming's belongings, all appearing furtive and guilty. Despite the late hour, Wu Jiyun was invigorated. As a commander, he had personally stepped into the fray and was determined to uncover the thief. He was familiar with all of Wu Yuming's possessions. As long as any of them appeared here, even for a fleeting moment, they would not escape his keen sight. Wu Jiyun had never considered that someone bold enough to steal from the Wu family would be foolish enough to attempt to sell the stolen goods immediately, rather than lay low for a while. Moreover, Wu Xingxue had grander plans. Her purpose in visiting the black market was merely to scout the situation, with no intention of making any purchases as time passed. Wu Jiyun grew increasingly impatient. A lean figure clad in a black hoodie approached, having perused several stalls nearby, and now stood before him. Wu Jiyun frowned. He despised attracting attention with valuable wares that might impede his mission. Thus he had only displayed commonplace items at his stall. Despite his half-hearted efforts, someone had indeed taken an interest. TSK, Wu Xingxue, gloved hands unbothered by recognition, began to sift through the items at Wu Jiyun's stall, producing non-committal sounds that Wu Jiyun found his view obstructed by her presence, coldly stating, "If you're not interested, then leave." To his surprise, the person opposite him responded with irritation, saying, "What do you mean? Am I not allowed to look at what I'm buying? How do you conduct business like this?" Wu Jiyun was disinclined to engage in a quarrel. He simply wished for this person to vacate the premises. "I am not selling to you, so please leave," Wu Xingxue retorted. "If you're not selling, why display the items? Isn't that just causing trouble?" Wu Jiyun, who is truly causing trouble here? Wu Jiyun's patience wore thin, an aura of intimidation radiating from him as he sought to drive away this oblivious nuisance. As he had anticipated, the person opposite him took 2 steps back, visibly frightened, and the coldness at the corners of Wu Jiyun's mouth dissipated somewhat. It seemed he was somewhat astute. "But did you just tell me to leave? I'm not some customer who refuses to pay after a purchase. On what grounds do you threaten me? If everyone here conducted business like you, buyers would be scolded for merely browsing. Who would dare to come here?" The hand clad in black gloves trembled slightly as it pointed at Wu Jiyun, clearly enraged. While only those on either side could hear their earlier argument, Wu Xingxue's words were loud enough for at least a dozen nearby stalls to catch every syllable. The surrounding buyers cast discontented glances, and a myriad of eyes radiated from all directions. Encircling Wu Jiyun's stall, he sensed trouble brewing. This was far from the covert operation he had envisioned, an endeavor conducted without a soul being the wiser. Wu Jiyun, silence. That is not what I meant. Wu Xingxue exaggeratedly shouted. You are still threatening me. Wu Jiyun was so infuriated he nearly covered her mouth. He scanned the crowd, feeling a surge of panic, and his hood swayed uncontrollably. You are Commander Wu. Wu Xingxue feigned terror, covering her mouth with both hands and retreating another 2 steps. The air grew suddenly still. Wu Jiyun stood frozen, his identity exposed. He was taller than the boy in the sweatshirt, and since he had not donned a mask, the boy had clearly seen his face during his earlier movement in such a crowded safety zone. It was improbable that everyone had seen him. Most had only heard his name, and perhaps only those who had seen him in his commander's uniform would recognize him. Wu Jiyun regretted not heeding his subordinate's advice to wear an additional mask. How could he have anticipated encountering someone who could recognize him from just half a face? Wu Jiyun, you are mistaken. I am not Wu Xingxue. You are? I understand now. Her voice was laced with the excitement of uncovering the truth, tinged with a hint of fear. No wonder you told me to go away. Your stall is merely filled with trash, and you are not here to sell anything. You are here on official business to capture people. The crowd collectively took a step back. Those who came to sell goods often harbored their own secrets. The authorities had never interfered here, but now, an official presence had emerged. Wu Xingxue was correct. With the items on Wu Jiyun's stall, he could spend a lifetime selling them without finding a gullible buyer. Moreover, his identity was sensitive. He was not there to sell, but to execute a mission. As for the mission's target, who knew if it might be any one of them? Although everyone had their faces obscured, their eyes betrayed a palpable sense of vigilance, unease, and fear that Wu Jiyun felt a headache coming on. At that moment, 2 individuals emerged from the crowd and stood behind Wu Jiyun. Commander, what should we do? But could he simply walk away? Wu Xingxue stood amidst the crowd, watching him prepare to make a hasty retreat, and immediately called out, Commander Wu, don't leave. Is the official side planning to take action against the black market? Please give us a straightforward answer. If not, I will turn myself in to avoid living in constant fear. Wu Xingxue voiced the collective sentiment that Wu Jiyun's arrival had been bewildering, and his departure was equally perplexing. The implications behind it all were exceedingly subtle, now that someone had stepped forward to inquire. Perhaps bolstered by the masks and the crowd, many began to voice their questions. One made way for Wu Jiyun and his companions. The 2 behind him grew impatient. Step aside. Obstructing official duties will result in your immediate arrest. Wu Jiyun's heart sank. As expected, that troublesome boy spoke up again. You've admitted it. It's over. The black market is finished. Just as Manager Fong arrived with his entourage, he overheard this exclamation, causing his heart to drop. Chapter 84. Everything is ruined. A thin sheen of sweat broke out on Wu Jiyun's forehead. Behind the black market stood the Lu family. Like the Wu family, they were once a prominent clan before the apocalypse. Everyone in the Wu family held positions within the government, while the Lu family had secured a place by surrendering resources hidden since the onset of the apocalypse to the leadership. The Lu family had no members in government, but controlled the black market, which was why the authorities had turned a blind eye. There was little animosity between the Wu and Lu families. The only contention lay between Wu Jiyun and Lu Qing, the eldest son of the Lu family. Both had once vied for Bai Wei's affection, and she had chosen Wu Jiyun. Subsequently, Lu Qing had harbored a disdain for Wu Jiyun, who, in turn, was equally displeased with Lu Qing, who had once coveted his woman. After the apocalypse, the 2 had little interaction until Wu Jiyun sought Lu Qing's assistance in the black market for his mission. Lu Qing had only agreed to cooperate because Wu Jiyun was operating under official auspices. Wu Jiyun assured him that they were merely apprehending a thief, promising no one would be the wiser. And this would not affect the black market's business. Had it not been for the official banner he carried, Lu Qing would never have allowed Wu Jiyun's people to enter, let alone have Manager Feng cooperate. Wu Jiyun had meticulously planned for everything to unfold quietly. The Lu family had no dealings with the authorities and would not seek verification for such a trivial matter. He intended to capture the target and leave. Now, however, his cover was blown on the spot. and the commotion was far greater than he had assured Lu Qing it would be. Should he disrupt the black market's operations, the Lu family would not take it lightly. Before the apocalypse, Wu Jiun would not have cared about the Lu family. But now, with his entire family in government positions and Wu Sheng having sternly advised against provoking trouble, he understood the stakes. If mishandled, the Lu family would exploit their connections within the government to make life difficult for the Wu family. Times had changed. Wu Jiun pondered deeply as Manager Feng, a burly figure with a stern expression, approached and stated, "Commander Wu, you owe us an explanation." Cornered, Wu Jiun recognized his culpability. If he did not provide a reasonable explanation to reassure the gathered crowd, he would never be able to leave. He took a deep breath. "There has been a misunderstanding. We are merely here to find a thief. It has nothing to do with any of you." The crowd was not convinced by this statement. Among those present, 7 out of 10 had stolen at some point. Wu Xingxue had already concealed herself in the midst of the crowd, and upon hearing his words, she scoffed. "Isn't that still an official operation? What difference does this explanation make?" "Exactly." The crowd echoed in agreement. The Wu Jiun wished he could snatch her from the crowd and silence her. Reluctantly, Wu Jiun resolved to speak the truth, if it were not an official action. The thief, Wu Jiun, steeled himself, determined to extricate himself and avoid offending the Lu family, and thus revealed his family's shame once more. "The thief stole something from our Wu family. This is a private matter, not an official mission. You all need not worry." The voice that made Wu Jiun wish for death emerged once again. "I don't believe you." "Wu Jiun, Wu Xingxue, if it's a private matter, then who are those two beside you? They are clearly members of your command team. Unless you are abusing your power for personal gain." Wu Jiun could not fathom how the Black Hoodie not only identified him, but also recognized the members of his command team. Wu Jiun, concerned for his reputation, did not wish to engage in a convoluted defense. Ultimately, he begrudgingly admitted, "Yes, you are correct." The words seemed to be forced from between his clenched teeth. Hearing him concede such a matter, the crowd began to believe it. Manager Feng saw that the situation was begrudgingly resolved and addressed the crowd. "I apologize, everyone. The Lu family and Commander Wu are old acquaintances. We merely intended to assist a friend. We did not expect to cause any misunderstandings." The crowd was pleased. The misunderstanding was cleared, and they would save half the cost. They expressed their understanding as they gradually dispersed. Wu Jiun continued to search for the Black Hoodie, but not a single shadow was in sight. Suddenly, a sense of familiarity washed over him. This pattern of fleeing after a confrontation seemed strangely familiar. Before he could ponder further, Manager Feng's round face approached, his squinty eyes carrying a smirk. "Our young master thought Commander Wu was conducting an official operation this time, which is why he cooperated and gave you face. Little did he know you would abuse your power, even in our black market." Wu Jiun's eyelid twitched. He wanted to explain, but realized Manager Feng was merely a subordinate and not worthy of his explanation. However, Manager Feng raised his hand. "Commander Wu, please take your leave. Do not return in the future. I will inform our young master of this incident." With a cold snort, Manager Feng departed with 4 or 5 followers, seemingly headed to report to Lu Qing. Wu Jiun felt a surge of anger, but found he lacked even the strength to be angry. Everything had gone awry. Publicly admitting to abusing power for personal gain and airing his family's dirty laundry, while still failing to find the thief, left Wu Jiun feeling that he would never experience a darker moment in his life. "Commander, shall we leave?" The two behind him cautiously inquired. Wu Jiun shot them a fierce glare. "Of course we are leaving. Do you want to stick around for the spectacle?" Those two, completely lacking in situational awareness, had no business stepping forward in public. Wu Jiun turned around, not noticing the resentment in the eyes of the two behind him. Upon reaching the exit, the 7-member team gathered, but Wu Jiun walked ahead in silence, while the others trailed behind, dejected and dispirited. The remaining members, infuriated, glanced back at the two who had witnessed the entire debacle. "He has the audacity to accuse us of being useless, while he himself is the one who got robbed without noticing anything. Who's truly useless here? What a stroke of bad luck. We were helping him with his private matter, and he still acted all high and mighty. He went without a mask and got recognized. How can he blame us for that?" After a few grumbles, they each went their separate ways. Yanggu and He Zi were on the same path, and their assigned dormitories were quite close to one another. It was only then that Xingxue comprehended the meaning behind He Zi's earlier words. Unable to suppress a bitter smile, he had never encountered a commander like this, requesting their assistance. Yet even if the task was not accomplished, there should at least be some form of compensation for their efforts. After all, everyone had endured a sleepless night, and they still had to report to work punctually the following day, even if no compensation was provided. It was unacceptable to blur the lines between personal and professional matters, let alone deduct their performance evaluations due to personal grievances. Performance evaluations directly influenced their monthly bonuses. A 0 rating implied they would receive no bonuses at all, leaving only their fixed salaries. How utterly frustrating! Despite his irritation, Xingxue turned to He Zi and said, "Tomorrow morning, I shall bring you meat buns, made by my wife." In these times, consuming meat was quite a luxury, and Xingxue's offer was a gesture of gratitude towards He Zi for his willingness to offer guidance. He Zi chuckled, "Thank you, Xingxue, but let us save it for the day after tomorrow. You should refrain from eating at home tomorrow." Xingxue replied, "Generally, after we've suffered grievances under Commander Wu, Assistant Gu is sure to treat us to a lavish breakfast the next day." As a form of consolation, He Zi's mouth watered at the thought of delicious food. Xingxue couldn't help but admire Gu Chuxia. No wonder He Zi had previously remarked that if they did their jobs well, Commander Wu was unreliable, yet Assistant Gu was quite dependable. This prompted Xingxue to think that, in terms of interpersonal relations, Assistant Gu was far more suited to be a commander than Wu Jian. At this moment, Wu Xingxue had arrived in the upper district. Like a troublemaker stirring the pot, she hastily fled after her mischief, for lingering would only invite capture. Wu Xingxue had already anticipated the repercussions of tomorrow's revelations concerning Wu Jian. How delightful! Just the thought brought her in high spirits. She arrived outside the Wu family villa, ready to commence her second task for the night, surveilling Li Ping. Hiding in the shadows, she quickly discerned something amiss. Why was Wu Yumian peering out at Li Ping's residence at such an hour? Chapter 85. Lodging a complaint, Wu Yumian's room faced that of Commander Jiang next door, from Wu Xingxue's perspective. It appeared that Wu Yumian's room was shrouded in darkness, curtains drawn, but one corner of the curtain was slightly lifted. Clearly, she was using binoculars, targeting none other than Commander Jiang and Li Ping's home. Wu Xingxue's eyelids fluttered. Was Wu Yumian observing Commander Jiang, or was it Li Ping? In an instant, Wu Xingxue concluded that it had to be Li Ping. There was no connection between Commander Jiang and the Wu family, nor with Wu Yumian. If there were issues concerning Commander Jiang, it was hardly Wu Yumian's concern to monitor him in the dead of night. However, Li Ping was different. She was a dear friend. Wu Xingxue recalled the last time she saw Li Ping, her anxious demeanor suggesting someone might be pursuing her. Perhaps Li Ping was aware of Wu Yumian's surveillance. No wonder she appeared so terrified. Yet, as the wife of a commander, she shouldn't be driven to such extremes that Wu Xingxue's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This situation signaled that something significant had transpired between Wu Yumian and Li Ping. But what could it be? Why had Wu Yumian resorted to such lengths, even considering acquiring protective beast hide? A beam of yellow light approached rapidly, a vehicle speeding towards the Wu family entrance. At 3 a.m, anyone out and about, especially someone capable of driving, must possess a notable identity. That a regular visit at such an hour was highly suspicious. Wu Xingxue sensed that something exciting was about to unfold and stealthily changed her position. A figure emerged from the vehicle and knocked on the Wu family's door. Soon, lights flickered on in several windows of the villa. At that moment, a young man clad in a champagne-colored suit stepped out of the car. He had a refined appearance with a hint of softness about him, and the slight smirk on his lips evoked thoughts of a cunning fox. Wu Xingxue's eyes gleamed with interest at Liu Qing. The eldest son of the Liu family and the overseer of the black market had come to confront them. Liu Qing's arrival was certainly swifter than that of Wu Jian, who had to rely on his own 2 feet. Surrounded by several bodyguards, Liu Qing entered the villa, while Wu Xingxue swiftly scaled the outer wall to the 2nd floor. With guests arriving late at night, the entire Wu family convened in the living room, conveniently allowing Wu Xingxue to observe unnoticed. Concealing her presence, she positioned herself at the corner of the 2nd floor staircase, overlooking the gathering in the living room, her vantage point granting her insight into everyone's movements. Young Master Lu, what brings you here at such a late hour? Wu Sheng gestured for Lu Qing to take a seat on the opposite sofa, hastily donning a soft loungewear. In contrast, Lu Qing was impeccably dressed, his black-clad bodyguards maintaining a stoic demeanor. He sat elegantly, fixing his gaze on Wu Sheng, and began with a tone steeped in ridicule, considering our two families had some business dealings before the apocalypse. I shall address you as Uncle Wu. I am here to remind you to keep a close eye on your troublesome second son. My memory fails me. It seems all of your sons, along with your nephew, are equally troublesome. That it appears to be a family trait. If this is the case, then it's no surprise that Commander Wu has engaged in such behavior. Lu Qing's expression was laced with disdain. Wu Sheng furrowed his brows deeply, while Wu Xuanan, standing behind him, coldly interjected, "What is the meaning of this, young Master Lu? You arrive at our home at 3 in the morning to criticize my second brother. How utterly disrespectful." Lu Qing remained unperturbed, smiling as he replied, "If we are to discuss the Wu family's etiquette, I truly cannot compare." His countenance conveyed utmost contempt. Wu Sheng could easily perceive the underlying implications in Lu Qing's words, especially since they involved Wu Jun. He glanced back to see the entire family present, with the exception of one member. At such a late hour, Wu Jun had not mentioned any assignments, leaving Wu Sheng anxious. "Young Master Lu, please speak plainly." With a click, the door swung open. Wu Jun was momentarily blinded by the warm, bright light, and upon surveying the living room's atmosphere, he found the entire family gathered, with Lu Qing seated on the sofa, wearing an enigmatic smile, and oh wonder there was a car waiting outside. This Lu Qing, was it truly necessary to lodge a complaint over such a trivial matter? "What exactly has transpired?" Wu Sheng inquired, his voice tinged with urgency. Wu Jiun's expression darkened, his mouth opening to speak, but no sound emerged. Lu Qing chuckled. "It seems Commander Wu is too embarrassed to speak. Let my men clarify the situation. If they misspeak, Commander Wu is welcome to interject." Wu Jiun wished for Lu Qing to leave, yet having disrupted their gathering, he found himself at a loss for words. One of Lu Qing's bodyguards spoke in a straightforward tone, detailing Wu Jiun's actions in the black market that evening. The Wu family members stared at Wu Jiun in shock. Wu Sheng nearly gasped for air, convinced he must be dreaming. How could his brilliant and capable second son engage in such misconduct? Exploiting his authority to have personnel from the command center apprehend petty thieves, and even publicly acknowledge such foolishness? Wu Sheng discreetly pinched his thigh, the pain a stark reminder that everything was indeed real. He wished to faint. When had their family ever been free of turmoil? Fainting was not an option, and despite his fury, he did not want to provide amusement for outsiders. He shot a glare at Wu Jiyun and asked Lu Qing, "What does the Lu family desire?" Wu Sheng wanted to curse. After all, the black market was already riddled with unsavory dealings. What reputation could they possibly salvage? Yet he held his tongue. Fine, when the black market reopened tomorrow night, he would send Wu Jiyun over. Wu Jiyun's expression was as cold as ice. He longed to protest, but was silenced by Wu Xuanan's piercing gaze. Wu Sheng felt humiliated, but the Wu family's current standing was not what it once was. To survive in the safe zone, they needed to tread carefully. Apologizing in the black market was a minor embarrassment. After all, those frequenting it were hardly respectable. Wu Sheng's true concern was whether the Lu family would demand compensation. The Wu family had little wealth, and maintaining their facade of respectability in the eyes of outsiders was already a challenge. However, Lu Qing only laughed. "Uncle Wu, are you losing your touch?" Commander Wu nearly jeopardized the black market. "An apology there would be too lenient for him," Wu Sheng replied. "Then what do you propose?" Lu Qing's eyes glinted slyly. "Let us head to the broadcasting station and have Commander Wu apologize to the residents of the entire safe zone in front of the Lu family." "Absolutely not," both Wu Sheng and Wu Jiyun exclaimed in unison. Chapter 86. A tangled web. Wu Xingxue stifled her laughter. Lu Qing was indeed ruthless. Without mobile networks, disseminating information widely could only be accomplished through broadcasts. Thus, the broadcasting station existed. Typically, it served to relay official directives and regulations, and while residents could utilize it, the fees were exorbitant and content required prior approval. For Wu Jiyun to apologize publicly to the Lu family and admit to abusing his power was far worse than a swift death. Wu Sheng insisted, "This matter is absolutely unacceptable. Propose another solution." Liu Qing narrowed his eyes, glancing at Wu Jiyun. "It can be arranged, but it depends on whether Commander Wu is willing to make the sacrifice." Wu Jiyun felt a sense of foreboding creeping in. "Sure enough," Liu Qing continued, "then hand over Bai Wei to me. This way, Commander Wu won't need to apologize. This deal is quite advantageous." Wu Sheng's eyes flickered with confusion. Wu Xuanan, with a complex expression, leaned close to Wu Sheng and whispered, "Bai Wei is apparently Jiyun's girlfriend." Wu Sheng's breath caught. In that fleeting moment, the realization struck him. Liu Qing's initial intention was that woman named Bai Wei. No wonder. There had never been significant conflict between the Wu and Lu families. Yet Wu Jiyun and Liu Qing were perpetually at odds. The root of it lay in a woman. Wu Sheng's heart ached. What a pathetic creature. Knowing there were issues with a Lu family scion, he still managed to get himself caught in a compromising situation on their turf. Was all his guidance over the years for naught? Wu Sheng took several deep breaths, the pain in his chest intensifying. Over a mere woman, Jin? No, this cannot happen. Wu Jiyun's gaze was as sharp as a blade, fiercely directed at Liu Qing. "Liu Qing, I will never give Bai Wei to you. She is destined to be my woman for life." Liu Qing maintained his signature half-smile, yet a hint of malice flickered in the corners of his eyes. "So, you are saying that you refuse both of my conditions?" Wu Sheng inwardly lamented the situation. The first condition was undeniably excessive, yet it was astonishing that Wu Jiyun was unwilling to concede over a mere woman. Liu Qing stood up, casually brushing the creases from his attire. "Tonight, our Lu family has incurred a loss of 40,000 united coins. I will grant you some time. Transfer the amount to this account by noon tomorrow." He tossed a piece of paper with a string of numbers inscribed upon it. Liu Qing's gaze swept over the Wu family members, and as for the rest, he scoffed. The group departed in a flurry, until the sound of the car engines faded into the distance. The Wu family remained frozen in place, the atmosphere oddly tensed. Wu Xuanan exchanged a glance with Wu Yamian, hoping she could say something to ease the tension. After all, she was the only girl in the family, and Wu Sheng was indulgent towards her. Only Wu Yamian was suited to speak in this moment. However, Wu Yamian appeared oblivious to his intentions, her expression one of confusion. Seeing this, Wu Xuanan stifled a sigh. Resigning himself to silence, a cold smile ghosted across Wu Yumian's lips. Did she seem foolish? Such trivial matters were beneath her involvement. Wu Xingxue observed the Wu family members below with a profound gaze. She had been unaware that Liu Qing also harbored feelings for Bai Wei. Such a fortuitous opportunity lay before him, and Liu Qing would undoubtedly not relent. This was becoming increasingly intriguing. The Wu family was akin to a set of dominoes, with Wu Xingxue as the first to fall, triggering a chain reaction. The family's stability had long been precarious. "Have you located Bai Wei?" In the car, Liu Qing inquired. "Working." Liu Qing paused momentarily. Even if Wu Jiyun were driven to madness, a man of his arrogance would never allow his woman to work for a sister with whom he had severed ties. So, Bai Wei had run away. An inscrutable emotion flickered in Liu Qing's eyes. "Moreover," the bodyguard replied, "Miss Bai Wei has been living rather poorly. Our men disguised as guests have observed her. She is required to perform numerous tasks each day." He tentatively suggested, "Boss, should we seize this opportunity?" Yet Liu Qing suddenly chuckled. "No rush. Let her endure a little more hardship. This is merely a taste of suffering." The bodyguard swallowed the words he had yet to voice, internally bewildered. It was indeed peculiar that the boss, who had always been concerned about Miss Bai Wei, would not seize the chance to rescue her now. Liu Qing murmured towards the darkness outside. "Wu Xingxue?" Bang! Wu Sheng hurled a teacup at Wu Jiyun's head, and in the next instant, crimson droplets cascaded from his dark hair. Shun Xian turned pale with fright. "Jiyun!" She rushed forward, intending to inspect Wu Jiyun's injury, but he brushed her aside. Wu Jiyun coldly regarded Wu Sheng. Wu Sheng's chest felt as though it might explode with rage at Wu Jiyun's defiance. "What is this attitude? Your actions have brought shame upon the family, and you dare to argue?" A flicker of guilt crossed Wu Jiyun's eyes. Yet the thought of Liu Qing wanting Bai Wei while his father, so easily considered giving his woman away, shattered his heart. Relinquish his woman. Where would that leave Wu Jiyun's pride? You continuously speak of the Wu family's dignity. Do you have any sense of shame yourself? Wu Shang's pupils constricted, trembling as he pointed a finger at Wu Jiyun. Rendered speechless, Wu Xuanan quickly sought to placate Wu Shang. That Wu Shang's chest heaved with pent-up frustration. Get out. I have no compensation for the Liu family. Figure it out yourself. Wu Jiyun's face was icy, resentment simmering in his eyes as he turned away, merging into the night. Jiyun, Wu Xuanan called urgently. This scene bore an uncanny resemblance to when Wu Xingxue had departed. Wu Xuanan wished to pursue, but Wu Shang's labored breaths halted him. Wu Shang's hand clutched his chest tightly, and moments later, his eyes rolled back as he fainted. Dad, husband, as the Wu family hurried to find a healer for Wu Shang. Wu Jiyun arrived at the home he shared with Bai Wei. Fortunately, the 20,000 united coins for the end of the month had been disbursed on time, providing him with some financial flexibility. Yet, half of that was not even his. It comprised the wages for Assistant Gu and Aunt Wang. Urgency left no room for contemplation. He needed to gather 40,000 for Lu Qing as a man. His pride did not allow him to falter in front of his rival. Standing at the door, a hint of triumph crossed Wu Jiyun's features, and no matter how imposing or wealthy Lu Qing might be, his beloved woman still held affection for him. His visits served two purposes, to see Bai Wei and to demand repayment. He had previously given her a considerable amount of pocket money. When Wu Jiyun discovered the bedroom empty, his mind went blank. Where is she? Aunt Wang, rushing in response to a shout, nearly fell to her knees. Wu Jiyun realized then that Bai Wei had been missing for 2 days. He felt a surge of anger towards Aunt Wang. What a fool, stubbornly insisting there was no need to search for her. Yet Bai Wei had vanished. Was that truly no problem? Wu Jiyun spat out harsh words and rushed outside. Once the night wind hit him, he found himself lost. The safe zone was vast. Where could he possibly find Bai Wei? Could it be Lu Qing? Fortunately, Wu Jiyun's wits had not entirely abandoned him. If Lu Qing had taken Bai Wei, he wouldn't have presented such conditions to him today. Although he could not entirely dismiss the possibility that Lu Qing was employing a smokescreen as a black market kingpin. Lu Qing need not act this cautiously. If it wasn't Lu Qing, then who? After a moment of contemplation, Wu Jiyun devised a plan. When he finally stood before the abode of the bearded man, he found the situation absurd. The bearded man was a nickname. Before the apocalypse, he had been a thug, but after awakening his abilities, he cultivated a loyal following and began engaging in usury. Indeed, even in the aftermath of the apocalypse and within the safe zone, such black market enterprises flourished. The bearded man was among the most ruthless of that ilk. Yet he possessed one redeeming quality: fairness. Provided one repaid on time, he would not create undue hardships. Had Wu Jiyun, once the president overlooking the city from towering office, ever imagined he would descend to borrowing from a loan shark? He inhaled deeply and knocked on the door. Not only was he seeking a loan, but the bearded man also offered a service: finding people. Chapter 87. Penniless at 8 in the morning, Wu Shang arrived at the headquarters building bearing 2 prominent dark circles under his eyes. Immediately under Wu Xuanan's worried gaze, he was escorted away by the chief's secretary. Secretary Li, is the chief looking for me? Wu Shang inquired anxiously. Secretary Li instinctively reached to adjust his glasses, only to remember he had taken vision-enhancing fruit from the treasure pavilion, and his eyesight was now fully restored. Wu Shang's heart ached once more, and he hurriedly took several deep breaths. After being healed by the healer yesterday, Wu Xuanan consulted a doctor who advised him that his condition was stress-related and, given his age, he should avoid further agitation to prevent serious health issues. Wu Shang took a moment to gather himself. Shouldn't he call directly? Why summon me? Secretary Li replied. Director will be directly announcing the disciplinary outcome today. The chief does not wish to see him. Wu Shang. In other words, the chief was currently irritated by Wu Jiyun and had no desire to see him. Yet, as Wu Shang was Wu Jiyun's father, the responsibility naturally fell upon him. Please enter, Minister Wu. The chief is still waiting for you. Secretary Li wore a formulaic smile. Wu Shang forced a smile in return, sighed, and pushed the door open. Secretary Li stood at the door with a notebook. Perfectly upright, as muffled sounds of the chief's deep reprimands and Wu Shang's nervous explanations emerged from within. Secretary Li smiled and nodded at the colleagues in the corridor who were pretending to pass by but were actually eavesdropping. Making no effort to intervene, the chief had not been this furious in a long while. What grave misdeeds had Minister Wu committed? Not Minister Wu, but his second son, Commander Wu. You still don't know? It's already spreading like wildfire. Just last night, Secretary Li's regard for the Wu family had plummeted, leading him to neglect to quell the gossip. An hour later, Wu Sheng emerged from the office, looking as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant. He tried to hold his head high, but the fatigue etched on his face was unmistakable. Minister Wu usually maintains himself so well, yet today he looks like a man in his 70s or 80s. Whispers drifted from nearby passers-by, reaching Wu Sheng's ears. Wu Sheng. The mere thought of his discussion with the chief sent pangs to his heart. The chief implied that the Wu family had been drawing too much attention in the safe zone lately, and it was always in a negative light. If the Wu family's sons continued their reckless behavior, he, as their minister father, would face repercussions that prevent Wu Ling and Xin Qi from receiving reprimand from the inspection department. He had leveraged his ministerial authority. As an elder, he had failed to fulfill his responsibilities. This had allowed Wu Jiyun to follow suit, abusing his power in the black market, that Wu Sheng was left with no outlet for his grievances. For an hour, he had offered guarantees and apologies. Once a chairman of the Wu group, even the mayor would give him due respect, yet now he found himself groveling like a schoolboy over his son's misdeeds. This indignation lodged in his throat, nearly causing him to faint again. His lips turning an alarming shade of purple, Wu Sheng hurriedly recited a few calming verses, only to realize he had forgotten to ask Secretary Li about Wu Jiyun's punishment. What? A half-year's salary and bonuses deducted, and I must patrol the lower districts? Me, a commander, patrolling the lower districts? Wu Jiyun was beside himself with rage. Another secretary named Zhao, a woman in her 30s, had a gentle demeanor that instantly evoked a sense of familiarity. Faced with Wu Jiyun's predatory gaze, she remained unflinching, her smile unwavering. Wu, the commander, had already taken into account the contributions Zhao had made to the safety zone and had thus chosen to handle the matter lightly. A glance at the safety zone regulations would clarify this. Wu Jiyun, agitated, waved his hand dismissively. While Zhao turned to leave, the murmurs of onlookers ringing in her ears, asked the secretary to the leader. She was met with smiles from everyone in the safety zone. Except for Wu, his arrogance had become second nature, as if he still fancied himself a young, astute magnate. Alas, he would inevitably face a downfall. The warmth in Zhao's eyes faded, leaving only a chilling smile that sent shivers down one's spine. Wu Jiyun was consumed by a fiery anxiety, dismissing all else. The previous night, he had borrowed 20,000 coins from a man known as Big Beard, using his sidearm as collateral. Since the apocalypse, firearms had ceased to be regulated, yet within the safety zone, all dangerous items were to be surrendered. They would only be returned temporarily when leaving the zone. Only high-ranking officials like the commander were permitted to legally possess firearms, and even those had to be modified to utilize the energy cores. Their power was formidable, although Big Beard had not taken a gun. He held Wu Jiyun's promissory note and video evidence. Should Wu fail to repay 24,000 coins within 10 days, the firearm would belong to Big Beard. The commission owed to by way of 10,000 coins was a separate matter. Wu Jiyun had transferred all his funds to Lu Qing, leaving him destitute. Cradling his head in his hands, he leaned against the desk, the atmosphere around him thick with despair. When Wu Xuanan arrived, he found Wu Jiyun in this state. Jiyun? Wu Jiyun looked up, his bloodshot eyes suddenly alight. Brother, could you possibly lend me some money? Wu Xuanan paused. Is this to repay Lu Qing? Wu Jiyun hesitated to confess his dealings with loan sharks. Choosing to be vague, Wu Xuanan's expression soured. I'm sorry, Jiyun, but Xiaoqi borrowed 50,000 from me recently, and I've already used the remainder to prepare for my proposal to Chun Ran. Wu Jiyun felt an overwhelming urge to strike himself. Had he not suggested to Wu Xuanan the extravagance and seriousness of the proposal, his brother would not have depleted his funds. Truly, he was digging his own grave. Are you all right, Jiyun? I could ask father for assistance. No. Wu Jiyun could broach the subject with his brother, but was unwilling to approach Wu Sheng. He could not forget Wu Sheng's demeanor from the day before. The resentment in his heart had yet to dissipate. He did not wish to bow to Wu Sheng. Thus, he forced a smile. "It's nothing, brother, that Lu Qing's money is already settled. I merely need it for other purposes, which can wait." Wu Xuanan left only after confirming that everything was indeed fine. Today, when he saw Chen Ran, the latter didn't even offer a polite nod that one typically extends to ordinary colleagues. This unnerved him further. Initially, he had intended to seek Wu Jiyun's advice again. But upon seeing his brother's poor mood, he reconsidered. Consequently, Wu Xuanan thought of Wu Yumiang. Yumiang was perceptive and intelligent, and surely she would have some sound advice. After Wu Sheng departed, Li Su entered the leader's office, holding the newly crafted protective gear made of beast hide. Hong Wangfei chuckled. "I can't be that old yet, my dear nephew, preparing beast hide for warmth so early. One might think I'm nearing my end." Li Su was at a loss for words. "Leader, it is still working hours." Hong Wangfei, slightly disgruntled, rubbed his nose. His nephew was turning into quite the stubborn old man that he feigned seriousness, while his nephew was truly earnest. At times, Li Su's stern expression made him feel intimidated. Li Su placed the beast hide armor on the table, crafted from materials obtained from Wu Xingxue's treasure vault. Hong Wangfei instinctively frowned. "Is this from that adopted daughter of the Wu family? The one who abandoned her comrades?" Chapter 88. A bit troubling but resolvable. Hong Wangfei, a man of military background, held a profound disdain for those who forsook their comrades, as well as for cowardice and scheming. Wu Xingxue epitomized all these traits. Li Su pushed the beast hide forward. "Regarding that incident with Wu Xingxue, I had begun to doubt its authenticity. Previously, he had mentioned to Hong Wangfei how he had encountered Wu Xuanan at the treasure building, prompting Hong Wangfei to bring up Wu Sheng during a meeting. However, Li Su had kept the creation of this protective gear a surprise for Hong Wangfei and had not elaborated much. Now, he recounted the events of that day in detail, and Hong Wangfei was taken aback. Did Wu Xingxue truly say that? The disdain on his face diminished slightly. Li Su continued. "Inspector Chen mentioned that if we were to distribute medical resources, we could consider Wu Xingxue engineered plants that I've tried them, and their efficacy exceeded expectations. My severely myopic vision is the best testament to that." Hong Wangfei glanced at Li Su's eyes, which had become slightly deformed from years of wearing glasses, now clear and bright as if newly crafted. "Yes, the results are indeed impressive." After a moment of contemplation, Hong Wangfei replied, "Let us not rush. I will think it over. In the meantime, gather more information on our bioengineered plants." Hong Wangfei's reaction was anticipated by Li Su. He didn't have any personal ties to Wu Xingxue, perhaps feeling a twinge of guilt for previously misunderstanding her. Nonetheless, he recognized the potential of her bioengineered plants. If they could be widely utilized, they might surpass the effectiveness of conventional healers. "Come on, my dear nephew, show me how to wear this thing. It looks rather complicated." Hong Wangfei mumbled, "Is this merely a beast hide garment? Could it truly be effective?" Li Su refrained from arguing, persistently donning the beast hide vest on Hong Wangfei to the treasure building. Wu Xingxue cheerfully handed a package of goods to a customer. "Next, please." As she turned to fetch more items, she caught sight of Bai Wei rushing over, offering her an unopened bottle of water. Wu Xingxue paused momentarily, her gaze sweeping across Bai Wei's eager smile. She accepted the water, twisted off the cap, took a sip, and raised an eyebrow. "Speak. What is on your mind?" Bai Wei fidgeted with the hem of her skirt, hesitating before asking, "Could I possibly have an extra bean cake for dinner tonight?" She intended to escape under the cover of darkness that very night. The exhaustion was unbearable, and she needed to bolster her energy reserves. Wu Xingxue gulped down another couple of swigs of water, while Bai Wei's face flushed with embarrassment, regretting her request. Had she not just made a fool of herself? "Never mind, I don't need it." "All right, I'll serve you a bowl of vegetables tonight," Wu Xingxue replied before turning back to attend to the customers. Bai Wei stood frozen in place. She had expected Wu Xingxue to seize the opportunity to mock her, yet she said nothing at all about a bowl of vegetables. Yesterday, Wu Xingxue had dined with Zhang Li, sharing rice, scrambled eggs with scallions, and stir-fried cabbage. That meal cost over 300 coins. Initially, Bai Wei had been oblivious, only learning of the prices when she overheard Zhongli chatting with them and expressing his astonishment. A single bowl of vegetables could be exchanged for 5 or 6 bean cakes. For some reason, Bai Wei felt a pang of bitterness rise within her, a fleeting glimmer of moisture in her eyes. Turning away, she resumed her task of wiping the shelves. Wu Xingxue paid her little mind. Bai Wei had been relatively compliant and diligent these past few days. She was not a miserly employer. Had it not been for Bai Wei's previous attempts to exploit Wu Jiyun, she wouldn't have been so stringent. Truth be told, Bai Wei's current treatment far exceeded that of 70% of the Safety Zone S inhabitants. Such was the grim reality in the aftermath of the apocalypse. With this thought, Wu Xingxue found herself pondering Wu Jiyun. She wondered where he had acquired the 40,000 coins to repay Lu Qing. Wu Xingxue, a voice resonated from the spatial realm. She had been conversing with He Tsang in the space. His kin had developed a fondness for the material goods of the human world, particularly toilet paper. The candies Wu Xingxue had sent were also well received by the cubs. He Tsang was mentioning that the beastmen world was on the cusp of entering a frigid period of total ice. And their Qiong tiger tribe, having recently been besieged by several clans, was now pressed for time. The Qiong tiger tribe had always prided itself on their integrity, disdaining any inclination to plunder other groups during such times. Furthermore, with the protection of the deity, the tribe members privately feared that excessive bloodshed might provoke the deity's ire. Of course, He Tsang did not relay all this to Wu Xingxue. He merely inquired whether there were suitable supplies for their beastmen to survive the winter. Without pausing her work, Wu Xingxue mentally catalogued the various supplies available. She communicated with He Tsang. "Do you hibernate during the winter?" He Tsang replied, "No, the ice period freezes everything that we Qiong tigers do not hibernate. We merely reduce outdoor activity, for there is nothing but ice and snow beyond our tribe." That Wu Xingxue understood. Just as humans endure the winter months, if even the robust, furred beastmen felt the chill of the ice period. How low must the temperatures drop? Then electric blankets, heaters, and similar items might be suitable. But they all require electricity that He Tsang struggled to comprehend, so Wu Xingxue simplified her explanation. He Tsang was astounded. "If it proves too troublesome, we can manage in our beast form. However, the elder beasts and cubs may find it challenging." Wu Xingxue reassured him. "It is a bit troublesome, but I can resolve it, so don't worry that I will procure a large generator to ensure the elder beasts and cubs have access." Such a vast quantity of supplies could only be acquired through the black market. Going through the supply depot would raise too many suspicions that IT was somewhat troublesome, yet solvable. Wu Xingxue thought of Lu Qing. She emphasized that recently, you should gather a larger quantity of herbal plants, including any type of leaves or weeds, as long as the amount is substantial. As long as I can continue to sell goods here and earn money, I will be able to sustain the supply of resources to you, and there is no need to fear the harsh winter. He Tsang nodded, thinking about Wu Xingxue, who was out of sight, and replied, "All right." After finishing his conversation with Wu Xingxue, He Tsang directly sought out the elder of the Yi tribe. "I recall you previously mentioned a spring in the Xingxue tribe that possesses miraculous effects." The elder of the Yi tribe was tending to the newly collected medicinal materials when He Tsang posed his question, prompting him to call over 2 young beastmen to take over. He turned his gaze to He Tsang, curious about what prompted this inquiry. After a brief silence, He Tsang stated, "I wish to visit before the onset of the harsh winter. Perhaps it could aid Wu Xingxue in regaining her abilities." Chapter 89. So easy to deceive. When Bai Wei opened her eyes to the bright morning, her heart sank. Last night, Wu Xingxue kept her promise, providing her not only with 2 bean cakes, but also an extra bowl of vegetables. Bai Wei felt thoroughly satisfied after her meal, but by evening, she was so exhausted that she merely wanted to close her eyes for a moment's rest, only to find herself sleeping soundly until dawn. "What is Xiaobai doing? Hurry up and get to work." Granny Qin's devilish voice rang out punctually from outside the door. Bai Wei weakly responded. Coming in an instant, she regained her spirit, reminding herself that having slept well last night, if she could just keep her eyes open tonight, she would surely succeed. Oh, how she longed for Aunt Wang's ribs and the warmth of a cozy bed. In the evening, after a long day of bustling about, Wu Xingxue glanced at the now empty shelves behind her. All the goods had been sold. Zhongli informed the customers waiting in line that they would have to come back earlier tomorrow, much to their regret. Once the crowd dispersed, Only one person remained, making her presence evident. Wu Xingxue raised an eyebrow at her. Still seeking the injured beast's skin, Li Ping rubbed her hands together, her expression even more haggard than the last time Wu Xingxue had seen her. But, observing her hesitation, Wu Xingxue showed no mercy, refusing to extend credit. Li Ping's gaze grew dimmer, her entire demeanor resembling a dark cloud. Wu Xingxue scrutinized Li Ping, recalling how she had personally witnessed Wu Yumi observing Li Ping the previous night. Although Wu Xingxue was currently unaware of the issues between the two, it did not hinder her from sabotaging Wu Yumi. Li Ping had spent her entire fortune on defensive items, indicating her suspicion that someone intended to harm her. And that person must be Wu Yumi. Thus, Wu Xingxue resolved to act contrary to Wu Yumi, offering her assistance to Li Ping. As Li Ping hunched over to leave, Wu Xingxue called out to her, stating, "I can't extend credit, but considering we were once neighbors, I can offer you a 10% discount, that if you don't come a purchase within 10 days, I will sell to someone else. In truth." She had several more items in her space, and if she required more, Hitsong could effortlessly procure dozens more for her. Currently, she was merely limited by the space's capacity. Li Ping was so overwhelmed with gratitude that she could scarcely articulate her thoughts, her eyes shimmering with tears as she gazed at Wu Xingxue's indifferent face. Thank you so much. You have no idea how much I need this." The desire to confide in Wu Xingxue was ultimately suppressed. Swallowed down, Wu Xingxue pretended not to understand her hesitation and replied, "Take care. No need to see me off." Li Ping observed Wu Xingxue beginning to tidy up the counter, preparing to close. She finally mustered the courage to speak. The shawl clutched in her fingers was riddled with fine creases, mirroring her conflicted heart. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have spoken ill of you before. I'm sorry." Wu Xingxue's dark pupils fixed on her, and in that instant, Li Ping felt a shiver run down her spine, as if a third party were present. In a hushed tone, she warned, "You must keep your distance from Wu Yumi." Li Ping hesitated to reveal more. Clenching her teeth, "Just stay far away from her." With that, she hurried away like a gust of wind. Wu Xingxue observed her retreating figure, a cold, mocking smile gradually forming on her lips. In the past, when she had been bullied and slandered by Wu Yumi, Li Ping had played a significant role in that. Whatever transpired between them surely boded ill for Wu Yumi. What exactly was it? "Boss Wu, I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave." Zhongli's clear voice interrupted her thoughts. For the past few days, Zhongli had been staying to share meals with Wu Xingxue, finding the fare so splendid that he felt embarrassed. Today, however, he could not accept another meal. "Stop right there." Zhongli's feet froze in place. Despite Wu Xingxue lacking any powers, her words instilled a fear that rendered him immobile. Wu Xingxue tossed a small paper bag into his arms. "You have slight nearsightedness, don't you? Inside is a bright eye fruit. Take it as your wage." Zhang Li's pupils trembled as he hastily declined. "No, this is too precious." Wu Xingxue waved her hand, pushing him forward. "Just take it. I'm not a heartless boss. Just help me promote a bit with the explorers. They really can't afford to have poor eyesight." The paper bag, nestled in his pocket, felt as though it were igniting with a slight, burning warmth. "Boss Wu is truly kind. I even doubted her before. How foolish of me." Wu Xingxue pulled down a layer of security doors, a smile spreading across her eyes that was so easy to deceive. Her intentions were simple. She merely sought to create more avenues for herself. Currently, one of the most crucial departments within the safe zone was the Research Institute, where Zhang Leoi held considerable sway. Since she sought their favor, Wu Xingxue was determined not to disappoint Zhang Li, that foolish boy, and planned to put forth a little extra effort in caring for him. As dusk fell and night descended, Wu Xingxue locked the door, only to collide directly with Bai Wei, who was also stepping out from across the way. Both fell into silence, unable to withstand Wu Xingxue's piercing gaze. Bai Wei mustered the courage to speak. "Boss, are you thirsty too? You can go pour some water first." "I'll wait." Wu Xingxue smiled. "Let us go together." Bai Wei could not refute the unassailable tone in Wu Xingxue's voice, which revealed her slight unease as they walked together into the small living room. "Boss Wu." Wu Xingxue expertly ensured that this time would allow Bai Wei to sleep soundly through the night. "Bai Wei, the black market, Today, Wu Xingxue donned a black tactical jacket and a cap, opting not to disguise herself. Her purpose for coming today was different. After paying 100 for entry, she smoothly made her way into the black market. Compared to yesterday, the crowd was somewhat thinner, indicating that Wu Jiyun had indeed impacted the market's reputation. Upon hearing Lu Qing negotiating with the Wu family yesterday, Wu Xingxue had one lingering question. Can the reputation of the black market and Bai Wei be weighed on the same scale? Did Lu Qing truly love Bai Wei so deeply that he was willing to sacrifice the black market business? Moreover, it seemed that Wu Jiyun had not paid a significant price in the end. Was Lu Qing letting him off the hook for Bai Wei? Wu Xingxue felt that something was amiss. She pondered. She located manager Faux. That I would like to see Lu Qing. Could you kindly guide me? Even with her cap and mask, it was evident that she was a young girl. Manager Faux lounged in a recliner, lazily lifting his eyelids to glance at her. You think you can just see Boss Lu because you're a little girl? Wu Xingxue removed her mask, revealing a delicate yet sharp face. How about now? Manager Feng's eyes widened in surprise. Wu Xingxue? The astonishment was fleeting, quickly followed by the realization that the current Wu Xingxue was no longer the figure that instilled fear merely by name. His demeanor relaxed. Well then, Manager Feng drawled, tossing a paper bag at her. Upon opening it, his face was filled with delight as he exclaimed, 3 purification seeds and a bone-healing herb. Boss Wu, you are quite extravagant. Though the quantity was small, its value could reach nearly 10,000. Manager Feng, now smiling broadly, adjusted his address. So, Boss Wu wishes to see our boss, right? Please wait, I'll go inform him. Chapter 90. Business negotiations. Please take a seat. Boss Wu Xingxue settled herself comfortably across from Lu Qing, separated by a beautifully carved wooden desk. This was Lu Qing's office in the black market, which could also be considered a lounge. Wu Xingxue cast a glance at the faintly visible lazy sofa behind the screen. She met Lu Qing's gaze, which bore a half-smile. This place is quite nice. Lu Qing's expression remained cool and guarded. No need for pleasantries. Are you here to support your second brother? Wu Xingxue laughed as if she had heard a grand joke, her eyes narrowing with mirth. Only if I were M.A.D. Lu Qing replied. Is that so? Then I'm a loss. What business could you possibly have with me? Wu Xingxue composed her laughter, stating, I am here to discuss a potential collaboration. That Lu Qing, surprised, scrutinized Wu Xingxue for a few seconds before arriving at a conclusion. You want to engage in a trade of supplies with me? Wu Xingxue was not taken aback. If it weren't for Lu Qing's perceptiveness and intellect, the Lu family would not have entrusted him with managing the black market. A smile spread across Lu Qing's face. As winter approaches, everyone is preparing for winter supplies. Although the Research Institute has temporarily resolved the food issue, survivors merely need to work diligently to earn a living without fearing starvation. Other supplies are still in short supply. While there is some warm equipment available, they require a certain number of contribution points to exchange for them. Contribution points are generally earned through battles during zombie sieges, distributed by the safe zone after defeating zombies. Ordinary people must spend extra money to purchase these supplies, and without connections, even those with wealth cannot acquire them. Lu Qing, as the master of the black market, held extensive connections. Recently, many sought to forge ties with him to obtain winter supplies. However, who was Lu Qing? He was the ruler of the black market that I lacked the leisure to engage in everyone's business. Lu Qing said lightly, before shifting the topic. However, there are indeed things I desire from Boss Wu. If you wish to engage in business with me, the prerequisite is that you hand over Bai Wei. After which we can discuss further. Wu Xingxue was utterly unfazed when Lu Qing discovered that Bai Wei was in her possession. Absolutely not. Wu Xingxue decisively rejected. A cold glint flashed in Lu Qing's eyes. Is this your sincerity? It seems, Boss Wu, that you are still favoring your utterly useless second brother. Wu Xingxue maintained a calm demeanor, stating, first and foremost, I must emphasize that Wu Jiyun is not my second brother. You can deal with him as you wish. Even if you were to kill him, it would bear no consequence for me. I might even applaud your efforts. Lu Qing frowned. Wu Xingxue continued, Bai Wei is merely working for me. She is not my possession, and I have no authority to decide who she should or should not be given to. If you wish to pursue Bai Wei, feel free to do so. I will not hinder you. Boss Wu certainly possesses principles, Lu Qing remarked, a hint of inexplicable mockery dancing in his eyes. As far as I am aware, Bai Wei has been quite adept at persuading Wu Jian to part with a considerable sum of money from you. You truly are magnanimous. Wu Xingxue was somewhat taken aback by Lu Qing's demeanor. It was difficult to ascertain whether he harbored feelings for Bai Wei. Suppressing her inner confusion, she responded with a smile. Then, am I not merely collecting interest? Lu Qing paused, suddenly recalling that his bodyguard had mentioned Bai Wei was exhausted from working for Wu Xingxue daily, leading him to grasp her insinuation. Lowering his gaze slightly, Wu Xingxue could not discern his thoughts but heard him ask, "Is that enough?" Her curiosity deepened as she regarded Lu Qing thoughtfully, saying, "Some matters cannot be judged solely on their surface. I believe Boss Lu understands that Bai Wei is merely a catalyst. Her absence will undoubtedly exacerbate the situation for Wu Jian." Lu Qing's gaze lifted, a fleeting flash of hatred crossed his features. But it vanished too swiftly for Wu Xingxue to be certain she had not misinterpreted it. He maintained his signature smirk. "Yesterday, Wu Jian sought a loan from Big Beard to repay me. Even borrowing money meant for Bai Wei. Wu Xingxue raised an eyebrow in surprise. This was news to her. Lu Qing's smile widened, his mood evidently lifting at the thought. Thus, he generously shared this information with Wu Xingxue. In other words, the joy of such news was not something one could share with others. It diminished the pleasure that Wu Jiyun's misfortunes with Bai Wei brought him satisfaction. Am I not correct, Boss Lu? Wu Xingxue visibly brightened. Wu Jiyun's reserves were with Bai Wei, and if she did not flee, he would not find himself resorting to Big Beard. Bai Wei was a spark, a small snowball at first glance. Seemingly inconsequential, yet the slightest movement of this snowball could lead to an avalanche. For instance, in terms of debt, Lu Qing nodded in agreement. Wu Xingxue was certain that regardless of Lu Qing's feelings toward Bai Wei, they were certainly not those of romantic love. Why? One might wonder. Wu Xingxue interjected, "I apologize, Boss Lu. It appears I have not made myself clear. This business should be one where you seek my cooperation." Lu Qing narrowed his eyes slightly to, "Oh," Wu Xingxue replied, "Boss Lu, you have some, special abilities under your command." She cast a suggestive glance at Lu Qing. His pupils constricted. How did she know? The Lu family indeed employed several exploration teams. Ostensibly, those with special abilities operated independently, disconnected from the Lu family, but in reality, the Lu family provided them with benefits. It was, in essence, an employment relationship. However, such arrangements were highly sensitive within the safety zone. Their family already controlled the black market. The leadership turned a blind eye, but if they began courting individuals with special abilities, it would evoke the specter of ancient emperors dealing with rebellious subjects. The leadership despised former prominent families, causing unrest within the safety zone, especially during a time that called for unity to weather the storm, and if powerful and wealthy individuals began to align themselves with those possessing special abilities. It could lead to chaos, both internally and externally. The leadership would never permit such occurrences. The Lu family had no such intentions. Their actions were merely precautionary, and they required individuals to assist in locating something. But who would believe that? The leadership might not react favorably. Wu Xingxue instantly sensed the murderous intent from Lu Qing, yet she maintained an air of nonchalance. The special plants I possess can be exclusively supplied to your Lu family. As for whom you choose to nurture or employ, that is beyond my concern. The murderous intent in Lu Qing's eyes dissipated abruptly. Wu Xingxue had struck a nerve. Lu Qing had long coveted Wu Xingxue's special plants. The Lu family was wealthy, but they could not afford to openly pay their subordinates to purchase the exorbitantly priced special plants from the treasure house, as it did not align with their financial status. Furthermore, their required quantity was substantial, and having the Lu family make the purchase would raise suspicions. Because of this clandestine relationship, Lu Qing did not dare to have anyone buy on his behalf. Only a select few knew the connection between these teams and the Lu family. This multitude of complications weighed heavily on Lu Qing's mind. Now, Wu Xingxue's proposition was precisely what he required. Lu Qing pondered over it while Wu Xingxue remained silent, her fingers lightly tapping the armrest. After 2 minutes, Lu Qing finally spoke. "Boss Wu, what is it that you desire?" Chapter 91. She can earn back 100-fold or 1,000-fold, Lu Qing replied. This is not difficult. Lu Qing relayed a brief instruction to the steward phone guarding the entrance. And a few minutes later, Wu Xingxue received a supply list from Feng. A flicker of surprise crossed Wu Xingxue's eyes. Although it was called a list, it was actually a small booklet about the size of 2 palms, with several pages filled with items. Furthermore, this booklet contained supplies for the autumn and winter seasons, leading Wu Xingxue to surmise that another booklet for summer must exist. Upon opening it, she discovered that the prices were clearly marked next to each item. She glanced up at Lu Qing and asked, "Is there no generator?" Lu Qing replied, "Isn't that on the 3rd page?" Wu Xingxue shook her head. Lu Qing was referring to a small household model. No, I'm in a large one. Lu Qing studied Wu Xingxue for a few seconds before responding. Yes, but you'll have to wait a few days, and you must be prepared for the price. Large generators are scarce even within the safety zone. Wu Xingxue declared, "Price is not an issue. It was a joke." Having sold special plants over the past few days, she had accumulated over 500,000. She was now a bona fide wealthy woman. No, a fabulously wealthy woman. Lu Qing raised an eyebrow. A large one cost 300,000. Fixed price. Wu Xingxue was taken aback. If the generator were to be added alongside the other supplies she intended to procure for Heatsong, she would be left with little of her 500,000. It seemed she was not as wealthy as she had thought. Wu Xingxue rubbed her fingers together, concealing her surprise. All right. Lu Qing was genuinely astonished. Such a generator would suffice for a small base. What could Wu Xingxue possibly need it for? Wu Xingxue lightly tapped the armrest of her chair, noting, "I won't concern myself with how much of this 300,000 is your cut. You deserve your share after taking the risk to procure such sensitive items." Lu Qing contemplated. Typically, such discussions would include a caveat, as expected. Wu Xingxue continued. However, the prices on this list are rather unreasonable. Wu Xingxue raised an eyebrow, lifting the booklet. The special plant from the treasure house will be supplied exclusively to your Lu family, and you may place a bulk order once a month. For special plants priced below 5,000, the limit is 100. For those above 5,000, the limit is 20. Once you complete your order, I will sell the remainder individually, and I promise not to supply any other families, including your own. Yet, you must ensure these special plants are utilized solely for your family and not resold. If they are resold, the transaction will cease. Lu Qing nodded. No problem. We could draft a written agreement. Drafting an agreement meant that if it was discovered that the special plants in the possession of those with special abilities belonged to Wu Xingxue, it would effectively expose the Lu family's employment of individuals with special abilities. Wu Xingxue was pleased with Lu Qing's perceptiveness, but it was not sufficient. Then, Boss Lu, what can you offer me under my proposed conditions? Wu Xingxue pushed the booklet forward, capturing Lu Qing's attention. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Qing stated, "Let me be frank. The prices on the list are fixed for anyone who comes. After all, there are so many people beneath the Lu family who need to make a living. And procuring these supplies requires coordination from various parties, which is no small sum. However, I am willing to make an exception for Boss Wu. I can reduce the prices on the supply list by 10%. Lu Qing wore a smile. His eyes filled with sincerity. Wu Xingxue's lips curved into a smile. Not enough. Reduce it by another 20%. Boss Lu, you're a businessman of great stature. Do not be so stingy. How much can I possibly buy? Yet, the generator alone could yield considerable profit. This particular item had originally belonged to one of the Lu family's factories, and ordinarily, no one would inquire about it. Wu Xingxue was the first to express interest in purchasing it. It could be said that the 30,000 would be pure profit. Wu Xingxue had a valid point. How much could she purchase on her own? Lu Qing speculated that Wu Xingxue was primarily after the generator, and her request for supplies was merely an ancillary matter. He stood to gain 30,000 in pure profit from the generator. While selling her the supplies at cost would not leave him at a loss, Lu Qing was content with the arrangement. The exclusive supply of special plants would allow him to seal Wu Xingxue's lips in the process. Both parties had acquired leverage over one another. Wu Xingxue was aware of the Lu family's employment of individuals with special abilities, while Lu Qing recognized her acquisition of the forbidden large generator within the safety zone. Having reached a conclusion, Lu Qing stated, "All right, Let us consider this a gesture of friendship. 30% it is that Wu Xingxue smiled as she extended her hand, shaking Lu Qing's. A glimmer of cunning flickered in her eyes. A large generator is such a valuable and sensitive item. If Wu Xingxue were to seek the wrong person, no amount of money would secure it. Initially, she had thought that if Lu Qing did not have one, she would have no choice but to take the risk of probing other wealthy individuals. The risk multiplies under such circumstances. The current outcome has far exceeded Wu Xingxue's expectations. 300,000? Worth it. The two quickly drafted a contract, and after confirming its accuracy, not only did they sign it, but they also sealed it with their own blood. Nowadays, abilities among practitioners are diverse, and some can even locate individuals through blood. This adds an extra layer of assurance, ensuring that no one can evade responsibility. As for the penalties for breach of contract, the defaulter will compensate the other party with a value of 1 million United coins in zombie core resources. Only the core resources are considered genuine hard currency. Both were very satisfied with this arrangement. Liu Qing handed Wu Xingxue a blank sheet of paper, on which the latter noted down the numbers of the supplies she desired. Along with the required quantities, Wu Xingxue nodded and began to sift through the catalog as Lu Qing instructed. However, as she turned page after page, the white paper was soon filled with notes. And Wu Xingxue's actions showed no signs of halting. The corners of Lu Qing's eyes twitched. Just how much did she intend to acquire? Ultimately, Lu Qing glanced at the paper Wu Xingxue handed him, which was filled with various supplies, with each quantity exceeding 10. Even everyday items like toilet paper began at 50. The naturally upward-turned corners of Lu Qing's eyes now reflected a hint of lament. He had been taken advantage of. He couldn't concern himself with whether Wu Xingxue could utilize all these items or what she intended to do with them. All he knew was that it was likely she would continue to purchase such quantities in the future. This implied that he would be working for Wu Xingxue without pay from now on. He truly felt like a mere transit station. Lu Qing's expression shifted as he contemplated how his subordinate's efficiency would be greatly enhanced thanks to the exotic plants provided by Wu Xingxue. Along with the exclusive supply, this thought was somewhat comforting. Given the circumstances, what more could he say? After calculations, the total price came to 498,700. Wu Xingxue initially provided 300,000. With the remainder to be paid upon delivery, Wu Xingxue held deep trust in Lu Qing. The old saying you can run from the monk, but not from the temple still holds true. As long as the black market persists, the Lu family cannot escape. Liu Qing appeared somewhat fatigued, his voice faint, as if he had been struck. I will confirm the species of exotic plants today and provide you with a list tomorrow. Wu Xingxue nodded. The generator will arrive in 5 days. You can come to collect it then, or, if you specify a location, I can have someone deliver it. Wu Xingxue pondered for a moment. With so many items, she really should find a place to store them, as bringing them to the treasure building would be too conspicuous. It was all due to her limited space. In a rush. I'll let you know once I find a suitable place. Then, she suddenly realized a crucial issue. A cubic meter of space could not accommodate the large generator she required. Chapter 92. We are in the same boat. You asked me about the upgrading methods for spatial type anomalous items. Lu Qing's expression turned peculiar. Anomalous items are rare, and considering he had only known Wu Xingxue for less than 2 hours, revealing such information felt overly trusting that Wu Xingxue understood his thoughts and smiled brightly. This secret will be known only to you. If it leaks, I will come for you. Liu Qing. He had no desire to know. However, being inherently reserved, he took several deep breaths and decided not to argue with his newly minted partner. Reluctantly, he conceded, You indeed asked the right person. I do know. Wu Xingxue's eyes sparkled with interest. Tell me more, and I won't let you suffer losses. I'll trade you information for exotic plants. Without further ado. A hemostatic herb appeared on the table before them. Liu Qing raised an eyebrow, appreciating Wu Xingxue's decisiveness, and without hesitation, he placed the herb into the drawer on his left. His expression visibly brightened. You are indeed fortunate, Lu Qing remarked. If you had delayed even a couple of days, this information would have been of no use to you. Wu Xingxue, intrigued by his comment, urged him to continue. Tomorrow evening, there will be an official auction featuring a second-tier spatial source core. that if you fuse the source core with your anomalous item, you can upgrade it. That Wu Xingxue's eyes widened in realization. Does this apply to other types of anomalous items like fire or water as well? Lu Qing nodded. Both spatial and healing source cores are quite rare. It's the first time a spatial source core has appeared at the auction in a long while. If you want it, don't miss this opportunity. Wu Xingxue appreciated Lu Qing's goodwill and thanked him for the reminder. Speaking of the auction, Wu Xingxue recalled her plan regarding Wu Yumi and asked Lu Qing, "Do you have connections with the auction house?" Lu Qing smirked. "I can manage to make some arrangements. Reserving a private high-end box for you is feasible, but beyond that, I can assist that if you want me to intercept the source core directly." "That is out of the question," Wu Xingxue replied. "A box is sufficient. The auctions are usually packed, and those unable to secure proper seating often end up standing. There are only 10 boxes available, and they must be reserved in advance." With the auction commencing tomorrow evening, Lu Qing's ability to secure a box for her on such short notice was indeed impressive. Wu Xingxue regarded him with admiration. As expected, a boss Lu Qing smiled slightly. Filled with pride, Wu Xingxue added, "I won't let you suffer losses either." Point. 2 more bone-healing herbs materialized on the table. Lu Qing was quite pleased with Wu Xingxue's forthrightness. Even beyond business, she was someone worth befriending. A flicker of intrigue crossed Lu Qing's eyes. He had heard that Wu Xingxue's anomalous core had partially repaired itself, restoring her physical condition, coupled with her extensive channels for acquiring exotic plants. Forming a connection with her would undoubtedly be advantageous. Lu Qing's earlier dissatisfaction at being deceived by Wu Xingxue dissipated entirely. As Lu Qing pondered, Wu Xingxue was also contemplating. Aligning herself with Lu Qing was immensely valuable. Lu Qing possessed connections and resources, while she had wealth, and with both parties holding leverage over one another, they could act with increased trust. In essence, they were in the same boat. Wu Xingxue modified parts of her plan in her mind and spoke. "I need Boss Lu's assistance with something, and the price is negotiable." Lu Qing raised an eyebrow. Having come to terms with his thoughts, he now regarded Wu Xingxue with more seriousness, though his tone remained casual. "Money is no object. Just tell me what you need, and if I can do it, I won't refuse." Wu Xingxue stated. "I need you to discreetly spread some news at the appropriate moment. The content is that a mysterious buyer is purchasing energy rubies at 10 times the market price. I will notify you when to disseminate it." Lu Qing was taken aback. "What is this news?" Wu Xingxue replied. "It's fabricated." Lu Qing readily agreed without further inquiries. Those in his line of work understood well that some questions are better left unasked. Wu Xingxue's eyes glinted with a hint of mischief. "Wu Yumi, this is a carefully crafted plan for you and the Wu family. Don't let me down." Meanwhile, at the Wu family villa, Mian, my elder brother, hasn't been paying any attention to me lately. We're the best of sisters. Can't you think of a way to help me? Yi Shuang, who was spending the night at the Wu residence, lay in bed with Wu Yumi, lamenting her grievances. With the lights off, she couldn't see the impatience on Wu Yumi's face or the cold light in her eyes. Earlier in the evening, Yi Shuang had come to find Wu Yumi and had been persistently inquiring about Wu Xuanan. Wu Xuanan intended to propose to Chun Ran and had even sought Wu Yumi's advice. Currently, among the Wu family members, Shen Qi was out of the question, leaving the others with varying degrees of issues. To win over her soft-hearted elder brother, Wu Yumi had sincerely provided a wealth of suggestions, which had made Wu Xuanan eager to propose to Chun Ran on the spot. Consequently, Wu Xuanan had forgotten to caution Wu Yumi to keep her distance from Yi Shuang. Aware that Wu Xuanan despised her now, Yi Shuang had specifically chosen this evening to come. Avoiding the time when Wu Xuanan would be around, Wu Xuanan had explicitly instructed Wu Yumi not to disclose this matter to anyone, and Wu Yumi had repeatedly assured him. After Yi Shuang's arrival, she had incessantly pried into Wu Xuanan's affairs, but Wu Yumi could neither disclose nor wish to. Wu Yumi was willing to be good friends with Yi Shuang only because Yi Shuang had once helped her deal with Wu Xingxue. Now that Wu Xingxue was no longer at home, Yi Shuang had naturally lost her value. Wu Yumi had never regarded Yi Shuang highly. Such a fool, and she thought she was worthy of being her sister-in-law? Yet, Yi Shuang had directly moved in, cheerfully exclaiming, "Mian, it's been ages since we've lain together chatting. I want to know how you've been doing lately." Caring for her, Yi Shuang hadn't mentioned Wu Yumi even once in the several hours she had been there. Wu Yumi, contemplating the chaotic matters at home, realized that if she were to force Yishuang to leave, she would undoubtedly create a scene, and Wu Shan would surely become furious. In the end, the two remained lying on the same bed, entering a sisterly late-night conversation, all centered around Wu Xuanan. Wu Yumi gazed out the window. Merely pulling aside the curtains would reveal the neighboring villa. Earlier that afternoon, Li Ping had gone out again, and when Wu Yumi had hurried to catch up, she was intercepted by the so-called admirers who labeled her as a good person and saint. By the time she managed to extricate herself, Li Ping had long vanished. Wu Yumi felt uneasy, and with Yishuang's presence, she couldn't rise to surveil the opposite side. This was infuriating. Had she known, she would have preferred to simply chase Yishuang away. Yishuang continued, "How about I stay a few more days? This way, I can spend more time with Wu Dege, and perhaps he will understand my good intentions." "No." Wu Yumi's voice was sharp and piercing, startling Yishuang. "Stay a few more days?" Wu Yumi felt a murderous intent rising towards Yishuang. Shuang, let me be honest with you. My elder brother is planning to propose to Chunran." Chapter 93. She will never blame her what? Yishuang exclaimed in shock. Her pale face loomed close to Wu Yumi's, causing Wu Yumi's heart to race. "Are you serious?" Wu Yumi replied, "Of course. Why would I lie to you?" Yishuang's pupils trembled as she anxiously gnawed on her thumb. "Propose? How could he marry that wretched Chunran? What gives him the right? Only I am worthy to be with Brother Wu." Wu Yumian curled her lips in derision. Although she looked down on Yishuang, Yishuang was too clingy, and Li Ping was still causing trouble. It was imperative to resolve the issue with Yishuang. If she got entangled with her, how could Wu Yumian extricate herself to keep an eye on Li Ping? Thus, she could only apologize to Wu ex-unanimous. Why Yishuang inquired, "When does Brother Wu plan to propose?" Wu Yumian feigned ignorance of Yishuang's desperate facade beneath her gentle demeanor. "My brother specifically instructed me not to divulge anything, but you're quite familiar with him, if a wedding does take place. I may need to invite you." Wu Yumian was unaware that Yishuang had already revealed her true self to Wu Xuanan and had been warned about it. The mere thought of attending Wu Xuanan and Chunran's wedding sent Yishuang's teeth grinding. Wu Yumian pretended not to notice. "My brother plans to propose in 3 days. That day is a holiday. Just perfect." Yishuang could not hear the rest of her words. All she knew was that if Wu Xuanan truly ended up with Chunran, and Chunran entered the Wu family, her chances would be utterly extinguished. Thus, she had only 3 days remaining. Why Yishuang fell silent, her eyes wide open and glinting with a sinister madness as she stared at the ceiling. Wu Yumian turned away from Yishuang, gazing silently out of the window, murmuring, "Forgive me, brother. Even if your proposal fails, there will be another chance, but if I falter, it could jeopardize the entire Wu family." Her brother had always cherished her, and surely he would not hold it against her. In the early morning, a rare beam of bright sunlight fell upon the entrance of the treasure building. Today was a splendid day, with sunlight piercing through the thick, polluted air. Bai Wei rolled up her sleeve for convenience, her originally delicate and pale arms now hinting at the presence of muscles. Bai Wei pouted, wanting to cry. That night, she had forced herself to stay awake, waiting to escape. As she opened the door, she collided directly with Wu Xingxue. She casually lied that she was thirsty. Her last memory was of standing in the living room. And when she next opened her eyes, it was already the next day, feeling as though she had slept awkwardly, with a sore neck lasting 2 days. Bai Wei sensed something was amiss, but could not pinpoint it. So she reluctantly thanked Wu Xingxue as she wiped down the shelves. Her lips moved silently in complaints about Wu Xingxue, Grandma Qin, and particularly Wu Jian. Why had Wu Jian not come to fetch her yet? Typically, he visited her every other day. Even if something urgent arose, the maximum gap was 2 days. Why now? Several days had passed. Surely, Wu Jian should have noticed her absence. Could it be that he had someone else by his side? Was her departure merely creating space for another? Bai Wei's complexion paled in an instant, and she hurriedly reassured herself it was impossible. Wu Jian was not that kind of person. His feelings for her were profound. Perhaps he was just caught up in something. But was that truly the case? Bai Wei felt uncertain. She knew that before her, Wu Jian had had other lovers, not just one. It was only after she began her relationship with him that those women gradually faded away. While Bai Wei's mind was in turmoil, Wu Jiyun was patrolling the lower district. How could a distinguished commander like him be sent to such a place? Damn it, Wu Jiyun muttered under his breath. Clad in his crisp commander-esque uniform, he walked through the dilapidated, narrow, garbage-strewn streets, feeling utterly out of place. But this was the punishment imposed upon him from above, and Wu Jiyun had no choice but to endure it. In the shadowy recesses of a door where no light penetrated, numerous pairs of eyes were secretly watching Wu Jiyun. He felt a surge of irritation from being scrutinized, akin to the sensation of cockroaches crawling over his skin. A cold glance from him caused those repulsive gazes to avert, only to return moments later. "Commander, do not be upset. There are benefits to our patrol," said Yingguan, who was around 26, with a clever look. Wu Jiyun coldly replied, "What benefits could there possibly be?" Yingguan said, "Think about it, Commander. At headquarters, we are constantly called to meetings, doing this and that, with no real work to occupy us. There are also petty-minded individuals who enjoy stirring up trouble. I find it tiresome. Everyone makes mistakes. Besides, this is hardly a grave matter. They're just being petty." Wu Jiyun felt his mood lighten a bit as he nodded for Yingguan to continue. Yingguan continued, "There's a shortage of personnel patrolling the lower district, and management is lax. Even if we patrol, we are merely traversing a place filled with rats and pests after our rounds. Who knows what we might do with the remaining time? Consider it a vacation. It allows us to distance ourselves from those troublesome individuals in the building." Wu Jiyun recognized the merit in Yingguan's words. Most people in the lower district were those who had committed offenses and been sent there, with only a few survivors, and among those survivors were some resigned to their fate. He had no obligation to invest too much effort. For the past few days, Wu Jiyun had been nearly driven mad with worry over by Wei. He needed to find her during this time. The bearded man was utterly useless. Even now, there was no news. Wu Jiyun thought of Meng Xian, who had a close relationship with Wu Yimayan, who had vanished without a trace, alive or dead. Wu Jiyun's anxiety only deepened with each day he failed to find Bai Wei. Each passing day meant a greater risk for her. "You are quite interesting. Why do I not recall you from before?" Wu Jiyun forcibly shifted his focus to Yingguan. Yingguan smiled, revealing a row of white teeth. "I just transferred here not long ago. I have always admired you and regarded you as an idol. It is an honor to be assigned to your side." Wu Jiyun glanced at Yingguan. Recognizing his discernment, Yingguan's eyelids flickered, and his smile widened. That moment, Wu Jiyun noticed a ragged man with a beaming face passing by among a row of small houses, drawing his attention. Since arriving in the lower district, Wu Jiyun had not seen a single person with a smile. He then observed that the man was carrying a bulging cloth bag. Suddenly, someone darted up beside him, saying, "Lai Zi, you've had good luck this time. Made quite a bit." The man called Lai Zi proudly patted his bag, exuding confidence. "Of course, with my luck, how could I not win a few thousand? But this time, guess how much I won?" The other person guessed 2,000. Lai Zi shook his head. 5,000. Lai Zi mysteriously leaned in and whispered, 10,000. The other man was left speechless in shock. Wu Jiyun's eyes widened as well. Though he could not hear clearly, the shape of the words 10,000 was unmistakable. Once Lai Zi and his companion had walked away, Wu Jiyun frowned. "There are casinos in the lower district?" Yingguan, standing behind him, wore an ambiguous smile that quickly vanished. "Indeed. To be honest, I have been there myself." Chapter 94. "The auction is about to begin," Wu Jiyun exclaimed. "You've been there?" Yingguan replied softly, "Not just me. Many people have been, but no one speaks of it. Such illicit establishments can only operate in the lower district, so, despite the poor conditions, quite a few people from the middle and upper districts still go." Wu Jiyun asked, "Has no one reported it?" Yingguan responded, "Commander, think about it. We have no entertainment as it is, and everyone feels cooped up. Finally discovering a place like that, who would be foolish enough to report it?" Wu Jiyun conceded, as he too often felt bored. Yingguan suggested, "Commander, we are about done for today. Would you like to go take a look?" Wu Jiyun immediately frowned. What kind of place would be worthy of my presence? He had once won tens of millions in a single night at the world's most luxurious casino. Such a small-time venue in a slum was beneath him. Yingguan's expression shifted, and he smiled ingratiatingly. "If you do not go, can I? Last time, I won over 20,000 in one game. I'm simply itching to go." Wu Jiyun replied, "You won over 20,000 in one game?" He shook his head. Besides, you are surely luckier than I. Who knows? You might win 100,000. What a pity you won't go. Yingguan eagerly awaited Wu Jiyun's decision, but he remained unmoved. Wu Jiyun finally said, "Since it is your desire to go, I shall reluctantly accompany you to take a look." Yingguan's smile widened. "I will lead the way." In a cramped, low-ceilinged space of about 100 square meters, several tables were surrounded by throngs of people, their shoulders brushing against one another, their feet trampling on who knew whom. Laughter erupted from some, while others were crowded around the tables, shouting fervently. And still others were sobbing in corners, creating a vivid tableau of human experience. Wow. This guy's luck is incredible. He has won 6 times in a row, raking in nearly 20,000. The onlookers gazed enviously at the tightly wrapped Wu Jiyun, their eyes tinged with jealousy. Yingguan excitedly shouted beside Wu Jiyun, praises flowing into his ears like a torrent. Wu Jiyun's hands on the card table trembled with exhilaration. This excitement surpassed even the thrill of winning millions years ago. "Deal the cards," Wu Jiyun commanded. Meanwhile, Yingguan squinted and smiled at the casino manager, who was standing nearby with arms crossed, exchanging knowing glances. As dust descended, blood-red rays of light stained the horizon. Wu Xingxue discreetly reminded Grandma Qin to keep an eye on by way before stepping outside. As she walked, Wu Xingxue suddenly felt a wave of warmth. Why did it seem like the temperature was rising? Was it just my imagination? After walking barely 100 meters, an indescribably foul odor suddenly assaulted Wu Xingxue's nose. The surrounding residents covered their noses, their eyes wide with terror. What on earth smells so bad? A squad of uniformed patrollers emerged from the upper district, led by none other than Chun Ran. Observing her serious demeanor, Wu Xingxue sensed something amiss, and, after some contemplation, called out to her, "Sister Chun Ran." Chun Ran pinpointed the source of the voice, and, upon recognizing Wu Xingxue, relaxed her furrowed brow. She instructed her team, "You all go ahead. I will join you shortly." The onlookers were filled with curiosity as they watched the serious-faced individuals hastily depart, speculating about what could have transpired. Chun Ran and Wu Xingxue retreated to a corner. Seeking refuge from prying ears, that Wu Xingxue, not one to beat around the bush, inquired directly, "What is going on? And what is that foul stench? Is it zombies?" Chun Ran shook her head. It wasn't classified information, and thus she responded candidly. "It's not zombies. Rather, it's a foul odor resulting from failed experiment at the Research Institute." Huh. Wu Xingxue was perplexed. What is the Research Institute experimenting with? Bioweapons. This stench is unbearable. It seems your team is heading towards the perimeter. If the experiment is taking place there, it's at least 10 kilometers away. How could the smell spread so far? What exactly is the Research Institute up to? Chun Ran replied, "You know that the waste in the safe zone has piled up to a critical point. The recent drop in temperature was a blessing, preventing the waste from decomposing too severely. However, with the recent rise in temperature, the main brain has been increasingly anxious, fearing that the decomposition of waste could lead to new issues." Wu Xingxue furrowed her brow slightly, realizing her instincts were correct. The temperature had indeed risen. Chun Ran continued, "The Research Institute has set up some kind of compression and decomposition apparatus to handle the waste. Today was a simulation test, but as you can smell, it has failed." That Wu Xingxue understood now, which added a thread of concern to her thoughts. She had previously heard that the garbage at the waste facility had accumulated to the point of resembling a mountain. With the pollutants spreading through the air, it was not hard for Wu Xingxue to imagine the dangers should there be any shifts in the waste positioning. After all, zombies had appeared, and abilities had emerged. It wouldn't be surprising if a new virus were to arise. If that were the case, the safe zone would no longer be safe. That mountain of garbage was situated within the confines of the safe zone. Chun Ran, clearly pondering the same issue, cautioned, "Do not disclose this matter to anyone else. We wouldn't want to incite panic." Wu Xingxue nodded. "I understand." Chun Ran paused, intending to discuss something further with Wu Xingxue. But with pressing matters at hand, she simply stated, "I'll come find you at the shop after I'm done. I have something to ask you." Wu Xingxue blinked, "All right, but I have something to attend to right now. If you arrive, and I'm not there, please wait for me." Chun Ran nodded and turned to catch up their team, her short hair dancing in the twilight. Was that Wu Xingxue? Wu Yumian frowned, fixating on the entrance ahead, where the slender, elegant figure had swiftly vanished from sight. Li Ping, who was linked arm in arm with her, glanced over. You must have seen wrong. I didn't catch a glimpse. Li Ping tugged at the corner of her mouth, well aware that Wu Yumian was keeping a watchful eye on her, and Wu Yumian was equally aware that Li Ping knew of her surveillance. However, some matters, even when mutually acknowledged, could not be altered. Clarifying them would only disadvantage Li Ping. That it's fine. I have nothing else to do at home anyway, and I've never been here before. Well, Yumian replied, then let S head inside. I've already reserved a spot. She had come to participate in the auction, and Li Ping could conveniently run off. Fortunately, their close friendship allowed for their joint attendance. Wu Xingxue was led directly to a private booth by a servant clad in a white shirt, brown vest, and bow tie. Once seated on the plush sofa, the servant presented her with a cocktail and the auction catalog. Wu Xingxue raised an eyebrow, took a sip, and found it quite delightful. T.O. maintains such standards in the apocalypse. One could only imagine how profitable the auction house was. It was one of the official avenues for substantial revenue. As Wu Xingxue perused the auction catalog, she heard the host's voice resonating from outside. Ladies and gentlemen, the auction is about to commence. Please take your seats. Through the specially designed one-way glass, she observed a man in a tailcoat stepping onto the stage. His face radiating warmth. Chapter 95. Such audacious bidding as the man in the tailcoat began speaking. The clock behind him chimed 8 o'clock, signaling the official start of the auction. Our first item up for bid is the latest model LL gaming console from before the apocalypse. Accompanied by 10 game cartridges, Wu Xingxue perched her legs, sipping her cocktail, comfortably nestled in the soft sofa. Gazing outward at a tall, elegant young woman donned in a dress gracefully carried the item onto the stage. Taking a full circuit to ensure everyone could see it clearly, the gaming console garnered widespread admiration, a splendid gift for friends or children at home. Those who could enter this venue, even those who had to stand at the back without seats, were not lacking in wealth. They all sought a semblance of the past and a glimpse of normalcy amidst the desolation of the apocalypse. The host announced, the base price is 5,000. The minimum increment is 1,000. Let the bidding commence. 6,000, 7,000. Ultimately, the gaming console was purchased for 8,000 United coins by a middle-aged man sporting a goatee. Soon after, the second item was introduced. Wu Xingxue glanced at the catalog, noting that the spatial core was listed as the 5th item, while the fire-type ruby flame was the 9th. The first 3 items were smoothly auctioned off. Leading to the 4th item, Wu Xingxue's gaze drifted towards Wu Yumian and Li Ping sitting in the center of the 4th row, and she beckoned the attendant. Excuse me, could you assist me with bidding shortly? The host, radiating enthusiasm, announced the 5th item. Behold, the 2nd-tier spatial core. Gasps filled the room as everyone's attention fixated on the stunning red velvet tray held by a beautiful female attendant. On the tray lay a spatial core, only half the size of an infant's fist, radiating an ethereal glow, a spatial core. It bore no color. It resembled a piece of completely transparent crystal that shimmered under the overhead lights. Akin to gentle ripples of water, breathtakingly beautiful, the host proclaimed, though this core is only of the 2nd tier, it is as rare and precious as a healing core, making it highly collectible. Wu Yumian was captivated. Leaning slightly forward in her seat for a better view, it was simply too beautiful, comparable to the energy gems she had previously collected. Her large, round eyes reflected the spatial core, intertwined with a greedy longing. Unfortunately, Wu Yumian bit her lip. The price of this core would undoubtedly be steep. With only 80,000 United coins in hand, earmarked for the ruby flame, she had no surplus to squander on other items. The host's next words confirmed Wu Yumian's fears. The base price for the 2nd-tier spatial core is 30,000. Though this price was not exorbitant, it was still significant, regardless of its rarity and beauty. It was fundamentally only a 2nd-tier item. With the emergence of 6th-tier zombies, 2nd-tier items hardly stirred interest. However, this was also its advantage. Were it not for its low tier, spatial abilities would be exceedingly difficult to hunt down, explaining why only 2 spatial cores had surfaced to date. Even spatial ability users were scarce, existing solely in whispered tales. I could bid 32,000. 35,000, 40,000. The attendant glanced at Wu Xingxue inquiringly. Keen to know if she intended to place a bid, he had already discerned that this young lady's objective was the spatial core. Wu Xingxue shook her head, as the bidding reached 49,000 with no further offers. The host raised the gavel to signal the end of the bidding when Wu Xingxue interjected. I bid 50,000, the attendant promptly announced. 50,000. The voice emerging from the booth instantly captured everyone's attention. This booth was synonymous with power, connections, and wealth. The young man who had previously bid 49,000 wore a stunned expression as his triumphant smile faltered. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, 51,000, 60,000, Wu Xingxue countered. The attendant hesitated, then promptly called out 60,000. The room fell silent. What audacious bidding! Such determination to win. Wu Yumian's gaze burned with curiosity as she stared at the one-way glass reflecting the outer hall. Wondering who the person inside could be, that a mix of shyness and admiration flickered in her eyes. Indeed, wealthy and bold men held an unparalleled charm. Even without seeing his face, Wu Yumian could envision a young and capable man. A plan began to form in her mind. Once the auction concluded, perhaps she could wait around and might chance upon this individual. The Wu family's recent misfortunes could be due to bad feng shui. Perhaps associating with a young talent could balance her luck. The bidder was intimidated by Wu Xingxue's assertiveness and, lacking the budget to continue, eventually bowed his head and ceased bidding. The host exuberantly announced, the fifth item, the spatial core, has been secured by the guest in box number 3. Congratulations. Wu Yumian cast a disdainful glance at the defeated bidder, then turned her gaze back to box number 3 with fervent admiration. Through the one-way glass, she could not see inside, but the occupant could see her. Wu Yumian's shy yet curious gaze lingered on the glass, while the corners of Wu Xingxue's temples throbbed with tension. Tizke, the attendant, sensing her distress, inquired respectfully, is everything all right, ma'am? Wu Xingxue waved her hand dismissively. I'm fine. You may attend to your duties. I don't require anything else. A flicker of disappointment crossed the attendant's eyes. It seemed he would not be feasting on such soft rice after all. Once the attendant departed, Wu Yumian shifted her gaze away, leaving behind a carefully angled profile. Wu Xingxue marveled, not for lack of words. The unwavering determination of Wu Yume to seek out her objectives and showcase her charm in order to captivate others is truly admirable to Wu Xingxue. Wu Xingxue appreciates the virtues of every individual equally. If they are adversaries, their strengths become weapons she must remain vigilant against to avoid falling prey to them. During this auction, there are a total of 10 items, and it swiftly reaches the 9th piece. Host, next, we present our 9th and penultimate item, the exquisite gem Crimson Flame, crafted from premium rubies and a 4th-tier fire source core. The elegantly poised waitress cradles the gem, which is the size of an infant's fist. In her hands, the fiery glow surrounding the gem dances in harmony with her fair skin, creating a beauty that instinctively takes one's breath away. Wu Xingxue feels a pang in her heart as she realizes that once the 4th-tier fire source core fuses with the gem, it can no longer be absorbed. These affluent individuals truly know how to indulge, as a 4th-tier source core corresponds to a 4th-tier zombie, requiring a well-coordinated elite exploration team to capture. Yet, it is being squandered here. Wu Xingxue clicks her tongue, lamenting the extravagance. Suddenly, a thought strikes her. Wait, I'm also a damned wealthy person now. Wu Xingxue adopts the haughty, indifferent gaze characteristic of the Wu family, scrutinizing the gem in the waitress's grasp. Indeed, it is rather attractive. The host emphasizes, this series of gems currently comprises only 3 pieces. The other 2 have already found owners, so do not miss your chance with this 3rd piece. The starting price for the gem Crimson Flame is set at 50,000. Wu Yume furrows her brow upon hearing the base price, slightly higher than she anticipated. One by one, bids are placed, and soon the price escalates to 65,000. For a gem that holds no practical use and is purely ornamental, this price is already quite steep. Not to mention the rarity of only 3 pieces, the 4th-tier fire source core within is undeniably precious. 60,000 is not a loss. Wu Yume quietly breathes a sigh of relief as she notices that no one else is bidding. Thankfully, her wallet can still withstand the pressure. With a graceful smile, She raises her hand, bidding 66,000. Curiosity fills the eyes of the onlookers as they recognize Wu Yumei, whose reputation as a philanthropist precedes her, bolstered by her connection to the Wu family, where she is a frequent attendee of auctions. The host beams brightly upon spotting this benefactor. Miss Wu has placed a bid. Is there no one willing to raise the stakes? Upon hearing the host acknowledge her, Wu Yumei's composed smile takes on an air of pride. 67,000. A cool, languid voice emerges from box 3. Chapter 96. Did she just sneak a peek at my balance? Wu Yumei stands up abruptly, her gaze fixed in shock towards box 3. That voice. She cannot be mistaken. It is Wu Xingxue, so the figure she glimpsed at the entrance truly belongs to her. The occupants of that box must be incredibly wealthy. They were just purchasing a space source core. Murmurs ripple through the crowd. Wu Yumei feels as if struck by lightning, her body swaying, only to be steadied by Li Ping. So, everything she just did in front of box 3 was witnessed by Wu Xingxue. Good heavens! Wu Yumei suppresses the urge to scream, her previously rosy cheeks now pale with shock. The host trembles with excitement, urging for a higher bid, as the higher the price, the greater his commission. Host, all right, the lady in box 3 has bid 66,000. Miss Wu, will you raise your offer? All eyes shift back to Wu Yumei. Just moments ago, she relished the host calling her name, but now she wishes fervently that no one would recognize her. 67,000. Wu Yumei reassures herself that since Wu Xingxue has already bid 60,000, the ruby should not escalate too high. Yet, 68,000, Wu Xingxue declares. Wu Yumei grind her teeth in frustration. 69, Wu Xingxue counters. 70,000. Wu Yumei opens her mouth, but no sound escapes. Yet now, the elusive thief remains absent. Is it worth spending nearly her entire fortune on a mere decorative piece, especially one that has already exceeded its value? Host, Miss Wu, what say you? The guest in box 3 has raised the bid to 70,000. Wu Yumei thinks she isn't deaf. Is it necessary for him to repeat that? Wu Yumei realizes this is the host's tactic, and the crowd's gaze is fixed upon her. Just the thought of Wu Xingxue in the box, enjoying the spectacle of her humiliation, makes her feel utterly uncomfortable. Who has Wu Xingxue aligned herself with to gain access to the auction's box? Wu Yumei suppresses her jealousy and exclaims, 71,000. Her heart bleeds. Wu Xingxue retorts, 72. Wu Yumei feels as if she's about to vomit blood. Wu Xingxue must be doing this on purpose. Perhaps she is intentionally raising the price to toy with her, incrementally increasing the bid by 1,000. Wu Yumei recalls how, just moments ago, Wu Xingxue had confidently raised the price of the Space Source Core by 9,000 in one fell swoop. Wu Yumei is seething with anger. Li Ping, nestled nearby like a timid quail, had always thought her partner, Commander Jiang, was a person of security and stature, with a respectable job and high salary. Yet here, people are bidding tens of thousands. While she cannot even spare 48,000 for a piece of anti-damage beast skin, provoking a pang of bitterness within her. Not to mention, this situation was all instigated by Wu Yumei. Li Ping's discomfort is palpable, her teeth grinding audibly. Witnessing Wu Yumei's predicament feels like a release for her pent-up frustration. Thus, she speaks up in a tone just loud enough for everyone to hear. Although you adore this gem, Mian, perhaps it's best to let it go. I see that the guest in box 3 is quite affluent. You cannot compete with them, but Wu Yumei erupts in fury. She cannot possibly be compared to Wu Xingxue. 75,000, as the crowd shifts their gaze towards Wu Yumei. Their perception of her alters. She is truly wealthy. Simultaneously, they ponder how the Wu family, with so many members occupying official positions, could afford such extravagant expenditures for their youngest daughter. Unbeknownst to Wu Yumei, the crowd speculation has already led them to question the Wu family's sources of income. All she comprehends is that this gem is coveted by Wu Xingxue, and she is determined to deny it to her. Wu Xingxue yawns, her voice dripping with boredom. 76. Wu Yumei's chest heaves with anger. Here we go again. In her frustration, Wu Yumei regains her composure. How could she forget that Wu Xingxue is but a defeated foe? Once she is expelled from the Wu family, a defeated foe. What is there to fear? How could she forget what she excels at? Wu Yumei purses her lips and softly implores, Sister Xue, please do not jest with me. I genuinely desire this gem. Would you consider allowing me to have it? Box 3 belongs to Wu Xingxue, the owner of the treasure pavilion. The crowd quickly deduces Wu Xingxue's identity. She must be wealthy, running the treasure pavilion and profiting from the sale of rare plants. As they witness the standoff between the two sisters of the Wu family, the crowd refrains from calling out bids. Not wishing to disrupt the unfolding drama, Wu Xingxue scoffs. Everyone in the Wu family is either deaf or blind. With this money, you should seek treatment instead. Oh, not call me sister. It repulses me. Wu Yumei's eyes well up with unshed tears, but internally, she feels a surge of happiness. This is the right kind of development. One is tender and pitiable, while the other is wealthy and aloof. It is all too clear whom the crowd will favor. Although you have severed ties with the Wu family, the years of nurturing and sisterly bonds cannot simply be erased. It is merely a decorative gem. What harm is there in letting Miss Wu have it? A young girl dressed in casual attire, with a fair complexion, stands up, speaking with conviction. Wu Xingxue rolls her eyes, exasperated that there are always those who fall for Wu Yumei's act. Wu Yumei, looking pitiful, pleads, "Sister, I wish to buy this gem as a gift for our mother that I will cover the cost. Let us consider it a joint purchase, shall we?" Wu Xingxue retorts, "No, even if I were to concede. Could you even safeguard it? Every member of the Wu family is a fool. Even several ability users could not thwart a single thief." A flash of insight strikes Wu Yumei. "How do you know so much? Could it be that you were the one who stole it?" Despite the obscured face, Wu Xingxue's disdain is palpable in her tone. The scandal surrounding the Wu family has been the talk of the town lately. Your second brother, leveraging his power, caused quite a ruckus in the black market just to catch the thief who stole your belongings. This is common knowledge. The embarrassment of having her family's misfortunes publicly aired leaves Wu Yumei feeling humiliated. The crowd's eyes gleam with excitement, eagerly witnessing the unfolding drama. Even the host falls silent. Wu Xingxue, having overheard Wu Ling giving Wu Yumei 70,000 union coins, is acutely aware of Wu Yumei's financial limitations. At most, she could bid up to 80,000. Sensing that the groundwork has been laid, Wu Xingxue declares, "I bid 80,000. Wu Yumei, if you want it, make your move quickly. Do not waste time." Wu Yumei feels her teeth grinding in frustration. Did Wu Xingxue sneak a peek at her balance? Balance. 81421. Chapter 97. You must learn to empathize with Xue. She too has her struggles. Miss Wu, will you raise your bid? The host inquires eagerly. His eyes fixed on Wu Yumei, hoping she will elevate the stakes further. Wu Yumei strives to present a composed and dignified smile, but despite her efforts, her lips fail to lift, taking a shallow breath. She mutters in a voice barely audible, "I will not bid." However, the host stands on stage, oblivious to her faint whisper, and repeats loudly, "Miss Wu, what did you say?" Wu Yumei is exasperated by the host's lack of awareness, and she musters her breath to declare loudly, "I will not bid. Since my sister desires it, let her have the gem." Wu Xingxue mocks from her box, "You may have the money, but choosing not to buy is merely a pretense. If you lack the funds, just admit it. You truly excel at playing the part of a big shot." Wu Yumei's anger boils over, her head nearly steaming with fury as she longs to storm into Box 3 and tear Wu Xingxue apart. Through the clear glass, Wu Xingxue observes Wu Yumei's restrained anguish, mingled with a barely perceptible malice, and sighs dramatically. Wu Xingxue found the event rather dull. The host's decisive hammer strike signaled the end of the auction. And shortly thereafter, two exquisitely crafted wooden boxes, each no larger than a palm, were delivered directly to Wu Xingxue's private box. Without hesitation, she bid a staggering 14,000, the male attendant delivering the items threw several flirtatious glances in her direction, his eyes sparkling with interest. Regrettably, Wu Xingxue did not spare him a single glance as he reluctantly departed. Aware of her status as a wealthy woman, she understood that even a rich lady must be prudent with her finances. After all, who has the luxury of keeping a pretty boy? Moreover, she was not fond of delicate and frail types. The companion by her side must possess formidable strength and a well-rounded character, someone who could serve as both a lover and a subordinate. After confirming that the spatial core and the ruby were in order, she stored them within her spaced present. She and Heetsong were mutually trustworthy partners. Heetsong's beastly products were reliable. And Wu Xingxue had no concerns that he would meddle with her private belongings within the space. The two stones settled into a box in the corner of the space, meant for her personal items, while a second box sat nearby for He Tsang's possessions, a deliberate arrangement to distinguish between their goods and personal items. As the spatial core was placed into the box, Wu Xingxue felt a tremor of awareness. For a fleeting moment, it was as though her very soul had been struck. The space, which had previously been a pristine white cube, now appeared to expand outward as if its 6 faces were inflating. Wu Xingxue merely glanced at the phenomenon before promptly withdrawing. After a minute, she re-entered the space. Upon her return, she was astounded to discover that it had increased in size tenfold. Time stood still within this realm. Wu Xingxue could store her unsold herbs and fruits to preserve their freshness. What had once taken up half the space now occupied only a fraction, leaving the entire area feeling remarkably spacious. Wu Xingxue was astonished. If a second-tier core could yield such remarkable results, what might the third and fourth tiers achieve? If each enhancement could result in a tenfold increase in size, what would happen when she discovered a higher-level core next time? Surely, it could contain the entire stockpile of resources from the safety zone. Wu Xingxue quelled her delightful reverie, recognizing that this second-tier core was a rare stroke of luck. Who knew when the next opportunity would arise? It was a pity, really, in her earlier explorations with her abilities, she had encountered a third-tier spatial zombie, because it was not her mission target and accompanied by Xingxue's incompetent team. She had refrained from pursuing it. Had she realized that cores of the same type could facilitate the upgrade of extraordinary items, she would have hunted that zombie. Shaking her head, Wu Xingxue chose to dismiss such thoughts. The past was behind her. One day, when her abilities were restored, she would venture into the wilderness herself, no longer relying on others to hunt cores for auction. But a premonition lingered within her. Her powers would eventually return. At the Wu family villa, Wu Yumian sulked, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Brother, do you think sister truly dislikes me?" Wu Xuanan inquired gently. "Why do you say that?" Wu Yumian replied, "At the auction today, both sister and I coveted that ruby core that I was willing to let her have it, but she kept mocking and ridiculing me. Though I'm accustomed to her behavior, it was particularly painful in front of so many people." Wu Yumian's eyes brimmed with tears, reflecting her profound sense of injustice. In the past, Wu Xuanan would have comforted her and admonished Wu Xingxue to be more considerate of her sister. However, today he remarked, "Mian, you must learn to empathize with Axu. She has her struggles too." Wu Xuanan concealed his complex emotions. As the eldest brother, he typically would not venture into his sister's room. However, after Wu Yumian's collection was stolen, she provided him with a list of her possessions for easier tracking. Upon viewing the extensive list of valuable items, he found himself pondering, what does Wu Xingxue possess? His recollection of her was that she rarely indulged in the trinkets and shiny jewels that young women typically favored. Her attire was always practical and conducive to movement, starkly contrasting with Mian's delicate demeanor. Yet they were both his sisters. While Wu Yumian boasted an entire cabinet of collectibles, funded by their allowances, she could easily spend tens of thousands at an auction. In contrast, Wu Xingxue contributed most of her hard-earned commission to the family's food expenses. Recalling the dinner that had concluded in discontent, Wu Xuanan had previously stated that those who could not abide by the standard should contribute 11,000. Yet, no one truly followed through, and initially, they were all picky, leaving half their meals untouched. However, in recent days, even Wu Jiyun had adapted, relishing dinner that Wu Xuanan found it amusing, filled with indignation on Wu Xingxue's behalf. He had always prioritized family, but for the first time, he felt a twinge of discomfort at Wu Yumian's words that Wu Yumian was taken aback. Empathize with Wu Xingxue. She casually spends over 100,000. After leaving our home, she seems to have thrived. The underlying implication was that Wu Xingxue had hidden her fortune from the Wu family while enjoying a prosperous life outside, that Wu Xuanan smiled reassuringly. "That's good. If she is doing well, we can rest easy, right, Mian?" Wu Yumian retorted, "Right? Your head. Have you been bewitched by Wu Xingxue?" She realized he was increasingly siding with her sister, which felt utterly absurd. Having been incensed at the auction, Wu Yumian now found herself even more frustrated. unable to articulate her feelings, and sat with a stony expression. Wu Xuanan, burdened by his thoughts, absent-mindedly rubbed his forehead, failing to notice her unusual demeanor. Desiring to change the subject and avoid any discussion regarding Wu Xingxue, she asked, "Brother, how are your inquiries progressing? Any news about my collectibles?" "Unfortunately," he replied, "not yet." Yamian's eyes flashed with discontent, the word worthless lingering on her lips. "However, I have received word that it is favorable for Axu. Her luck is remarkable." Wu Xingxue. Once again, it was Wu Xingxue. Wu Xuanan seemed to harbor an unwavering focus solely on her. Wu Yamian suppressed her impatience. "What good news?" Chapter 98. A tenfold price difference. I just learned that someone wishes to purchase the ruby core, Wu Xuanan stated. The Wu Yamian was puzzled. "But the auction just concluded, didn't it?" Wu Xuanan clarified. The message indicated that the buyer was delayed and missed the auction. That Wu Yumian's interest peaked. "Brother, you mentioned sister's good fortune. Does that mean the buyer's offer is significantly high?" "Very high," he confirmed with a smile. "The buyer is offering 10 times the auction price." Wu Yumian's face contorted in horror as she struggled to contain her rage. "So, sister bought it for 80,000 and could resell it for 800,000? Surely that can't be true. Who would spend such a sum on a worthless gem? Are they insane?" Wu Xuanan conceded. "Indeed, I entertain similar doubts, but this news has circulated among the upper echelons of the black market, so it holds a high degree of credibility." Wu Yamian fell silent. The black market was backed by the Liu family, and it was possible they were the ones interested in acquiring the gem. Transactions within the black market were generally secure. While the items traded could be illicit, the Liu family would not allow anyone to default on payments. It would tarnish their reputation. With this assurance, Wu Yamian began to believe it. How could Wu Xingxue possess such incredible luck? She thought bitterly. Clearly, the Wu family's fortunes are in decline. Since Wu Xingxue left, she has been sailing smoothly, amassing wealth through her unique plant channel, while even restoring some cores. Meanwhile, the Wu family finds itself in constant turmoil. Wu Xuanan stifled a yawn. "Mian, it's getting late. You should rest. Tomorrow, I'll inform Axu of this news." Yamian interrupted. "No." Surprised, Wu Xuanan asked, "What's wrong?" Wu Yamian quickly recovered. "Brother, you've been so busy these past few days planning your proposal to Sister Chunran. You surely won't have the time. I'll handle matter with Axu." Wu Xuanan affectionately ruffled Wu Yumian's hair. "You read the most considerate. Very well. You take care of IT." IT felt as though her fist were striking not a cushion, but Wu Xingxue's face. What a splendid opportunity. If only she had been a moment quicker. She could have secured the ruby and turned a tenfold profit. Why were such fortuitous circumstances never in her favor? After venting her frustration, Wu Yamian broke a sweat, her knuckles reddening. Yet amidst her anger, clarity dawned. The intelligence circulating among the upper echelons of the black market was not common knowledge. Wu Xingxue surely lacked the connections to obtain such information. However, another dilemma arose. Given that wretched girl would never sell it to her for 80,000, she found herself lacking sufficient funds. But by the following day, Wu Yamian had devised a solution. After breakfast, the household resumed its routines. As for Wu Yamian in the logistics department, her work was relatively easy and fixed, requiring only occasional attendance, a task arranged specifically for her by Wu Sheng. Aside from the reclusive Shen Qian, only Wu Yamian and Wu Jian remained at home. Wu Jian lowered his head and handed Wu Yamian 10,000 union coins. She was taken aback. In the past, he had provided her the least allowance among her brothers, and that had been when his job was stable. Now, despite being fined and having paid over 40,000 in black market reparations, he was generous enough to give her 1,000. Sensing something was amiss with Wu Jian's unusually good mood, Wu Yamian tentatively expressed, "Thank you, second brother. You're the best, but this is too much. Do you have enough left for yourself?" Wu Jian reassured her. "Don't worry. I have enough." Wu Yamian was certain that something must have transpired with Wu Jian. Otherwise, given his precarious financial situation, he would not appear so composed. Just when she found herself in dire need of funds, Wu Jian had arrived with a windfall. After much coaxing from Wu Yamian, she learned that he had ventured to a casino in the lower district, where he had swiftly amassed a fortune of 100,000. Wu Yimayan instinctively thought that casinos were not reputable places, yet the prospect of such easy money silenced her protests. Brother, you are truly impressive. You succeed at everything you do. Initially, Wu Jiyun had harbored concerns that Wu Yimayan would admonish him for his gambling. But to his surprise, she seemed to admire him even more. Wu Yimayan feigned disappointment, stating, "Last night at the auction, I had my eye on a ruby that was bought at 10 times its value on the black market. Unfortunately, it was purchased by sister Xingxue." Wu Jiyun frowned and replied, "Mian, you are far too soft-hearted. Xingxue has treated me and our family poorly. Why do you still tolerate her?" Wu Yimayan hesitated, seemingly reluctant to allow Wu Jiyun to speak ill of Wu Xingxue. Wu Jiyun pressed on. 10 times the price? Is that true? He expressed skepticism. Wu Yimayan affirmed, "Indeed, it is true. That comes from our elder brother." Upon hearing it was from Wu Xuanan, Wu Jiyun believed her, while it seemed outrageous. The post-apocalyptic world had seen many lose their sanity. In comparison, it didn't appear so far-fetched that Wu Jiyun contemplated. "So that ruby is in Wu Xingxue's possession?" Wu Yimayan nodded. Wu Jiyun inquired, "Does Wu Xingxue know about this?" Wu Yimayan replied, "She likely does not. The buyer must have missed the auction and only released the news last night. Moreover, this information is circulating among the upper echelons of the black market. Unbeknownst to most, it has only been a night. I suspect my sister is still unaware. I intended to inform her today that Wu Jiyun had set aside a portion of the 100,000 to return to the bearded man, while another part would serve as a commission for finding by way, along with wages for Aunt Wang, the nanny, and assistant Gu Chuxia. Ultimately, he hoped to have a little left over to Jiyun resolved to move forward. The lower district was unworthy of him, and this instance was merely a temporary measure. He would not need to return again. How would his father dare to speak after this? Previously, within their home, the only ones who appeared respectable and financially successful were Wu Xingxue and the fourth brother, Wu Xiaoshan, who held a prestigious position in the research institute. Even with his perpetually morose demeanor, their father treated him with kindness. Perhaps the societal structure had shifted post-apocalypse, and the Wu family's standing had altered. Their father seemed to value the child who could bring financial gain above all else. Wu Jiyun unconsciously overlooked Wu Xingxue, despite her previously earning so much without receiving a favorable glance from Wu Sheng. Through this experience, Wu Jiyun came to realize the significance of wealth. With money, he could finally hold his head high in front of Lu Qing. Wu Yimayan felt a surge of joy within, yet her outward demeanor remained hesitant. "Is that truly wise, brother? That ruby was purchased legitimately by sister for 80,000. She surely would be reluctant to part with it." Wu Jiyun, entirely oblivious, failed to notice that the ever-considerate and kind-hearted Mian was concerned not about the morality of their actions, but rather about Wu Xingxue's reluctance to let it go. Wu Jiyun was resolute. "Together, we possess nearly 200,000. She spent 80,000. Thus, we shall offer her 160,000. She stands to gain immensely." Chapter 99. To deceive them for more Wu Xingxue. "You are being unreasonable. 160,000 is not enough for you." Wu Jiyun glared at Wu Xingxue, who was devouring a large piece of beast meat, his teeth clenched in frustration. Wu Xingxue lazily lifted her gaze toward Wu Jiyun and Wu Yimayan before returning to her meal. It's quite tasty, resembling chicken, though the meat is a bit tough to chew." Just as she was about to close up for the night, Wu Jiyun and Wu Yimayan emerged from a corner, announcing their intention to treat her to a meal. After feigning hesitation, she ultimately reluctantly agreed. The bait had been set. Of course, she would partake. Wu Xingxue chose the most upscale establishment in the safe zone, the Pingyang restaurant, and unreservedly ordered 2,000 worth of dishes. Wu Jiyun frowned as he watched Wu Xingxue devour her food, a twinge of pity flickering in his eyes. Although the restaurant was expensive, it had one redeeming quality. Within this precious territory, it offered a few private rooms for quiet dining. Remembering his purpose, Wu Jiyun forced himself to suppress the pangs of sympathy. Wu Xingxue, noticing his expression, smirked internally. When she had been supporting him, Wu Jiyun had never known the meaning of compassion. He had always chosen the finest in every aspect of life. This Pingyang restaurant had practically become his cafeteria, with frequent visits for meals with his subordinates. Now, spending his own money, The young tycoon was finally beginning to understand the challenges of earning a living and the value of empathy. That Wu Xingxue feigned ignorance. Wu Yamayan, in her soft voice, said, "Sister, I truly adore that ruby. You know our home was robbed, and many of my treasures were stolen, including 2 gems from the same series as Fian that IT is my favorite. So could you possibly sell Fian to me? I genuinely love it. Sister, I implore you." Wu Jiyun's mood soured further. Mian was begging her sister like this. What more could she want? Wu Xingxue ladled herself a bowl of soup. "Wu Jiyun, is this how you plead?" Wu Yamayan recognized that Wu Xingxue would not respond to either softness or firmness, so she quickly tugged at Wu Jiyun's sleeve, silently mouthing 10 times. That Wu Jiyun took a deep breath. Regaining his composure, "You spent 80,000. I am now willing to offer 160,000 you want to incur a loss." Wu Yamayan quickly chimed in, "Yes, sister, if it were anyone else, my brother and I would never offer such a high price." Wu Jiyun's eyelids flickered. He felt something was off about Wu Yamayan now. Mian was the purest and kindest girl. Regardless of how Wu Xingxue mistreated her or spoke harshly, she never grew angry and would even plead for Wu Xingxue in front of others. Yet, knowing that the price of the ruby far exceeded what they were offering, objectively, they were now deceiving Wu Xingxue. Shouldn't Wu Yamayan be dissuading him from such actions? A strange sensation darted through Wu Jiyun's mind, but his thoughts were consumed by the prospect of profiting tenfold from the ruby, leaving no room for contemplation of his sister's unusual behavior. Wu Xingxue sipped her soup leisurely, her tone laced with amusement. "Is that so? Well, let me think it over." Wu Yamayan and Wu Jiyun's eyes lit up, sensing that Wu Xingxue was interested. A seemingly useless gem could be sold for double. Even a fool would know what to choose. Wu Xingxue pretended to contemplate, though she had already arrived at her decision. Every part of this scenario, including their presence at this table, was a piece of her grand scheme. Yet, she found it amusing. While professing not to treat her as an outsider, they were attempting to exchange something they could sell for 10 times the price at double the cost. This hardly resembled the actions of family. However, it mattered not. She had forgiven them. After all, she intended to deceive them for an even greater sum. For the first time, Wu Yamayan felt a twinge of apprehension towards Wu Xingxue. The temptation of 80,000 unified currency was overwhelmingly enticing, and she feared that Wu Xingxue would refuse to part with it. "Sister, selling it is not an issue," Wu Xingxue replied, causing Wu Yamayan's hands to clench tightly beneath the table with excitement. "However, I want 240,000 at what?" Wu Yamayan stared incredulously at Wu Xingxue, wondering if she was simply toying with them. Wu Jiyun shared her suspicion, his gaze sharp as a blade. "Wu Xingxue, are you playing games with me?" Wu Xingxue blinked innocently. "Of course not. If you do not believe me, I can write you a receipt. As long as you provide 240,000, Fian will be yours." Wu Jiyun furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Wu Xingxue, who appeared sincere. The problem was that they could not muster 240,000. Wu Jiyun contemplated refusing, but Wu Yamayan seized his arm. "Sister, I trust you. Just wait for us a moment. I need to discuss this with my brother." Wu Xingxue nodded, permitting the two to exit the private room. She summoned a waiter and ordered 10 signature dishes, instructing, "Pack these up for me to collect when I leave. Remember, they are for me, not for the two accompanying me." The waiter smiled warmly at the esteemed client. "Not a problem." In the adjacent room, Wu Jiyun said, "Mian, we do not have that much money." Wu Yamayan replied, "Brother, I know, but you are aware of Wu Xingxue's temperament. Even if we plead with her, she will not relent." Wu Jiyun scoffed. "Plead with her? She doesn't deserve that." Wu Yamayan's eyes flashed with disdain. Did he still think he was the tycoon who could spend millions? The 100,000 in his pocket had all been won through gambling. How could he still act so arrogantly? Wu Yamayan smiled gently. "Brother, what I mean is that we need to find a way to gather 240,000, and we must act quickly. What if that buyer changes his mind?" Wu Jiyun recognized that given Wu Xingxue's character, their only path to acquiring the ruby was through the exchange of money. But where could they procure the remaining funds? Wu Yamayan's eyes flickered with impatience. Yet her voice remained soft. "Brother, this is where you come in. Or perhaps you should visit the casino again. You are so skilled. It wouldn't take long to win that amount." Wu Jiyun furrowed his brow. Contemplating, it seemed they had no other choice. The two of them exchanged glances, and Wu Jiyun lifted his chin slightly. Fine, as you say, 240,000. I shall have it for you in 3 days. Wu Xingxue interjected. That will not suffice. I require to see the money within 2 hours, or there will be no negotiations. That Wu Jiyun ground his teeth in frustration. Although they are merely common home-cooked dishes often seen before the apocalypse. The culinary creations of the chef at Pingyang Bistro, a gifted individual with extraordinary culinary abilities, far surpass those found elsewhere. Even a simple scrambled egg becomes a dish of unparalleled delight. Otherwise, the establishment would not command such exorbitant prices. Wu Xingxue gently caressed her protruding belly and said, "What are you talking about? It's been merely 2 hours. That if you need anything within this time frame, come directly to Zhenbao Tower to find me." If not a meaningful smile graced her lips, I shall endeavor not to mock you. Wu Jiyun was on the brink of rolling her eyes in exasperation. Wu Xingxue rose and swiftly exited the private room, making her way to the entrance where she picked up the packaged meal, declaring, "The bill is to be settled by the person inside." Just as Wu Jiyun had been pacified by Wu Yumi, the waiter entered with a cheerful demeanor, presenting the bill. "Excuse me, esteemed guest, may I trouble you to settle the account? The total comes to 5,129 Union coins." That Wu Jiyun's anger flared. For such a meager amount. 5,000? This is sheer extortion, the waiter replied. "Did you not know? The lady who just left had packed our 10 signature dishes." That Wu Jiyun's face darkened, and through clenched teeth, she spat out, "Wu Xingxue," upon exiting the restaurant and inhaling the polluted air. Wu Jiyun had calmed down. Wu Yumi inquired, "What will we do, second brother? 2 hours is hardly enough time to earn that much. That it takes over half an hour just to get to the lower district. There is simply not enough time." Wu Jiyun's gaze grew dim. "Mian, you wait for me near Zhenbao Tower. Worry not. I shall resolve the monetary issue." Chapter 100. Wu Boss's crafty maneuvers. Wu Yumi awaited Wu Jiyun at the corner of a street far from Zhenbao Tower. However, Wu Jiyun's expression was rather grim. His lips were pressed tightly together, and the once icy depths of his gaze appeared even darker, as if he were harboring some unspoken turmoil. "Second brother, did you manage to borrow some money? What is wrong? You look rather unwell." Even more frightening than Wu Xiao, who wears a perpetual deadpan expression. Wu Jiyun replied, Mian, if we acquire the Scarlet Flame, we can surely exchange it for 800,000, correct?" Wu Yumi swallowed hard, sensing that Wu Jiyun was not acting normally, as though he were a building on the verge of collapse. Steeling herself, she nodded, "Of course, second brother." The oppressive aura surrounding Wu Jun dissipated suddenly, and Wu Yumi let out a relieved breath, akin to a narrow escape from the edge of a precipice, even though she couldn't quite grasp what she feared. The quickest way Wu Jiyun could think of to procure money was to seek out the bearded man. Even if luck were on his side, earning 70,000 at the lower district casino within 2 hours was a tall order. Originally, with Wu Yumi's funds, they had a total of 180,000, but after treating Wu Xingxue to a meal, he had spent 5,000, necessitating an additional loan of 10,000, adding to that the 40,000 owed from before and the 10,000 for by way search fee. He was already in debt to the bearded man for 120,000. This time, he was risking by way's property. That property represented a 10-year usage right he had secured through connections and contributions, a benefit afforded to the upper echelons of the safe zone. Ordinary individuals could only rent accommodations by paying a fee, but only officials like them had the privilege to purchase long-term usage rights. Essentially, Wu Jiyun had bought that property for 10 years. That it was the only asset he could use as collateral. As he pondered this, his expression darkened further. If he were to secretly swap it for cash, it could fetch at least 300,000. Yet, this was his and by way's home. Unless he had 800,000 dangling before him, not even in desperation would he contemplate pawning it. Currently, however, it was only valued at 100,000 with the bearded man. If he failed to repay in time, it would be as if he had sold the property for a mere 100,000, a disastrous loss, not to mention his sidearm. Wu Jiyun composed himself and knocked on the door of Zhenbao Tower with Wu Yumi. Wu Xingxue readily signed the contract, pressed her blood seal, collected 240,000, and handed over the ruby Scarlet Flame. Watching the two depart, Wu Xingxue smiled. Gather such a sum in 2 hours could only mean they had turned to loan sharks by the time they realized there were no buyers. How would Wu Jiyun fill this gaping void? Entangled in gambling and high-interest loans, Wu Xingxue's scheme was far from over. That night, she returned to the black market, taking her seat at the same table as before. Opposite Lu Qing. She had received word from Lu Qing that the supplies she sought had arrived. As they exchanged pleasantries, a knock sounded at the door. After Lu Qing permitted entry, a messenger appeared, stating, "Boss, your instructed surveillance has reported that Wu Jiyun is inquiring about who is purchasing the energy gem Scarlet Flame." Lu Qing's slightly upturned fox-like eyes sparkled with amusement as he looked toward Wu Xingxue. "What is your next plan, Boss Wu?" Wu Xingxue smiled back at him. Despite Wu Jiyun's tall and imposing figure, even with attire unsuited to his style and donning a hat and mask, he was still easily recognizable. He had scoured the black market, only to find that no one was interested in purchasing the Scarlet Flame. An inexplicable panic surged within Wu Jiyun. He flitted about the black market like a headless fly. And yet, no one was buying. Clutching the Scarlet Flame, his heart felt icy to know. "My brother said this news circulated among the upper echelons of the black market. It was normal for them not to be aware." "Right. I must have taken a wrong turn." Wu Jiyun approached Manager Fong, subtly probing if he knew anyone interested in purchasing the Scarlet Flame. Manager Fong jested, causing Wu Jiyun to grow increasingly frustrated. At that moment, a vendor nearby interjected. "Do you have that ruby? Sell it to me." Wu Jiyun's eyes, hidden behind sunglasses, gleamed with interest. "How much will you offer?" The vendor, clad in woolen gloves, spread his fingers and declared, 50,000. Wu Jiyun's anger flared. This person was merely a nuisance. "Get lost." The vendor, flustered, retorted, "If you're not selling, why the attitude? A complete set of gems is valuable. Just one is worth nothing. No one else will buy it but me." Wu Jiyun had gleaned no useful information from Manager Fong, so he brushed past the vendor. The vendor continued to grumble behind him, but Wu Jiyun was too preoccupied to care. Could it be that he had missed his chance? Had the buyer changed their mind? The vendor, seeing Wu Jiyun had walked far enough away, turned to Manager Fong with a hopeful grin. Manager Fong replied leisurely, "You know what to do next time." The vendor nodded eagerly. "Yes, I understand." Wu Xingxue awaited news, eventually hearing that Wu Jiyun had sought out Manager Fong once more before leaving. Lu Qing remarked, "It's hard to keep anything from Boss Wu. This isn't a significant matter. The individual who led Wu Jiyun into the casino is one of my people." Wu Xingxue raised an eyebrow, sharing a knowing smile with him. The corners of Wu Xingxue's eyes glinted with scorn. How could she have forgotten the countless times she had rescued Wu Jiyun from his own arrogance and folly when he nearly met his demise? Not once did he utter a word of gratitude, as if everything owed him was a given. When she had suffered a significant setback and lost her abilities, Wu Jiyun's disdainful gaze had pierced through her like a blade, treating her as a subordinate while eagerly using her resources to indulge his whims. If anyone should question the morality of the situation, it ought to be Wu Xingxue asking him. After 2 decades of siblinghood, Wu Jiyun sought only to exploit her worth, discarding her when she no longer served his purpose, and demanding her selfless contributions upon discovering she had found a new channel for extraordinary plants. With each provocation, how could Wu Xingxue be blamed for retaliating? Moreover, she merely offered him choices. How he chose was ultimately his own doing, all because Wu Xingxue understood him well enough to predict his every move. Lu Qing raised an intrigued eyebrow. "I eagerly await Boss Wu's next move. It seems Wu Jiyun is currently too preoccupied to concern himself with Bai Wei. Tomorrow, I plan to visit Boss Wu's establishment to finalize the extraordinary plant procurement order. Would that be convenient for you?" Wu Xingxue regarded him with a discerning glance, her fox-like eyes devoid of pretense. It was likely more than simply placing an order. His true aim was still Bai Wei. Their entanglement was none of Wu Xingxue's concern. "Certainly, come after 4 o'clock. I should be closing up around that time." Having witnessed enough of the ruckus, Wu Xingxue shifted to the matter at hand. "Where have you placed my batch of goods?" Chapter 101. What kind of treasure world is this? Wu Xingxue pocketed the warehouse key, given by Lu Qing, and made her way to 786 in the southern part of the Central District. This was a building, with her storage location situated in the underground parking garage. lowering the brim of her hat and pulling up the hood of her sweatshirt. Wu Xingxue descended the stairs to the basement level. With a click, her flashlight illuminated the path ahead. Only then did she realize that the once spacious and unencumbered garage had been partitioned by walls, revealing a broad and straight corridor with several doors on either side. This was essentially a large-scale warehouse. Wu Xingxue couldn't help but marvel at Lu Qing's capabilities. Truly, one's worth is measured against others. Wu Jiun, the ostentatious CEO, was nothing in comparison. Wu Xingxue pondered this. The sound of footsteps echoed, followed by a commanding voice. Who goes there? Several burly men appeared in her line of sight, and understanding dawned upon Wu Xingxue. And oh wonder, they could navigate without any lighting tools. These men were equipped with night vision goggles. One of the larger men, presumably the leader, sported a walkie-talkie clipped to his chest pocket. He scrutinized Wu Xingxue, who remained sensible, standing at the door with her flashlight raised, refraining from any unnecessary movements. Though the burly man received word that there would be a guest inspecting the goods that evening, he was taken aback to find it was a young girl who arrived without even a bodyguard. The man cast a doubtful glance at Wu Xingxue, questioning her credibility. Wu Xingxue nodded and retrieved a white envelope from her pocket. Liu Qing had merely instructed her to deliver this to the guard, and Wu Xingxue did not pry further, assuming it pertained to some exclusive insignia or the like. Upon verifying the contents of the letter and confirming Wu Xingxue's identity, the burly man's demeanor shifted to one of respect. I shall escort you to your warehouse, he proclaimed, gesturing for the others to disperse. They scattered into the shadows, assuming the roles of both guards and patrols. However, their heads, equipped with night vision goggles, subtly followed Wu Xingxue's movements. Not out of hostility, but out of curiosity regarding how this young woman had amassed such wealth. These guards were not only vigilant, but also loyal to Lu Qing, fully aware of the valuable large generator housed within her designated warehouse. Alongside a plethora of other goods, the burly man halted before the warehouse marked with the number 5, stepping back a few paces. Please, enter. I shall remain here at the door. Call for me, should you require anything. Wu Xingxue nodded in acknowledgement and produced the key Lu Qing had entrusted to her. Seeing the key smoothly unlock the door confirmed Wu Xingxue's identity for the second time, causing the man's previously tense muscles to relax. As a top-tier mercenary, Wu Xingxue sensed the shift in the man's aura and grew to admire Lu Qing even more. It was no small feat to cultivate subordinates to such a degree. Entering the warehouse, Wu Xingxue closed the door behind her and located the light switch on the wall. With a flick, the interior of the warehouse illuminated before her eyes. After retrieving the order list from her space and verifying that everything was in order, she promptly stored all the goods away. As her consciousness sank, she noted that even with the warehouse filled to the brim, it only occupied half of her spatial capacity. Wu Xingxue observed that the eyes of the exotic parrot glimmered with an emerald hue, signaling that Tsang had left her a message. If it was a non-urgent matter, it would be confined to 3 lines. The parrot's eyes would shine green. However, should it pertain to an urgent issue, it would require more than 3 lines, turning the parrot's eyes blood red, a clear indication that immediate attention was necessary. Thus, Wu Xingxue took her time, exiting the warehouse to lock the door once more, before being escorted out of the basement level by the burly man. She had already arranged with Lu Qing that she would utilize her space to transport the goods away, allowing Lu Qing to send someone to replace the lock during the daylight hours. As for the key Wu Xingxue possessed, it was customary to change the locks when ownership transferred, so it posed no issue. The parrot's beak opened, echoing Tsang's voice. I've noted everything you said. The packaging waste has been collected by my kin to be fed to the scavenger turtles. It will not pollute the environment. Wu Xingxue was momentarily perplexed. Scavenger turtles? Capable of digesting waste? Just then, the parrot spoke again, this time not relaying a message, but indicating that Tsang had connected. Are you still there? Wu Xingxue replied, yes, I just received your message. What exactly are scavenger turtles? Through their conversation, Tsang learned that the human world was home to many creatures, akin to those in the beastman realm, albeit ordinary beasts that were hunted for sustenance. Tsang endeavored to explain in terms Wu Xingxue could grasp, describing them as creatures with hard shells on their backs, similar in appearance to the turtles of her world, about half an arm's length long. They moved with remarkable speed and were voracious consumers of decaying matter. We have a few in our tribe. We usually feed them spoiled food that we have also tested, and the plastic bags you humans use can be digested by them without issue. The only difference post-digestion is that their waste is darker. Wu Xingxue was astonished. What a treasure trove of a world, where even turtles could function as waste processors. Satisfying her curiosity, she returned to the matter at hand. The supplies in the space are all for you. With these, your kin will certainly weather the harsh cold period comfortably. I will summarize the specific usage methods and relay them to you shortly. Hitsong had already observed the supplies in her space, noting many new items he had not seen before. Such a significant quantity surely required a considerable sum of money. He began to grasp the concept of currency in the human world through Wu Xingxue's explanations. This must have cost quite a bit, hasn't it? Wu Xingxue smiled. I've essentially exhausted the savings I accumulated, but fortunately, your items sell well, and I will soon be able to replenish my funds. Among close kin, accounts are settled transparently. Had it not been for Hitsong's high-quality wares and their rapport, Wu Xingxue would not have financed this venture with her own money. In reality, Hitsong sighed, causing Mu, who was tearing into roasted meat, to glance at him with confusion. Originally, the upgrade of the space was also my responsibility, but I lack a spatial core here and can only rely on you. I apologize for my inability to assist. Wu Xingxue did not dwell on this. Yet Hitsong's feelings of guilt only served to please her. It's all right. Just help me find anything that can repair my ability core. Hitsong paused momentarily, the cold wind tousling his hair, as he sat beside a crackling fire, gazing into the darkness beyond the cave entrance. His voice, deep and resolute, echoed from the space. I will certainly find it. Those familiar with Hitsong would know he was a man of his word. He never promised what he could not deliver. If he spoke, he would fulfill it. Wu Xingxue paid no heed to it, as the prospect of restoring her abilities was already a delightful surprise. Such matters were often left to fate. While she had lost her powers, within the safe zone where ability users could not utilize their powers, none could best her in combat. Thus, she felt no urgency. Suddenly, a noise from outside. Wu Xingxue informed Hitsong and proceeded toward the window. Someone was climbing the wall. Chapter 102. Night visitor. Hitsong was aware that Wu Xingxue had logged off. Yet he remained in a daze, staring into the darkness outside the cave. What are you pondering, Chief? Mu inquired, his sharp, beastly teeth crunching through the bone. Mu had grown accustomed to Hitsong's ability to conjure items, but the aroma wafting from this latest offering was tantalizing. Eat up. This is, he hesitated, opting for vagueness. Delicious. Mu responded with a knowing look, recognizing that this was clearly not a product of the beast world, but rather a divine provision. The scent was irresistible. Unaccustomed to utensils, Mu found it more convenient to use a fork. Hitsong also lifted a bowl of fluffy white rice, pairing it with several unfamiliar dishes. Mu was overwhelmed with delight. Nearly moved to tears. I once thought roasted meat was delectable, but this makes roasted meat seem like mere grass. Mu stuffed his cheeks full of food, while Hitsong marveled silently, his own pace of eating quickening. Unfamiliar with the concept of a restaurant, Hitsong understood that sharing food was a sign of a strong bond. Wu Xingxue was truly a kind-hearted individual, and this only strengthened his resolve. Once they had their fill, Mu burped and sprawled contentedly beside the fire. Lazily, he asked, Chief, you still haven't told me what we're doing at the Xingxue tribe. After a recent victorious battle, their Qionghu tribe had triumphed. And with the cold period approaching, no other tribes would attack during this time. According to the elders, the Xingxue tribe was situated several mountains away, and to reach them swiftly, they would need to traverse the Qiulong mountain. Given its name, it was known to have imprisoned even the legendary ancient beast, the dragon, making the ascent daunting. Their journey would not be an easy one. Mu produced a palm-sized handheld game from his waist. This toy required neither an internet connection nor electricity. 2/3 of the device was filled with blue water, with 2 small buttons below. Pressing the buttons would cause colorful rings to bounce within the water. The varying pressure determined their height, and the goal was to loop the rings on several rods to wind. Wu Xingxue had recalled Hitsong mentioning younglings, thus she had acquired this outdated trinket, one that human children had long grown weary of. Heatsung rolled his eyes at Mu. Upon seeing the game, became transfixed, shamelessly claiming one, while several young ones stuck out their tongues at him. Eager to challenge him, Heatsung stated, "It is said that the Xingxue tribe possesses a spring with divine powers. Our purpose is to collect water from this spring." Mu paused mid-motion. Huh. Isn't that merely a legend? What if we go and find nothing? Moreover, what use could such water possibly have? With a single phrase, Heatsung silenced Mu's incessant chatter. Divine necessity, Mu's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity. "Then we must go. Chief, stop dawdling and get some rest. Let us take a break and set off." With that, Mu stowed away the game and laid down to sleep. Heatsung sighed after a moment. "Sleep quickly, Chief, now." Heatsung began to understand the meaning behind Wu Xingxue's earlier words of being speechless. Just then, Wu Xingxue abruptly pulled back the curtain, colliding with Chun Ran, who was climbing in through the window. Both fell silent. "Come in quickly." Chun Ran. "I thought it was a thief." Chun Ran settled into the lone wooden chair, while Wu Xingxue took a seat on the bed. She picked up a flashlight from beside her, turning it on to illuminate the walls, instantly brightening the room. Chun Ran remarked, "There's no need to turn it on. It would waste electricity." Wu Xingxue, smiling, replied, "It's fine, I have plenty of money now. I can afford it." Chun Ran also smiled. Wu Xingxue continued, "On the day of the auction, you said you would come and find me. I thought you would come that very day." Chun Ran had not shown up, and now with communication being inconvenient, Wu Xingxue worried that something might have happened to her, now that she saw Chun Ran safe and sound. Able to climb through a window, her heart was finally at ease. Wu Xingxue had quite a few acquaintances from her past, but after losing her abilities, very few friends remained. Chun Ran was one of them, and she did not wish to sever such a rare friendship. Chun Ran let out a light sigh and explained, "I had thought that task would conclude swiftly, but unexpectedly, the machine developed by the Research Institute ended up blowing up the garbage dump." In the dim light, Wu Xingxue noticed a look of frustration and anger crossing Chun Ran's distinguished face. Suddenly, a thought struck Wu Xingxue, and she exclaimed, "So, you weren't sent to collect garbage, were you?" Chun Ran nodded helplessly. "Yes, the explosion nearly reached the residential area. That I don't understand the principles of that machine from the Research Institute, but suffice it to say that once the waste passed through it, it emerged in a semi-melted state. The stench at close range." Chun Ran's complexion paled at the recollection. Wu Xingxue recalled the persistent foul odor that had plagued them recently. It was clear how overwhelming it must have been for someone like Chun Ran, who had experienced much in her life. Chun Ran did not mention that several people had fainted on the scene. Wu Xingxue thought of Heatsung's mention of the carrion turtle. If only the space could accommodate living creatures. She could have Heatsung send a few over. Perhaps it would resolve the garbage issue. Unfortunately, her space lacked the ability to contain living beings, and she wondered if a level upgrade would enable that. There might be a possibility. Wu Xingxue speculated, but even if she were to level up, it would require a source core of at least Tier 3, which was exceedingly difficult to obtain. Relying on those exploration teams was not as promising as venturing out herself once she regained her abilities. Regardless, that matter was not urgent at present. In her position, she could not intervene. Thinking of Wu Xiao, who worked at the Research Institute, an invisible smile flickered in Wu Xingxue's eyes that he was, after all, a severe germaphobe. Waste management was currently a pressing issue, and he could not possibly avoid involvement. It was a pity that while Chun Ran was not surprised, Wu Xiao must have been caught amidst the chaos as well. What a shame that Wu Xingxue suppressed her disappointment, noticing that Chun Ran's emotions were somewhat off. Given the late hour, she felt anxious about her visit, but now that she was here, she hesitated to speak. Was she anxious or not? Thus, Wu Xingxue took the initiative to ask, "Sister Chun Ran, did you come so late because there is something you need me to do? Or has something happened? Speak freely. I will certainly lend a hand if I can." Chapter 103. The considerate and adorable girl Wu Xingxue was astonished that Chun Ran would actively bring up her feelings for Wu Xuanan. This indicated that Chun Ran must have been in a great deal of distress. Otherwise, her proud and composed nature would never allow her to casually discuss her private matters. Chun Ran had never been one to engage her girlfriends in discussions about romantic affairs. Wu Xingxue observed as Chun Ran sat upright, her hands neatly resting on her knees, her expression extremely solemn under the dim yellow light, indicating that she was not as relaxed as her tone suggested. Chun Ran felt embarrassed. Her tightly pressed lips moved, yet words failed to escape. Nevertheless, this was a matter she genuinely needed to confide in someone about, but considering that Wu Xingxue was once Wu Xuan'an's sister. This, as she was lost in her thoughts, Wu Xingxue interjected, "Sister Chenran, I'm feeling a bit hungry. Would you keep me company for a late-night snack?" Chenran was taken aback that Wu Xingxue urged her to stay put while she went to the kitchen to fetch something to eat. Chenran wanted to stop her, but found that Wu Xingxue was far too swift. Wu Xingxue retrieved steaming meat buns that Granny Qin had prepared and stored, placing a plateful in the kitchen. Chenran was preoccupied with her concerns and did not even notice how late it was or what kind of hot buns Wu Xingxue was using. After finishing their late-night meal, Chenran exhaled deeply. After several busy days with scarcely any proper meals, indulging in a few warm buns allowed her to relax completely. Raising her eyes, she noticed Wu Xingxue gazing at her quietly, which warmed her heart. Wu Xingxue recognized her embarrassment and seized the opportunity of sharing a meal to help her unwind. Indeed, nothing alleviates tension and anxiety quite like delicious food. Chun Ran's gaze softened, and under the beam of the flashlight, her eyes sparkled. She couldn't comprehend why the Wu family could not see that Wu Xingxue was a considerate and delightful girl Wu Xingxue had always called her sister. And Chun Ran genuinely regarded her as a younger sister. Previously, Chun Ran had been unable to articulate her feelings because she herself had not sorted through her thoughts after the earlier interruption. She set aside her earlier awkwardness since she had come. It would be silly to maintain a facade of pretense that would only amuse Xingxue. "Xingxue, Wu Xuanan has asked to meet me tomorrow evening. I suspect he wants to establish a relationship." Seeing no hint of shyness or joy on Chun Ran's face, only confusion, Wu Xingxue inquired, "So, do you wish to reject him or accept?" Chun Ran replied, "I do not know. Rationally, I should refuse. He has been ambiguous with Yi Shuang and shows favoritism towards the Wu family, especially Wu Yuman, even treating you, his sister of 20 years, this way. It is hard to reconcile with the person I once admired." However, a look of frustration crossed Chun Ran's face that on the morning when Wu Ling caused a scene at your shop, he told me in the office that he wanted to be official. If it hadn't been for the timely interruption from a subordinate who reported that Wu Ling was causing trouble, I would have agreed that Wu Xingxue raised an eyebrow. So that was my fault for interfering with your good fortune. Chun Ran shot her a fleeting glare. "Of course not. I should thank you. Otherwise, I would have just agreed and then had to bring up a breakup afterward, which would have been even more difficult to articulate." Mentioning this matter ignited a spark of anger within Chun Ran that I once thought your eldest brother among the Wu siblings was decent. At the very least, he genuinely cares for you. Xingxue, you too. Why didn't you tell me earlier that Wu Xuanan was treating you this way? Wu Xuanan's indiscriminate attitude surely accumulated over time, which would explain why he immediately assumed guilt whenever something went wrong. How much distress must you have endured? Despite her cold exterior, Chun Ran was inherently emotional. Her profession necessitated a rational demeanor, which she maintained to suppress her sensitivity. However, when it came to those she considered close, her emotions intensified. Chun Ran felt both anger and sorrow for Wu Xingxue. The thought of Wu Xuanan's attitude towards Wu Xingxue made her feel nauseated. Wu Xingxue understood that Chun Ran had always harbored feelings for Wu Xuanan. Moreover, aside from being easily influenced by Wu Yuman at home, Wu Xuanan was generally courteous and composed in public. She saw no need to speak ill of him to Chun Ran. The two matters were not comparable. Wu Xingxue also recognized how Wu Xuanan's lack of discernment and soft-heartedness could lead to Chun Ran's distress. Yet, while Wu Xingxue could intervene in many matters, relationships were beyond her purview. In the past, Chun Ran had been oblivious, and if Wu Xingxue had rashly criticized Wu Xuanan while their relationship was still good, even if Chun Ran believed her momentarily, she would inevitably soften and forgive him. This would make future encounters between Wu Xingxue and Chun Ran incredibly awkward. After all, opportunities for them to meet were few, and Wu Xingxue would not bring up Wu Xuanan's affairs. Noticing Chun Ran's indignation on her behalf, Wu Xingxue quickly reassured her. "Sister Chun Ran, look at me. I'm perfectly fine." Wu Xingxue sensed that Chun Ran genuinely did not wish to continue entangled with Wu Xuanan. But she still struggled to confront her feelings after years of attachment and needed a gentle nudge. Wu Xingxue was determined to help, as Wu Xuanan was certainly not worthy of Chunran. Sister Chunran, we are not discussing Wu Xuanan here. If you seek my opinion, I advise you to refuse him. It was the first time Chunran had witnessed Wu Xingxue so candidly express her views on their relationship. Previously, Wu Xingxue had refrained from voicing her concerns, which Chunran understood. Thus, she had never asked Wu Xingxue about it. Chunran was eager to hear Wu Xingxue's perspective. Her ability to decisively extricate herself from the Wu family spoke volumes of her rationality and wisdom. Wu Xingxue stated, Wu Xuanan is nothing but a hypocrite. Yi Shuang is not alone. She represents a type of person. Currently, Wu Xuanan is surrounded by Yi Shuang. If not her, then it could be Wang Shuang or Li Shuang. Even if he saw through Yi Shuang's true nature, what action did he take? He is fully aware of the grievances you have suffered because of her and the misunderstandings that have arisen between you two. Yet, all he did was give Yi Shuang the most feeble warning to stay away from him. As for the grievances she has caused you, a mere idle warning is no more than a small stone in her path. Perhaps even a source of motivation for her. What a lack of discernment. He knows full well that Yi Shuang is Wu Yuman's friend. How could he not find her blatant actions suspicious? Is it merely coincidence that every time Yi Shuang visits the Wu household, he happens to be home? Does he not question how Yi Shuang always seems to know where he is and runs into him? Does he not suspect that his own sister, Wu Yuman, is colluding with outsiders to undermine his relationship? To put it mildly, this could be described as a gentle temperament. However, to be blunt, Chunran gazed at Wu Xingxue in astonishment, urging her to continue. Chapter 104. Wishing to do everything, yet failing at all. To put it bluntly, Wu Xuanan is utterly foolish. Wu Xingxue scoffed, unreservedly. Such simple logic had eluded him, and one day he would find himself ensnared without even realizing it. Wu Xingxue's gaze was earnest, and even if we were to take a step back and disregard his lack of discernment regarding the central air conditioning, one must question the capabilities of such a mind. What prospects could he possibly have? If he were to be sold out by others and still count their money for them, being in a relationship with him would mean constantly cleaning up his mess and shouldering his burdens, which is exhausting. Chunran let out a chuckle, her finger playfully poking Wu Xingxue on the forehead, finding amusement in the thought that if Wu Xuanan were to hear this, he would surely be infuriated. The mere idea brought her relief. It dawned on Chunran that she harbored some resentment towards Wu Xuanan, stemming from his inaction regarding Yi Shuang, his unfair treatment of Wu Xingxue, and his tendency to stir the pot without taking responsibility. Unbeknownst to her, a myriad of anger had accumulated within Chunran. Listening to Wu Xingxue's words was cathartic for her. Wu Xingxue chuckled softly, noticing that Chunran did not seem to take offense at her disparagement of Wu Xuanan. Rather, she appeared relieved. This reassured her further. She then adopted a serious demeanor and stated, Sister Chunran, I speak with utmost seriousness. Wu Xuanan's greatest flaw is his softness of heart, which, coupled with his lack of discernment, is utterly fatal. If we were to take another step back, dealing with an outsider like Yi Shuang is manageable. But do you know who the most difficult person to handle is? Chunran's expression turned solemn. Both of their eyes darkened in unison. It was the Wu family that a smirk of derision graced Wu Xingxue's lips as she continued. Indeed, Wu Xuanan prides himself on being the eldest brother, raising educated siblings and honoring his parents. All while shouldering the family's responsibilities, he aspires to excel in everything, yet fails at all. Which of these three duties has he fulfilled? Look at the brothers of the Wu family. Not one of them is normal. They call me an ingrate, claiming I am ungrateful. But what of them? For 20 years, they indulged me, showering me with affection as a daughter and sister. Though we are not blood relatives, there was at least some emotional bond. In such a short span, their attitude towards me has undergone a dramatic transformation. Now that stability has returned and I have lost my powers and thus my value, I have become the discarded pawn. If they can turn their backs on someone who has been a part of their lives for 20 years, someone who grew up among them, then what do you think will happen to you? If you truly become Wu Xuanan's partner, you will be the matriarch of the Wu family. None of them possess an ounce of gratitude. Treat them well, and they will respect you for a moment. But in time, They will come to see it as their dude if one day you falter or lose your worth. Let's speak plainly. You are an outsider to the Wu family, and in their eyes, you are worth less than I am, a family member of 20 years. What fate awaits you? Chun Ran's face turned ashen, her heart feeling as though it had been struck by a hammer. Wu Xingxue's words resonated precisely with her innermost thoughts. Questions flooded her mind. What are the Wu family doing, allowing Wu Xingxue to be ridiculed by outsiders? Had they not once cherished her the most? How could people change so swiftly? Was it that the Wu family members were all blind to such clumsy schemes, or did they feign ignorance? Either answer left Chun Ran feeling unsettled. Wu Xingxue feigned ignorance of Chun Ran's expression, believing it better to see things clearly now than to regret later. She continued, moreover, there is one crucial point. Chun Ran, still dazed, inquired, what is it? Wu Xingxue replied, the Wu family's fortune is ill-fated. They are all harbingers of calamity. If you truly marry into the Wu family, you will undoubtedly suffer the same fate. Strangely, Wu Xingxue's view aligned with that of Wu Yumian. Chun Ran felt a laugh bubbling up, only to realize moments later that Wu Xingxue had a point. She had reunited with Wu Xingxue in the safety zone after the apocalypse, and at that time, Wu Xingxue's cold demeanor concealed profound exhaustion. Chun Ran learned that Wu Xingxue, as a lone wolf explorer, not only completed the official missions, but also found time to undertake tasks with Shun Qi's team. And upon finishing, she would have to deal with Wu Ling's matters, after finally catching a break. Messages circulated about her bullying her sister at home. Once, Wu Xingxue even asked Chun Ran if she had any information regarding a certain research institute from before the apocalypse. The only person in the Wu family connected to that institute was the fourth brother, Wu Xia. Though Wu Xingxue was a top-tier ability user, she was still human and could not be in two places at once. The entire family relied on her, yet she was but one individual. Did they not realize how exhausting this was? The absurdity of what even an outsider like Chun Ran knew hinted that the actual circumstances were likely far more severe. Now that Wu Xingxue had distanced herself from the Wu family, calamities began to befall them in quick succession. If Chun Ran's theory held true, it was not that the Wu family's fortune was poor. Rather, the family had lost their bloodsucker, Wu Xingxue, akin to the collapse of a supporting pillar. With the remaining members encountering one misfortune after another, it only compounded Chun Ran's concern. Now that the Wu family had lost their resource, if she were to enter the family at this moment, would she not become the next victim to be drained of her lifeblood? In that instant, Chun Ran comprehended the hidden meaning behind Wu Xingxue's words. Her gaze towards her filled with gratitude and sympathy. Xingxue, thank you that I know that with your character, you wouldn't express this so clearly unless you truly regarded me as one of your own. Wu Xingxue's eyes sparkled with warmth, her sharp features softened in the gentle light. Chun Ran understood her well, and it was not a waste of words. With clarity now illuminating her thoughts, she expressed her final request. Xingxue, Wu Xuanan has asked to meet me tomorrow. Would you come with me? I know you find the Wu family bothersome. You only need to stand at a distance. Just seeing you gives me strength. Please don't mock me. Wu Xuanan is the only person I've ever liked. After so many years, I have rationally let go. But emotionally, I fear I may become confused. Chun Ran believed she would not be swayed again. She had thought it through thoroughly. Yet, she still felt that Wu Xingxue's presence would provide her with greater peace of mind. Wu Xingxue blinked, contemplating for a few seconds, then agreed that Wu Jiyun, having gone to the black market tonight without finding a buyer, was likely in a panic that he had invested all his assets and owed a significant amount in high-interest loans. His only chance lay in finding a buyer he would not give up easily. The bait had been cast, and when he found himself at a dead end, he would be hooked. This was the perfect opportunity to deal with Wu Xuanan first. Wu Xuanan, despite being a villain, always wore a facade of a good person, exuding sincerity, yet in reality, he was merely a hypocrite who spoke without action. How vexing it was to deal with such a person. Without any overtly aggressive behavior from him, attacking him would feel akin to striking Wu Ling, which would not be appropriate. She still had to live in the safety zone and could not afford to tarnish her reputation. Thus, if she and Chun Ran wished to find some peace, it would hinge upon this encounter. Wu Xingxue, perceptive as ever, noted Chun Ran's genuine annoyance toward Wu Xuanan, despite her words of fear regarding confusion. This time, Wu Xuanan would not be receiving Chun Ran's favors. Wu Xingxue invited her dear friend, Chun Ran, to stay over that night. After a quick wash, the two of them snuggled into a warm bed, merrily gossiping as they prepared for sleep, basking in their joy. Meanwhile, the Wu family was in for another tumultuous night. Eldest brother, where did you get this information? No one at the black market is buying rubies at such high prices. Wu Jiyun fumed as he confronted Wu Xuanan. Ignoring Wu Yuming's prior comments, he directly interrogated Wu Xuanan. Wu Xuanan frowned. Wu Jiyun, an unlikely suspicion crossed his mind, and he blurted out to Wu Yuming, "Are you and Wu Jiyun conspiring to buy Xue's gems at a low price?" Chapter 105. Collusion. Both the bewildered Wu Yuming and the enraged Wu Jiyun were taken aback, exclaiming in unison, "How do you know?" This was a secret scheme between the two siblings, and apart from Wu Xingxue, there was no third party privy to it. Wu Yuming, realizing this, blurted out, "Wu Xingxue told you." Wu Xuanan's mind sparked with suspicion, but he quickly dismissed it, knowing how kind and innocent Yuming was. She had offered to help him find Xue to discuss this matter, which pleased him greatly. He hoped that by having Yuming convey this good news to Xue, he could also mend the sisters' relationship. As he observed the anger and resentment flashing in Wu Yuming's eyes, his heart trembled. He could not even pretend to be oblivious. These emotions were not directed at him, but at Wu Xingxue. For Yuming had concluded that Wu Xingxue was the one who had informed on them. A pang of pain struck Wu Xuanan's heart as he hurriedly clarified, "This has nothing to do with Xue. I haven't seen her for days. This is merely my speculation." Wu Jiyun and Wu Yuming regarded him with skepticism, suspecting he was attempting to shield Wu Xingxue. Wu Jiyun's tone dripped with sarcasm as he reproached, "Eldest brother, you truly are a master of conjecture." Wu Jiyun retorted, "This is not a scheme. It's a standard transaction. Wu Xingxue is not a loss. She purchased it for 80,000 union coins, and I paid her 240,000. And one is losing out here." Wu Yuming wholeheartedly agreed. 240,000. What a bargain for that wretched girl. Wu Xuanan nearly choked on his indignation. "How can you say she is not at a loss? That gem was supposed to be purchased at 10 times the original price. You are a scoundrel and yet dare not admit it. You've corrupted Yuming." Wu Jiyun wanted to blame the entire scheme on Yuming, but the focus had shifted, and he willingly took the blame while steering the conversation back to the matter at hand. "Eldest brother, stop deflecting. I want to know where you got that information." Wu Yuming also realized that she had heard Wu Jiyun mention something about the information being false. Instantly, her heart raced as Wu Jiyun observed the bewildered expressions of the two individuals. He could only suppress his frustration and recount the unsettling events of the evening at the black market. Wu Yuming grasped Wu Jiyun's arm and exclaimed, "You didn't find a buyer? How could that be possible? Without the tenfold return, my 80,000 is all gone to Wu Xingxue." Wu Jiyun felt a ringing in his ears. Rendered speechless, Wu Xuanan regarded Wu Yuming with the eyes of a stranger. Was this person truly his innocent, kind-hearted, and endearing sister? Initially, Wu Xuanan had suspected that it was Wu Jiyun's desperate threats that had led to Wu Yuming's distress. Yet now, it appeared as though the two were conspiring together in their misfortune. A wave of guilt washed over Wu Xuanan. How could he have described Mian so harshly? Yet, regardless of his remorse, Wu Xuanan could not deceive himself. Wu Yuming had been oblivious to the situation from the start. His heart was tumultuous. It dawned on him that not only his brother and parents, but also Mian had diverged from his previous impressions. Suddenly, Wu Yuming realized that the 80,000 was her entire fortune, her desperation betraying her. The moment she caught sight of Wu Xuanan's expression, she understood that he had already sensed her unease. In a fluster, she attempted to explain, "Brother, it's not what you think. I simply..." Little did she know, her frail demeanor did not evoke Wu Xuanan's protective instincts. Instead, it reminded him of the duplicitous Yi Shuang. A shiver of realization struck Wu Xuanan. Could it be that when Xingxue said she had grown accustomed to the situation, she was implying Mian? Was Mian also two-faced, presenting one persona in front while harboring another behind? Wu Xuanan felt he should not speculate about his long-lost sister, but the evidence was undeniable, and he could not help but dwell upon it. For the first time, he interrupted Wu Yuming. Disappointment etched across his features. He was exhausted, his mind a chaotic mess, utterly disinterested in entangling himself further with the two, especially when it came to accepting that Wu Yumian could possess another side. Merely imagining it caused him anguish. It would be better to avoid such thoughts altogether. Perhaps it would be less painful. Tomorrow, he was to propose to Chunran, and nothing else seemed more pressing. Wu Yumian, feeling awkward, discerned that Wu Xuanan wished to dismiss her, leaving her dissatisfied yet speechless. Wu Jian, however, was too preoccupied with his debts to the burly man and the collateral of weapons and property. Upon hearing Wu Xuanan's unwavering confidence in the veracity of the news, and recalling his brother's usual conduct, Wu Jian felt assured that Wu Xuanan would not be mistaken, furrowing his brow. Wu Jian pondered whether someone was deliberately withholding information from him. This was indeed a possibility. His anxious heart settled somewhat, but guilt flickered within him for having questioned his brother. Yet, a tinge of resentment lingered. His brother seemed to favor that girl, and if such a fortunate turn of events had not been disclosed to Mian Mian, she would not have sought him out. He was left in the dark. This brother of his was siding with outsiders. Maintaining his icy demeanor, Wu Jian reluctantly muttered, "I apologize, brother. I acted impulsively." Wu Xuanan, too weary to argue, let it go. Wu Jian, burdened by his grievances over his brother's lack of consideration for him, nonetheless had matters to attend to and could only endure. "Brother, your contacts are reliable. Could you please inquire further into the situation?" As he noticed Wu Xuanan's brow furrowing in anger, Wu Jian suddenly had a flash of insight. "If we find a buyer, I will certainly not keep all the money for myself. I will share it with Wu Xingxue." Although Wu Yumian knew that the impoverished Wu Jian would not be so foolish, merely hearing him say so irked her to no end. Wu Xuanan fixed his gaze on him. "That money rightfully belongs to Xingxue. It was deceitfully taken from her." Wu Jian was momentarily at a loss for words, indignation surging within him. "I've already given her 240,000. What more does she want? My brother is so biased. What kind of sorcery has Xingxue cast upon you?" Wu Jian could no longer bring himself to flatter Wu Xuanan or feign admiration for Xingxue. Exchanging a glance with Wu Yumian, "Brother, please don't be angry. It's all Mian Mian's fault. In the past, my sister bullied me countless times, and I simply couldn't resist the urge to play a small trick on her. I mean no harm. Please believe me. Mian Mian is not that kind of person." Her doe-like eyes glimmered with unshed tears, radiating vulnerability. Wu Xuanan asked skeptically, "Really?" "Indeed. Brother, how could you not trust Mian Mian?" Wu Yumian exclaimed, as if overwhelmed by a sense of injustice. Wu Xuanan's immediate instinct was not to feel pity, but rather suspicion. Was this all an act? Yet his actions outpaced his thoughts, and he found himself offering reassurance. "Of course, I believe you." Wu Yumian broke into a smile. "I wouldn't be angry with you, brother." Observing the improved atmosphere between the two, Wu Jian hoped his brother would lend assistance. Wu Yumian took the opportunity to shake Wu Xuanan's arm and plead. "Brother, just this once. I promise I will be sensible." The daughters of the Wu family, both biological and adopted, bore the surname Wu. If they could reconcile, it would be a joyous occasion for all. Wu Xuanan, lost in his own thoughts, mused that it was acceptable, but she must promise not to go too far and not to damage her relationship with Xingxue. Wu Yumian was at a loss for words, unable to fathom how her brother could perceive any sisterly bond between them. The mere mention of that phrase in relation to her and Wu Xingxue made her feel nauseous. She quickly agreed. Of course, Wu Yumian could not afford to leave any room for misinterpretation, neither contradicting nor affirming his words. Subsequently, they hurried through the dark streets, evading the patrols as they made their way to the underground casino. The night breeze chilled her skin and heart alike. "Wei Wei, where on earth have you gone?" If only he had the savings entrusted to Bai Wei, he wouldn't have to debase himself by going to the casino to win back money. He had always been fortunate. As dawn broke, the casino began to clear out. The enforcers, accustomed to seeing disheveled individuals in the corners, were not surprised. Losing gamblers often ended up like this. "Hey, get up. Come back tomorrow." "Impossible. How could I possibly lose?" The disheveled figure sprang to his feet, eyes bloodshot with indignation. "I cannot lose. Someone must have cheated." The enforcer, startled by Wu Jian's outburst, was about to retaliate when the manager interjected. Enough, you can leave. I will handle this. The enforcer shot Wu Jiyun a fierce glare before obediently moving on. The manager, surnamed Xie, was a plump man with squinty eyes. His smile, when viewed closely, made it appear as though he were perpetually squinting. Although he seemed affable, in reality, he was a cunning fox, for he could not manage the casino otherwise. Dear guest, winning and losing at the gaming table is a common occurrence, Manager Xie remarked, hands clasped behind his back. His smile unwavering. I know you. You've had good fortune before. Who hasn't he experienced a loss? Wu Jian gradually calmed down at Manager Xie's courteous demeanor, realizing that with his face concealed, others would not recognize him, allowing him to relax somewhat. Yet he was still agitated. He had lost the last of his 20,000. He was now utterly broke. Manager Xie, perceptive to his distress, suggested, I see that you have a good aura about you. Should you find yourself short on funds, I could assist you that if you win, I would only take 20%. Wu Jiyun felt a flicker of doubt, but the urgency of his financial predicament weighed heavier than his suspicions about the burly man. The deadline for repaying his debts and searching for by way was fast approaching. Wu Jiyun was in dire straits. Very well. Thank you. May I ask who you are? My surname is Xie. I manage this establishment. Manager Xie beamed, his smile now appearing even more sincere, revealing no glimmer of kindness in his eyes, which instead glinted with calculation. Since it's still early, why don't we take a stroll? Chen Ran? Wu Yamian suggested, observing Chen Ran lost in thought. Today, Chen Ran was off work, and, as the supervisor, she couldn't assist at the Jinbao building, so she donned a mask and had to scurry around the shelves, helping Wu Xingxue with the goods. This led to an unusually early sellout. With time still on their hands before meeting Wu Xuanan, Wu Xingxue thought it best to distract Chen Ran from her wandering thoughts. Sister Chen Ran, let me treat you to that new little restaurant on the east side. They say their roasted bird meat is particularly delicious. She believed it would be wise to eat well. For otherwise, if they arrived at their destination, Chen Ran might find herself too upset to eat dinner. In a world like this, being able to eat to one's fill was a blessing. One must seize every opportunity to enjoy a meal. Wu Xingxue recalled the ravenous wolf that had been eyeing them. Knowing that she and Wu Yamian were as close as sisters, Wu Xuanan's impending proposal to Chen Ran was a significant affair, and it was impossible that Wu Xingxue was unaware of it. From what Wu Xingxue understood, Wu Xuanan was stubborn and placed great importance on his work. He had boldly declared his feelings right in the headquarters building. Yet, he had been unusually quiet these past days, only arranging to meet Chen Ran today with such solemnity. It could only mean he was intent on securing Chen Ran's affection through his proposal. Wu Xuanan had been silent for several days, and it seemed that Yishuang had also been subdued. Something was amiss. Wu Xingxue surmised that Wu Xuanan would undoubtedly encounter failure today, yet the focus was not solely on Chen Ran but rather on Yishuang. Just as Wu Xingxue had predicted, Yishuang now stood in front of Wu Xuanan as he stepped outside at Wu Dage. I was wrong. That day, I was merely provoked by others. Think about it. I was once friends with Sister Xue as well. I was simply bewitched. Yishuang sobbed. I have since sought out Sister Xue to apologize. She has already forgiven me. Pa, that is surely a lie. Wu Xingxue thought. That treacherous woman would never forgive so easily. And moreover, she had no intention of apologizing to Wu Xingxue. Wai Shuang's hand brushed against her pocket. Wu Xuanan glanced at his watch, feeling a twinge of anxiety, yet he maintained his usual gentleness, not directly pushing Yishuang away. Hearing her heartfelt apology and her claim that Wu Xingxue had forgiven her, he finally managed a slight smile, acknowledging that recognizing one's mistakes and seeking to amend them was commendable. Yishuang observed the subtle shift in Wu Xuanan's demeanor, her heart swelling with joy as she sought to ingratiate herself, inquiring, Where are you headed, Brother Wu? Wu Xuanan, however, grew wary, fully aware of her intentions. He was reluctant to divulge his plans to propose to Chen Ran, fearing it might lead to complications, affecting an air of innocence. Yishuang continued, Have you reconciled with Sister Chen Ran? It's all my fault. I've envied Mian for having such a wonderful brother like you. Tea times, I couldn't help but regard you as my elder brother, forgetting that we share no blood ties. I even allowed Sister Chun Ran to misunderstand. It is entirely my fault. I hope to have the opportunity to clarify things with her in person. I believe that once she learns the truth, she will forgive me and reconcile with you. Wu Xuanan felt a stir within him. Just then, Wu Yumi happened to appear, exclaiming with astonishment, "Brother, weren't you eager to propose to Sister Chun Ran? Why are you still here?" Realizing her slip, she quickly covered her mouth. Her eyes filled with remorse as she glanced at Wu Xuanan. With no choice but to accept the situation, Wu Xuanan could hardly blame Wu Yumi for her mistake. After all, he had asked her to keep it a secret solely to protect Yishuang, concerned she might disrupt his plans. Yet now, seeing Yishuang's genuine remorse and lack of ulterior motives, he deemed it unnecessary to conceal his intentions any longer. "I shall take my leave now," he declared. Suppressing her jealousy, Yishuang tentatively asked, "Brother Wu, may I accompany you? The misunderstanding with Sister Chun Ran was my fault. If I could explain it to her directly, surely you would be able to propose successfully." Observing her pitiful and humble demeanor, Wu Xuanan acquiesced. "Very well." Chapter 107. On the verge of madness, Brother Wu, do you plan to propose to Sister Chun Ran in the church? Yi Shuang queried as she walked alongside Wu Xuanan towards the outskirts. This direction led to an ancient church steeped in history. Walking beside Wu Xuanan, her tone was laced with envy, her eyes brimming with jealousy. Wu Xuanan replied gently, "After the apocalypse, this landmark church has become a refuge for many, sheltering numerous souls. The initial destruction by zombies damaged its doors and windows, and I've spent considerable effort these days restoring it." Her jealousy ignited. Yi Shuang's eyes reddened, her insides aflame with resentment. Such a splendid man should rightfully belong to her. The more envious she became, the sweeter her voice grew. "Brother Wu, you've done so much. Sister Chun Ran will surely be moved." Wu Xuanan thought of Chun Ran, his voice imbued with intoxicating affection, wishing only for her to agree to his proposal. Yi Shuang turned to look, astonished to find Wu Xuanan, usually so proud and composed, now filled with trepidation, clenching her fists, her nails digging into her flesh. The fire of jealousy in her eyes threatened to become palpable. Clear the area for Wu Xuanan. The previous occupants had set up temporary tents outside the church, with some opting to sleep on mere sleeping bags to save money. Yi Shuang regarded these individuals with contempt. The affluent residents of the upper district required caretakers and servants, while many of those gathered outside the church sought employment in wealthy households. However, opportunities were scarce. If word reached them, they would have already been outbid. Therefore, places like churches, gyms, or certain activity rooms, which did not meet the living requirements of the wealthy, were rented by these individuals. Upon seeing Wu Xuanan, someone greeted him enthusiastically. "Deputy Wu, you're here again. Wishing you success." Today marked the last day Wu Xuanan had rented the church at a premium, coinciding with his proposal. Some harbored jealousy towards Wu Xuanan, believing his efforts to be futile in the apocalypse, while others envied him. Nevertheless, this did not prevent them from wearing cheerful smiles, as Wu Xuanan's generous payment had brightened their day. Yi Shuang walked beside Wu Xuanan with a stern expression, and someone remarked, "Is this the Deputy Wu's girlfriend? She is truly beautiful." A perfect match for Deputy Wu. Yi Shuang felt a sense of comfort at this compliment, a smile gracing her face, while Wu Xuanan's expression turned cold. "Do not speculate. She's a friend of my sister, here to assist." The speaker, known as Xiao Shun, froze, realizing he had misspoken. "I apologize for my lack of insight. Deputy Wu, please don't take offense. I simply lack social grace." Wu Xuanan nodded curtly, letting the matter pass. He quickly turned to Yi Shuang, apologizing. "I'm sorry, you look so youthful and beautiful. I mistook you for Deputy Wu's sister. How could you be his girlfriend?" Yi Shuang's face soured as if she had bitten into something unpleasant, turning to follow Wu Xuanan into the church. Xiao Shun trembled, clutching his friend Binggu. "What have I said wrong this time?" Binggu sighed in exasperation. "Deputy Wu is proposing today. This is a joyous occasion. Just look at that girl. Does she show any signs of happiness?" Xiao Shun shook his head no. Binggu replied, "Then that is it. Besides, what kind of relationship is this? I've heard of sisters assisting one another, but I've never heard of a sister's friend helping out. Just look at that girl's face. It practically screams it. Xiao Shun asked. What does it say? Several others gathered around them, one disdainfully remarking, jealousy. It's so obvious. The crowd's excitement bubbled as they turned their gazes towards the closed doors of the church. Once inside, Yi Shuang struggled to contain her tumultuous emotions. Wu Xuanan, filled with regret, noted the limitations of the situation and how he was putting her at a disadvantage, lamenting the absence of fresh flowers, resorting instead to artificial ones. Yet, despite their artificiality, Yi Shuang recognized the effort involved. Delicate flowers crafted from yarn adorned the carpet, a testament to artistry that could easily be mistaken for the real thing. Wu Xuanan picked up a broom from the corner, meticulously sweeping away the slightest dust. It dawned on Yi Shuang that the cleanliness of the space was nearly indistinguishable from before the apocalypse. Did you do the cleaning yourself, Brother Wu? She inquired in the aftermath of the apocalypse. No place remained untainted, as every square inch was marred by the remnants of the undead and the blood of humanity. While Wu Xuanan busied himself adjusting the position of the faux flowers, he remained oblivious to Yi Shuang's increasingly stormy expression. Well, when I arrived, the previous residents had already tidied up a bit. However, I wasn't entirely satisfied, so I went over it myself. As passable, though some stains have seeped into the tiles and crevices, proving impossible to clean thoroughly. His tone, tinged with an implied grievance towards Chen Ran, left Yi Shuang seething with rage. She struggled to suppress the boiling jealousy that threatened to consume her. Wu Xuanan had gone to great lengths for his proposal, spending a fortune to secure the church and sourcing materials for repairs, even enlisting help to craft decorations and bouquets, not to mention personally cleaning the venue. Yi Shuang had never witnessed such dedication for a proposal in the midst of an apocalypse. On the brink of madness, she could no longer restrain herself. Retrieving a paper package from her pocket, she discreetly opened it behind Wu Xuanan. Brother Wu. A sweet fragrance wafted through the air. Chapter 108. Paying for spectators. Chen Ran. When did you arrive? I didn't even notice. Wu Xuanan's handsome features flushed with a rapid crimson, his gaze now uncharacteristically restrained, overflowing with a tidal wave of affection. Yi Shuang felt a rush of shyness at the sight of Wu Xuanan, her heart racing at the thought of her impending actions. Suppressing her disgust, she mimicked Chen Ran's tone. Weren't you the one who asked me to come? Wu Xuanan replied. I initially intended to surprise you. But it's all right. Before him, Chen Ran appeared more radiant than ever, her presence illuminating the surroundings like a burst of fireworks, casting a soft glow upon her features, enhancing her allure. He swallowed hard, feeling a surge of restlessness within him. Chen Ran's indifference these past few days had nearly shattered his heart. Yet, witnessing her smile caused all his defenses to crumble. In that moment, he failed to notice that Chen Ran, slightly shorter than him, typically did not require him to lower his gaze. Yi Shuang, observing the fervent love and restraint in Wu Xuanan's eyes, breathed a sigh of relief, her smile growing ever sweeter. This enchanted powder truly worked wonders. It was worth the arduous effort and expense she had endured to procure such a treasure. The enchanted powder, derived from the metamorphosed butterflies of the apocalypse, was a fine dust collected from their wings. Just a gram, when inhaled, would allow the user to see the person they most longed to meet. However, should it be used recklessly, Wu Xuanan might envision a colleague, a superior, or a sibling instead of Chen Ran. Yet at this moment, Wu Xuanan's thoughts were undoubtedly consumed with successfully proposing to Chen Ran. Yi Shuang had precisely calculated this factor, guaranteeing that the effects of the enchanted powder would lead Wu Xuanan to mistake her for Chen Ran. Gradually, Yi Shuang enticed Wu Xuanan. What did you wish to tell me today? Wu Xuanan responded earnestly. Chen Ran, will you marry me? He knelt on one knee, his eyes filled with adoration. Yi Shuang felt a brief wave of nausea at the name Chen Ran, but looking at Wu Xuanan's expression, her joy eclipsed all else. Yes, I accept, she exclaimed, tears of excitement welling in her eyes. Wu Xuanan paused momentarily, and Yi Shuang feared he had sensed something amiss, her heart nearly stopping. Yet the next second, he swept her into his arms, spinning her around in delight. This is wonderful, truly wonderful. Yi Shuang had never encountered the composed Wu Xuanan in such a childlike state, and her heart melted instantly. Regardless of which facet of Brother Wu she witnessed, he was entirely hers. Yi Shuang rose on her toes and pressed her lips against Wu Xuanan's. He paused for a fleeting moment, and then the alarm bells ringing in his mind shattered completely. He longed to meld the person in his embrace into his very being. Why Yi Shuang continued to guide Wu Xuanan until they both collapsed onto the carpet. Brother Wu, a person as wonderful as you would never hold this against me. Right? Yi Shuang gazed greedily at the man's handsome face, her nails digging into his back. The Wu Xuanan was consumed by thoughts of Chun Ran. They were finally together. A mere gram of hallucinogenic powder could enable the user to see whomever they desired. Yet Yi Shuang had used a full 5 grams. This quantity would allow one to confront their deepest desires head-on. Wu Xuanan had even arranged a chapel, clearly having made ample preparations. That Wu Xingxue raised an eyebrow. While Chun Ran found it puzzling, was such grandeur truly necessary for a confession? A sense of oddity crept into her heart. As Chun Ran attempted to enter, Wu Xingxue grabbed her, urging her not to rush. The chapel doors are closed. Perhaps Wu Xuanan hasn't arrived yet. There are so many people here. Let us ask around first. Wu Xingxue and Chun Ran, both striking in appearance. One with sharp, striking features, the other exuding a cool indifference, immediately drew the attention of those nearby. Fortunately, they had grown accustomed to such stares. Wu Xingxue led Chun Ran to approach a middle-aged man with a trustworthy demeanor. It happened to be Brother Bin. "Excuse me, is there anyone inside the chapel right now?" Wu Xingxue inquired. Brother Bin scrutinized them for a moment before quickly adjusting his attitude. The two girls appeared healthy and vibrant, dressed neatly and with well-groomed hair, indicating they had a respectable background. He could not afford to offend them. Yet, Brother Bin also wished to avoid crossing Wu Xuanan, the deputy officer, so he smiled and responded, "What brings you to ask this?" Wu Xingxue replied, "I'm looking for my brother." Brother Bin immediately understood. Wu Xuanan had 2 sisters, one with whom he was close, and one with whom he had severed ties. These must be the 2 standing before him. "You must be seeking Deputy Wu." He deduced. That Wu Xingxue's eyes sparkled as she nodded. Xiaoshun, who had been dozing nearby, stirred awake upon hearing the commotion. Wu Xingxue seized on a key phrase, "my friend." Chun Ran furrowed her brow. Xiaoshun confirmed, "Yes, the girl with the brown curls." Wu Xingxue and Chun Ran exchanged glances, and the answer struck them simultaneously. Yi Shuang. Chun Ran's eyes turned icy. Wu Xingxue had anticipated Yi Shuang would create a ruckus and knew Wu Xuanan would be soft-hearted. But she hadn't expected him to be foolish enough to bring Yi Shuang here. Glancing at the tightly shut chapel doors, her instincts told her something was amiss. Wu Xingxue feigned frustration. "My brother truly is something else. He sends me here without explaining why. It's infuriating." She mimicked Wu Yumian's tone, complaining in a soft, almost endearing manner. Xiaoshun's heart softened at once. "Oh, that is a good thing. Deputy Wu is preparing to propose. He has been setting this up for several days, even renting the chapel for us and providing extra compensation to help clear the area. He has been working tirelessly." Brother Bin nodded in agreement. Chun Ran gasped a proposal. She had thought Wu Xuanan would merely confess his feelings. They had never officially dated, and now he was jumping straight to marriage, especially in this apocalypse. The current stability could merely be an illusion, shattering at the slightest touch. How could they possibly marry? Chun Ran took several deep breaths, her expression growing increasingly severe. How could Wu Xuanan be so oblivious? Wu Xingxue's Chun Ran's demeanor was frightening Xiaoshun and quickly stepped in front of her, smiling gently. "Did the brown-haired girl who came with my brother go inside with him?" Brother Bin sensed something was off, but Xiaoshun's loose tongue was impossible to restrain. Chun Ran's heart sank. That Wu Xingxue maintained her smile, yet her gaze turned frigid as she turned to the chapel doors. While Wu Xuanan's soft-heartedness was genuine, his character was beyond reproach. He would never intentionally bring a rival to a proposal venue to provoke or humiliate Chun Ran. The only explanation for bringing Yi Shuang here was that she must have convinced Wu Xuanan that her presence would facilitate the proposal. Could Yi Shuang truly assist Wu Xuanan in successfully proposing? Certainly not. Yet at this juncture, with only half an hour left before Chun Ran's arrival, It was her final opportunity. What was the quickest way to achieve her goal of irrevocably severing the bond between Wu Xuanan and Chun Ran? Wu Xingxue found her answer. Gently squeezing Chun Ran's cold, rigid hand, she whispered, "Sister Chun Ran, don't be upset. Let me take care of this for you. Don't waste your energy on someone unworthy." Chun Ran, being astute, may not have known as much as Wu Xingxue, but she had pieced together the situation. She bit her lip tightly, staving off the tremors coursing through her body. Disappointment, sorrow, but mostly fury surged within her. Wu Xingxue beamed at Xiaoshun. "Could you kindly gather everyone? My brother still has some preparations to complete. We're pressed for time, and I would greatly appreciate your assistance. About an hour. Each person will receive 100 united coins." Xiaoshun grinned widely. "Of course, no problem." Wu Xingxue made her decision to pay people to witness the spectacle. Chapter 109. The Awakening Gift. Xuanan. Wu Xuanan, in stark contrast to his usual suave demeanor, now exuded a domineering aura that left Yi Shuang mesmerized. Chun Ran. The name Wu Xuanan rasped out sent a sharp pang through Yi Shuang's heart. Chun Ran? Madness flickered in Yi Shuang's eyes. From this moment forth, Wu Xuanan could only call her name. Beads of crystalline sweat trickled down the bulging veins of Wu Xuanan's neck, landing on Yi Shuang's collarbone, causing her body to shudder. She dared not contemplate the consequences of Wu Xuanan discovering the truth. Outside, Xiaoshun moved like a nimble monkey, weaving through tents and sleeping bags. Those who had spoken to him wore expressions of delight. Clearly, everyone was willing to exchange an hour for 100 united coins. Wu Xingxue turned to the cold-faced Chun Ran. "Sister Chun Ran, if you disapprove of my actions, I can send them away right now." Wu Xingxue was thoroughly disgusted by Wu Xuanan's ill-timed softness. She longed to hurl this awakening gift directly at his head. However, she also didn't wish to ruin her friendship with Chun Ran. Nobody desired to be the center of gossip, especially not over such a loathsome affair. Once that door opened, regardless of how despicable Wu Xuanan and Yi Shuang were, Chun Ran, as the victim, would inevitably be entangled with them, if Chun Ran wished to avoid being thrust into the spotlight of this scandal. Wu Xingxue would choose to cease her actions. She had few friends, but many enemies. Only later did Wu Xingxue learn that when her reputation was under siege, Chun Ran had reprimanded those in the inspection department who spoke ill of her. She had even quarreled with them, resulting in reprimands from her superiors. Their friendship could not be shattered by Wu Xuanan, this useless scoundrel. Yet, she would feel some regret at wasting such a splendid opportunity. Chun Ran turned to pat Wu Xingxue's shoulder. "I've endured for so long. If I keep it up, I might as well become a ninja turtle." When Wu Xingxue had been doused in so much filth, even now still facing judgment, she had remained unafraid. Chun Ran would not be afraid either. Chun Ran yearned to expose the actions of the scoundrel and the shameless girl to the light. Chun Ran's ability was superhuman, enhancing her physical capabilities tenfold, including her auditory senses. Previously, the distance and the noise had obscured her hearing, but now, as she drew closer, the muffled moans and gasps from within the chapel almost made her retch. Thinking of the humiliations she had suffered at Yi Shuang's hands, along with Wu Xuanan's helpless apologies whenever he thought she was being unreasonable, Chun Ran felt a burning desire to strike them both. Fury ignited in Chun Ran's eyes, as if the chapel doors were not before her, but a horde of zombies. Wu Xingxue, though unsure of the turmoil Chun Ran had endured, felt relieved to see her regain her spirit. The crowd had arrived. Xiaoshun led dozens of individuals to gather at the chapel entrance, joining Wu Xingxue and Chun Ran. "What do you need us to do?" "Just say the word." Wu Xingxue smiled slightly. It was an easy task. Brother Bin pulled Xiaoshun aside, feeling that something was off. Deputy Wu had prepared for so long. Logically, everything should have been ready by now. Why call so many people in? Moreover, they had just seen the brown-haired girl looking intensely jealous, and she had been inside with Deputy Wu for so long. Would they just barge in? Brother Bin, seasoned and prudent, pulled Xiaoshun back, but with so many people behind them, there was no way to retreat. The chapel doors swung open. "Holy white!" Xiaoshun exclaimed, stunned. None of those present had ever witnessed such a scene. Two pale, human figures lay amongst a sea of crocheted white yarn. And as Wu Xuanan and Yi Shuang turned to look, their minds went blank. Wu Xuanan's brow twitched, feeling something within him wilt rapidly. Wai Yishuang had confirmed with Wu Xuanan that aside from her, only Chun Ran would come. Thus, she had dared to act. Being seen by her rival was a victory. It was not humiliating, but being surrounded by so many she deemed beneath her, Get out. Yishuang, shidiakit. She hurriedly grabbed scattered garments to cover herself. Meanwhile, Wu Xuanan remained frozen, for in his eyes there were dozens of Chun Ran outside. However, Chun Ran was not with him. Wu Xuanan, your backside is quite fair, but that is not a capital you should boast about. I fear that if you do not put on some clothes, I might develop a rash. A familiar, sarcastic female voice laden with mockery struck Wu Xuanan's mind like a heavy blow. This Chun Ran is Wu Xingxue. The crowd could not hold back, laughter erupting one after another. Among these voices were both men and women, yet all bore the face of Chun Ran. Wu Xuanan suddenly recalled the strange fragrance he had sensed earlier. It was hallucinogenic powder. Wu Xuanan hastily donned his trousers and turned to glance at the disheveled Chun Ran, his vision momentarily darkening. Is this truly Chun Ran? Wu Xuanan's heart already held an answer. A thought struck him, and he frantically looked towards the dozens of people at the doorway. The real Chun Ran among them. No, that cannot be. Throughout his life, even in the face of a zombie apocalypse, he had never felt such panic that he could not allow Chun Ran to witness this side of him. But in the next instant, his delusions were shattered. Is this what you deemed so important? Chun Ran stood with an erect posture, yet his heart felt a sudden ache. Even though he had anticipated this moment before opening the door, witnessing it firsthand was still a tremendous shock. Chun Ran closed his eyes. Wu Xingxue was right. She was going to develop a rash. Wu Xuanan hastily exclaimed, "It's not what you think. Let me explain, it's hallucinogenic powder." The words that followed, Wu Xuanan could not utter. Though his eyes were still met with dozens of Chun Ran, even with identical faces, their expressions were starkly different. The derision on the true Chun Ran's face rendered him speechless. He felt utterly humiliated. Wu Xingxue sked twice, arms crossed, her gaze piercing like sharp arrows into the hearts of the scoundrel and the shameless woman. It seems you are aware of your shame. You know exactly what sort of person Yishuang is. Yet you still brought her along. Wu Xuanan, you are truly a fool. Wai Yishuang. Hearing Wu Xingxue berate Wu Xuanan, clutched his arm in protest. Wu Xingxue, he is your elder brother. Do you have no manners? Wu Xingxue scoffed lightly. You seem to have adapted quite swiftly, assuming the role of the elder sister so quickly. Wai Yishuang glared at Wu Xingxue, her eyes gleaming with the arrogance of a victor. Although the situation deviated somewhat from her expectations, it mattered not. As long as Chun Ran witnessed it, all would be well. Once she entered the Wu family, these people would only be left with envy and jealousy. Their gossiping would not cost her a thing. Chun Ran, who pretended to be so aloof, would now see her with Wu Xuanan, and their chances would be forever lost. Even if Wu Xuanan, in a moment of confusion, failed to recognize her merits and still clung to Chun Ran, surely Chun Ran would never be with Wu Xuanan again. Wu Xuanan forcefully shoved Yishuang away. Without mercy, Wai Yishuang, caught off guard, fell onto the carpet, pain shooting through her knee. Wu Xuanan growled, "Get away! Stay far from me!" Yishuang's body stiffened. "Elder brother Wu, it's me." Wu Xuanan wished he could strike Yishuang dead. He now loathed how his years of upbringing prevented him from striking a woman. "Yishuang, you are truly vile." Wu Xuanan gritted his teeth, wishing he could crush her to bits. Chapter 110. The root of the trouble is you yourself. My goodness, this is explosive. What kind of relationship is this? So it turns out that a friend of the Wu family's daughter used hallucinogenic powder on the deputy Wu, and moreover, the principal party has arrived. Yishuang is the daughter of the person responsible for constructing the safe zone at the beginning of the apocalypse. And they must be the ones who know how to play. The crowd whispered among themselves, eager to glean more, wishing they had 4 eyes and 2 mouths to absorb it all. News regarding the Wu family had been swirling, but nothing compared to this explosive revelation. Yishuang could not reprimand Wu Xuanan and instead turned to berate those at the door. "What are you staring at? Haven't you seen a beautiful woman before? Get lost." "Wu Xingxue, this has nothing to do with you, Scram." From the crowd, someone remarked, "Let's not even discuss whether you're beautiful. But I have to say, I've never seen anyone so shameless. Why Yi Shuang? Ah, who said that? Step forward. Chen Ran stood merely 20 meters away from Wu Xuanan, yet it felt as though an unfathomable chasm separated them. Chen Ran's expression was calm, and although he said nothing, his silence was more shameful and painful for Wu Xuanan than any insults or mockery. Why did it come to this? He had prepared for so many days, and after Chen Ran, who had previously dismissed him, finally agreed to come, he thought everything was heading in a positive direction. He believed success was within reach, and that he and Chen Ran would be happy. But now, everything was ruined. Chen Ran would never forgive him. He had allowed Chen Ran to witness such an undignified side of himself. He no longer had the right to seek forgiveness. And the architect of all this calamity was Yi Shuang. Wu Xuanan's heart was filled with anguish and fury as he realized there was no longer any possibility with Chen Ran. He bit his tongue until it bled, the pain serving as a meager counterbalance to the overwhelming regret that threatened to crush him. "Elder brother Wu, you're bleeding," Yi Shuang exclaimed, attempting to wipe the blood from the corner of Wu Xuanan's mouth. But he recoiled 2 steps, creating distance in Wu Xuanan's eyes. There was fury and disgust, and Yi Shuang suddenly discerned a harsh truth, that Wu Xuanan did not even want to touch her. Yi Shuang's face paled an instant. "No, that can't be. Elder brother Wu is just very angry right now. He has such a good temper. He will surely forgive me later." The effects of the hallucinogenic powder began to fade. Wu Xuanan noticed the faint red marks appearing on Yi Shuang's alabaster skin, as if she had been stung, and turned his head away. His head throbbed painfully. He could not accept this reality. How could it be Yi Shuang? In the blink of an eye, among the curious gazes at the doorway, Wu Xingxue's disdainful and gloating eyes pierced him deeper. Anger surged within Wu Xuanan. These people were summoned by you. Wu Xingxue raised an eyebrow. "What? Are you blaming her now?" "Indeed, I even paid for it. Each person 100 union coins. Are you looking to be reimbursed?" Wu Xingxue scrutinized Wu Xuanan pointedly. "Or perhaps you should offer some compensation for emotional damages, considering the scene earlier. TSK. Wu Xuanan's chest tightened with rage. "Wu Xingxue, is my misfortune your source of amusement? Do you have no heart?" Chen Ran frowned, confused by Wu Xuanan's sudden accusation towards Wu Xingxue. Just as Wu Xingxue stopped her, Chen Ran did not understand. But Wu Xingxue certainly did. Some anger may not dissipate, but it can be redirected. Wu Xuanan was furious at himself, at Yi Shuang, at the onlookers, and at her. He was livid. Yet as a man, his dignity forbade him from collapsing at this moment. He needed an emotional outlet. Among the options before him, the one who had once been a member of the Wu family, his sister, the so-called Qin, was the best choice. Just as many project their frustrations on close family members after suffering injustices outside. Wu Xingxue was currently that family member. Wu Xingxue, unfazed, retorted, "Wu Xuanan, you are truly a hypocrite. Did I bring Yi Shuang here? Or did I strip you of your pants? With so many people around, why not scold the one who designed this trap? Or even yourself? You have the gall to blame me. The true architect of this calamity is yourself." She was already accustomed to Wu Xuanan's misplaced ire. Wu Xuanan could not refute her. He had been proud for so many years, and what had just occurred was merely a physical exposure. Yet now it was a breach of his inner sanctum. Wu Xingxue seized the opportunity. "The one you should blame is yourself. You know full well that Yi Shuang has ulterior motives. Yet you still pretended she was your sister, allowing her to sow discord. You have seen her true nature and understood her intentions, yet you still brought her here." "I suspect," Yi Shuang said. "Elder brother Wu, I was wrong, and I apologize in person. I will surely help you succeed in your proposal." She deliberately reduced the frequency of Chen Ran's name, knowing full well that Chen Ran would inevitably be discussed later. But that discussion would only garner sympathy for her. The blame must fall squarely on Wu Xuanan and Yi Shuang, the pair of scoundrels. Wu Xuanan's eyes widened. "How do you know?" Wu Xingxue scoffed. "Because I have a brain, eyes, and ears." Wu Xuanan. It was painful to hear. Wu Xingxue continued. "It is precisely because of your indecisive nature and inability to discern right from wrong that those around you have suffered so much. You know how much my sister has endured at your hands. Such a proud person has tolerated Yi Shuang's antics for you on numerous occasions. If you truly cared, you should have cut ties with Yi Shuang and never so easily forgiven her. Are you hoping to drive my sister to her grave? Wu Xuanan shook his head vigorously, shock evident in his eyes. How could that be? He loved Chun Ran so deeply. How could he wish her harm? She claimed that Chun Ran had already forgiven him, and suddenly he halted, finally realizing it was Yi Shuang's deceit. Her goal was to soften his heart, to bring him to the proposal venue, and then use hallucinogenic powder to manipulate him into mistaking her for Chun Ran, only to be seen by Chun Ran in that compromise situation. This was Yi Shuang's scheme. Wu Xuanan understood that Wu Xingxue was right. The gravest mistake lay with him. If he had remained vigilant, upon realizing Yi Shuang's impure intentions and her deliberate attempts to drive a wedge between him and Chun Ran, he should not have shown her mercy with a mere warning. He had even overlooked the harm Yi Shuang had caused Chun Ran, forgiving her too easily after her baseless accusations. He had allowed this person, whom he knew to have ulterior motives, to accompany him to the church. To this place he had prepared for his own happiness. He had faced zombies and navigated through hordes before. Yet he had entrusted his back to Yi Shuang without a second thought. If he had been a bit more cautious, he would not have fallen victim to Yi Shuang's sudden use of hallucinogenic powder. Everything that had transpired was solely his own doing. He deserves it. He truly does. Wu Xuanan's body swayed as a cacophony of voices toward his mind. One voice exclaimed, "Is it just because he slept with a woman? In this apocalypse, it's perfectly normal for capable men and women of the upper class to have 7 or 8 partners. I merely committed the same mistake that all men are prone to. As long as I sincerely repent, Chun Ran will forgive me. After all these years of our relationship, I have done so much for her. I want no one but her, and no matter the cost, I will win Chun Ran back." Yet another voice surged forth immediately. "Wu Xuanan, you are a fool. You deserve this. What face do you have to seek Chun Ran's forgiveness? You are unworthy. You should let go. A person like you does not deserve to possess Chun Ran." Wu Xuanan's pupils trembled. His dazed and terrifying demeanor left a group of people speechless. Wu Xuanxue's gaze darkened. Wu Xuanan had better choose the right path, lest he attempt to harm her or Chun Ran again. She would not hesitate to take further action. Suddenly, Chun Ran spoke. "Wu Xuanan, you cannot have both. You have already made a choice, whether it was active or passive. The outcome has occurred, and if you are still human, you must bear the responsibilities you owe. Please keep your distance from me in the future. I find you repulsive." Chapter 111. The provoked descent into darkness for a moment. Wu Xuanan believed he had died. Otherwise, why would his heart ache so painfully? The pain was so intense that he could scarcely breathe. Needing to hold his breath to momentarily numb the tearing agony, "I'm sorry. Farewell." Xiao Ran. Wu Xuanan lowered his gaze, wishing to conceal the glimmer of tears from the onlookers, since he had decided to let go. He could no longer allow Chun Ran to suffer further harm. I end this matter. Chun Ran must, and could only be, the victim, but he could not weep before the crowd, nor could he plead. He must not allow anyone to entertain even the slightest notion that Chun Ran was at fault. This was the last thing he could do. Wu Xuanan turned to the visibly anxious Yi Shuang. "I will give you what you desire. I in turn." Yi Shuang must provide him with what he sought. He yearned for revenge. This time, he would not spare Yi Shuang. Yi Shuang gasped, quickly covering her mouth with her hand, tears welling in her eyes. "Really, Wuge? You want to be with me?" The immense surprise left Yi Shuang dizzy. She had not anticipated Wu Xuanan would forgive her so swiftly that a smirk graced Wu Xuanan's lips, yet his eyes resembled 2 desiccated wells, devoid of emotion. "I will marry you." Why Yi Shuang was not an orphan. She had family. Only by making Yi Shuang a member of the Wu family, living under his gaze, could he carry out his revenge without reservation. Why Yi Shuang's chest rose and fell rapidly, her eyes wide, before she suddenly threw herself into Wu Xuanan's arms. "I am willing. I am willing." Yi Shuang exchanged glances with Chun Ran, her expression triumphant. "You vile creature. Wu Ge is mine now." Chun Ran clenched her fists, her complexion paling. Wu Xuanxue narrowed her eyes. Wu Xuanan was behaving strangely. After a moment's contemplation, she understood that Wu Xuanan had been provoked into darkness. Otherwise, the normal Wu Xuanan would never have turned to propose to Yi Shuang before Chun Ran. Only a fool like Yi Shuang would bask in her perceived victory. oblivious to the fact that the courteous, gentle, and tender Wu Xuanan she admired had perished in her schemes. The Wu Xuanan now was a madman consumed by hatred. Wu Xingxue nodded to herself. This version of Wu Xuanan still resembled a human. She was satisfied with his choice and felt generous enough to speak a few words on his behalf. Leaning close to Chun Ran, she whispered, "Sister Chun Ran, do not be disheartened that Wu Xuanan is doing this deliberately. From today onward, you shall be the sole victim in this affair." Chun Ran was taken aback. The murmurs of the crowd echoing in her ears. "Bah, scoundrels! Even if we no longer adhere to conventional gender relations, that does not justify bullying someone like this, proposing before an ex-girlfriend while pursuing a mistress. I once thought Wu Xuanan was handsome and possessed a good character, but he is nothing but a scoundrel. Wu Xuanan is quite the ladysman. Any man would falter before such a lure, but he cannot be blamed." The speaker was met with a chorus of disdain from those around him, a deluge of spittle raining down upon him, silencing him into submission that in this apocalyptic world, where survival was uncertain, many men and women engaged in relationships with multiple partners. Yet here was a man, feigning deep sentiment, conducting a proposal ceremony with such pomp. And this was the outcome. How utterly nauseating, hypocritical. Amidst the scattered murmurs, derision for Wu Xuanan and Yi Shuang prevailed, while sympathy for Chun Ran's plight filled the air. Chun Ran's spirits lifted somewhat. Xingxue was right. Wu Xuanan was protecting her. Yet that was the least he could do. Regardless of his actions, the betrayal had occurred, and this wound could never be mended. Thankfully, she had recognized that Wu Xuanan was unsuitable. A man who was indecisive and soft-hearted would only lead to more distress in their future together. It was better to cut her losses. Yi Shuang had long been pushed away by Wu Xuanan. Witnessing the crowd's disdainful spitting directed at her, she shouted, "You are all just jealous." Pointing at the men, she declared, "With faces like yours, you will only ever reside in this dilapidated place. If you wish to see me, look well, for you may never behold a woman as beautiful as I again. You lowly peasants are unworthy even to carry my shoes." She then turned to the women. "You harpies will never find a man as good as my Wu Ge. You will only end up with these old, ugly, useless men to alleviate your loneliness, and before you know it, you'll be pregnant with a few wretched little failures." The crowd was incensed, their eyes aflame. "You are still a mistress. At least we are open about our relationships. You seduced a man during his proposal to another. You are a shameless woman." As soon as the words left her mouth, Xiao Shun regretted it, realizing she had offended Wu Xuanan's woman. What a careless tongue she had. Yi Shuang, her chest heaving, turned to Wu Xuanan, whining, "Wu Ge, he dared to insult me. You must deal with him." Wu Xuanan sidestepped Yi Shuang's desperate lunge. His tone indifferent. Isn't what he said merely the truth? Yi Shuang was rendered speechless. The crowd began to sense something amiss. Upon closer inspection, it seemed Wu Xuanan held little affection for this vile woman. In fact, he appeared somewhat repulsed by her. Wu Xuanan nodded expressionlessly at Xiao Shun. "You are right. She's gone too far. I will transfer you 50 united coins shortly as compensation for the offense to your ears." "Goddamn, an offense to my ears." Yi Shuang could hardly believe it. Who was Wu Xuanan's fiancé, after all? Xiao Shun was equally bewildered. Would he really pay? Wu Xuanan nodded. The crowd began to understand the implications. People clamored, eager to take part in the catharsis against Yi Shuang, seizing the opportunity to vent their frustrations while hoping to earn 50 coins. Yi Shuang nearly drowned in a sea of spittle. Why was Wu Ge treating her this way? When she lifted her gaze, she met Wu Xuanan's emotionless eyes. A chill ran down her spine as unease crawled over her body. Seizing the moment, Wu Xingxue recruited Xiao Shun and Bingo. Though the former was not particularly clever, he was agile, and the latter was sensible. Zhang Li, who had been assisting her in the shop, mentioned he had matters to attend to and would arrive later. Wu Xingxue assumed he was off on mission, but it appeared otherwise, for Zhang Li had asked her 2 questions. "Boss, do you truly feel no affection for the Wu family? And what of Wu Ling? Do you feel nothing for him either?" Wu Xingxue firmly nodded. She had no affection whatsoever. Zhang Li then left with a serious expression. Wu Xingxue speculated that perhaps Zhang Li was going to attend to something significant related to Wu Ling. She looked forward to it. Chapter 112. Madness. Wu Xingxue employed 2 individuals at the rate of 100 united coins per person per day, providing 2 meals daily. The 2 were overjoyed. She instructed them to keep a low profile and report at 8 the following morning. Wu Xingxue then sent Xiao Shun the agreed-upon 100 coins for each person, intending for Xiao Shun to distribute it among those present. Meanwhile, she and Shun Ran planned to leave amidst the chaos Wu Xuanan had deliberately created. Her usual principle was to slip away once the excitement had subsided. Wu Xuanan watched the 2 figures vanish into the crowd. It felt as though his chest had been punctured, a chilling wind howling through his being. Yi Shuang, observing Wu Xuanan's demeanor, felt her teeth nearly shatter from clenching. She tugged at him, forcing him to turn. Feigning ignorance towards his cold expression. Wu Ge, you mustn't give these people any more money. Otherwise, I will be angry. Wu Xuanan shivered, feeling disgusted. In any case, Chen Ran had departed, and he was exhausted. It was time to put an end to this. Just as he was about to call for the crowd to cease their insults, Wu Xingxue's clear voice rang out from beyond the throng. Wu Xuanan, how is it that Yi Shuang, lacking foresight, managed to intercept you precisely as you were about to leave? Wu Xuanan's piercing gaze was fixated on Yi Shuang, causing her to involuntarily shiver. Although it was the same face she had always known, it now emanated an overwhelming sense of oppression and fear. Wu Xuanan seized Yi Shuang's wrist, rendering her unable to retreat. Yi Shuang furrowed her brow and gasped in pain. Ouch! Big brother Wu, please don't listen to Wu Xingxue's nonsense. She's just a troublemaker. Wu Xuanan remained expressionless, replying, Indeed, she's a troublemaker. Thus, you and I are akin to refuse. Yi Shuang was so taken aback that she forgot to struggle. Something was amiss. It was becoming increasingly strange. Her big brother Wu would never speak so crudely. Wu Xuanan, as per their agreement, handed over the money, dispersing the crowd. The church was left with only Wu Xuanan and Yi Shuang, and before they knew it, night had fallen. The surroundings grew dim, and the space behind Wu Xuanan was shrouded in darkness. As if he were cloaked in shadows, it was eerily quiet. The murmurs of people outside the closed church doors sounded muffled, as if heard through a veil of water. This haze deepened the fear within Yi Shuang. Under Wu Xuanan's grip, she was compelled to maintain an upward gaze, her vision consumed solely by his pitch-black eyes. Yet, the distance between them was so close. Previously, they had only been this near when Yi Shuang had stealthily attacked unexpectedly. The thought that Wu Xuanan had actually proposed to her gradually eroded her fear, replacing it with sweetness. Did Wu Yuming tell you I was going to propose today? Wu Xuanan suddenly asked, catching her off guard. Lost in thought, Yi Shuang instinctively replied, How did you know? Immediately, she realized she had inadvertently revealed her close friend's secret and averted her gaze from Wu Xuanan, her heart racing. Mian only meant well for us. Yi Shuang refrained from mentioning that she had pleaded for a long time before Wu Yuming finally divulged the news. In any case, she would henceforth be Wu Yuming's sister-in-law. And as a younger sister, it was best to maintain some distance from her brother. Big brother Wu. Wu Xuanan remained silent, still gripping her wrist. Yi Shuang called out anxiously. Wu Xuanan suddenly found it amusing. He had emphasized to Wu Yuming countless times not to tell anyone, yet she still did. Reflecting on how she had fortuitously appeared just as he was leaving, inadvertently providing Yi Shuang the opportunity to get close. He realized they had orchestrated this together. Wu Yuming was his beloved sister. He had distanced himself from Wu Xingxue for her sake, leading to their present estrangement. Was this how Wu Yuming treated her elder brother? Wu Xuanan's heart had long been in agony, and now it felt almost numb. It seemed Wu Xingxue had always been right, that Wu Yuming and Yi Shuang were cut from the same cloth. It was his folly. Ultimately, he was to blame. Whether it was the rift with Wu Xingxue or the harm caused to Chen Ran, it was all his fault. No, not just him. A surge of hatred and madness swelled within Wu Xuanan's eyes. And Yi Shuang, she was the one who had instigated, the one who had schemed. And Wu Yuming, she had broken her promise, stirring up trouble at home, causing Wu Xingxue to feel alienated, and the younger brothers. They were just as blind as he was, ensnared by Wu Yuming, causing chaos, always targeting Xingxue and the parents, the father's rigidity and the mother's silence. Everything was wrong. He thought he had diligently upheld the family. Yet they had arrived at this juncture. Even his lifelong happiness had been destroyed because of Wu Yuming and Yi Shuang, and he had lost his one sister, Wu Xingxue. Since everything he did was in vain, why not let chaos reign? A fire of anger and hatred simmered within Wu Xuanan, threatening to consume him and strip away his reason that Wu Xuanan had gone mad. Some people appear calm, yet inside they're already unraveling, that Wu Xingxue remarked to Chun Ran. Chun Ran noticed that Wu Xuanan was not in a good state. Wu Xingxue turned and smiled. He won tea spare Yi Shuang. Chun Ran nodded silently. Hoping so, it would also serve as a form of relief for her. She gazed up at the sky, where there were no stars or moon, only a murky expanse. Yet, within her heart, there was a clear moon. Wu Xingxue raised an eyebrow. It wouldn't be for that scoundrel, would it? Sister Chun, you shouldn't be the kind of person. Chun Ran replied, no, I initially intended to sign up for this mission. It's a perfect opportunity to clear my mind. Wu Xingxue fell silent. After the apocalypse, where was there room for clearing one's mind? Leaving the safe zone was a gamble with one's life. Although Chun Ran's heart was sentimental, the reason she had cultivated over the years was deeply ingrained in her bones. Wu Xingxue believed she would recover swiftly. Wu Xingxue beamed, revealing a row of white teeth. Her eyes crescent-shaped, her heart devoid of men, naturally heroic. Sister Chun, I wish you success in your mission and a safe return. The two exchanged knowing glances. Both valued their lives above all else. She swallowed her ominous words and continued. You must have noticed that the recent temperatures have been unusual. Wu Xingxue nodded. Indeed, it had not grown colder these past few days. Rather, it had become warmer, entirely unlike the onset of winter. Chun Ran stated solemnly. Perhaps the temperature will rise further, or perhaps winter will not come at all. Wu Xingxue acknowledged this. Chun Ran smiled slightly. You know how clever Xingxue is. Do not share this with anyone. I am unsure of the consequences of rising temperatures and a winterless season. But the Research Institute takes it very seriously. Why current mission is related to this. In any case, you must be cautious. In the moment they parted, Wu Xingxue slipped several hemostatic herbs into Chun Ran's pocket. Wishing you a successful return, Wu Xingxue silently wished. Familiar with the place, she had traversed it so many times that she knew every damaged spot, and she was too lazy to turn on the lights. Still pondering the matter of temperature changes, just as she stepped onto the second floor, a woman draped in white with flowing black hair suddenly appeared before her. Chapter 113. The Elder Brother Returns. What the? Wu Xingxue's mind exploded with white light, and by the time she reacted, a perfect shoulder throw had already been executed. Thud! The sound of solid impact with the ground followed, quickly accompanied by sharp wails. Ah! Wu Xingxue, are you insane? Wu Xingxue looked down. Hey, it's not a ghost. It's Bai Wei. Wu Xingxue extended her index finger to scratch her nose. You can't blame me. It's the middle of the night, and you come at me with long hair like this. You scared my little heart. It's still racing. If you scream again, I'll demand compensation for emotional distress. Bai Wei grimaced in pain, feeling as though her backside had been struck into 8 pieces. And upon hearing this, she clamped her mouth shut. Wu Xingxue was truly shameless. How could she dare to ask for compensation? Ugh! Bai Wei recalled her purpose, and, holding her waist, trembled as she stood up. It is truly my fault. I shouldn't have startled you. Wu Xingxue was puzzled. This good-natured demeanor was unusual for her. Bai Wei continued, I was specifically waiting for you. Look at me. I've fallen like this. Could you lend me some money? As soon as she finished speaking, Bai Wei's face flushed crimson. Grateful for the cover of darkness, Wu Xingxue asked, How much do you need? Bai Wei's eyes sparkled. 1,000. Do I look like I have 1,000? Then, 500? Bai Wei ground her back teeth. 300 should be fine. Wu Xingxue pondered for a moment and transferred 300 united coins to her. Seemingly casual, she inquired, What do you need so much money for? Since arriving, Bai Wei had never spent a dime, living and eating at the establishment without needing her own funds, given that her previous wages were paid daily. She should have saved quite a bit, so why was she borrowing money? Wu Xingxue considered Bai Wei's influence on Wu Jiyun and Lu Qing's ambiguous stance, becoming increasingly attentive to her every action. I want to buy a skincare product. I've been working so hard these past few days that my skin has become rough. Bai Wei replied, slightly reproachful. Wu Xingxue. Having undergone training, she could discern the expression on Bai Wei's face. Bai Wei was not lying. No, this seems a bit absurd. Wu Xingxue outed again, wondering if Bai Wei's qualifications were fabricated back in the day. Was this truly a choice a highly educated individual would make? Bai Wei awkwardly said, thank you, Bai Wei. Damn, this stingy miser. As Bai Wei silently cursed at the door, it suddenly swung open, and Wu Xingxue's head poked out, startling Bai Wei enough to shrink back. Wu Xingxue remarked, you don't seem like someone who is struggling. How come you left with no money at all? Bai Wei was momentarily taken aback. It's not that. Wu Jiyun is my purse. If he has money, it means I have money. But she had run away from home. Although Wu Jiyun had previously given her pocket money and some so-called savings to manage, she had swiftly squandered that savings. Otherwise, she wouldn't be coveting this little wage Wu Xingxue had sent her way. Bai Wei could only complain about Wu Xingxue's stinginess, not daring to speak the truth, especially since Wu Xingxue was still unaware of her identity. When Jiyun found out she was living in such hardship, he would certainly give Wu Xingxue a harsh lesson. Wu Xingxue earned so much money every day. Surely, it wouldn't hurt to show a little filial piety towards her second sister-in-law. Bai Wei thought a lot, saying, because I want to rely on myself, so when I left, I didn't take a single cent. I want to prove that I can manage on my own. Wu Xingxue replied, oh, all right, then you'd better hurry and sleep. If you wake up late tomorrow, your wages will be docked. Clang. The door shut. Bai Wei was left bewildered, still wishing to use Wu Xingxue to showcase herself to Wu Jiyun. She had not finished speaking. Wu Xingxue was truly impolite. Fine, she would just let Wu Xingxue show her more filial piety as compensation in the future. Leaning against the door, Wu Xingxue mused that Bai Wei's little schemes were no match for Wu Yuming's more elaborate plans. She suddenly grasped the confusion that had previously eluded her. How had Wu Jiyun fallen to the depths of gambling and high-interest loans? Had Wu Jiyun truly squandered so much money from her that he was left with nothing at the end of each month? Was he really that impoverished? After all, Wu Jiyun had once been a powerful figure, a domineering presence. Surely he wouldn't forget the basic wisdom of saving for emergencies. Wu Xingxue had found it strange that Wu Jiyun could not even produce the over 40,000 in compensation and had to resort to borrowing at such exorbitant rates. If not for this predicament, he wouldn't have been so easily lured into gambling by Lu Qing's people. The root of the issue lay with Bai Wei. Wu Jiyun must have saved some money with Bai Wei. Yet, with her sudden act of running away from home and the discord with his family over trivial pride, he found himself unable to voice his troubles, leaving him to seek alternative solutions. That Wu Xingxue stifled a laugh. Now Wu Jiyun's debts were accumulating rapidly. When he eventually discovered that the savings in Bai Wei's possession had long since vanished, would he be able to forgive his beloved? Wu Xingxue reclined on the bed, her eyes glimmering with intrigue. It was nearly time for Wu Jiyun to find Bai Wei. Well, having postponed Lu Qing's invitation today, she would let him come tomorrow instead. She wondered if her hastily assembled stage could deliver a splendid performance. At the Wu household, the family had just finished dinner and had not yet vacated the dining table. Wu Xing shook his head, noting how increasingly unruly they had all become. Shun Qi, feigning innocence, dared not speak. Wu Yuming was aware, yet she too had to pretend ignorance. Although she had been coerced into assisting Yishuang, her private wish was for Chun Ran to become her sister-in-law. Chun Ran, with her seemingly stern demeanor yet sound moral compass, was the ideal choice. The key was that she still held a position of respect within her safe zone. Such a person was worthy of being her sister-in-law. As for Yishuang, that pretentious individual would be an unbearable nuisance if she entered the Wu family. Best to avoid that altogether. Manager Li had agreed to lend him 20,000. That Wu Jiyun felt a surge of excitement. Wu Sheng let out a cold snort, still unable to forget Wu Jiyun as troublemaking in the black market. It was something he could not shake. These days, everyone looked at him as if he were a joke. Such a troublesome child. Only the eldest son exhibited any semblance of maturity. He ought to learn from his elder brother's steadiness and refrain from embarrassing the family with his antics outside. The eldest son was indeed reliable. Wu Jiyun stifled a response, vowing that tonight he would repay the debt and locate the one willing to purchase the gemstones at a high price. When he laid hundreds of thousands on the table, He wondered if his father would still dare to speak to him with such disdain. Wu Xunyan, however, regarded Wu Yuming with cold, lifeless eyes, causing her to halt abruptly, unable to approach any closer. "Elder brother, you seem unwell. Has something happened? Did the proposal go awry?" Wu Xunyan replied, "With you as my bane, I am destined for demise. There is no need to rush." Wu Yuming's eyes widened in shock. Was this truly something her elder brother would say? Chapter 114. The curse should not be him. Wu Xunyan, what madness compels you to speak to Mian in such a manner? Wu Sheng felt a headache coming on. Just as he had praised his eldest son, he was instantly slapped in the face. Wu Xunyan, with a voice that could only be described as gentle, responded, "Indeed, I have lost my mind, but do not be anxious. You too shall lose your mind tomorrow." Wu Sheng's temples throbbed, sensing a foreboding feeling. Ignoring Wu Xunyan's peculiar behavior, he demanded, "What do you mean? Stop speaking in riddles." Wu Xunyan first instructed the housekeeper to prepare a bowl of noodles. He needed to eat well and live well. Surrounded by so many detestable individuals, it should not be him. With elegant motions, Wu Xunyan took his seat at the table before finally speaking. "It's nothing much. I merely slept with Yishuang at the church today." The corners of several mouths twitched, with Wu Yuming particularly shocked. Yishuang had succeeded? Wu Sheng thought to himself that at least it was merely a woman and not a significant matter. Yet, Wu Xunyan continued, "And I was observed by onlookers." Wu Sheng's finger trembled. "How many people?" Wu Xunyan replied, "Not many, perhaps 30 or 40. Wu Sheng wished to smack his palm against his forehead. Then he comforted himself, murmuring that it was not disgraceful for a man to be seen in such a manner. The real concern was Yishuang, who had a father, not of high standing, but still, such rumors should not spread too far. He quickly devised a solution. Tomorrow he would accompany Wu Xunyan to the Yi family to apologize, ascertain what compensation they sought, and marrying Yishuang would suffice. He neither liked her, nor did he find her appealing. It was intolerable for her to intrude upon Wu Xunyan's space, disrupting his ability to work. Such a woman was far too inconsiderate. Only someone as capable and dignified as Chun Ran could be worthy of becoming his eldest daughter-in-law. "I have publicly declared my intention to marry her," Wu Sheng stated, his brows raised. Before he could voice his reproach, Wu Xunyan added, "At the time, Xingxue and Chun Ran were also present." Wu Sheng was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. While Wu Yuming suddenly had a thought that a cold sweat broke out along her spine. Could it be as she feared? Wu Jiyun was confused. "Elder brother, what exactly are you saying? Why were you at the church with Yishuang? And why were Chun Ran and Wu Xingxue there as well?" At that moment, the housekeeper approached with a bowl of soup, her head nearly bowing to the ground as she carefully placed the bowl beside Wu Xunyan, softly saying, "Young master, please have a sip of soup to ease your stomach. The noodles will be ready shortly." Wu Xunyan smiled at her. "Thank you." The transformation of this young master within a single afternoon was striking. He appeared to smile, yet it seemed more painful than tears. Moreover, he was audacious enough to disregard even the Wu patriarch. It seemed even the young master had fallen. Wu Sheng, observing Wu Xunyan nonchalantly drinking his soup, felt the urge to smash the bowl over his head. Xinxian had to soothe him several times before he managed to suppress his anger. "Rebellious son, are you made of toothpaste? Why can't you just say everything in one go?" Wu Xunyan replied slowly, "You may ask Mian. She should be quite clear on the matter. Shouldn't she?" Mian, that unsettling gaze fixated once more on Wu Yuming. She sat directly across from Wu Xunyan, her back pressed tightly against the chair in fear. Wu Yuming was at a loss as to what she should or shouldn't know, feeling utterly disoriented. What had Yishuang done? Hadn't she claimed she merely wanted to make one last effort? How had it escalated so quickly to sleeping together? Her elder brother was not the type to be distracted by women. If they had ended up together, Yishuang must have done something. Yet, how much had Yishuang divulged to Wu Xunyan? Wu Yuming felt uneasy. Gathering her thoughts, she spoke, "I'm sorry, elder brother. Previously, Yishuang came to find me. She kept pressing me about what you've been up to lately and how things were developing with Chun Ran. I didn't intend to tell her anything. I swear." Her eyes welled with tears, resembling a delicate flower, prompting Shun Qian to envelop her in an embrace. That night, late into the hours, Yishuang had continued to question her. In her half-asleep state, she had mistakenly disclosed that elder brother intended to propose to Chenran. "I'm sorry, elder brother. I truly didn't mean to. Please forgive me." Wu Xunyan exhibited no discernible emotion, not even the slightest twitch of his brow. "Was it your idea to design a scheme with the hallucinogenic powder?" "Hallucinogenic powder?" Wu Yuming hastily denied. "It wasn't me. Elder brother, how could I possibly come up with such a malicious idea to have Yi Shuang plot against you? How could you think so poorly of me?" She buried her face in a Shun Qian's neck, sobbing. She genuinely wished to cry. Had she known Yi Shuang would be so audacious, she would never have mentioned Wu Xunyan's proposal to her in the first place. Now, she found herself embroiled in chaos. Wu Xunyan coldly observed Wu Yuming's pitiful weeping, showing no inclination to comfort her. Comfort her? Who would comfort him? Wu Xunyan was now filled with suspicion toward Wu Yuming. He recalled her promise to inform him about the person selling rubies, yet she had quickly joined forces with Wu Jiyun to deceive him. The image of the two questioning him replayed in his mind, amplifying his initial doubts. Did Wu Yuming truly only wish to jest with Xingxue? Did she and Wu Jiyun not desire the 800,000? Wu Xunyan's heart had already arrived at a conclusion. This was his dear sister. A dense, painful ache wrapped around his once-numb heart. Wu Xunyan remained silent, coldly observing, while the others could no longer contain themselves. Wu Xunyan, Mian has already apologized to you. What more do you want? Wu Sheng exclaimed, his frustration evident. You, as the elder brother, suspect your sister of being the kind of malicious person. What madness has overtaken you? Shun Qian, lacking Wu Sheng's volume, wore a frown of discontent. Wu Jiyun, sitting beside Wu Yuming, wore a frosty expression as if staring at a foe. Elder brother, you have gone too far today. That you've been deceived. You can only blame yourself. There is no way to lay the blame at Mian's feet. Wu Xunyan curled his lips into a mocking smile, glancing at the quiet Shun Qi beside him. Do you have something to say? Shun Qi, having lost his former exuberance, now resembled a punching bag within the Wu household. Watching Wu Xunyan being besieged by family members brought him a mix of satisfaction and sympathy. Yet, when Wu Xunyan suddenly called on him, he hesitated for 2 seconds before saying, Elder brother, you are indeed being a bit excessive. You should comfort Mian that a true man can bend and stretch. He was the lowest tier in the family, reliant on the Wu household for sustenance. So, of course, he would side with the majority. Although he now held a strong dislike for Wu Yuming, he still felt a twinge of guilt toward his elder brother. Wu Xunyan suddenly let out a cold laugh. What are you laughing at? You miscreant? Mian is crying. Can't you see? Wu Sheng slammed his palm on the table, causing the cups to rattle. Your sister is crying, and you, as her elder brother, sit there laughing. Have you lost all sense of humanity? Wu Jiyun, what exactly did my brother Mian do to provoke you to such an extent? Wu Yamayan leaned against Shun Qian's shoulder, her eyes swollen and red from crying to tea that moment. The bowl of noodles that Wu Xuanan had ordered was served. Despite being fully aware of his family's character, their blatant disregard for anyone other than Wu Yamayan and their utter lack of fairness infuriated him. The thought that he had once been one of them only intensified his anger. A sharp pain twisted in his stomach as Wu Xuanan picked up his chopsticks, preparing to eat the noodles. Seemingly oblivious to his surroundings, suddenly, Wu Sheng slammed his hand down, shattering the bowl on the ground into countless pieces. Yet Wu Xuanan still held a pair of noodles in his chopsticks. Beast, do you still have the audacity to eat? Can't you hear me speaking to you? Wu Xuanan slowly turned his head to face the furious Wu Sheng. He had intended to satiate his hunger in hopes of alleviating his emotions. But since his father forbade him, he decided to retaliate directly.